Clop clop clop. In the twilight of dusk on a mountain path, a carriage slowly moves forward. A few miles away, an inn sits by the roadside. After a short while, the carriage stops in front of the inn. Caw, caw. In the sky, several crows fly past, emitting shrill cries that sound somewhat unsettling. The carriage curtain is lifted and a young man dressed in luxurious brocade robes with a fur-lined cloak steps out. This person is none other than the sixth prince of the Dian imperial dynasty Gu Yun. However, the true identity of the current Gu Yun is a time traveler. 10 years ago, as an ordinary office worker on Blue Star, he stumbled upon a stroke of luck and transmigrated into this fantasy world. The good news was that he became a prince soaring to the heavens. The bad news was that because his mother was a common maid, he had always been looked down upon by the imperial court. Even his own brothers did not recognize him as a younger brother and branded him with the name Bastard. Because of this, the freshly transmigrated Gu Yun faced the first great calamity of his life. He was mercilessly exiled to the desolate western frontier to guard the Great Wall of the Wilderness. At first, everyone thought he would die there. However, Gu Yun was fortunate enough to awaken the golden finger of the system. This is one of the main reasons why he has been able to survive until today. A decade passed in a flash. When Gu Yun thought he would spend the rest of his life at the Great Wall of the Wilderness, an imperial decree descended from the sky. The content of the decree was extremely simple. That is, return to the capital within half a month and get married. This is also the reason why Gu Yun is in a carriage and appears at the inn door. This road is the only way back to the capital. This inn is one of the resting points. Master, the atmosphere here seems a bit off. Behind Gu Yun follow two women. The woman in white holding a long sword is Gu Yun's guard named Su Ro. As soon as Su Ro got off the carriage, she keenly sensed that the inn in front emitted an unsettling aura. Gu Yun looked up at the direction of the inn's main gate, a flicker of light passing through his eyes. It's fine, since we're here, let's go in and take a look first. Gu Yun stepped forward and walked towards the inn. Behind him, Su Ro and the other woman in red followed closely. Creak. Pushing open the door, Gu Yun walked into the inn. In the main hall, there were several middle-aged men in simple plain clothes. Some were sweeping the floor, some were wiping tables. However, intentionally or unintentionally, they were all secretly observing the incoming Gu Yun. At this moment, a man dressed as a waiter greeted Gu Yun with a warm smile. Welcome, distinguished guests, to our humble inn. Are you here for a meal or to stay for the night? The waiter asked with a smile as he approached Gu Yun. Su Ro suddenly jumped out and placed her long sword horizontally in front of her. One more step, and you will bear the consequences. Her tone was cold, and she stared at the flattering waiter expressionlessly, as if any transgressing move would cause her sword to immediately cut off his head. The waiter froze on the spot, a flicker of barely noticeable regret passing through his eyes. Sorry. It's just that business has been bad lately, and we haven't seen a guest for days. So when I saw you distinguished guests, I got a little too excited. If I have offended you in any way, I apologize here. The waiter quickly recovered and bowed sincerely to apologize. This explanation and apology were flawless no matter who heard them. Watching the waiter like this, Gu Yun reached out and gently patted Su Ro's shoulder. Su Ro understood and immediately put down her long sword and retreated to Gu Yun's side. I'm hungry. Waiter, bring me all your signature dishes. Oh, and remember to bring a pot of your best wine. Money is no object. Gu Yun smiled and then tossed a gold coin to the waiter in front of him. Gold? A gold coin? Noble guest, this is too much, you don't need. It's fine, the extra is a tip for you. After all, you'll need it later. Gu Yun finished speaking, wasted no more words, and walked straight to an empty table nearby. Thank you, noble guest. Please wait a moment, I'll prepare the food and wine right away. The waiter didn't dawdle either. Holding the gold coin, he turned and left the hall. Gu Yun and the three had already taken their seats. Apart from Gu Yun, Su Ro and the other woman in red kept staring at the several figures in the hall. Especially Su Ro, her right hand had been resting on the long sword on the table, as if she was ready to act at any moment. Half an incense stick later, the waiter returned. In his hands, he carried a tray with several small dishes and a pot of wine. Noble guests, the food is here, all our signature dishes guaranteed to be delicious. And this wine, within dozens of miles, there is none better. The waiter quickly placed the food on the table and enthusiastically filled 3 glasses of wine for Gu Yun and the others. Gu Yun picked up the wine glass, brought it to his nose, and gently sniffed it. Suddenly a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The wine is mellow and fragrant, penetrating the heart and soul. It is indeed good wine. I am happy today, so I'll reward you with a cup. Come on, drink it. Gu Yun smiled, holding the wine glass in front of the waiter. His eyes betrayed no unusual emotion, as if he was truly delighted. The waiter's heart skipped a beat, his eyes fixed on the wine glass in front of him, and he couldn't help swallowing. I am unworthy. Such fine wine is only fit for a noble guest like you. I appreciate your kindness, but please drink it yourself. But this wine, it's better that you drink it yourself. The waiter took an imperceptible step back and replied with a smile. Is that so? A dignified grandmaster, yet so humble. That's quite rare. Gu Yun looked at the waiter and spoke meaningfully. These words instantly made the waiter's pupils contract, and his entire body entered a state of alert. When he realized he had lost his composure, it was already too late. The waiter sighed helplessly, then straightened his back, completely losing his previous humble demeanor. How did you find out? I thought my performance was almost flawless. The waiter stared coldly at Gu Yun in front of him, full of confusion. Gu Yun did not answer, only a smile still hung at the corner of his mouth, seemingly mocking, seemingly ignoring. Seeing Gu Yun's expression, the waiter felt a sense of humiliation, anger burning in his heart, eyes turning red. Since you don't want to talk, then shut up forever. Die. The waiter suddenly attacked Gu Yun, moving so fast that his movements were barely visible. Virum. In the blink of an eye, the waiter's fist was already at Gu Yun's face. The violent punch even caused the air to emit a harsh buzzing sound. Bang. Suddenly a black shadow flew backwards, heavily crashing into the wall 10 meters away. In an instant, a large hole appeared in the wall with spiderweb-like cracks spreading around. The waiter slumped to the ground, his body leaning against the damaged wall. Blood gushed from his mouth, his eyes wide open, remnants of shock and despair still lingering in his pupils. Silence, complete silence in the hall. A grandmaster just like that died in front of everyone without a single breath left. No one in the entire hall even saw how he died. You won't avenge him. Gu Yun toyed with the wine glass in his hand, a few drops spilling onto the table. Sizzle. In an instant, a corrosive sizzling sound came from the table, accompanied by a puff of black gas. The wine is poisoned. Su Ro saw this, and her expression turned cold instantly. Just now she had been wondering why Gu Yun was treating the waiter to a drink. Now she understood everything. You are truly audacious. How dare you poison the sixth prince of the great Yin dynasty? Today all of you will die. Su Ro exploded with fury, grabbing the longsword on the table, murderous intent radiating from her body. Her cold gaze swept over everyone in the inn, having already sentenced them to death in her heart. As Gu Yun's guard, her only duty was to protect him. Anyone who wanted to kill Gu Yun, she would unhesitatingly cut off their head. Just then the white-bearded old man who had been silently calculating behind the counter slowly put down his ledger and abacus. He raised his head, his deep eyes like a poisonous snake staring fixedly at Gu Yun not far away. At the same moment, Gu Yun's gaze also met the white-bearded old man's. Their eyes met, and though no words were spoken, the temperature in the air suddenly dropped to freezing point. The white-bearded old man walked out from behind the counter and came before Gu Yun. Behind him, all the people in the inn gathered together. Including the dead waiter, there were 23 in total. As expected of the sixth prince of the great Yin dynasty, those adults underestimated you. I also underestimated you. But unfortunately today you have met me. Although there are some surprises, your end will not change. Only death awaits. The white-bearded old man said unhurriedly. Although he was shocked that Gu Yun had killed a great grandmaster in an instant, his face showed no sign of it. He had absolute confidence in his own strength. Gu Yun let out a light laugh. You seem very confident in yourself. Hearing this, the white-bearded old man frowned slightly. Does your highness think that because you killed a great grandmaster you are my match? You should know that the one you killed just now was merely at the early stage of great grandmaster. As for me, I stepped into the peak of great grandmaster 30 years ago. The gap between the two is no less than the difference between heaven and earth. The white-bearded old man said, a smug smile involuntarily appearing at the corner of his mouth, not only because of his own strength, but also because of the pride of being about to complete his mission. However, Gu Yun's next words completely shattered the old man's composure. You really are a waste. 30 years, and your realm is still stuck in the same place. If I were you, I'd find a rock and kill myself. Gu Yun's words were full of undisguised sarcasm, directly hitting the old man's pride. The white-bearded old man, upon hearing this, was so angry that his beard trembled, his whole body shook, and his eyes flashed with murderous intent. I originally planned to leave you a whole corpse. But now I've changed my mind. I want you to die in the most painful way with no remains left. Gu Yun sneered, an old waste and a bunch of weaklings want to kill me. Not in this lifetime. He completely disregarded the white-bearded old man before him. Even if the opponent were a peak great grandmaster, let alone a stronger one, he wouldn't care. In the current world, even a land immortal would have to endure a few slaps from Gu Yun first. Seeing Gu Yun's utter disregard, the white-bearded old man stepped back a few paces, then slowly raised his right hand. With a wave of his hand, he signaled. In an instant, more than 20 great grandmasters behind him each drew their weapons. The next moment, the terrifying aura of great grandmasters erupted completely in the not-so-large hall. More than 20 great grandmasters, though most were at the early or middle stage, to ordinary people, it was no different from the apocalypse. These people rushed forward together, brandishing their weapons and charging straight at Gu Yun. They struck with full force. Clearly they had no intention of letting Gu Yun leave this inn alive. Facing the charging grandmasters, Gu Yun remained seated, his expression unchanged, not even bothering to lift his head. Beside him, Su Ro held the scabbard with her left hand and gently placed her right hand on the hilt. Her face was cold, and it seemed as if endless sword light swirled in her eyes. Clang! A crisp sword sound rose, appearing and disappearing just as quickly. As Su Ro slowly sheathed her longsword, the hall fell silent. Strangely, the 20-plus great grandmasters who had been charging at Gu Yun were all frozen in place, as if turned into wooden puppets, not moving a muscle. Only their pupils constantly trembled. The next moment, crisscrossing, densely packed bloody lines appeared on their bodies. Blood spurted freely along the bloodlines. In the end, the 20-plus Grandmasters' bodies all split apart, turning into pieces of various sizes scattered on the ground. Blood, flesh, broken bones, organs, mixed together, instantly staining the entire stone floor red. The air was instantly filled with a stench of blood. The white-bearded old man's pupils contracted sharply, staring in shock at the minced meat on the ground, his heart filled with terror. His aged cheeks trembled violently from extreme fear. A chill of death rose from the soles of his feet, climbed up his spine, and rushed straight to his brain. These were more than 20 great grandmasters, not 20 pigs. Even if they were only at the early or middle stage of great grandmaster, how could they be so weak as to be cut into pieces with one sword? At this moment, a hint of regret suddenly surged in the white-bearded old man's heart. He had thought that Gu Yun's instant kill of a great grandmaster was already surprising, but he never expected that the seemingly delicate woman beside Gu Yun would be even more ferocious. If he had known that Gu Yun had such a terrifyingly powerful person by his side, he would never have come to this muddy water, no matter how much money they offered. Unfortunately, it was too late, and he had no chance to regret. Tell me, who are you? And who sent you to kill me? Was it my good eldest brother, my second brother, or some other prince? Gu Yun looked up, not feeling nauseated by the minced meat on the ground, but instead appearing extremely calm. His gaze was like a snake seeming to see through a person's heart. The white-bearded old man came to his senses, but his body was still trembling slightly. His expression was extremely unpleasant and his mood was exceptionally heavy. If I talk, can I live? Gu Yun gave a half-smile and shook his head. Whether you can live, I don't know. But if you don't talk, you'll definitely die. The white-bearded old man's heart sank to the bottom upon hearing this. Suddenly, a mad and ferocious smile appeared on his face. Death is death either way. In that case, I will risk my life to kill you. Ha ha ha. The white-bearded old man kicked off with his right foot, leaping out and rushing straight towards Gu Yun. In his hand, a bunch of silver needles, shining with a dark luster, appeared. Swish. When the distance to Gu Yun was less than 5 meters, the white-bearded old man moved both hands simultaneously. In less than 3 breaths' time, he had shot out hundreds of poisoned silver needles. Each type of poison was enough to kill a peak grandmaster, and there was no antidote. Even a scratch would be fatal. This was the white-bearded old man's greatest trump card. However, just when he thought Gu Yun was surely dead, an astonishing scene occurred. Hundreds of poison needles, when they entered the range of half a meter around Gu Yun, all eerily stopped in midair. It was as if an invisible barrier was blocking them from going further. Seeing this, the white-bearded old man's pupils dilated, his eyes bulging, his expression ferocious. His heart was both shocked and utterly despairing. I thought who it was turns out to be the famous silver-tier assassin Poison Lord. Since when did the Raksha Hall dare to take a contract to assassinate a prince? I remember the last time something like this happened was 800 years ago, wasn't it? At that time, the Vice Hall Master of the Raksha Hall died because of it. Only 800 years have passed, and your Raksha Hall thinks you can do it again. Watching the hundreds of poison needles suspended in midair and the white-bearded old man's technique, Gu Yun suddenly understood everything. However, the white-bearded old man nearby was terrified to the point of cracking in extreme panic. He never expected that his identity would be recognized by Gu Yun so quickly. The key point was that he had never met Gu Yun before, nor had he ever actively revealed his identity. He couldn't understand how Gu Yun could accurately call out his name. Was it a coincidence? A test? Or something else? Why aren't you talking? Weren't you brave just now? Now you don't even dare to speak. Is this all the skill of a silver-tier assassin of the Raksha Hall? Seeing the white-bearded old man remain silent, Gu Yun continued to provoke him. If he could force out the mastermind, that would be best. The white-bearded old man's face darkened, his hands clenched tightly. His fingers dug deeply into his palms due to the force. At this moment, his heart was filled with endless fury but had no outlet. I don't know any Poison Lord nor any Raksha Hall. I am merely entrusted by someone to come here and eliminate the 6th prince of the great Yin dynasty. The white-bearded old man, now calmed, spoke in a deep voice. Facing Su Ro, who had killed over 20 grandmasters with a single sword strike, and Gu Yun, whose unknown strength could also kill a grandmaster in one blow. The white-bearded old man knew that he would not be able to leave this in alive today. Therefore, he did not intend to compromise nor to reveal his identity and the forces behind him. However, his little schemes were completely useless in front of Gu Yun. Gu Yun glanced sideways at the white-bearded old man, and the next moment the wine glass in his hand flew out instantly. Smack! The intact wine glass shattered into countless pieces in midair, flying straight at the white-bearded old man. Startled, the white-bearded old man hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately, his reaction was ultimately a step too slow. TSS. The wine glass fragments struck the white-bearded old man's Dantian heart and other places. In an instant, flesh and blood flew, blood splattered. You. The white-bearded old man fell to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. He stared at Gu Yun with wide eyes full of disbelief. Who are you? The 6th Prince Gu Yun was born weak and had no talent for cultivation. He couldn't possibly have such terrifying strength. With a mere flick of the wrist, Gu Yun had crippled his Dantian with just a wine glass and nearly killed him. He was after all a peak grandmaster. Someone who could do all this so effortlessly. How terrifying must his strength be? Realizing this, the white-bearded old man began to doubt Gu Yun's identity. According to his intelligence, Gu Yun could absolutely not be his opponent, let alone cripple him so easily. Otherwise, he would never have taken this job today. Gu Yun slowly stood up and then walked to the white-bearded old man. Looking at the feeble, barely breathing old man, Gu Yun's lips curled slightly. That's all outdated history. Your Raksha Hall's intelligence capabilities are really declining with each generation. What you just said is all from 10 years ago. The me now is no longer the me of the past. Hearing Gu Yun's words, the white-bearded old man's face changed repeatedly, finally turning into a helpless sigh. The white-bearded old man slowly closed his eyes. This old man admits defeat. Kill me if you will. At this point, his mission had already failed. As an assassin, mission failure meant only one outcome. Perhaps he had lived enough, or perhaps he had long been accustomed to life and death. At the end, the white-bearded old man showed no fear at all, instead revealing a face of calm acceptance. You are not afraid of death. Rest assured you will die. However, how you die is not for you to decide. Gu Yun turned and looked at the woman in red. Xiao Xiao, get a rope and tie him to the back of the carriage. On it. Master, leave this to me. I guarantee it will be handled properly. Upon hearing this, the woman in red's eyes rolled, and then an innocent smile appeared on her lips. However, the next second, a few ghostly, sinister glints flashed in her eyes. Smack. The woman in red took out her long whip, flicked it lightly, and accurately wrapped it around the white-bearded old man's neck. No matter how the white-bearded old man struggled with his hands, the woman in red ignored him, turned around, and dragged the old man out of the inn. Pitiful white-bearded old man, a peak grandmaster reduced to such a miserable state. Master, are we staying here tonight? After the woman in red dragged the white-bearded old man out of the inn, Su Ro immediately stepped forward to ask. Gu Yun, upon hearing this, stroked his chin, then turned to look at the mess on the ground, and shook his head. Forget it. I don't want to smell this pungent stench of blood all night. We'll travel through the night, and we should be able to reach the capital by tomorrow morning. Su Ro nodded. Everything is as you command, master. Outside the inn, Xiao Xiao had already finished arranging the white-bearded old man. One end of the rope was tied to the back of the carriage, the other end around the old man's neck. To make the white-bearded old man behave, she even crippled all 4 of his limbs. Now, even if he wanted to end his own life, he couldn't. Gu Yun and Su Ro also came out of the inn at this moment and walked to the carriage. Xiao Xiao immediately approached, beaming. Master, I've tied up that old fellow. When do we set off? I can't wait to see how long he can hold on. Seeing Xiao Xiao's childish demeanor, Gu Yun raised his hand and lightly tapped her forehead, shaking his head with a helpless sigh. Then Gu Yun boarded the carriage and bent down to enter the compartment. Xiao Xiao touched her forehead, pouting. Sister Su Ro, what does master mean by that? Sighing and shaking his head. Did you make master angry? Su Ro glared at Xiao Xiao, showing anger. You'll drive the carriage alone tonight. Having said that, without waiting for Xiao Xiao's response, Su Ro jumped onto the carriage and turned to enter the compartment, leaving behind only Xiao Xiao standing there with a dazed and confused expression. The carriage set off again. The white-bearded old man tied behind was mercilessly dragged along, leaving a trail of blood clearly visible on the ground. The intense pain on his skin and the suffocating pressure around his neck made every moment a living hell for the white-bearded old man. An ordinary person would have died long ago and found complete relief. However, the white-bearded old man, a peak grandmaster, was not so easy to kill. It was precisely this that made it an endless torment for the white-bearded old man. Death was not frightening. What was most terrifying was slowly waiting for death under such torture. The white-bearded old man had even despaired to the point of regretting being born into this world. The carriage kept moving forward. Along the way, they encountered no more assassins. This was not because there were no assassins, but because those hidden in the shadows were now stunned and terrified. On a cliff, more than a dozen black-clothed masked assassins lay prone. They watched helplessly as the carriage passed safely below, but none dared to make a move. That person seems to be the silver-ranked assassin of the Raksha Hall, Poison Lord. What happened? How did the silver-ranked assassin Poison Lord end up in such a miserable state? According to the intelligence, wasn't Gu Yun only accompanied by 2 weak women on this return to the capital? How did they manage to capture a peak grandmaster like Poison Lord? Could the intelligence be wrong? A black-clad man couldn't help but voice his doubts, his back completely soaked with cold sweat. Among these people, the strongest was only at the late grandmaster level. Now that even the peak grandmaster Poison Lord had been defeated, they were even less likely to be a match for Gu Yun and his companions. This was why they would rather watch their target pass by than make a sound. This situation was not unique. It was not just one faction that wanted to prevent Gu Yun from returning safely to the capital. But without exception, everyone still thought Gu Yun was the weak and talentless waste from 10 years ago. Therefore, the assassins they sent were at most at the grandmaster level. In their eyes, sending a grandmaster was enough to guarantee Gu Yun's death, with no chance of survival. Little did they know their carelessness not only failed to stop Gu Yun from returning to the capital, but instead made Gu Yun set his sights on them. 1,000 miles away, the capital of the Dine dynasty, also known as Jade Capital City. It was an extremely majestic, magnificent, and unfathomable city. More than 80% of the strong practitioners of the Dine dynasty were stationed in this Jade Capital City. Among them was the emperor of the Dine dynasty. After traveling all night, the carriage Gu Yun was riding in arrived before the Jade Capital City at the morning hour the next day. As the capital of the Dine dynasty, everyone entering and exiting was subjected to strict interrogation. Only those with no issues regarding their identity could enter the Jade Capital City. Pushing aside the carriage curtain, Gu Yun, seated inside, looked up at the towering Jade Capital City before him. After 10 years away, he had finally returned to this place. When he left, he was alone, helpless, and didn't even know if he could survive. Now that he had returned, he had completely transformed. Let's enter the city. Gu Yun let the curtain fall, his heart already calm. This time he had come to take back everything that rightfully belonged to him. Of course, he would not easily let go of those who wanted him dead. As soon as the carriage reached the city gate, it was stopped by several armored guards. Then a young man dressed in blue brocade approached from the side. As soon as he appeared, the guards immediately stepped aside respectfully. This blue-clad man seemed to have a high status. Something the matter? On the carriage, Su Ro turned to look at the guards blocking the way and spoke coolly. The blue-clad man came to the front of the carriage, looked up at Su Ro on the carriage, and a flash of admiration passed through his eyes. But soon he came to his senses. Ahem. Who is inside the carriage? Do you have a token or letter of passage to enter the city? The blue-clad man said while occasionally glancing into the carriage. It seemed as if he was verifying something. Su Ro frowned. She did not answer immediately, but turned to look inside the carriage. At that moment, the carriage curtain was lifted and Gu Yun leaned out. When he saw Gu Yun emerge, the blue-clad man's eyes flashed with a strange expression. Even his expression froze for a moment. He really didn't die? Could that news be true? The blue-clad man's eyes flickered, both surprised and extremely puzzled. Gu Yun looked at the dazed blue-clad man, his gaze slightly sharp. But soon a smile appeared on his lips. I don't have a token. But I wonder if this thing is enough to let me enter the city. With that, Gu Yun took out an object from his bosom and casually tossed it to the blue-clad man. The blue-clad man instinctively reached out and caught the object. When he looked down and saw what it was, his pupils slightly dilated. It was none other than an imperial edict. It was precisely because of this imperial edict that Gu Yun was able to return to the capital after 10 years of absence. The blue-clad man unrolled the edict and quickly scanned its contents. After a few breaths, he rolled up the edict, a gleam of light flashing in his eyes. Guards, arrest them. The blue-clad man waved his hand, and in an instant dozens of guards surrounded the carriage. This sudden scene immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding crowd. They turned to look at the carriage. Meanwhile, Gu Yun on the carriage looked stunned, as if he hadn't expected this. But soon he realized something and regained his composure. Gu Yun looked up at the blue-clad man and said with a smile, May I ask, what is the meaning of this? Could this be a new welcoming ceremony in the capital? Has the capital developed to such a degree in the 10 years I've been away? The blue-clad man sneered, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Bold scoundrel. Even now you still refuse to confess your crime. Confess? Gu Yun laughed. May I ask, what crime have I committed? The blue-clad man's face turned cold, and he said flatly, You forged an imperial edict and impersonated the 6th prince. Your crime is unforgivable. According to the laws of the Dine dynasty, the punishment is death. Now I am going to escort you to the death prison. I advise you to behave and not try to resist. Otherwise I have the right to kill you on the spot. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding guards immediately entered combat readiness. With just one order from the blue-clad man, they would rush forward without hesitation to capture Gu Yun. You're asking for death. Su Ro couldn't stand it anymore, her right hand already on the hilt of her sword. The blue-clad man was arrogant enough to slander Gu Yun publicly. She couldn't tolerate it any longer. However, facing Su Ro's threat, the blue-clad man didn't care at all, even showing a mocking smile. What, you want to fight? Don't you know where this place is, eh? This is the capital. Even if you are a land immortal, if you dare to make a move, I guarantee you won't leave here alive. Don't believe me? Try it if you don't. The blue-robed man spoke arrogantly, dismissing Gu Yun and Su Ro entirely. It seemed that even if a land immortal came, they would have to bow their head obediently. Su Ro stared coldly at the blue-robed man, her right hand slowly drawing her longsword. But just as she was about to act, Gu Yun reached out to stop her. He's right. In Yujing City, even if a land immortal came and killed a guard of the Dine dynasty, they could not leave unscathed. Seeing Gu Yun so sensible, the blue-robed man couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. Since you know, why don't you come down and surrender obediently? In his view, Gu Yun's words proved that he had chosen to yield and compromise. And this was precisely the blue-robed man's intention. He did not truly intend to kill Gu Yun. Even if he wished to, he wouldn't dare to kill Gu Yun in front of so many people, even if given 100 times the courage. Because he knew better than anyone that the Gu Yun before him was the true 6th prince of the Dine dynasty. The imperial decree in Gu Yun's hand was naturally genuine as well. The reason he dared to claim the imperial decree was fake was only because all of this was ordered by the person behind him. That person's power and status were above Gu Yun's. He was merely a pawn in the hands of a great figure. As for why that person wanted to deal with Gu Yun in this way, there were actually two purposes. First, to test the changes in Gu Yun over the past 10 years, including his strength and character. Second, to take the opportunity to humiliate and suppress Gu Yun. If Gu Yun endured it and followed the blue-robed man to the death cell, then, after this story spread, how would the world view Gu Yun? The dignified sixth prince of the Dian dynasty, unable to even return home, and instead thrown into a death cell. This would make Gu Yun a complete laughingstock. Such a person naturally would not have the chance to become the next emperor of the Dian dynasty. On the contrary, if Gu Yun lost his temper and chose to fight, the situation would be equally bad. A violent prince who attacked the guards protecting the capital. This would not only draw criticism from the world, but also incur the displeasure of many ministers in the court. It might even provoke the emperor's dissatisfaction. By then, Gu Yun's situation would only become more difficult. However, the prerequisite for achieving the effect of humiliation and suppression was Gu Yun entering the trap. But Gu Yun would not obediently follow the other's plan, because faced with this situation, he would only overturn the table. Looking at the smug and arrogant blue-robed man, Gu Yun stepped down from the carriage, turned to face him, and said calmly, "Who are you?" "Huh?" The blue-robed man was startled. "My name is Lu Heng, son of Marquis Wu Wei. Marquis Wu Wei Lu Heng. I'll remember that." Gu Yun stepped forward, leaned close to Lu Heng's ear, and whispered softly, "Your entire family will soon join you down below." Having said that, Gu Yun stepped back 2 paces, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Lu Heng's pupils contracted, and a look of confusion appeared in his eyes. The next second, in his line of sight, Gu Yun was continuously retreating. Lu Heng was puzzled and didn't react for a moment. It seemed that the image his eyes saw could no longer keep up with his brain's processing speed. Bang! With a loud crash, a 1-meter-deep indentation appeared on the city wall, and Lu Heng was firmly embedded in the gap. To be precise, it was not Lu Heng, but a mess of bloody mud and countless bone fragments. Under the violent impact, Lu Heng's body had completely disintegrated. Hair, flesh, clothes, shattered bones, and the broken stones from the wall were all mixed together. What a gruesome death. The assassins in the inn, earlier though reduced to pieces, could at least be assembled into a human shape. But Lu Heng, even Yuhua would pause for 3 seconds. Oh my god. What happened? How did that man suddenly fly out? And such a miserable death. He doesn't look human at all. More than that, this is 10 times worse than being torn apart by 5 horses. But judging by this, that man passed away peacefully. After all, it happened in an instant, completely, without any pain. Nearby, the onlooking crowd buzzed with discussion. In their sight, the blue-robed man flew out on his own, then crashed into the city wall, turning into a smear of mud. The entire process lasted only the blink of an eye. Thus no one saw who had struck the blue-robed man and sent him flying. On the city wall, a burly middle-aged man in armor, his pupils suddenly contracted to the size of a pinprick. At this moment, his heart was filled with shock and awe. Even he had completely failed to see what had just happened. After all, he was a genuine 12th realm Vajra master, a being capable of annihilating a grandmaster with a mere gesture. Yet even such a master, observing from such close range, had not seen who struck the blue-robed man. The burly man looked down at Gu Yun with a deep expression, his mood extremely heavy. He leaped into the air, jumping directly from the 100-Zhanhai city wall. A few breaths later, the burly man landed steadily on the ground before the city gate. His sudden appearance instantly drew the attention of everyone present. Gu Yun also looked up at the burly man descending from the sky, his expression calm and natural. It seemed as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with him. The burly man turned and gazed at Lu Heng, who was utterly dead on the city wall. His right hand involuntarily clenched into a fist. As the general in charge of guarding the city gate, Lu Heng was considered one of his subordinates. Now this man had died a tragic death at the city gate for no apparent reason, right before his eyes. No matter what, he could not stand aside. After all, the deceased was not an ordinary soldier, but the son of Marquis Wu Wei. At this thought, the burly man's face darkened, and he turned to walk toward Gu Yun. Stopping 2 meters in front of Gu Yun, the burly man bowed with clasped hands. "I am Zhao Lei, General. Greetings, Your Highness, the 6th Prince." "Oh, you recognize me?" Gu Yun felt a hint of surprise. He had expected the man to interrogate him immediately, or perhaps, like Lu Heng, pretend not to recognize him, and then use the same excuse to arrest him. "First, the news that Your Highness would be returning to the capital was conveyed to me several days ago. Second, although I have never seen Your Highness before, your appearance bears some resemblance to the other princes. Therefore I guess that you are the 6th prince who is about to return to the capital." Zhao Lei answered Gu Yun's doubt, without being servile or arrogant. Gu Yun nodded imperceptibly, and said no more. Whether Zhao Lei had guessed on the spot, or had known his identity all along, none of this mattered to Gu Yun. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Gu Yun's mouth as he said meaningfully, "General Zhao, since you recognize me, then may I enter the city now?" Gu Yun made no mention of what had just happened. It seemed he was completely indifferent to Lu Heng's death. Zhao Lei's eyes flickered. He hadn't expected Gu Yun to be so nonchalant. But Guyan might not care about Lu Heng's life or death, but he couldn't. Zhao Lei raised his head, his expression solemn. Your Highness, I'm afraid that won't be possible. Oh, and the reason. You killed Lu Heng, son of the Marquis of Wu Wei. I need an explanation for this. Ha ha ha. Gu Yun suddenly burst into laughter, his first display of such indiscretion. Zhao Lei watched the unrestrained Gu Yun frowning in puzzlement. He failed to see what was so amusing about his own words. Not only Zhao Lei but also the surrounding onlookers were utterly bewildered. They too could not comprehend Gu Yun's sudden laughter, only feeling that he seemed somewhat unhinged. Just as Zhao Lei was about to speak again, Gu Yun's laughter ceased abruptly. Raising his head, he stared at Zhao Lei with an expressionless face, his eyes utterly cold. General Zhao Yu. You seem to have forgotten something. Something? What something? Zhao Lei's brows knitted tighter, his confusion deepening. Gu Yun stepped forward, slowly stopping before Zhao Lei, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. This Dian belongs to the Gu family. This imperial capital also belongs to the Gu family. As a mere watchdog for the Gu family, since when do you have the right to question your master? Or do you intend to take their place and become the new master of this capital? Zhao Lei's pupils dilated to the utmost, his heart trembling, a chilling cold shooting up his spine straight to his brain. Thud. Spare me, your Highness the Sixth Prince. I have never harbored such thoughts. I am utterly loyal to the Dian imperial dynasty with no second intention. Just now my mind went blank and I spoke nonsense. I beg your Highness, in light of my loyalty, to spare this insignificant life. Thump, thump, thump. Zhao Lei knelt on the ground, repeatedly kowtowing toward Gu Yun. Even as blood seeped from his forehead, he paid no heed and dared not stop. This sudden scene left the surrounding crowd speechless, exchanging bewildered glances. They did not know Gu Yun, but they were all too familiar with Zhao Lei. What's happening? Why did General Zhao suddenly kneel and kowtow to that young man? I heard that General Zhao is a Vajra realm expert, more than 10 times stronger than a grandmaster. How could such an expert demean himself so before a youth? Could it be that this young man is a super expert, even stronger than a Vajra realm cultivator? Impossible. He looks so young. Even if he started cultivating in the womb, he couldn't have a cultivation higher than Vajra realm. In my view, General Zhao fears not the young man's strength, but his identity. Identity? Could it be that the young man is not ordinary? Then who could he be, to make a Vajra realm expert so fearful of him? As the discussion grew, more and more people became curious about Gu Yun's identity. Some guessed he was the son of a prince or marquis, others that he was the heir of a powerful clan or faction. All sorts of conjectures abounded, but no one hit the correct answer. After all, Gu Yun had been away from the capital for 10 years, and most of its inhabitants had long believed he died in the wild lands. Only a few knew that Gu Yun was still alive and would soon return to the capital. Watching Zhao Lei kneeling and begging for mercy, Gu Yun's eyes flickered with disdain. Enough, rise. I hope next time General Zhao will not commit such a blunder. Otherwise people might really die. Gu Yun spoke coolly, a hint of warning in his tone. Yes. Thank you, your Highness the Sixth Prince, for sparing my life. Zhao Lei was overwhelmed with gratitude, feeling the joy of a narrow escape. Though a Vajra realm expert, that only intimidated grandmasters. Before the imperial family of the Dian imperial dynasty, not even a mere Vajra realm, nor even an exalted land immortal counted for much. As long as one was willing to pay a price, even a land immortal could be slain. Of course, those who reached the land immortal stage were not foolish enough to invite such a fate. At least openly, even land immortals dared not oppose the Dian imperial dynasty. Gu Yun looked at Zhao Lei coldly, who was behind today's incident. Zhao Lei's legs, which had just risen, trembled instantly. Think carefully before you speak. I don't like to hear nonsense. Gu Yun's cold warning was the final straw that crushed Zhao Lei's resolve. To answer, your Highness, I actually know very little. I only know that Lu Heng appeared here today on the personal orders of the Marquis of Wu Wei. As for Lu Heng's actions, I swear I knew nothing. The Marquis of Wu Wei. I have never met him. Why would he do this? This? Zhao Lei hesitated, as if he knew more secrets. Gu Yun glanced at him. Speak your mind. These are mere conjectures of mine. Your Highness has been away from the capital for too long, and may not know that the Marquis of Wu Wei's daughter is now a concubine of the second prince. So, Zhao Lei dared not continue. He could not afford to offend the sixth prince Gu Yun, nor could he provoke the second prince. He did not wish to sleep soundly one night, and never wake up the next day. The strife among princes was not something a mere gatekeeper like him could meddle in. The second prince. Gu Yun narrowed his eyes and murmured. He seemed not overly surprised that the mastermind was the second prince. You are quite good. Though a small figure, at least you know when to yield. One more question, do you have a prince backing you? Zhao Lei was taken aback, not expecting such a question. But he dared not hesitate. To answer, your Highness, though I have Vajra realm cultivation, I have no power or influence behind me. In 60 years of service in the Divine Strategy Army, I have only managed to secure this bitter post of guarding the city gate. Even this position carries no real authority. For instance, Lu Heng, with a single word from his father, could ride roughshod over me and freely command my subordinates. And I could only look on, not daring to utter a peep. Your Highness, do you think someone like me would have another prince behind me, eh? Zhao Lei's face was full of bitter smiles and helplessness, but he was powerless. Such was reality. Before overwhelming power, his meager strength was utterly insignificant. Unless one possessed absolute power, one had to bow. Looking at the dejected Zhao Lei, a smile curved at the corner of Gu Yun's mouth. General Zhao, from today onward you have a prince behind you. Zhao Lei was momentarily stunned, then a flicker of doubt and confusion flashed in his eyes. In a daze, his pupils slightly widened as if he realized something. He abruptly lifted his head about to speak, but discovered that Gu Yun was no longer before him. He immediately turned to look at the carriage. Just then he saw Gu Yun entering the carriage. He hurried forward intending to ask, but a few familiar voices emerged from within. Report today's events truthfully, and exaggerate the matter of my humiliating you without mercy. Remember to act mournful so that people believe you harbor deep resentment toward me. This will benefit you. After that you need do nothing. When something arises, I will send someone to inform you. Zhao Lei was startled, but quickly recovering, he hastened to reply, yes, I have noted it. Gu Yun gave a gentle hum of acknowledgement. Then the wheels began to roll slowly, and the carriage once again headed toward the city gate. Seeing this, Zhao Lei immediately waved to his men stationed before the gate. Upon seeing Zhao Lei's command, no one dared to block the carriage's path. Thus, after a minor disturbance, Gu Yun smoothly entered the capital. After Gu Yun left, Zhao Lei couldn't help but look up at the sky. 60 years, 60 full years. The sky for me, Zhao Lei, has finally brightened. Even he himself hadn't expected that this single kneeling would bring him a great benefactor. The humiliation, helplessness, and resentment in his heart. All those negative emotions dissipated completely in that moment. Before long, the events at the city gate reached every corner of the capital. Princes, nobles, aristocratic families, and even the emperor himself. Upon learning that Gu Yun upon his return had publicly killed Lu Heng, the son of the Marquis of Wu Wei, and had forced General Zhao Lei of the city guard to kneel and kowtow, they were utterly stunned. Even the emperor took several breaths to regain his composure. They couldn't fathom how the frail Gu Yun of 8 years ago had suddenly transformed into a different person. Even more perplexing was how Gu Yun, who had no cultivation talent, possessed the strength to kill Lu Heng in an instant. Lu Heng, after all, was a Xiantian realm cultivator. To reach that level in his 20s was already a mark of exceptional talent. There was no reason, no logic for him to be defeated by Gu Yun. Beyond that, some were even more concerned that Gu Yun had managed to return to the capital alive. Previously, when they heard of the Poison Master's failure, they were skeptical. But now Gu Yun's return was the most convincing proof. This caused a dramatic shift in the attitude of those in the capital toward Gu Yun. Before, they saw him as an ant they could crush at will. But now they realized in horror that Gu Yun had become a tiger steadily growing in strength. The 6th Prince's mansion. The carriage stopped smoothly at the gate. Gu Yun and Su Ro alighted from the carriage one after another. Gazing at the familiar yet unfamiliar gate, Gu Yun's thoughts drifted back 10 years. How things have changed. A decade has passed in the blink of an eye, and this place has grown so desolate. Gu Yun murmured with a sigh. When he left, the mansion still had many maids and servants. Yet now upon his return it was empty, leaving only a hollow courtyard. The thick dust on the gate and the lingering cobwebs all testified that no one had set foot here for a very long time. Creak. Gu Yun stepped forward and gently pushed open the vermilion gate. The courtyard was cold and silent, just as it had been in his childhood. First, clean a few rooms to rest. The rest can be tidied later when we have time, Gu Yun said to Su Ro as he walked through the courtyard. Su Ro nodded. Yes, master. Soon she parted with Gu Yun and headed toward the rear courtyard. Gu Yun remained in the front yard reminiscing over the fragments of the past. This was a rare moment of leisure for him. After today, he would not have so much time to let his mind wander. The 3rd Prince's mansion. In the main hall, several figures were seated. The young man in the seat of honor was the 3rd Prince of the Dian dynasty. He had already learned of the events at the city gate from his subordinates. Who would have thought? That bastard of yesteryear could undergo such a staggering transformation. 10 years. 10 whole years. He hit it so deeply. Had it not been for father summoning him back to the capital, I would still be unaware of his ability to kill a Xiantian realm cultivator in a single strike. The 3rd Prince's face appeared calm, but inwardly he was seething with rage. He had always despised Gu Yun ever since Gu Yun was born. In his eyes, Gu Yun was a stain on the Dian dynasty and the noble bloodline of the Gu family. Were it not for fear of implicating himself, he would have long since sent someone to eliminate Gu Yun. Your Highness, Gu Yun's commotion today is in my opinion merely an attempt to draw His Majesty's attention. As everyone knows, His Majesty's impression of Gu Yun has never been favorable. Otherwise His Majesty would not have exiled Gu Yun to the remote western wilderness when he was 8. Unfortunately, Gu Yun seems oblivious to this. He thinks that by displaying his strength, he can regain His Majesty's favor. Little does he know that this is a suicidal move. Even if he had killed an ordinary person instead of the son of the Marquis of Wu Wei, committing murder in the capital would be enough to make His Majesty utterly disappointed in him. It might even incense His Majesty. Then he would have even less chance to contend with your Highness for the position of Crown Prince. Thus our greatest adversary remains the 1st Prince and his faction, not a mere Gu Yun. A man in a gray-white robe with a somewhat unctuous demeanor spoke with a smile. His name was Jia Tsuingguang, one of the third prince's trusted confidants. Despite his dubious appearance, he served as the third prince's strategist. The third prince stroked his chin, nodding thoughtfully. What you say is reasonable, but I still care about that bastard. After all, father intends to arrange a marriage for him with that noble lady. It's one thing that such a good fortune doesn't fall to me, but it isn't the first prince or the second prince. It's that bastard. To say that father cares nothing for him, I cannot believe that. The third prince's words plunged the hall into silence. Even Jia Tsuingguang fell into a contemplative expression. The very reason for Gu Yun's return to the capital was a marriage arrangement. Though this matter had not yet been publicly announced, as the third prince, he naturally possessed means to learn of it in advance. Gu Yun's betrothal was to the daughter of the esteemed Duke Zhenghua. Within the capital beneath the emperor, none held higher status than the Duke Zhenghua. This was because the previous Duke Zhenghua had been sworn brothers with the former emperor. The old duke had even been bestowed the honor of one-word co-king by the late emperor. It was precisely for this reason that aside from Gu Yun, all 5 princes sought the support of the Duke Zhenghua. After all, securing the Duke Zhenghua's backing meant a greater chance of claiming the crown prince position. However, both the old duke and the new duke had explicitly stated they would not involve themselves in the prince's struggle for the throne. At least thus far they had consistently adhered to this principle. Whether the eldest prince or any of the others, they had all visited the Duke Zhenghua's residence no fewer than a dozen times. Yet the result was invariably the same. Not a single one could persuade the duke. But since the betrothal between Gu Yun and the duke's daughter was made known, the 5 princes were thrown into an uproar. They had tried so many times and failed. Why should Gu Yun, a bastard prince inferior to them in every way, reap without sowing? The more the third prince thought about it, the angrier he grew. The teacup in his hand was crushed to pieces, tea leaves and shards scattering across the floor. Your Highness, this marriage is the emperor's decree. We cannot alter it. However, regarding the Duke Zhenghua, there might be room for maneuver. Jia Tsuingguang suddenly spoke. His words immediately piqued the third prince's interest. Go on. Yes. Your Highness, His Majesty the Son of Heaven cannot casually change his words or decisions. But if the Duke Zhenghua himself were to express unwillingness to marry his daughter to Gu Yun, that would be a different matter. The Duke wishes to dissolve the engagement, and His Majesty would naturally consent. After all, His Majesty must show the Duke due respect. Perhaps this opportunity might even fall upon Your Highness. Even if the engagement is dissolved, the Duke's daughter must still be married. At that time, His Majesty will have no choice but to select a suitable candidate from the remaining 5 princes. And that, Your Highness, is your chance. Of course, the other princes will certainly not let this golden opportunity slip by. A faint smile curled at the corner of Jia Tsuingguang's mouth. He believed he had seen through everything. The third prince fell into contemplation, a look of joy gradually spreading across his face. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Perfect. Jia Tsuingguang, your mind is still as sharp as ever. Tell me what must be done to make the Duke oppose this marriage. The third prince's expression turned excited as he pressed for an answer. Jia Tsuingguang's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of smugness. Your Highness, it's quite simple. We merely need to make the Duke Zhenghua lose faith in Gu Yun. And coincidentally, Gu Yun has handed us the opportunity. He brutally murdered the son of Marquis Wu Wei and publicly humiliated the Divine Strategy Army guarding the city gates. There were many witnesses to this incident. Remember, the Divine Strategy Army is His Majesty's personal guard responsible for the entire capital's security. And Marquis Wu Wei rendered outstanding service to the Dine dynasty, humiliating the diligent Divine Strategy Army and indiscriminately killing the son of a meritorious official. These 2 charges with a little maneuvering are enough to ruin Gu Yun's reputation. With that, how could the Duke Zhenghua allow his daughter to marry such a man? After hearing Jia Tsuingguang's words, the third prince's pupils dilated, his eyes glittering with brilliance, and a smile bloomed on his face. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Gu Yun, oh Gu Yun. You've spent 10 years in the wilderness. Why did you have to come back? This time I will not only destroy your reputation, but also make Father Emperor strip you of your princely title. You bastard don't deserve to be a prince of the Dine dynasty. At the 6th prince's residence. In the front hall, Gu Yun sat on a chair with Su Rou and Xiao Zhao standing before him. The capital is not the wilderness. On the surface it seems calm, but beneath the surface it's a maelstrom of scheming and conflict. Sometimes one wrong word can cost you your life. For the time being, without my orders, do not leave the residence casually. Even if you must, never go alone. My brothers may not dare to move against me openly, but they will target you. Gu Yun warned. Though he had been away from the capital for 10 years, he understood the cruelty of the royal family better than anyone. There was no fraternal affection, only unscrupulous means for the throne and profit. Yes, the 2 women replied in unison. Gu Yun nodded and continued. Now let's talk business. Let's start with the Raksha Hall. Since they chose to intervene, they must bear the consequences. The Raksha Hall has 10 branches within the Dine dynasty. Tell the sword demon to pick one and annihilate it. Gu Yun's tone was calm, yet it carried a bone-chilling coldness. Su Rou cupped her hands and asked, Master, only one branch. Beside her, Xiao Zhao couldn't help but interject, Master, the Raksha Hall dared to send assassins after us. Destroying just one branch seems too lenient. In my opinion, we should wipe out all 10 branches. Let them know that the only outcome for attacking us is death. A faint twitch tugged at the corner of Gu Yun's mouth. He thought himself ruthless enough, but Su Ro and Xiao Zhao were evidently even more merciless. He recalled the first time he met the two women. They were still little girls who dared not even kill a chicken. Now their temperaments had changed beyond recognition. Ahem, there's no need for that yet. Wiping out one branch as a warning is sufficient. After all, our main opponent is not the Raksha Hall. Though we do not fear them, they have accumulated some foundation over the years. Moreover, the Raksha Hall is a sharp dagger. Sometimes it's not necessary to destroy the dagger. If we can control it and make it serve us, that would realize its greatest value. Do you understand? Gu Yun explained patiently. The Raksha Hall, after all, was merely an assassin organization. Could they destroy it? Naturally they could. But doing so would yield disproportionate returns. And Gu Yun clearly would not engage in a losing venture. Su Ro and Xiao Zhao nodded as if they understood a little. We will obey the master's orders. All right, Su Ro, go inform the sword demon. Xiao Zhao, come with me. With that, Gu Yun rose and walked toward the door. Master, where are we going? Are we going shopping? Xiao Zhao followed, Gu Yun joyfully, her curiosity brimming. This was her first time in the capital. Everything here filled her with wonder and anticipation. No, not shopping. We're going to kill someone. Killing. Xiao Zhao was utterly stunned, unable to react for a moment. She looked up at the sky, cloudless with the blazing sun high above. Good heavens, in broad daylight Gu Yun was taking her to kill someone. Was that right? Was that reasonable? What decent person goes out to kill in the daytime? Yet why did her heart surge with such excitement? The Marquis of Wuwei's mansion. At this moment within the council hall, the atmosphere was extraordinarily heavy, with a trace of grief and indignation permeating the air. Seated at the head was a middle-aged man, his face as dark as an abyss. On the floor before him lay a wooden box. Inside the box was a mass of bloody flesh. Its original form was none other than Lu Heng, the son of the Marquis of Wuwei, who had attempted to arrest Gu Yun at the city gate earlier. My son, you died so miserably. You died so unjustly. You were fine when you left this morning. How could you suddenly become such a tragic sight? My lord, you must avenge Heng. You must kill that beast. Kill him. Avenge my son. Beside the box a woman was wailing bitterly, her eyes red, incessantly sobbing. In her right hand, she clutched tightly a black and white portrait. Although the portrait was crude, one could still tell at a glance that the person depicted was Gu Yun. Every time she looked at the pile of flesh in the box, she couldn't help but retch. She never imagined in her life that her own son could turn into a pile of flesh. If it weren't for someone anonymously earlier, sending her son's corpse back and leaving her a portrait of the murderer. She didn't even know that her most beloved son would die so horribly. The Marquis of Wuwei, Lu Yashan, watched the scene in silence, his eyes radiating overwhelming killing intent. His cheeks twitched incessantly from extreme anger. The teacup in his hand burst with a bang, turning into a pile of shattered fragments and dust. Too much. Absolutely too much. Bang. The Marquis of Wuwei's right fist slammed heavily onto the table beside him. In an instant, splinters of wood flew and scattered all over the floor. The others nearby were so terrified by this aura that they trembled all over, not daring to even breathe. Just then a guard burst in from outside. My lord, something terrible. Someone has broken into the mansion. The guards are no match for them at all. We've already suffered heavy casualties. The guard stumbled over to the Marquis of Wuwei, shouting and trembling with fear. There were still traces of fresh blood on his face. Hearing this, everyone in the hall, including the Marquis of Wuwei, showed expressions of astonishment. This is the capital city, and in broad daylight. Would any bandit dare to commit violence at the Marquis of Wuwei's mansion in broad daylight? Isn't that like lighting a lamp in a latrine, asking for death? Especially when the Marquis of Wuwei was still immersed in the grief of losing his son, someone came to pick a fight. At this moment, the pent-up fury in the Marquis of Wuwei's heart erupted completely. He dared not kill Gu Yun, so he could only redirect his anger onto others. Take me to them. The Marquis of Wuwei glared at the guard before him and said coldly, yes. Facing the Marquis's overwhelming killing intent, the guard dared not hesitate for a moment and quickly turned to lead the way. The front courtyard. The Marquis of Wuwei led a group of people and arrived at the scene promptly. However, by the time they arrived, the battle had already ended. The ground was strewn with corpses lying in all directions, their deaths gruesome. Some had their necks brutally twisted, others had only half their bodies left. Everywhere were still fresh pools of blood. The air was thick with a pungent smell of blood that lingered for a long time. And amidst the corpses stood two figures. The one at the front had his hands clasped behind his back, his expression cold. Beside him, a woman in red robes had excited eyes, holding a long whip already stained with blood in her right hand. When he saw the two figures, the Marquis of Wuwei's pupils constricted sharply, and he was shocked beyond measure. He never expected that the one who had come to the Marquis's mansion to slaughter people was precisely the culprit who had killed his son not long ago. The sixth prince of the Dian dynasty, Gu Yun. At this moment, the fury in his heart reached an unprecedented peak. However, facing Gu Yun before him, the Marquis of Wu Wei hesitated to make a move. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill Gu Yun, but that he dared not. If he killed Gu Yun, not only would he die, but the entire Marquis of Wu Wei's household would also be buried with him. At that moment, a figure rushed out from behind. It's him. He's the one who killed Hunger. My lord, kill him quickly. Kill him, and you'll avenge Hunger. Hurry, kill him. The woman, pointing at Gu Yun and screaming heart-wrenchingly, grabbed the Marquis's arm and shook it incessantly. She didn't know Gu Yun's identity, but she recognized at a glance that Gu Yun was the person in the portrait she held. At this moment, there was only one thought in her mind: to kill Gu Yun and avenge her son. Slap. A crisp sound instantly silenced the scene. The woman collapsed to the ground, her right hand touching her swollen cheek, staring at the Marquis of Wu Wei with utter disbelief. Blood was even seeping from the corner of her mouth. This slap completely stunned her. She couldn't understand why the Marquis of Wu Wei didn't hit Gu Yun, who had killed her son, but instead turned around and hit her. Just as the woman was still bewildered, the Marquis of Wu Wei bowed with clasped hands toward Gu Yun. My wife has some mental issues. Those words just now were all nonsense. I hope your highness the sixth prince will not take them to heart. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire scene fell into silence once more. The woman on the ground, her pupils contracted to pinpricks, was filled with shock and horror. Only now did she realize that the murderer of her son was actually the sixth prince of the Dine dynasty. Revenge. That was simply a huge joke. Not to mention a mere Marquis of Wu Wei. Even the Duke of Zhun would have to weigh the emperor's wrath before killing a prince. The woman, like a deflated balloon, completely collapsed. She understood that her son's vengeance would never be avenged in this lifetime. Gu Yun looked at the Marquis of Wu Wei, who had voluntarily bowed his head and curled the corner of his mouth. Marquis of Wu Wei, your son was killed by me. The sixth prince killed him well. That rebellious son was always arrogant and domineering, bullying men and women, committing every evil. I have long wanted to clean up the family, but I couldn't bear to do it myself. Now the sixth prince has done me this favor, and I am extremely grateful. The Marquis of Wu Wei spoke unhurriedly, without showing any anger, but instead with a face full of gratitude. This acting not only stunned Gu Yun, but even the people of the Marquis's mansion were astonished. Earlier in the council hall, they had personally experienced the overwhelming fury radiating from the Marquis. But now the Marquis's behavior was completely different. Master, is he still human? He lost his son, yet he's thanking you. Could it be that he's not his biological son? Oh, I get it. So the Marquis of Wu Wei has long known that his son is not his own. That's why he's so happy after his son's death. Xiao Zhao said with a smile, completely indifferent to the Marquis opposite. The Marquis of Wu Wei lowered his head, gnashing his teeth, with a terrifying killing intent flashing in his eyes. However, soon he forcibly suppressed this killing intent. Sixth prince, that rebellious son was audacious enough to offend you. But now he is dead, and you have also killed so many of my people in the Marquis's mansion. Can this matter be considered over? The Marquis of Wu Wei said in a deep voice. At this moment, he only wanted to quickly send away this plague god Gu Yun. Gu Yun smiled. Over. I'm afraid that won't do. Marquis Wu Wei frowned slightly, his expression grave. What else does the sixth prince desire? If it's compensation, speak freely. As long as it's within the power of my household, nothing is out of the question. No, I haven't come for compensation. Gu Yun shook his head, a faint, enigmatic smile curling at the corners of his lips. Then what purpose brings the sixth prince here? Marquis Wu Wei asked, puzzled. Previously I promised your son that I would reunite your family. Now I have come to fulfill that promise. Gu Yun spoke calmly, his voice soft, yet brimming with the threat of death. Marquis Wu Wei's body trembled, a glint of bloodshot light flashing in his eyes. So the sixth prince insists on a fight to the death with me. Marquis Wu Wei slowly lowered his hands and raised his head to gaze at Gu Yun. In that moment his tone shifted, no longer as humble as before. His gaze toward Gu Yun was now filled with hostility. Ha ha ha. Fight to the death. Gu Yun couldn't help but laugh, his voice dripping with mockery. Marquis Wu Wei, you overestimate yourself. After today the capital will know no Marquis Wu Wei. Gu Yun's words pierced like a sharp blade, stabbing deep into Marquis Wu Wei's heart. Not only Marquis Wu Wei, but the entire household of Wu Wei Mansion felt a suffocating despair. They knew well that given Gu Yun's status, even if he killed every member of the Wu Wei household, the emperor would not hold him accountable. They did not want to die. A sudden grin twisted across Marquis Wu Wei's face, hideous and ferocious. Sixth prince, you brought this upon yourself. Since you refuse to let me live, I can only ask you to die here. Though killing you may very well cost me my life. However, the 5 elder princes all wish for your death. And if I do them this favor, perhaps they might spare me. Are you sure you want to gamble your life with me here? At this point, Marquis Wu Wei had no mind for further pretense. Though he dared not kill Gu Yun, even a cornered dog will bite. Moreover, backed by the second prince, he dared to take this gamble. Yet faced with the threat, Gu Yun remained impassive, utterly unconcerned. Xiao Zhao, leave none alive. Yes. Xiao Zhao had long been waiting. At Gu Yun's command, she brandished her long whip and charged toward Marquis Wu Wei. You court death. Leave this woman to me, the rest of you kill the sixth prince. Marquis Wu Wei roared, unleashing the aura of the pinnacle of the Vajra realm. The members of the Wu Wei household hesitated. A pack of fools. If I die, do you think Gu Yun will spare you? Seeing their reluctance, Marquis Wu Wei bellowed again. Death is certain either way, let's fight. Perhaps we'll earn the renown of slaying a prince. Kill. At Marquis Wu Wei's urging, the men finally cast aside their hesitation. In an instant, a dozen warriors drew their weapons and charged toward Gu Yun. Among them, the weakest were at the Xiantian realm, while the strongest were grandmasters. In the blink of an eye, Gu Yun was surrounded. Haha. Gu Yun, even if you are formidable, you cannot survive the siege of 3 grandmasters, and over a dozen experts, each no lower than the Xiantian realm. And this woman shall die too. Marquis Wu Wei laughed to the heavens, drawing his long blade. With a leap, he engaged Xiao Zhao in combat. In his eyes, Gu Yun was doomed. Capturing Xiao Zhao, he believed, would take no more than 10 moves. Yet his fatal error was underestimating Gu Yun. Facing the onslaught from all directions, Gu Yun curled his lips into a smirk, like an ant trying to topple a tree, utterly overestimating oneself. He then glanced at a long sword embedded in a corpse nearby, and casually drew it out. With a mere flick of brilliant swordlight, sliced through the air. The blade struck true, passing through the bodies of the charging men. The next instant, all froze in place, their pupils dilating infinitely. In boundless terror and despair, their bodies were cleaved in two at the waist, sliding to the ground. Gouts of blood and viscera spilled across the ground. A thick metallic stench of blood instantly flooded the entire courtyard. The severed men let out harrowing screams. Within 10 breaths, unable to endure the excruciating agony, they all took their own lives. In midair, Marquis Wu Wei was distracted by the commotion below. When he saw Gu Yun standing unharmed while all his men lay dead, an expression of utter shock spread across his face. His heart trembled with horror. He even felt it was all an illusion. Only then did he realize how gravely he had underestimated Gu Yun. How dare you be distracted? Truly you think nothing of me. While Marquis Wu Wei was still lost in shock, Xiao Zhao's whip lashed fiercely across his body. With a gush of blood, Marquis Wu Wei spat out a mouthful, his body hurtling toward the ground. Just before impact, he managed to adjust his posture, avoiding a direct fatal crash. Impossible. How can you be this strong? Even 3 grandmasters are no match for you. Could you be at the Vajra realm? Marquis Wu Wei paid no heed to his own injuries, his eyes locked on Gu Yun. He refused to believe that Gu Yun possessed the power of the Vajra realm. After all, Gu Yun was only 18. Such a young Vajra realm expert was a rarity even in the entire Dian Empire. He could not accept that the cultivation talentless Gu Yun had reached such a level. He himself had cultivated for nearly a century merely to reach the peak of the Vajra realm. In the capital, he was considered a formidable master. He could not bear the thought that he, a man of such standing, could not kill a youth under 20. Gu Yun gazed calmly at the increasingly frenzied Marquis Wu Wei, showing no intention of acknowledging him. He looked up at Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao, how long do you intend to toy with him? I had planned to take you on a tour of the capital's interesting and entertaining spots after this was done. But since you seem uninterested, forget it. What a... Xiao Zhao gasped, leaping back to Gu Yun's side. No. I am interested, very interested. Master, why didn't you say so earlier? Killing is such a boring affair compared to strolling through the streets. Xiao Zhao spoke urgently, flicking her whip without looking back, sending it hurtling toward Marquis Wu Wei. In an instant, the tip of the whip struck true, piercing Marquis Wu Wei's heart and emerging from his back. Scalding blood dripped along the whip, drop by drop onto the flagstones. Marquis Wu Wei's pupils contracted as he slowly lowered his head, staring in disbelief at the whip embedded in his chest. You are not a Vajra. Before Marquis Wu Wei could finish, Xiao Zhao pulled her right hand back, instantly retracting the long whip. The whip whirled through the air at tremendous speed, the bloodstains upon it vanishing in an instant without a trace. Marquis Wu Wei's body slowly collapsed to the ground, producing a dull thud. Even until his final breath, his eyes remained wide open. In his dilated pupils there lingered a deep sense of unwillingness and shock. To his dying moment, he could not fathom. Why did Gu Yun possess the strength to slay a grandmaster? And what realm was Xiao Zhao actually in? After a stick of incense, the entire Marquis Wu Wei mansion from top to bottom had no survivors. Even the watchdog at the back gate had fallen victim to Xiao Zhao's ruthless hand. After confirming there were no survivors, Xiao Zhao returned to Gu Yun's side with sheer delight. Master, can you take me shopping now? I have always been curious about what fun places and delicious foods there are in the capital. You can't go back on your word. Go back on my word. Did I promise you anything? Master, you just said you would take me shopping. One can't be like this. Xiao Zhao grabbed Gu Yun's arm and gently shook it, looking at him with pitiful eyes as if she was about to squeeze out a few tears from the corners of her eyes. An onlooker would have thought Gu Yun was bullying an innocent young maiden. Seeing Xiao Zhao's act of coaxing and feigning misery, Gu Yun helplessly rubbed his forehead. All right, drop your acting skills. Considering your efforts today, I'll grant your wish to go shopping. And besides, it's been 10 years since I last returned. I'm also curious about the changes in the capital now. Thank you, master. Upon hearing that Gu Yun agreed to take her shopping, Xiao Zhao was overjoyed with excitement. A moment later, above the Marquis Wu Wei mansion, a flame several dozen zhang high rose into the sky. Meanwhile, Gu Yun and Xiao Zhao were already on a street 100 meters away. The two gradually walked away, heading toward the most bustling part of the capital. Not long after they left, the news of the fire at the Marquis Wu mansion spread rapidly. It even drew a squad of the Shin's army. However, the fire was too fierce. Even the Shin's army could only watch helplessly as the flames slowly devoured the entire Marquis Wu mansion. The fire raged for over 2 hours. Only when the mansion had been reduced to ashes did the flames gradually subside. In the end, the Shin's army found only a few unburned bones among the rubble. The incident was immediately reported to the imperial palace by the Shin's army. Several princes as well as influential figures like Duke Jun soon learned of the event. For a time, the entire capital was stirred by this incident, causing no small commotion. And Gu Yun unsurprisingly became the central figure in this storm. Lizhou, an ancient rustic town. In a roadside tavern, a crowd of martial artists had gathered. Hey, have you heard? The 6th prince of the Dian dynasty has returned to the capital this very morning. Who? The 6th prince of the Dian dynasty. The 6th prince. Doesn't the Dian dynasty only have 5 princes? Where did the 6th come from? Well, brother, have you had too much wine and lost your memory? The 6th prince of the Dian dynasty is the one who was exiled to the barbaric wasteland by his majesty 10 years ago. The barbaric wasteland. Oh, I remember now. That 6th prince. But wait, wasn't he dead? Oh, brother, you mustn't say such things recklessly, or you might lose your head. He's not dead. Of course not, or how else would he have returned to the capital? But didn't everyone say the 6th prince died in the barbaric wasteland, that he wouldn't last 3 days? That's old news. The 6th prince not only survived the barbaric wasteland. It is said. Said what? I heard from others that the 6th prince has recruited several experts by his side. Experts? Really? A fallen prince with no backing and no talent for cultivation. Would any expert willingly follow him? Don't be so quick to dismiss it. You know the Raksha Hall, right? Ever heard of the silver-ranked assassin Poison Lord? Who doesn't know the Raksha Hall? As for Poison Lord, isn't he the notorious assassin of late? Rumor has it that he possesses peak grandmaster cultivation, and his poison arts are such that even Vajra realm experts dare not underestimate him. Exactly, that very Poison Lord. According to inside information, this Poison Lord is already dead. What, a Poison Lord is dead? Who did it? As for who, I dare not say. All I know is that it's almost certainly related to that 6th prince. Really? Something like that happened. Truth or falsehood, it can only be inferred, not spoken openly. In a corner of the tavern, a man dressed in black and wearing a deep gray bamboo hat sat alone at a table. He sipped the strong liquor from his bowl while listening to the chatter of the martial artists nearby. By his right hand, a long sword wrapped in coarse linen cloth leaned against the stool. The surrounding noise seemed not to affect him in the slightest. Suddenly, from outside the window came a peculiar bird call. Though the chirp was fleeting, the man in the bamboo hat keenly caught the sound. After downing the last gulp of his liquor, he tossed down a few coins, picked up his long sword, rose, and headed out of the tavern. Strangely, the moment the man in the bamboo hat stepped out of the tavern, his body vanished entirely. From start to finish, no one noticed this scene, or even detected his presence. It was as if he had never appeared in this town. 5 li outside the town, on a small hill, the figure of the man in the bamboo hat appeared here. At this moment, a night crow perched silently on his left shoulder. The man in the bamboo hat removed a slip of paper tied to the crow's foot and slowly unfolded it. On it were written only a few simple words: choose any Raksha branch hall, destroy it. The corners of the man's mouth turned up slightly, a long-lost glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. After a few breaths, the man in the bamboo hat casually tossed the slip of paper into the air, turned, and headed westward. The paper fluttered in the wind, but barely a few meters away, a jet-black sword light flashed. In an instant, the paper turned into countless specks of light, dissipating into the air. Traveling westward for 100 li. Here there was a dense bamboo grove. Deep within the bamboo grove stood a 9-story black tower. And this was one of the 10 branch halls of the Raksha Hall in the Dian dynasty. The man in the bamboo hat walked through the air, crossing the 10 li deep bamboo grove in the blink of an eye. Finally, he appeared before that 9-story black tower. Upon seeing the target, so close, the man in the bamboo hat made no attempt to hide, releasing his aura openly and brazenly. In an instant, this unfamiliar aura fluctuation was keenly detected by the elder of the Raksha Hall within the 9-story black tower. One after another, figures in black robes flew out from the dark tower. When they spotted the bamboo-hatted man hovering in midair, astonishment and horror instantly spread across their faces. After all, this was the branch of the Raksha Hall. Not only were very few aware of its location, but even if someone by chance discovered it, reaching this place required traversing over a dozen miles of a dense, eerie bamboo forest. Within that bamboo grove, various traps had been laid, and many Raksha Hall assassins lurked in ambush. Yet until they sensed the presence of the bamboo-hatted man, they had received no warning of an enemy intrusion. What did this imply? The high-ranking members of the Raksha Hall understood it better than anyone. May I ask who you are, senior? Why have you trespassed into our Raksha Hall branch? From the crowd, an elder with real authority stepped forward, cupping his hands in inquiry. His posture was extremely humble, and his tone was filled with utmost respect. He was well aware that the bamboo-hatted man who had appeared before them without a trace possessed extraordinary strength. Even he, a peak Dao profound at the 13th level, had completely failed to detect the man's approach. This meant the bamboo-hatted man was most likely a celestial phenomenon realm powerhouse. In the Great Yin dynasty, where none of the terrestrial immortals had emerged, the celestial phenomenon realm was virtually invincible. Facing such a terrifyingly formidable expert, reckless resistance would only lead to a swifter and more gruesome death. What's all this gibberish? A mere Dao profound is not worthy of speaking to me. Tell the strongest among you to roll out and face me. The bamboo-hatted man spoke with evident impatience. A peak Dao profound at the 13th level would be considered a top-tier expert anywhere else. Someone of that caliber could found a sect, be in theft as a marquis, or lead an army. Yet before this bamboo-hatted man, such a powerhouse was shown no respect whatsoever. It seemed that in his eyes, even a peak Dao profound was nothing more than ordinary. The Raksha Hall elder gritted his teeth, a flicker of ruthlessness darting through his eyes. But the thought that the opponent might be a celestial phenomenon grandmaster suppressed the resentment in his heart. Senior, please wait a moment. I will go and invite our celestial king immediately. Leaving those words, the Raksha Hall elder turned and departed. The bamboo-hatted man remained in midair unhurried, as if he had no fear that the Raksha Hall might resort to any tricks. Moments later, two figures emerged from the dark tower. The one leading was an old man, gaunt as a skeleton, with a pallid waxen face draped in a dark green robe. Although he appeared to be at death's door like a flickering candle in the wind, his frail, withered body concealed an astonishingly formidable power. Behind him followed the elder who had just left. Soon the gaunt old man stepped to the front and looked up at the bamboo-hatted man above. Thump! With a single stomp, his body shot up like an arrow from a bowstring, stopping directly opposite the bamboo-hatted figure. The two stood facing each other in the void. Celestial phenomenon. Who are you? Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the bamboo-hatted man, the gaunt old man frowned deeply and demanded in a low voice. A smirk curled at the corner of the bamboo-hatted man's mouth. He raised his right hand and slowly removed the bamboo hat. The black and white mask. You are from the Black and White Tower. Seeing the black and white mask on the man's face, the gaunt elder's pupils contracted sharply and a flicker of shock passed through his eyes. The Black and White Tower was an organization that had suddenly emerged in the past decade. Despite its short history, its reputation was already on par with ancient powers like the Raksha Hall, which had existed for centuries or even millennia. Many forces, including the Raksha Hall, had investigated the Black and White Tower's background. Yet after years of probing, they had found nothing. They did not even know how many members the Black and White Tower had, nor the identity of its master. That was why the gaunt elder was so startled when he saw the black and white mask on the bamboo-hatted man. You have some insight. That's right, I am from the Black and White Tower. The bamboo-hatted man spoke calmly without denying it. The gaunt old man's expression grew even more solemn. Which one of the Black and White Tower are you? The bamboo-hatted man gave a faint smile. Guess. The gaunt old man narrowed his eyes, and his gaze soon fixed on the cloth-wrapped long sword in the bamboo-hatted man's left hand. In an instant, a name flashed through his mind. Could you be one of the 10 shadows, the sword demon? The gaunt elder stared incredulously at the bamboo-hatted man before him, his right hand trembling uncontrollably. The term 10 shadows had actually been coined by the Raksha Hall. After the Black and White Tower appeared, its experts had been seen in many places. Their strengths and distinctive features were recorded by some. Gradually, the Raksha Hall selected the 10 strongest among them based on the power they had displayed and named them the 10 shadows. Thus the name, 10 Shadows, was born and gradually accepted by all major powers. Interestingly, when Gu Yun heard about the 10 Shadows, he simply went along with the trend and institutionalized the 10 Shadows system within the Black and White Tower. Not only that, but Gu Yun also issued them special numbered tokens representing the title of 10 Shadows. The Sword Demon was one of the 10 Shadows, holding the token bearing the number 3. The number on the token roughly indicated their ranking and strength among the 10 Shadows. Of course, this was not absolute. Among the 10 Shadows, there were also those who possessed extraordinary abilities rather than overwhelming combat power. They earned their place among the 10 Shadows through those special talents. In the Black and White Tower, being a 10 Shadow not only signified strength, but also represented supreme honor and authority. Except for Gu Yun, the 10 Shadows did not have to obey anyone's orders. They could even command anyone outside the 10 Shadows at will. The reason Gu Yun granted such vast power to the 10 Shadows was twofold. First, their strength and capabilities truly warranted it. Second, through the system's ability, Gu Yun could clearly see each person's loyalty. The loyalty of each 10 Shadow was above 95. This meant that barring extreme circumstances, they would never betray him in their lifetime. That was why Gu Yun trusted them. After all, no matter how sharp a blade, if it were to wound its master, it would be better to destroy it. Congratulations, you guessed correctly. Unfortunately, even if you guessed right, you will die today. The Sword Demon's lips curled into a smile, speaking with unhurried calm. Yet in the gaunt old man's eyes, that smile was like the summoning of the king of hell. I've heard that the Raksha Hall has 10 assassins, not only powerful, but also never failing in their missions. They are called Oh, I remember. The 10 celestial kings. Now that I see them, they are truly. The sword demon paused then shook his head, truly disappointing. Jian Mo's words instantly triggered a stress reaction in the emaciated old man. He was the first to dare mock him to his face. In an instant, an invisible fury surged from the depths of the old man's heart, rushing straight to his crown. Jian Mo, do not be so arrogant. I am Ming Gu, one of the 10 heavenly kings of the Luo Cha Hall. When I made my name, you were still playing in the mud somewhere. Do you truly believe that being in the celestial phenomenon realm makes you my match? How what a joke. At my peak, I once survived a strike from a land immortal. Can you do that? The emaciated old man roared, his fury uncontrollable. As one of the 10 heavenly kings of the Luo Cha Hall, his status was far too exalted to endure Jian Mo's humiliation. Yet, Jian Mo merely sneered contemptuously, completely disregarding the old man's warning. Is a land immortal really that formidable? Since you are so powerful, then take one strike from me. If you survive, I will spare you today. But you won't have that chance. As he spoke, Jian Mo raised his right hand and slowly placed it on the hilt of his sword. The moment he grasped it, a towering sword intent surged upward, piercing the 9 heavens. In the next instant, dark clouds soared and fierce winds erupted from all directions. The daylight abruptly dimmed as if it had turned to night. It seemed even the sun feared Jian Mo's astonishing sword intent. Within 10 li, the sword intent completely enveloped everything. As the intent continued to climb, the bamboo grove below crackled and snapped under its ravaging force. The members of Luo Cha Hall stared at Jian Mo in the midair with terror, cold sweat trickling down their backs, a chill reaching their heels. No. This? Who exactly is he? We will die. We will surely die. Some were so frightened by the overwhelming sword intent that their legs gave way and they collapsed limply to the ground. They had completely abandoned all resistance, seeing no possibility of survival. Everyone, don't panic. We have the Heavenly King. The Heavenly King will protect us. He is a celestial phenomenon realm expert. No matter how powerful the enemy is, he cannot be a match for the Heavenly King. Yes, we still have the Heavenly King. Go Heavenly King. He is the strongest. In their desperation, they finally remembered the emaciated old man. A flicker of hope arose in their hearts, their only chance to survive. Below, the clamor was immense, but in the midair, cold sweat had already beaded on the emaciated old man's brow. At this moment, his composure was little better than that of those below him. Is this the terror of a sword cultivator? Such astonishing sword intent. In my nearly 1,000 years of life, I have never felt its like at such close range. The name Jian Mo is well deserved. The emaciated old man believed that among the celestial phenomenon realm, his strength ranked among the top tier. Yet after witnessing the terror of Jian Mo firsthand, he suddenly realized he had overestimated himself. If he was top tier, then Jian Mo stood at the very ceiling. He could not fathom why such a fearsome Jian Mo had chosen to confront him at this very moment. This feeling was utterly infuriating. Jian Mo, I have reconsidered. Perhaps there is a misunderstanding between us. This is our first meeting and I believe I have never offended you. If someone else from Luo Cha Hall has wronged you, by all means seek them out. We are both laborers, one serving Luo Cha Hall, the other serving the Black and White Tower. Why should laborers make things difficult for one another? The emaciated old man reasoned. His meaning was clear. He was not confident he could defeat Jian Mo. Rather than fight to a mutual ruin, it was better to temporarily pacify Jian Mo and later find allies to deal with him. That was the wise course. People of Luo Cha Hall are so indecisive. Since you won't strike, then I will. Sword, 13. The long sword left its sheath, and in an instant a pitch-black sword chi streaked across the sky, causing space to tremble and sonic booms to roar. The terrifying sword chi, wrapped in ferocious killing intent, lunged at the emaciated old man like a hellhound from the abyss. At that moment, time itself seemed to freeze into absolute stillness. The emaciated old man's pupils shrank, the astounding sword reflected in his eyes. Locked by this hair-raising sword intent, he could not even control his own body. No, I cannot die. I must not die yet. Break. The emaciated old man roared with all his might, unleashing his full strength. Finally, just before the sword chi struck, driven by a powerful will to live, he shattered the suppression of the sword intent and regained control of his body. Without hesitation, he erupted with all his power, hurling a blast toward the incoming sword light. Boom! The collision of forces between celestial phenomenon realm experts triggered a thunderous, earth-shaking roar. The terrifying shockwave radiated outward from the midair. In the blink of an eye, the buildings below were mercilessly destroyed. Of the Luo Cha Hall members, only a few Dao Xin realm experts survived. The rest perished in the aftermath. The bamboo grove spanning over 10 li was also snapped in half, not a single stalk left standing. Swish, splatter. In the midair, the sword light cleaved through the old man's attack, passing through his body from top to bottom. Boom. Finally, the sword light struck a small hill below, unleashing a deafening explosion. The long sword slowly returned to its sheath as Jian Mo gently lowered his right hand. At this moment, utter silence reigned. Jian Mo raised his head and quietly gazed at the emaciated old man across from him. The old man's pupils were wide, his expression of terror frozen solid. A hint of incredulous despair flickered in his eyes. Flash. Suddenly the emaciated old man's body split in two from top to bottom. Blood and viscera scattered through the air. His two halves fell rapidly in opposite directions. One of the 10 heavenly kings of Luo Cha Hall, a celestial phenomenon realm expert. Thus he fell. No struggle, no fierce battle, not even a chance to flee. The entire process took but a single sword strike from Jian Mo. When the old man's aura vanished completely, Jian Mo glanced down at the ground. A few survivors still stood there. Swish. With just a look, a sword light condensed in the air and descended. Flash. 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 In moments the few surviving Dao Xian realm experts perished. If a land immortal were present, they would surely be astounded. For what Jian Mo had just displayed was the supreme realm that all sword cultivators spend their lives pursuing, the realm of unity between man and sword. Who would have imagined that one of the 10 shadows Jian Mo was a sword cultivator who had comprehended the unity of man and sword? And such a terrifying god of slaughter, who could slay a celestial phenomenon realm expert with a single sword, ranked only 3rd among the 10 shadows. In the capital city, as dusk fell, Gu Yun returned to his residence with Xiao Zhao after a day of wandering. Upon entering the courtyard, he found Su Ro waiting there, having already arrived long before. Seeing Gu Yun's return, Su Ro immediately approached him and said, "Master, someone has come." Moi. Gu Yun was momentarily taken aback, then asked, "Who is it?" "The person claims to be Eunuch Wei, and he is here to see you, master." Eunuch Wei? Could it be? Gu Yun's brow slightly lifted as a figure came to mind. By the side of the emperor of the Dian dynasty, there was a trusted eunuch. Not only was his strength unfathomable, but his methods were also ruthless and merciless. Yet one thing was certain: this man was incomparably loyal to the emperor. Even the princes and the ministers dared not offend him easily. This eunuch was surnamed Wei, known as Wei the Tiger-Faced. In the reception hall, Gu Yun arrived at once. The moment he reached the doorway, he saw Eunuch Wei seated on a chair within the hall. Eunuch Wei also sensed the commotion outside and raised his head to look. When he saw that the visitor was Gu Yun, he immediately rose and walked toward the entrance. "Your humble servant pays his respects to your highness the 6th prince." Eunuch Wei, rise. "Su Ro tells me you came to see me. May I ask what business you have?" Gu Yun did not waste words. He went straight to the point. As a trusted confidant of the emperor, for such a person to make a personal visit, it was certainly not merely a simple greeting. In truth, nearly a day had passed since Gu Yun's return to the capital, yet he had not immediately gone to the imperial palace to pay homage to the emperor. Such behavior would undoubtedly leave a poor impression on the emperor. "Your Highness, the emperor requests your presence at the palace." Eunuch Wei replied, truthfully neither servile nor arrogant. Gu Yun paused. "Now, yes. Originally you were to have an audience an hour ago, but since your Highness had not returned, I understand. Let us go now," Gu Yun said calmly. He had already intended to meet the emperor. Since the other party had taken the initiative to summon him, he naturally had no reason to refuse. "Xiao Zhao, you stay. Su Ro, you will accompany me to the palace." "Yes." At the Dian imperial palace led by Eunuch Wei, they proceeded without obstruction. Gu Yun observed the palace. Everything seemed little different from 10 years ago. Every corner remained as he remembered it. Before long, Gu Yun arrived at the imperial study. "Your Highness, please wait a moment. Your humble servant will go in and inform His Majesty." With that, Eunuch Wei turned and entered the study. At the doorway, Gu Yun and Su Ro stood quietly waiting patiently. Even a prince without the emperor's permission must not set foot inside the imperial study. Violators would face punishment ranging from light penalties to the loss of their lives. For the imperial study contained many secret documents that only the emperor was entitled to view. If these materials were leaked, not even the princes nor the emperor himself could bear the responsibility. 10 breaths later, Eunuch Wei returned. "Your Highness, His Majesty invites you in. However, your guard must remain outside," Eunuch Wei said. Gu Yun gave a meaningful glance to Su Ro beside him. Then he stepped decisively into the imperial study. Once inside, he saw the Emperor of Dian seated in the main position, clad in a golden dragon robe and bowing his head to review memorials. This man was also his biological father, Gu Tianqing. When the Emperor heard the approaching footsteps, he set down the memorial he was holding and slowly raised his head. At that moment, father and son gazed at each other. Time seemed to freeze, and all was silent. They simply stared at one another, neither speaking first. After an unknown interval, Gu Yun was the first to break the stalemate. He raised his hands to his chest and said, "Your son pays homage to your imperial father. May you live 10,000 years, 10,000 years. 10,000 times 10,000 years. Rise." The emperor's voice, plain yet majestic, rang out. "Thank you, imperial father." Gu Yun lowered his hands and stood upright. "May I ask why imperial father has summoned me?" The emperor stared expressionlessly at Gu Yun below, as if appraising him, or perhaps lost in thought. After a few moments, he slowly spoke. "Tell me, why do you think I summoned you?" "Your son does not know." "Then take a guess." Is it?" Gu Yun paused momentarily, unable to fathom what was on the emperor's mind. His brow furrowed slightly, and his eyes darted as his mind raced. After a short while, he ventured, Imperial father summoned me. Could it be about the marriage contract? The emperor gave Gu Yun a deep look. That is one reason. One reason. You have caused quite a stir in the capital since your return. Have you already forgotten? Does Imperial father refer to my killing of the son of Marquis Wu Wei at the city gate? Not only that. Oh, then you must mean the destruction of the Marquis Wu Wei's mansion. Do you have nothing to say in your defense? Defense. A faint smile curled at the corner of Gu Yun's mouth. I do not think I did anything wrong. The emperor stared coldly, his tone icy. You publicly killed the son of Marquis Wu Wei. You annihilated the entire Marquis Wu Wei mansion and burned it to the ground. And you think you did nothing wrong. The emperor had imagined many possibilities, Gu Yun kneeling in supplication, trembling in fear, or arguing with indignation. But never had he anticipated that Gu Yun would calmly declare himself blameless. A normal person having killed so many would find it difficult to remain so composed and natural. This was not the mature steadiness that a mere 18-year-old could possess. 10 years ago, Gu Yun had not even dared to meet his gaze. The emperor did not understand, and he was curious as well. What had Gu Yun experienced in the desolate lands over those 10 years? What kind of life could have wrought such a profound transformation? Facing the emperor's interrogation, Gu Yun remained unhurried, having already formulated his answer in his mind. The son of Marquis Wu Wei committed 3 offenses. First, a mere heir of a marquis dared to obstruct me, the 6th prince of the Dian dynasty, from entering the capital. The capital is my home, yet he refused to let me return. His crime is unforgivable. He deserves death. Second, he publicly questioned my identity and slandered the authenticity of the imperial decree. The imperial decree represents the name of the Dian dynasty and the authority of the reigning emperor. To call it false is to say that the Dian dynasty is false, and that the current emperor is also false. I ask Imperial Father, if someone did this according to the laws of our Dian dynasty, what punishment should be meted out? The emperor's brow furrowed deeply, his gaze sharpening, and a fearsome glint flashed in his eyes. Beside them, Eunuch Wei, shocked, quickly stepped forward. According to the laws of the Dian dynasty, if anyone dares to question the Dian dynasty or the reigning emperor, the crime warrants death. For severe offenses, the entire clan may be executed. A faint smile curled at the corner of Gu Yun's mouth. Therefore, in killing the son of Marquis Wu Wei and annihilating the entire Marquis Wu Wei household, where is my fault? As soon as these words were spoken, not only did Eunuch Wei fall silent, the emperor seated on the throne was also rendered speechless, unable to utter a single word for a long time. Good heavens, after all this, not only could he not blame Gu Yun, but he actually had to thank him. After all, Gu Yun's killing of Lu Heng and the annihilation of the Marquis Wu Wei's household were all in defense of the great Yin dynasty's dignity and the sanctity of its laws. Didn't you say he had 3 crimes? What was the third one? After a long pause, the emperor asked curiously. I forgot, but it doesn't matter. After all, the first 2 charges were already enough to warrant the extermination of his entire clan. Gu Yun replied casually. Hearing this, although the emperor was somewhat puzzled, he did not press further. Even if the son of Marquis Wu Wei had committed a heinous crime, it was not your place to execute him. However, considering it was your first offense, and that you were upholding the majesty of the great Yin dynasty, I will not punish you this time. Should there be a next time, you will be punished with the rod. The emperor's tone was stern, carrying a hint of warning beneath his authority. Gu Yun clasped his hands. Your son shall remember. Seeing Gu Yun's proper attitude, the emperor nodded and did not pursue the matter further. There is another matter for which I summoned you. It concerns your betrothal. Do you have anything to say about it? The emperor spoke unhurriedly, his gaze fixed on Gu Yun's eyes as if trying to discern his true thoughts. Gu Yun showed neither surprise nor panic nor the slightest excitement. His eyes were as calm as still water, like an ancient well, without ripples, inscrutable. Gu Yun spoke. Your son will abide by whatever father decrees. The emperor nodded thoughtfully. Are you not curious about who your betrothed is? Not curious. Oh, why? Because there is no need. No need. Yes. Regardless of who she is, ugly or beautiful, noble or ordinary, none of that matters. Even if she were born with a defect. Your son has no choice, does he? Gu Yun replied calmly. He knew full well that his marriage was entirely at the emperor's discretion. He could resist, but that would be a decidedly inferior strategy. Not to mention the severe consequences of such an act. Moreover, he actually cared little for this so-called betrothal, for he had not returned to the capital for the sake of a marriage. If a minor matter were to jeopardize a major one, it would be a loss far outweighing the gain. The emperor was somewhat surprised by Gu Yun's attitude. He realized that Gu Yun was indeed different from how he had been 10 years ago. At the very least, this unassuming calmness and composure. Even the other princes found it hard to match. Your betrothed is the daughter of Duke Zhenqin Wushuang. In status, she is your equal. In background, even I must address the old duke as uncle. In beauty, she is one of the 2 peerless maidens of the capital. Are you satisfied with the match I have chosen for you? Facing the emperor's question, Gu Yun did not answer immediately. He lowered his head, his expression shifting beneath his eyes. It's her. Gu Yun murmured. He had never expected that his betrothed would be the daughter of Duke Zhen. Who was Duke Zhen? In the great Yin dynasty, one might not know the nobles, or even the 6 princes. But Duke Zhen was known to all without exception. It was no exaggeration to say that the peace and prosperity of the great Yin dynasty today was at least half due to the Duke Jun's lineage, especially the old Duke. In the past, to repel foreign invaders who had attacked the great Yin dynasty, the old Duke personally led the expedition. Over 100 years, he slew countless enemies and nearly died dozens of times on the campaign. In the end, he secured nearly 500 years of stability for the great Yin dynasty. That was why the late emperor had bestowed upon the old Duke the title of Prince of Equal Rank. Since then, the late emperor and the old Duke had sworn brotherhood, standing on equal footing. It could be said that in the great Yin dynasty, the first person under the emperor was unquestionably Duke Jun. Even the crown prince had to yield precedence. Such was the weight of Duke Jun. A saying had long circulated in the great Yin dynasty. If any prince could gain the support of Duke Jun, even if that prince were a good-for-nothing fool, he could still become the crown prince. Though this saying was somewhat exaggerated, it did attest to the supreme status and influence of Duke Jun in the great Yin dynasty. Unfortunately, gaining the Duke's support was no child's play. It was exceedingly difficult. At least aside from Gu Yun, the other 5 princes had visited the Duke Jun's mansion dozens of times without a single success. I asked you a question. What are you staring blankly at? Suddenly, the emperor's voice rang out, interrupting Gu Yun's thoughts. He raised his head, clasped his hands, and bowed. To answer your majesty, you asked if I am satisfied with my betrothed. My answer is no. The emperor's face darkened instantly. Why, oi? Gu Yun grinned, showing an expression as if looking at a fool. Would your majesty be willing to marry a woman who is about to die? Although Gu Yun had never met the daughter of Duke Jun and had been away from the capital for 10 years, that did not mean he was ignorant of the news from the capital. Indeed, Qin Wushuang, the daughter of Duke Jun, was exactly as the emperor had described. She had status, background, and beauty. But there was a fatal flaw: she would not live past 20. Not because she did not want to live, nor because she suffered from some incurable disease. Rather, it was her innate destiny, or the decree of heaven could not be defied. At her birth, there had been ominous portents. Her mother had died mysteriously less than 3 days after her birth. This alarmed the entire Duke Jun's mansion. Even the imperial court of the great Yin dynasty sent investigators to look into the matter. But after a thorough investigation, the result shocked everyone. The cause of Qin Wushuang's mother's death was actually Qin Wushuang herself. This girl was born with a curse, fated to die before 20. Because of the curse's influence, her mother, who had carried her for 10 months, was innocently implicated. Though this conclusion was hard to accept, it was the truth. At first, some proposed sending Qin Wushuang away from the great Yin dynasty. At the very least, she should leave the capital. After all, no one could guarantee whether the curse on Qin Wushuang would affect the national fortune of the great Yin dynasty. But others objected, arguing that the fault was not Qin Wushuang's. She was merely a pitiful child. The curse was not her intention. In the end, it was the late emperor who stepped in to calm the matter. Qin Wushuang was fortunate enough to remain in the capital. The matter of the curse was known only to a few in the great Yin dynasty. As a prince, Gu Yun had naturally heard of this. Faced with Gu Yun's counter-question, the emperor, though somewhat surprised, did not show any displeasure. Because Gu Yun's words were something the emperor knew only too well. No normal person would willingly marry a woman who was about to die. The emperor himself was no exception. Yet even knowing Gu Yun's dissatisfaction, the emperor had no intention of changing the betrothal. Since you already know, let me ask you this: do you approve or oppose this marriage? Gu Yun spread his hands helplessly. Do I have a choice? No, the emperor replied without hesitation. Then why ask? If there is nothing else, your son shall take his leave. I have not had a decent sleep since last night. I am truly weary. Gu Yun had no desire to continue exchanging meaningless words. No matter how much he argued, the betrothal would remain unchanged. Rather than waste his breath here, he would be better off returning to sleep. The emperor, seeing Gu Yun's resigned surrender, could not be bothered to question him further. You may go. At tomorrow's morning court, I shall publicly announce your marriage to the daughter of the Duke of Jinghua. You must be present. Do you hear me? Yes. Your son obeys. Now may I return? The emperor waved his hand impatiently, unwilling to exchange another word with Gu Yun. Seeing this, Gu Yun lingered no longer. The emperor did not wish to speak with him, and he felt the same. Outside the imperial study, the sky had now turned completely dark. Gu Yun and Eunuch Wei walked out of the entrance one after the other. Su Ro, let's go. Calling out to Su Ro, Gu Yun strode toward the direction from which they had come. Su Ro heard him and immediately followed. Eunuch Wei trailed behind them, escorting them all the way. They had barely gone 100 paces when 2 figures, one large, one small, approached from the opposite direction, drawing Gu Yun's attention. When they appeared before him, he finally discerned their features. In the lead was a little girl of about 11 or 12, clad in a light yellow floral dress with twin ponytails. She bounced along, her ponytail swaying left and right, a sweet smile on her lips, lively and adorable. Behind the little girl followed a woman as icy as snow. Dressed in a white robe with a slender willow waist and a face as fair as the moon, she held a female-style longsword in her left hand, exuding an imposing aura. Upon seeing the 2 females, Eunuch Wei hurried forward with utmost reverence. This old servant pays respects to the little princess. Gu Yun frowned slightly, a glint of surprise flickering in his eyes. When Eunuch Wei had greeted him earlier, he had also been respectful, but not to the point of bowing his head. Now, however, his entire body was bent nearly 90 degrees. It was impossible not to feel curious. Logically, a prince's status should be higher than a princess's. Yet Eunuch Wei's unusual demeanor hinted at secrets that even Gu Yun did not know. Is Father Emperor in the imperial study? The little princess stopped and turned to ask Eunuch Wei. Answering the little princess, His Majesty is indeed within the imperial study. Oh, I see. You may continue your duties. I shall go find Father Emperor now. Learning that the Emperor was in the imperial study, the little princess's face lit up with joy. Once again she bounced toward the imperial study. The woman in white followed immediately behind. From beginning to end, they did not spare Gu Yun a single glance, nor did they ask who he was. It was as cold as if they were passing a stranger. Only after the little princess had gone far, did Eunuch Wei straighten up, breathing a faint sigh of relief. Eunuch Wei, who are they? Gu Yun looked at Eunuch Wei, who seemed relieved, and asked with confusion. The great Yin dynasty indeed had princesses. But he had never seen that 11 or 12-year-old little princess before, nor had he ever heard of her. What intrigued him most, however, was Eunuch Wei's attitude. He could not understand why Eunuch Wei, as the emperor's trusted confidant, a man of great strength and high status, would be so excessively deferential to a little princess. Eunuch Wei seemed to read Gu Yun's thoughts and showed no surprise at all. He took a deep breath and said, Your Sixth Highness may not know. This little princess is the most beloved and cherished by His Majesty. Whatever request she makes, as long as she speaks it, His Majesty will grant it without a second thought. Moreover, the little princess may enter and exit any part of the palace freely, and no one may obstruct her. More importantly, the little princess's command is His Majesty's command. What a... Gu Yun was taken aback, almost thinking he had misheard. But when he saw the solemn expression on Eunuch Wei's face, he was utterly stunned. What did it mean that the little princess's command was the emperor's command? He understood every word, yet when combined it sounded like a fairy tale. The crown prince himself probably did not wield such power. Even the Duke of Jinghua had to inform the emperor before taking any action. For a moment, Gu Yun stood frozen, unable to gather his thoughts. He thought he had seen through the current emperor, but he had overestimated himself. Who was the little princess's mother? After a long silence, Gu Yun asked. He tried to understand why the emperor doted on the little princess so much by uncovering her mother's identity. But this time he was mistaken. Eunuch Wei shook his head. I do not know. You do not know? Gu Yun frowned. What do you mean by do not know? Eunuch Wei continued. No one knows who the little princess's mother is. This old servant only knows that 8 years ago His Majesty secretly left the capital for 3 days. When His Majesty returned, the little princess was by his side. The next day at the morning court, His Majesty announced the little princess's existence. Since then, the little princess has remained in the palace until now. Gu Yun's brow furrowed deeply. The little princess's identity was even more mysterious than he had expected. This also convinced Gu Yun that the emperor's excessive affection for the little princess was inextricably linked to her origins. And the woman in white who accompanies the little princess. Who is she? Gu Yun pressed on. At this, Eunuch Wei revealed a mysterious smile. Has your Sixth Highness heard of the 4 great sword immortals of the great Yin dynasty? Who does not know the fame of the 4 sword immortals? What does that have to do with that woman? Wait, could it be? As if a thought struck him, Gu Yun's pupils dilated slightly, and surprise and disbelief spread across his face. It seems your Sixth Highness has already guessed. Indeed, that woman in white is the most mysterious among the 4 sword immortals, and the only female sword immortal. She is known as the Cold Moon Sword Immortal. Hearing Eunuch Wei's words, astonishment once again appeared on Gu Yun's face. The little princess was already a mystery, but he had never imagined that the woman in white by her side was equally enigmatic. Had Eunuch Wei not reminded him, he would never have realized that he had just passed within touching distance of a sword immortal. The 4 great sword immortals were hailed as the 4 most powerful swordsmen in the great Yin dynasty. Within the same realm, each of them possessed the terrifying combat prowess to fight 10 opponents single-handedly. No wonder information about that female sword immortal among the 4 is so scarce. Who would have thought she was hiding in the imperial palace of the capital? Gu Yun shook his head and turned to continue walking in the direction of departure. In the span of less than a quarter of an hour, he had absorbed a flood of information. It had to be said, this was the capital, this was the palace. Such explosive revelations one after another could only be encountered in the capital. After a brief moment, Gu Yun led Su Ro out of the palace. Eunuch Wei saw Gu Yun out of the palace, and then turned back to the imperial study. Part of the return path did not pass through the bustling districts. Thus, aside from a few scattered lanterns hanging nearby, barely a soul was in sight. The night was dark and the wind high, with all sounds hushed. Gu Yun strolled through the silent darkness, showing not a trace of fear. Behind him, Su Ro remained calm, as if long accustomed to walking in the night. Suddenly both stopped in their tracks, and without a word turned their gazes to the same direction. Su Ro flashed and appeared before Gu Yun. Her right hand gently grasped the sword hilt, her gaze icy cold as she stared intently into the darkness. A glint of sharp light flickered in Gu Yun's eyes, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Since you're here, show yourselves. Several breaths later, 7 or 8 figures emerged from the darkness. They were clad in black night robes, their heads and faces wrapped in layers of black cloth. Only their eyes were visible, burning with a fierce gaze fixed on Gu Yun and the other person. Facing these hostile black-clad figures, Gu Yun showed no sign of panic or tension. Instead, he remained perfectly calm. It seemed he was not at all surprised by their appearance. Who sent you? Gu Yun asked indifferently. The leader of the black-clad men narrowed his eyes, a flicker of surprise at Gu Yun's reaction. Yet he did not dwell on it. After all, he had come with a purpose. Slowly raising his right hand, he made a simple gesture without uttering a single word. The next moment, the dozen black-clad men behind him split into 2 groups. Seeing this, Gu Yun shook his head slowly. He lifted his left hand and placed it on Su Ro's shoulder. Then with a light movement of his fingers, he tapped rhythmically a few times. Su Ro was startled for a moment, but quickly regained her composure. Attack! At that instant, the black-clad men opposite launched their assault. The leader led one group charging straight at Su Ro, who stood in front. In that split second, an astonishing aura burst forth from the leader, surpassing the peak of the Vajra realm at the 12th level, yet not reaching the 13th level. Half-step Daoxian. Be careful, Gu Yun warned in a low voice. Su Ro nodded, then stepped forward to meet the black-clad man at the half-step Daoxian realm. The moment Su Ro left Gu Yun's side, the other group of black-clad men, who had remained motionless, instantly dashed from their positions. Their target was Gu Yun. Gu Yun's gaze swept quickly over the black-clad men charging toward him. Apart from one grandmaster, the rest were all at the master realm. Clearly they had come prepared. Who could it be? The second prince. Gu Yun murmured to himself, not paying much attention to the approaching black-clad men. If anyone was most likely to send men to ambush him, so eagerly Gu Yun could only think of the second prince. After all, the daughter of the Marquis of Wuwei was the second prince's concubine. Having just destroyed the Marquis of Wuwei's mansion, the one who most wanted him dead now was naturally the Marquis's daughter. And the second prince was inevitably involved. While he was pondering, the black-clad man had already reached Gu Yun. Seeing this, Gu Yun had no choice but to set aside his thoughts and focus on the immediate threat. Without hesitation, he released the peak aura of the master realm, radiating it outward in all directions. Bang! In a single exchange, 2 black-clad men were sent flying backward. How is this possible? The grandmaster among them widened his eyes, disbelief flooding his gaze. The peak aura of the master realm was in no way inferior to his own as a grandmaster. Gu Yun's terrifying strength truly startled him. Before coming, someone had told him that Gu Yun's strength might be unusual, but he never expected it to be this extraordinary. If he had been a moment slower, he, the grandmaster, would have been the one sent flying. Fighting me, and still daring to be distracted. Gu Yun sneered. With a few punches, 4 or 5 more black-clad men were sent flying dozens of meters away. In just a few breaths, only the grandmaster remained among those who had attacked Gu Yun. How can a mere master be this strong? The grandmaster's pupils contracted as he asked in shock. Gu Yun twisted his neck, a hint of a wicked smile on his lips. It's not that I'm strong, but it's that you're too weak. In truth, Gu Yun was being too modest. If he wished, he could instantly kill the grandmaster before him with just a single glance. Yet he did not do so, because he knew very well the purpose of these black-clad men's appearance. Sometimes the living are far more valuable than the dead. I don't believe it. I, a dignified grandmaster, how could I lose to a mere master realm? Enraged, the black-clad man charged at Gu Yun, his eyes bloodshot. Fists as big as sandbags flew toward Gu Yun like shooting stars. Thump, thump, thump. Gu Yun did not retreat. He punched back, decisively, engaging in a raw contest of strength with the black-clad man. Puffed. After exchanging dozens of blows, Gu Yun finally seized an opening and drove his fist into the black-clad man's chest. The black-clad man endured the excruciating pain and swung his leg in a roundhouse kick aimed at Gu Yun's temple. Bang! At the critical moment, Gu Yun pulled back his arm to defend. The kick landed heavily on his forearm, sending him staggering back 10 steps. A trickle of crimson blood slowly seeped from the corner of Gu Yun's mouth. Even his aura began to show a hint of instability. Seeing this, the black-clad man finally allowed a trace of smugness to appear on his face. I thought you were something special, but it seems you're nothing much. I'll remember this punch. One day I will repay it tenfold. The black-clad man left a harsh threat, then turned and fled without looking back. Meanwhile, 100 meters away, only the half-step Daoxian black-clad man remained alive among the group that had surrounded Su Ro. Similar to Gu Yun, Su Ro also had blood at the corner of her mouth, and her aura was equally unstable. The half-step Daoxian black-clad man opposite her was also bearing several wounds. However, those injuries were merely superficial and almost negligible. A Vajra realm cultivator, yet you managed to wound me. Your swordsmanship is quite impressive. If we were on the same level, I would certainly be no match for you. The black-clad man spoke calmly, making no further move to attack. But Su Ro could not be bothered to listen to his chatter. She raised her sword and slashed. A smirk tugged at the corner of the black-clad man's mouth as he flashed backward, retreating 10 meters. After a deep glance at Su Ro, he turned without hesitation and vanished into the darkness. Only after she could no longer sense the black-clad man's presence did Su Ro sheath her long sword and wipe the blood from her lips. Her aura instantly recovered, showing no signs of injury or instability. By this time, Gu Yun had also arrived beside Su Ro. Like her, his aura had returned to a steady state with no trace of having been injured at all. Nice acting. You weren't bad either, my lord. Heh. They exchanged a knowing smile, a glint of cunning flashing in their eyes. Clearly they had been putting on a show all along without even exerting a fraction of their true strength. Otherwise, those black-clad men would not have lasted 3 breaths before Su Ro would have cut them down with a single sword stroke. My lord, how did you know they were here to test us, not to kill us? On the way back, Su Ro asked curiously. If Gu Yun had not warned her from the start, she would not have played along with the act. Gu Yun smiled as if he had long anticipated Su Ro's question. In the imperial capital within the royal family, there is one rule that must never be broken. A rule? What is it? That is, no matter how great the enmity, members of the royal family are forbidden from killing each other in the capital. Even if not personally acting, it is still forbidden. Therefore, even if my so-called good brothers hate me to the core, they dare not slay me within the capital. Gu Yun's reply left Su Ro both surprised and taken aback. She had assumed that the several princes of the Dian dynasty would stop at nothing to eliminate their rivals for the throne. Yet she learned for the first time that such an unspoken rule existed in the capital. Then if the princes never leave the capital, wouldn't they be powerless against each other? Su Ro asked in confusion. Hearing this, Gu Yun stroked his chin, his eyes darting. The struggle for the throne is not as simple as you sending assassins and me sending assassins. The Dian dynasty comprises not only the imperial family, but also many other powers. For instance, the ancient aristocratic families and the old sect forces. These families and sects always participate in the throne struggle in various guises. The real trouble is not the princes themselves. Rather, it is the forces behind them. Of course, I am an exception. Behind me there is neither family support nor sect backing. Not even a single high-ranking official of the Dian dynasty. Gu Yun sighed, feeling that he still had a long way to go. At least for now, he could not confront the 5 princes head-on. What he needed to do was to develop himself while finding ways to weaken the forces behind them. Only then could he single-handedly eliminate all 5 rivals. This was easier said than done. One misstep could cost him his life. Yet Gu Yun was confident in himself. After all, he was a man with a cheat. Su Ro felt dizzy. She suddenly realized that being a prince was not as wonderful as she had imagined. At least she didn't have to deal with scheming and deceit. All she had to do was obey Gu Yun's orders. How simple and brainless. According to what you said, my lord, to deal with the 5 princes, we should first find some allies. But the capital is vast, who would be willing to help us? Su Ro murmured, lowering her head in thought. Gu Yun looked up at the starry sky, a deep expression on his face. No one will choose to help me. Perhaps. Su Ro turned to look at Gu Yun, curiosity in her eyes. Perhaps what? Perhaps someone might be willing to help me, who knows? Who? The Duke of Zhan. At the 6th prince's residence, Gu Yun and Su Ro returned safely. But as soon as they entered, the faint scent of blood in the air immediately put them on alert. Without hesitation, they followed the source of the blood. In the backyard, they found a row of neatly arranged corpses of black-clad men. A total of 5 bodies. My lord, you're back. Just as Gu Yun was wondering about these black-clad men, Xiao Zhao ran out of the hall, beaming with joy. Did you do this? Gu Yun pointed at the bodies on the ground. Xiao Zhao glanced at the corpses and nodded. What exactly happened? Gu Yun asked. Xiao Zhao's eyes darted, then she spoke. Not long after you left, a group of black-clad men sneaked into the residence. There were 6 of them. One was a Vajra. Well, a bit stronger than the Vajra realm, but not yet at the Daoxian realm. The other 5 were all grandmasters. Then I fought them. Gu Yun stroked his chin, puzzled. There are only 5 bodies here. Where is the 6th? Xiao Zhao pouted. I couldn't beat him, so I let him go. Hearing this, Gu Yun and Su Ro exchanged glances, speechless. You couldn't beat a Vajra realm. Tell the truth. Gu Yun gave Xiao Zhao a skeptical look, clearly not believing her nonsense. You're as sharp as ever, my lord. You saw through my lie at once. Nonsense, don't I know your strength? Actually I let him go on purpose. At these words, Gu Yun gave Xiao Zhao a deep look, his face showing disbelief. Even Su Ro stared at Xiao Zhao in astonishment, as if seeing her for the first time. Oh, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Seeing the strange expressions, Xiao Zhao thought she might have dirt on her face. But after feeling her face, she found nothing. For a moment she was puzzled and confused. Tell me, why did you deliberately let him go? Gu Yun asked curiously. He knew Xiao Zhao's temperament too well, so he found it hard to believe that she had intentionally let the black-clad man escape. In his view, Xiao Zhao simply didn't have the brains to consider such things. I just noticed that from the start that guy never used his full strength. Moreover, his attacks looked fierce, but there was no killing intent at all. It was as if he was deliberately testing my abilities. So I played along, and only revealed the strength of a Vajra realm peak. As a result, after taking one of my whip strikes, he inexplicably ran away. Though she found it odd, Xiao Zhao honestly told Gu Yun why she had let the man go. After hearing this, Gu Yun had a clear picture. It seems they are working together. I'm curious what will they do after gauging our strength. Gu Yun murmured to himself, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of his lips. Beside him, Xiao Zhao scratched her head, looking confused. Working together. Do you know who these black-clad men are, my lord? Gu Yun shook his head with a light laugh and turned to walk toward the hall. Hey, why did my lord shake his head? What does that mean? Su Ro, do you know? Xiao Zhao grew even more bewildered and turned to Su Ro. Unexpectedly, Su Ro imitated Gu Yun and also shook her head. Then without a word she likewise turned and walked toward the hall. Xiao Zhao stood frozen, her face darkening. Is this fun? Huh? Are you treating me like an idiot? No, she wasn't stupid. In the hall, Gu Yun sat in the main seat, sipping freshly brewed hot tea. My lord, the sword demon has news. Su Ro left for a moment and returned with a note in her hand. Gu Yun set down his teacup and looked up at Su Ro. How is it? Su Ro unfolded the note and glanced over it quickly. The sword demon said that the task you assigned him has been completed. The branch of the Rakshasa Hall in Lizho is no more. Moreover, he encountered one of the 10 kings of the Rakshasa Hall. Gu Yun's interest was piqued, and he couldn't help asking, are the 10 kings strong? Su Ro paused. The sword demon said they were very weak, couldn't even withstand a single strike from him. Ha ha ha. Gu Yun was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. It seems the sword demon has grown even stronger than before. Perhaps he'll soon take that step. The more powerful the sword demon became, the more delighted Gu Yun was. After all, to contend with the 5 great princes, he needed a transcendent powerhouse like a land immortal to stand behind him. And one alone was not enough. Otherwise, no matter how brilliant his schemes or meticulous his methods, all would be futile in the face of absolute power. My lord, since the sword demon has grown so strong, those two, have they perhaps already? Unfortunately, it's been a long time since they last sent word. We don't even know where they are now. Su Ro spoke. As one close to Gu Yun, she naturally knew about the 10 shadows of the Black and White Tower. The sword demon ranked 3rd among the 10 shadows. If the sword demon could easily slay one of the 10 kings of the Rakshasa Hall, then the 2 ranked above him must be even more terrifyingly powerful. It was even possible that they had already walked ahead of the sword demon and successfully taken that step. That realm, how could it be so easily reached? Among the billions of the Dayan Empire, only a handful have taken that step, no more than double digits. The odds are even lower than a pie falling from the sky. Those 2 must be seeking the opportunity for a breakthrough. Once they succeed, they will naturally return. Gu Yun spoke in a measured tone. He had great confidence in the 10 shadows, especially the 2 ranked above the sword demon. In his view, it was only a matter of time before they broke through to become land immortals. After all, the 10 shadows were the 10 individuals with the highest fortune he had encountered over the past decade. If even they couldn't break through, then those with lesser fortune had even less chance. The only thing he needed to do now was wait. It's getting late. Time to rest. I have to attend the morning court early tomorrow. After finishing the last sip of tea, Gu Yun rose and prepared to rest early. Only with a good rest could he have the full energy to deal with any unexpected situations that might arise. Instinct told Gu Yun that tomorrow's morning court would not go smoothly. Leaving the hall, Gu Yun went to his own room. Seeing the room spotlessly clean, Gu Yun nodded with satisfaction. He turned around to close the door, only to find Su Ro and Xiao Zhao also in the room. Why haven't you left yet? Gu Yun asked in confusion. Su Ro said seriously, my lord, I've decided to sleep in the same room with you tonight. Moi. Gu Yun frowned slightly. What do you mean? Su Ro continued. Those black-clad men suddenly appeared tonight. Although they were weak, there's no guarantee they won't strike again. For your safety, my lord, it's more prudent for us to sleep in the same room. If they attack in the dead of night, I can detect it immediately and protect you. Listening to Su Ro's explanation, Gu Yun found it seemed reasonable. And you? Su Ro is staying to protect me. Why aren't you leaving? Gu Yun turned to look at Xiao Zhao, who was sitting on a stool nearby, and asked. Xiao Zhao stood up abruptly, her small face full of seriousness. Sister Su Ro protects you, my lord, and I protect Sister Su Ro. She even nodded to emphasize she wasn't joking. Gu Yun was speechless. His mouth twitched, and he was utterly dumbfounded. Good grief, are you two playing Matryoshka? He sighed helplessly. But there's only one bed. I can sleep on the floor, Su Ro replied immediately. Xiao Zhao's eyes darted, then she glanced at the large bed. The next moment, a mischievous expression crossed her face. Since Sister Su Ro is taking the floor, I'll make a sacrifice and squeeze in with you, my lord, on the bed. Hearing this, Su Ro's face darkened instantly. I've changed my mind. You take the floor. I'll squeeze in with the lord. Oh, how can that be? I don't agree. The floor is cold and hard. I'm not sleeping there. Then you can leave and sleep in another room. I refuse. Sleeping alone is terrifying. I won't do it. Then you take the floor. No. The two bickered, neither willing to give an inch. Beside them, Gu Yun rubbed his forehead in exasperation. All right, stop arguing. 3 of us can squeeze onto one bed. It's big enough. In the end, unable to bear the quarrel, Gu Yun let them both sleep on the bed. That night was destined to be cramped. The next morning, the sun rose, and Gu Yun got up from the bed dressed. Su Ro and Xiao Zhao also awakened one after another. All 3 looked refreshed, clearly having slept well. When we go to court later, Su Ro, you'll accompany me to the imperial palace. As for Xiao Zhao, go to the market and hire a few maidservants. Make sure to pick those with clean backgrounds and diligent hands. From now on, minor chores like cleaning the mansion will be handled by these maids. Gu Yun looked at the two women on the bed and spoke. Su Ro nodded, then got out of bed and began to dress. Xiao Zhao smiled and patted her chest. No problem. Leave this little matter to me. I'll handle it perfectly. Gu Yun nodded and said no more. Although Xiao Zhao seemed a bit unreliable, she never let him down when entrusted with a task. A moment later, Gu Yun led Su Ro out of the room. There was less than half an hour before court began, so they needed to head to the palace immediately. As for Xiao Zhao, she planned to sleep a bit longer before going to the market to choose a few maidservants. On the way to the palace, Gu Yun saw many figures in official robes. Like him, these people were also heading to the morning court. Among them, some had already noticed Gu Yun. To these officials of the Dian Empire, Gu Yun's appearance was undoubtedly striking. After all, a prince who had left the capital for 10 years had suddenly returned. It was naturally impossible not to be curious about the reason. Regarding Gu Yun's return due to a marriage contract, besides the emperor and his trusted confidants, only the princes and a few high-ranking nobles like the Duke of Jingwen knew about it. In total, it was about 10 people. The others were not qualified to know such important news in advance. Amid the gazes of these curious officials, Gu Yun suddenly sensed a very piercing stare. He immediately turned his head in that direction. Soon he made out the person's appearance. However, Gu Yun only glanced at him before shifting his gaze to another person. Second prince. He never expected such a coincidence, encountering his good second brother on the road, the second prince of the Dian dynasty. As for that piercing gaze, just now it came from a woman beside the second prince. This woman was none other than the second prince's concubine, Lu Qingxue. She was also the daughter of the Marquis of Wu Wei. At this moment, she was glaring at Gu Yun in the distance, her eyes filled with hatred, wishing she could eat his flesh and drink his blood. If not for Gu Yun, her younger brother Lu Hong would not have died. If not for Gu Yun, her father and everyone in the Marquis of Wu Wei's residence would not have perished without a trace. The entire Lu family vanished from the capital in just one day, and she was the last and only survivor of the Lu family. Because of this, Lu Qingxue's heart was filled with hatred and murderous intent toward Gu Yun. If she had the ability, she would have already rushed forward to avenge the entire Lu family. As if sensing something, the second prince stopped and turned to look in a certain direction. Unsurprisingly, he saw Gu Yun looking back at him. For a moment, the two gazed at each other from hundreds of meters apart, as if assessing each other. Both Gu Yun and the second prince did so. Although it was their first meeting in 10 years, their faces were remarkably calm. In this first encounter, neither had gained the upper hand. After a moment, a faint smile suddenly appeared at the corner of the second prince's mouth. He nodded toward Gu Yun in the distance, then withdrew his gaze and continued walking toward the imperial palace. Lu Qingxue, standing beside him, had no choice but to retract her hateful gaze and quickly follow the second prince. Watching their retreating figures, Gu Yun's lips curled into a slight arc and a flicker of strangeness passed through his eyes. Interesting. I thought he would show an expression of extreme hatred toward me. I underestimated him. No, to be precise, these princes are no simple figures. Things are becoming more and more intriguing, Gu Yun murmured to himself. During that exchange of glances, although the second prince appeared calm, Gu Yun still detected the faint disgust lurking in the depths of his eyes. Yet despite such deep-seated aversion, the second prince ultimately wore a genial smile. An ordinary person might foolishly believe that the second prince was a kind-hearted man, a loving elder brother. Only Gu Yun knew clearly that not a single one of his 5 elder brothers wished for him to live. He had understood this truth 10 years ago. The imperial palace. As time passed, more and more people arrived at the Golden Throne Hall. At the entrance stood several figures. They were none other than Gu Yun's elder brothers, the 5 princes of the Dian dynasty. Ordinarily, they would exchange a brief greeting and then enter the hall separately. But today they did not. It seemed they were waiting for someone. Before long, Gu Yun appeared before the Golden Throne Hall. Except for the second prince, the other 4 princes immediately turned their gazes toward Gu Yun. They had not seen their younger brother in 10 years. Yet their hearts held no joy, only intense aversion. In their eyes, Gu Yun, the prince born of a lowly concubine, was unworthy of being called their brother. Of course, despite their inner loathing, their faces brimmed with smiles of reunion after a long separation. It seemed as though they were all genuinely concerned about how Gu Yun had fared over the years. Gu Yun, observing the 5 princes standing at the palace entrance, walked toward them with a natural expression. When Gu Yun reached them, the first prince stepped forward, a faint smile on his lips. 6th brother, 10 years have passed. Do you still remember me? Looking at the gentle-faced first prince, Gu Yun also smiled. What are you saying, eldest brother? We are brothers bound by blood. Even if 100 years passed, I would never forget you. Ha ha ha. The first prince burst into hearty laughter, gently patting Gu Yun's shoulder. 6th brother has grown up. As your eldest brother, I am truly gratified. By the way, how have you been these past 10 years in the desolate lands? Thank you for your concern, eldest brother. These years have not been particularly good, but not too bad either. Haha, is that so? Then you should stay in the capital for a while this time, rest, and enjoy yourself. After all, how could the desolate lands compare to the comforts of this capital treasure? How about this? Do you have time tonight? We brothers haven't had a proper reunion in over 10 years. Let's seize this rare opportunity. I'll play host and prepare a fine feast at Drunken Immortal Pavilion to welcome you. Sixth brother, you wouldn't refuse your eldest brother, would you? The first prince exuded enthusiasm, as if he genuinely wished to have a good gathering with Gu Yun. However, Gu Yun knew all too well. This so-called welcome banquet was nothing more than a Hongmen feast in disguise. Gu Yun curled his lips and smiled. Since eldest brother has spoken, I, as your younger brother, naturally cannot let you down. Tonight, I will keep my appointment at Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Seeing Gu Yun accept the invitation, the first prince's eyes gleamed with deep satisfaction. He patted Gu Yun's shoulder once more, wearing an immensely gratified smile. Good. Splendid. It's settled then. Not only sixth brother, but all of you must come. If anyone dares to miss welcoming sixth brother, don't blame me, your eldest brother, for being angry. The second prince and the others quickly nodded in response. In truth, even if the first prince hadn't said it, they would certainly attend as long as Gu Yun dared to go to Drunken Immortal Pavilion. After all, this was a rare opportunity to test Gu Yun. Perhaps they might even witness a grand spectacle. After the first prince, the third prince also stepped forward to stand before Gu Yun. The third prince looked at Gu Yun, then shook his head and sighed. Alas, sixth brother, your return should be a joyous occasion. But how could you be so impulsive? Gu Yun feigned confusion. What does third brother mean by that? You don't know, the third prince asked in return. Gu Yun shook his head, his expression so vivid that no flaw could be detected. This performance not only made the third prince, but also the first prince and the others furrow their brows slightly. For a moment, they could not tell whether Gu Yun was truly ignorant or merely pretending. The third prince paused, then reminded, you killed the son of the Marquis of Wu Wei, didn't you? Gu Yun looked puzzled. The son of the Marquis of Wu Wei. Who was that? When did I kill him? At this moment, the third prince's expression froze completely, and he barely restrained himself from cursing aloud. Killed yesterday, forgotten by this morning. Who would believe that? It was the man you killed at the city gate when you returned yesterday. Oh, so it was him. Was he the son of Marquis Wu Wei? I thought he was just some street ruffian. Gu Yun said casually, as if the incident yesterday had nothing to do with him. A flicker of surprise crossed the third prince's eyes. He hadn't expected Gu Yun to remain so composed. Don't you know that man was the son of Marquis Wu Wei? The third prince asked calmly. Gu Yun shook his head decisively. No, I didn't. Then why did you slaughter the entire household of the Marquis Wu Wei mansion? And then set a great fire, burning the Marquis Wu Wei mansion to the ground? What explanation do you have for that? The third prince pressed on. Clearly he didn't believe that Gu Yun didn't know the son of Marquis Wu Wei. If he didn't know him, how could he have committed such a horrific act as destroying the Marquis Wu Wei mansion? Gu Yun's eyes darted, and then he suddenly put on a shocked expression. What? It was the Marquis Wu Wei mansion. I had no idea. Watching Gu Yun's exaggerated expression, the five princes were momentarily stunned, unable to react. Wait, did they think they could be fooled so easily? The third prince couldn't hold back any longer and roared, sixth brother, stop pretending. You faking not knowing the son of Marquis Wu Wei is one thing. But the Marquis Wu Wei mansion is such a huge place. How could you not know? Or are you trying to use this lowly tactic of pretending ignorance to lighten father's punishment? If that's what you think, I advise you to give up right now. Marquis Wu Wei was a loyal minister of our Dian dynasty who rendered great service. You killed his entire family. Father will never let you off lightly. The only thing you can do is to admit your guilt voluntarily. Perhaps considering your status, father might reduce the punishment. Nearby, the first prince also chimed in, sixth brother, your third brother is right. No matter what, killing Marquis Wu Wei was wrong. Even if you are a prince, you cannot act recklessly in the capital. If we all followed your example, killing one marquis today and another tomorrow, how could the Dian dynasty continue to exist? Father didn't immediately order you thrown into death row. He's giving you a chance to confess voluntarily. After all, you are still a prince. If you confess, father will surely be lenient and spare your life. Otherwise, alas. You should know father's temper better than we do. Back when you were 8, he sent you to the barbaric wastelands. Father's heart has always been that cold. It's possible you might really lose your life over this. Your eldest brother advises you. Confessing voluntarily is your only option. After this earnest persuasion, the first prince's voice was full of emotion. The other princes also nodded in agreement. The third prince sneered, sixth brother, now you know why I spoke so much to you. I was kindly concerned, yet you pretend not to know this one and that one. What do you think I was trying to harm you? Gu Yun watched the third prince's performance and found it utterly ridiculous. Concerned for him. That was the funniest joke Gu Yun had heard in 10 years. Now he finally understood why the five princes were waiting for him here. The greetings were a facade. The real purpose was a Hongmen banquet and forcing him to confess. Gu Yun fully understood the prince's intentions. The Hongmen banquet was to test his depths. Forcing him to confess was to strip him of all dignity before the emperor and the court. Likewise, it would almost certainly mean Gu Yun would lose the chance to compete for the next throne. After all, a prince who confessed voluntarily was not fit to become the future emperor of the Dian dynasty. Gu Yun sneered and stopped pretending. Looking at the third prince with contempt, he said calmly, "And if I don't confess, what then?" The third prince was taken aback. He hadn't expected Gu Yun to ask such a question, nor had he anticipated such a disdainful look from him. In an instant, an inexplicable fury surged within him. "If you don't confess, then await father's severe punishment. If you're lucky, you'll be stationed in the barbaric wastelands for life. If you're unlucky, you'll be executed in autumn." The third prince replied coldly, his eyes icy, and his tone laced with schadenfreude. Since Gu Yun had dropped the act, he too saw no need to continue. "Heh." Gu Yun smiled, revealing a mysterious expression. "In that case, third brother, do you dare to make a bet with me?" "A bet?" The third prince frowned. "What bet?" "Simple, we bet on whether father will punish me if I don't confess," Gu Yun said calmly. The third prince didn't answer immediately, but pondered. He couldn't understand why Gu Yun would suddenly propose a bet. Was it random, or did he have an ulterior motive? "What is third brother afraid to bet with me? If not, then forget it. Pretend I never said anything." Seeing the third prince remain silent, Gu Yun put on a sneer and turned to enter the hall. At this sight, the third prince exploded. It had always been him looking down on Gu Yun, never the other way around. "Wait, I'll bet with you. Tell me, how do you want to bet?" Seeing Gu Yun about to leave, the third prince immediately called out. Though he didn't know what Gu Yun was up to, he wouldn't pass up an opportunity handed to him. Gu Yun stopped, turned back, and walked to the third prince. "It's simple. We bet on whether father will punish me in today's morning court. If he punishes me, you win. On the other hand, if he doesn't, I win. Of course, since it's a bet, there should be a little stake. If you win, I'll give you 10,000 gold coins. Similarly, if I win, you give me 10,000 gold coins. Third brother, what do you think of this wager?" Gu Yun said unhurriedly. The third prince's lips curled up. "Fine. Let's bet as you said. But I can produce 10,000 gold coins. Do you have that much money? After all, 10,000 gold coins is no small sum. Even as a prince, the monthly stipend is only 300 to 400 gold coins. And you, sixth brother, as I recall, father hasn't granted you any stipend. For you, 10,000 gold coins should be an astronomical amount, right? In the Dayan dynasty, the everyday currency was silver coins. Gold coins were used only by nobles or those of high status. 1 gold coin equaled 1,000 silver coins. For an ordinary person, 10,000 gold coins would last a lifetime. Therefore, the third prince didn't believe that Gu Yun, who had spent 10 years in the barbaric wastelands, could have that many gold coins. The barbarian wasteland was notoriously barren. Even merchants rarely ventured there, for trade for the land was not only devoid of resources, but also fraught with peril. Doing business there was not only likely to incur losses, but also to cost one's life. Gu Yun chuckled softly, then unclasped the storage pouch from his waist, tilting its opening downward. With a cascade of clinking sounds, gold coins poured forth from the pouch in Gu Yun's hand, much to the third prince's astonishment. Before long, a small mound of gold coins had formed before the third prince. Nearby, the eldest prince and the others wore expressions of sheer shock and awe. They had never imagined that Gu Yun would possess such a vast fortune. At that moment, there were at least 100,000 gold coins on the ground. This far exceeded the 10,000 mark. Even for the 5 princes, it would take half a day to gather such a sum. "Third brother, do you think these gold coins of mine are enough?" Gu Yun asked with a smile, looking at the now silent third prince. To the third prince, the smile on Gu Yun's face was nothing short of a merciless taunt. Yet he could find no retort, for he could not produce such a quantity of gold coins on the spot. After a moment, Gu Yun collected all the gold coins from the ground back into his storage pouch. At that moment, the third prince ceased to doubt Gu Yun's ability to produce 10,000 gold coins. Ahem, he cleared his throat. "I never imagined that in 10 years in the barbarian wasteland, you, sixth brother, could amass such a fortune. It seems you are not short of gold. Would you mind if I, your eldest brother, also joined the bet?" The eldest prince suddenly spoke up from the side. Hearing this, Gu Yun's lips curled into a faint smile. "Of course I don't mind. Since eldest brother wishes to bet, let it be the same as third brother's. The terms remain unchanged. If I lose, I pay each of you 10,000 gold coins. If I win, each of you pays me 10,000 gold coins." A cold sneer crossed Gu Yun's mind. Why would he refuse the eldest prince's offer to hand him gold? "We wish to bet too." "Easy enough. As long as each of you puts up 10,000 gold coins, you may all join. There is no limit on the number of participants." In no time, the remaining princes also chose to join the wager. In their eyes, Gu Yun's punishment was a foregone conclusion. Such a windfall handed to them on a silver platter was not to be refused. Clearly, the 5 princes all regarded Gu Yun as a bringer of fortune. Coincidentally, Gu Yun considered them the same. At that moment, 2 figures approached from afar, arriving at the palace hall's entrance. The 5 princes were startled at the sight of the newcomers. Without hesitation, they bowed respectfully in their direction. "Greetings to the little princess. Greetings to Senior Lingyue." As Gu Yun had his back to them, it was only when the 5 princes spoke that he realized the little princess and Lingyue, the sword immortal, were standing behind him. To Gu Yun's astonishment, the 5 princes showed such profound deference to the little princess as if they were in the emperor's presence. This was unexpected. Gu Yun turned and bowed, saying, "Greetings to the little princess, greetings to Senior Lingyue." Unlike the 5 princes, his greeting was merely courteous, delivered with neither subservience nor arrogance. This contrasted sharply with the behavior of the 5 princes. This fool! How dare he show such disrespect to the little princess and Senior Linua? He's only just returned and doesn't know how terrifying they can be. Now he's done for. Even if the emperor comes, he won't be spared. Haha. The 3rd prince's head lowered, sneered inwardly, a gloating expression on his face. He had been looking for a way to make Gu Yun disappear forever. Now it seemed he wouldn't need to act personally. The other princes harbored the same thoughts. Gu Yun was unaware of the little princess's fearsome nature, but they who had always been in the capital knew it all too well. For the little princess, killing someone was as simple as uttering a word. She didn't need to lift a finger, nor did she worry about any consequences. Even as princes, they did not possess such power. The little princess raised her head, gazing at Gu Yun before her, her lively eyes seemingly lost in thought. As for the 5 princes beside her, she didn't spare them a glance, as if they were invisible. Oh, I remember now. The little princess suddenly raised her right hand, pointing at Gu Yun. Didn't we meet last night? Gu Yun was taken aback, not expecting such a question. But he quickly recovered and nodded. The little princess has a good memory. We did meet briefly before the imperial study last night. However, you didn't speak to me then. The little princess nodded noncommittally, her twin ponytails swaying with emotion. Who are you? She asked. Why are you with them? And I saw you laughing and talking with them just now. Were you discussing something interesting and fun? The little princess inquired curiously, a hint of anticipation on her small face. Gu Yun was momentarily at a loss for words. Just then the 3rd prince lifted his head, a broad smile on his face, and interjected. Little princess, we were just placing a bet. The little princess raised an eyebrow. A bet? Yes, we were betting. On what? Oh, it was like this. We were betting on whether our 6th brother would be punished by the emperor. He said he wouldn't be, while we believed he would. And the loser would pay the winner 10,000 gold coins. The 3rd prince recounted the incident truthfully, his sole purpose being to curry favor with the little princess. Gaining her goodwill could prove invaluable in his future bid for the throne. 6th brother. Punishment. 10,000 gold coins. The little princess murmured to herself. Suddenly an idea seemed to strike her, and her eyes lit up. So you're the 6th prince Gu Yun, who was sent to the barbarian wasteland by the emperor for 10 years. Gu Yun nodded, not denying it. Seeing this, the little princess's face broke into a delighted smile, as if she had discovered a remarkable treasure. She looked up at Gu Yun, her eyes brimming with curiosity, and eagerly asked, Is the barbarian wasteland fun? Are there any interesting places there? I've heard there are all sorts of demonic beasts there. Is that true? For the little princess, who had never left the capital, the most fascinating places were those beyond its walls. She had long heard of Gu Yun, who had been sent to guard the barbarian Great Wall in the wasteland. That was why she immediately bombarded him with so many questions about the barbarian wasteland. Gu Yun was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected the little princess, whose status in the capital was nearly equal to the emperor's, to be so curious about the barbarian wasteland. After all, others spoke of the barbarian wasteland with fear, wanting nothing more than to escape it at the first opportunity. To most, it was little different from hell. Especially the barbarian Great Wall. There thousands of lives were lost every day. The very air was thick with a pungent, bloody stench tinged with decay. That was precisely why everyone believed Gu Yun would die when he was sent to the barbarian wasteland. Gu Yun slowly shook his head, his expression grave as he spoke. The wildlands are not fun at all. There is nothing interesting there, only endless slaughter and death. There are indeed many demonic beasts there, and very dangerous ones at that. Upon hearing this, the little princess's face showed no significant change in emotion. She had heard countless tales of the wildlands' horrors. Yet even so, she remained filled with curiosity about that desolate realm. Add me to that bet of yours. But if I win, I don't want your gold coins. I only want you to tell me everything you know about the wildlands. The little princess suddenly spoke, her gaze utterly serious. This unexpected turn caught not only Gu Yun off guard. The 5 elder princes beside him were equally taken aback. Gu Yun hesitated for a moment, then nodded gently. Agreed. But if I win, I won't take your gold coins either. Then what do you want? The little princess asked, puzzled. A faint smile curled at the corner of Gu Yun's lips. I want you to promise me one thing. This matter will not exceed your capabilities, nor violate any moral boundaries. The little princess paused. Very well, I agree. After a brief moment of thought, she gave her consent without hesitation. Hearing this, Gu Yun broke into a joyful smile. Beside them, the 5 elder princes, though inwardly displeased, said nothing. Firstly, it was the little princess's own wish, and they had no authority over it. Secondly, in their eyes, Gu Yun was destined to lose this bet. Thus, even if the little princess agreed to Gu Yun's terms, it would do no real harm. I'll go in first. Remember our bet. If you dare to go back on your word, I'll tell father. With that, the little princess lingered no longer and skipped lightly into the golden throne hall. Behind her, the silent moon sword immortal, who had not spoken a word, quickly followed. From beginning to end, her gaze remained fixed solely on the little princess. She did not spare a single glance at the 6 princes beside her. Tsk tisk. 6th brother, you're doomed this time. But for the sake of 10,000 gold coins. If father's punishment is too severe, I can plead for leniency on your behalf. Ha ha ha. The third prince let out a cold laugh, then turned and stepped into the golden throne hall. The other princes said no more. With less than half an incense stick's time before the morning court began, they needed to enter early and await the emperor's arrival. After the 5 princes had entered, a flicker of coldness flashed in Gu Yun's eyes. The show was about to begin. Inside the golden throne hall, the court officials had already taken their designated positions. Standing at the very front was a middle-aged man of honest and approachable demeanor. All the ministers looked at him with respect and reverence. Even the 5 elder princes were no exception. This man was the illustrious Duke Zhen of the Dian Imperial Court at Xinshana. Gu Yun walked slowly toward the position of the princes ahead. His gaze, however, deliberately drifted toward the Duke Zhen. He was not particularly familiar with the Duke Zhen, his future father-in-law and the pillar of the Dian dynasty. Before the age of 8, he had only met the Duke a few times. They had never exchanged a single word. Thus Gu Yun had no idea what the Duke Zhen thought of him. He did not expect the Duke to think highly of him. As long as he did not cause him trouble, like the 5 elder princes, Gu Yun would be content. If help came, so much the better, if not, he would not mind. The Duke Zhen seemed to sense the gaze from the side, and slowly turned his head. In that instant, his deep-set eyes met Gu Yun's. It was the first time they had faced each other directly in over a decade. After a few breaths, the Duke Zhen withdrew his gaze. Throughout the entire process, he showed no particular change in expression, not even a flicker in his eyes. Yet deep within his eyes, an image of Gu Yun as a child quietly surfaced. His Majesty the Emperor has arrived. Suddenly a call echoed through the hall. Immediately after, the Dian Emperor stepped out from behind the dragon throne. Long live the Emperor! Long live His Majesty! Below, all the ministers knelt in obeisance, their voices respectful and resonant. The Emperor seated himself on the dragon throne, lifted his head, and gazed down at the ministers with an air of majesty. Ministers, rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. The ministers rose from the ground and looked up at the Emperor on the throne. Beside the Emperor sat the little princess. Except for Gu Yun, everyone else had long grown accustomed to this sight. This was one of the reasons why the little princess was feared even by the princes in the capital. After all, aside from the reigning emperor, the little princess was the only person who could sit on the dragon throne without being punished. Eunuch Wei stepped forward. Ministers, if you have any matters to present, you may now step forward. Below, the second prince cast a glance at Lu Qingxue beside him. Lu Qingxue understood instantly, and without hesitation stepped into the center and knelt directly. Your Majesty, this commoner has a petition. The emperor looked blandly at Lu Qingxue, and kneeling on the ground, his expression unreadable. Granted. I beg Your Majesty to do justice for me. My father, my younger brother, and the entire Marquis Wu Wei household. Hundreds of lives. They died so unjustly. Lu Qingxue immediately slipped into character, striking her forehead heavily on the ground as she wept and wailed. Her words were filled with grievance, injustice, and profound sorrow. This performance by Lu Qingxue instantly sparked whispered discussions among many ministers. Many began to show sympathetic expressions. Consequently, the gazes directed at Gu Yun carried a hint of strangeness. The massacre of the Marquis Wu Wei household had already spread throughout the capital, since Gu Yun had not hidden his identity when he annihilated the Marquis Wu Wei estate. Now almost everyone knew that he was responsible for the deaths of hundreds in that household. In the eyes of many, Gu Yun was undoubtedly a bloodthirsty and violent man. Above, the emperor watched Lu Qingxue with an impassive face, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Suddenly, the emperor turned his head and looked at Gu Yun, who was standing to one side. Upon noticing the emperor's gaze fixed on him, a faint smile tugged at the corner of Gu Yun's mouth. He knew it was time for his entrance. Gu Yun walked to the front of Lu Qingxue, first bowing to the emperor above. Then he turned to face Lu Qingxue, who was still kneeling on the ground, a smile playing on his lips. Should I call you Miss Lu? Or second sister-in-law? Hearing Gu Yun's voice, Lu Qingxue slowly lifted her head. Her eyes were red-rimmed with traces of tears still wet at the corners. Staring at the mortal enemy who had slaughtered her entire family, she could not help clenching her fists, her teeth grinding audibly. Especially seeing that Gu Yun was still smiling, the fury and hatred within her surged to the forefront. My father served the great Yin dynasty with unwavering loyalty until his last breath. And yet, Your Highness the sixth prince, you cruelly slaughtered my entire family, hundreds of souls. I ask you, how did my Lu family ever offend you? Is it that in your eyes the merits of a great Yin dynasty hero can be erased at will and his life taken without consequence? Today it is my Lu family, tomorrow will it be the Li family, or the Zhao family? Can you in doing this face the great Yin dynasty, face His Majesty, and face the assembled civil and military officials? Oi! Lu Qingxue demanded coldly, her voice steeped in desolation and indignation, and even a hint of barely concealed murderous intent. The assembled ministers fell into silence. Lu Qingxue's words resonated with them. If Gu Yun could kill the Marquis of Military, might he could just as easily kill them. Thus how could they dare sleep at night? One blink of the eyes and this life might be over. The atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly oppressive. Though no one stepped forward to speak, there was no doubt that Gu Yun had, without anyone noticing, become the focal point of the entire assembly. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly several rounds of applause shattered the tension. All eyes turned to the source, and to their astonishment, it was Gu Yun himself clapping. Gu Yun remained calm and composed. He had not taken Lu Qingshua's accusations to heart at all. Eloquent speech. It's a pity you didn't pursue a career in theater. Your talent is wasted here. But don't think that the loudest cries and the longest speeches make you right. Gu Yun sneered, his mockery merciless. This woman was crying foul before even investigating the truth of the matter. Who was this act for? Still, it was understandable. After all, the conversation between Gu Yun and Lu Hong at the city gate had been witnessed only by the guards present. Others too far away knew nothing of the specifics. Moreover, the city gate commander Zhao Lei was secretly Gu Yun's man. Thus no one else knew that Lu Hong had falsely accused the imperial decree of being a forgery. Even the 5 princes were completely in the dark. They only knew that Lu Hong had stopped Gu Yun. A conflict had erupted, and then Lu Hong was suddenly killed. Had they pressed further, perhaps they might have uncovered clues. But as luck would have it, no sooner had Lu Hong died than the Marquis of Military Might's mansion was annihilated by Gu Yun. Consequently, everyone's attention was drawn to the destruction of the Marquis's estate. Gu Yun had acted so swiftly that even the 5 princes could not uncover the truth in a single day. What do you mean? Lu Qingxue sensed the implication in Gu Yun's words. Her brow furrowed. A sudden, inexplicable unease rose in her heart. Especially when she saw the cold smirk on Gu Yun's lips, her anxiety intensified. Gu Yun did not answer her question. In his eyes, Lu Qingxue was already a dead woman. Let me ask again. Should I call you Miss Lu or second sister-in-law? Gu Yun stared coldly at Lu Qingxue on the ground, his tone suddenly turning grave. This abrupt shift made Lu Qingxue realize something was terribly wrong. She lowered her head slowly, no longer daring to meet his gaze. Her clenched hands began to tremble uncontrollably. She sensed a powerful crisis but could not fathom its origin. At a loss, she turned to the second prince beside her. She wanted him to tell her what to do next. But the second prince was bowed and thought, his face etched with concern and confusion. Like Lu Qingxue, he too sensed something amiss. His mind raced, trying to find a clue in the events that had unfolded. Unbeknownst to him, beads of sweat had formed on his forehead. Seeing the second prince ignore her, Lu Qingxue was at a loss. What? Is my question so hard to answer? Or do you intend to keep His Majesty and all the ministers waiting indefinitely? Seeing Lu Qingxue remain silent, Gu Yun invoked the emperor. Originally, he had not planned to trouble her. After all, Lu Qingxue had married the second prince as a concubine, making her part of the Gu family. If she had behaved herself, Gu Yun would have left her alone for now. But unfortunately, Lu Qingxue had to jump forward and bite back at him. As the saying goes, courtesy demands reciprocity. Gu Yun would not give her another chance. Hearing Gu Yun's words, Lu Qingxue realized that continued silence might provoke the emperor's wrath. That would put her at a disadvantage. So she hesitated no longer. I am Lu Qingxue, daughter of the Marquis of Military Might. And I am also the second prince's concubine. At this, a meaningful smile spread across Gu Yun's face. Excellent. Finally, she had taken the bait. Gu Yun ignored Lu Qingxue and turned to face the emperor above. He raised his hands and bowed. Imperial father, you heard that, did you not? The emperor's face was expressionless, but a shadow of gloom had settled in his eyes. He did not answer. Instead, he turned a cold, indifferent gaze toward the eunuch Wei beside him. Eunuch Wei instantly understood. He sighed deeply to himself. The 6th prince, such a cunning mind, such ruthless tactics. He stepped forward and shouted, "How dare you, criminal Lu Qingxue? Do you know your crime?" In an instant, not only was Lu Qingxue frozen in place, but the civil and military officials also exchanged bewildered glances, utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? What was going on? Why was Lu Qingxue suddenly being accused? Though 1,000 questions burned in their minds, no one dared to step forward and ask the reason. Only a fool would fail to see that the emperor was now furious. But crucially, his anger was not directed at Gu Yun. It was at Lu Qingxue. Coming to her senses, Lu Qingxue, full of bewilderment, began kowtowing repeatedly. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Your subject does not know what offense she has committed to incur your Majesty's wrath. I beg your Majesty to enlighten me. At this moment, true fear gripped Lu Qingxue. When the emperor's anger flares, life and death hang by a thread. In the span of a few breaths, she reviewed every deed she had ever done in her life. Yet she still could not recall when she had ever offended the emperor. Beside her, the second prince's face visibly paled and turned cold. Cold sweat trickled down his back, and his mind went dizzy. He too could not fathom why the emperor had suddenly flared up. And critically, the target of his anger was not Gu Yun, but his own concubine Lu Qingxue. Yet the second prince was not worried about Lu Qingxue. He was only concerned whether he himself would be implicated. What exactly is going on? This shouldn't be. Things shouldn't have turned out like this. Where did I go wrong? Did I overlook some crucial information? Damn it. If only I hadn't been so hasty. I should have thoroughly investigated before making a move. The second prince was no fool. By now, if he still couldn't see the problem, he wouldn't have survived this long. He realized that the annihilation of the Marquis Wu Wei's household must involve secrets unknown to him. But now regret came too late. At this moment, the second prince could only silently pray that things wouldn't reach the worst possible outcome. According to the investigation, Lu Heng, the son of Marquis Wu Wei, not only slandered the authenticity of the imperial edict, but also attempted to prevent the sixth prince from returning to the capital and even laid hands on the sixth prince in public. These actions are undoubtedly an act of disrespect and betrayal toward His Majesty and the Dian Empire. According to imperial law, Lu Heng's crimes are unforgivable. He deserves the extermination of his entire clan. Lu Qingshu, now do you admit your guilt? Eunuch Wei's voice resounded throughout the court. At that moment, all the ministers were shocked. They had imagined many possibilities, but never expected such a treasonous reason. How dare Lu Heng do this? Blocking the sixth prince from entering the capital might be pardoned, but questioning the authenticity of the imperial edict, was that something a sane person would do? And especially in the capital. Even the Duke Jun, let alone the son of Emir Marquis Wu Wei, would never commit such a mindless act. Now everyone finally understood why the emperor had cast such a terrifying gaze at Lu Qingxue. The fact that the emperor didn't explode on the spot already made him a benevolent ruler. The second prince stumbled, nearly losing his balance and falling to the ground. His pupils trembled uncontrollably, feeling as if the sky had collapsed. He had never imagined that Gu Yun would leave him such a huge trap. Without daring to hesitate any longer, the second prince rushed to the center of the court with a panicked expression. With a thud, he knelt on both knees. Your son is guilty. Please punish me severely, father. The second prince pressed his forehead to the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. Even his voice carried a tremor. The ministers looked at the second prince, their emotions complex. They had been enjoying the spectacle, so how did it suddenly involve the second prince? What a mess. The emperor gazed silently at the kneeling second prince, his expression stern. What crime have you committed? The second prince answered without hesitation, Marquis Wu Wei harbored rebellious intentions, yet I married his daughter as a concubine. That is my first crime. The son of Marquis Wu Wei committed heinous crimes, and I failed to investigate them promptly. That is my second crime. When Lu Qingxue slandered the sixth brother, I did not step forward to stop her. That is my third crime. The entire process was smooth, as if rehearsed many times. It could be said that the second prince had listed almost every crime he could think of. Meanwhile, Lu Qingxue stood frozen in place, her body limp. She stared at the second prince beside her with disbelief, even thinking she had misheard. She never imagined that the second prince would utter such heartless words right in front of her. What did he mean by Marquis Wu Wei harbored rebellious intentions? What did he mean by the son of Marquis Wu Wei committed heinous crimes? What did he mean by she slandered the sixth prince? Others might not know, but how could Lu Qingxue not know the truth? Lu Qingxue let out a bitter smile, her eyes filled with despair. Only now did she finally understand that saying. Husband and wife are birds of the same forest, but when disaster strikes, each flies their own way. So how should I deal with Lu Qingxue? From the dragon throne, the emperor looked at the second prince and asked calmly. The second prince replied coldly and decisively, according to the laws of Dian, she must die. Oh, she is your concubine. If I kill her, you have no objection. The emperor asked with a meaningful tone. Your son dare not. Dare not. That means you object in your heart. Father, please calm your anger. Your son absolutely does not have such thoughts. The second prince was terrified. It was the first time he had experienced such a suffocating pressure. He realized that if he couldn't give a satisfactory answer today, the emperor would not let him off easily. Soon a bold and ruthless thought flashed through the second prince's mind. He stood up, turned around, and walked to Lu Qingxue. Lu Qingxue slowly raised her head, looking at the second prince before her. Just last night they had slept together, yet now he felt so unfamiliar. The second prince slowly crouched down, bringing his mouth close to Lu Qingxue's ear. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Blame it on your Lu family's ill fate. But don't worry. I will avenge your family's grudge for you. With that, the second prince raised his right hand, and with sudden force struck Lu Qingxue's chest. Ugh! In an instant her heart shattered. A piercing pain surged through Lu Qingxue's heart. Yet already consumed by despair, she didn't even let out a sound of agony. Lu Qingxue stared intently at the second prince before her, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Venge. Me. Before she could finish her last words, her body went completely limp. Her vision blurred, her consciousness fading. After struggling for a few breaths, her breathing ceased entirely. Lu Qingxue was dead. The entire court fell into dead silence, everyone too afraid to make a sound. Looking at Lu Qingxue, whom he had killed with his own hands, the second prince slowly reached out and closed her eyes. After doing this, the second prince slowly rose, turned to face the emperor, and bowed with clasped hands. Father, the criminal is dead. It seemed like a simple statement, but his heart was filled with bitterness. However, in the emperor's presence, he dared not show even a hint of his inner thoughts. The emperor gave the second prince a deep look. The second prince's ruthlessness and decisiveness caught him off guard. Let this matter end here, and let it not happen again. Withdraw. Yes. The second prince turned and walked away. As he passed by Gu Yun, a flash of resentment and murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Though fleeting, Gu Yun keenly noticed it. A smirk curled at the corner of Gu Yun's mouth, and he sneered inwardly. If the second prince wanted to play, he would play to the end. Does anyone else have matters to report? After the interlude, Eunuch Wei stepped forward again to address the ministers. However, after what had just happened, many were still in shock. Originally, some of them had planned to denounce Gu Yun for his wanton slaughter of the Marquis Wu Wei's household during the morning court. But now they dared not step forward. In fact, they were immensely grateful that they hadn't been the first to speak, or they would have gone to explore the underworld before Lu Qingxue. It seems you have nothing to say. In that case, I have something to announce. From the dragon throne, the emperor spoke with a solemn tone and an authoritative expression. Below, the ministers pricked up their ears. I intend to bestow a marriage to Qin Wushuang, the daughter of Duke Zhan. Do any of you have anything to say? The emperor's voice was clearly heard by everyone. Except for the 6 princes, Duke Zhan and a few others, the rest were all stunned. They had never heard of the emperor's sudden intention to arrange a marriage for Qin Wushuang. For a moment, the civil and military officials began to whisper among themselves. Why has His Majesty suddenly decided to betroth Qin Wushuang? Does anyone have any inside information? No idea. In all these years in the capital, we've never heard His Majesty mention this before. Could it be that His Majesty made an impulsive decision? That's possible. Who do you think will be Qin Wushuang's betrothed? That goes without saying. It must be the eldest prince. Qin Wushuang is the daughter of Duke Xinghua. I heard she is not only exceptionally beautiful, but also incredibly intelligent. A woman of such grace can only be matched with the eldest prince. But she has never left the Duke's mansion since birth. Who knows if these rumors are true? Does it matter if the rumors are true? Qin Wushuang is the daughter of Duke Xinghua, with such a background in the capital. Who can rival her except the royal family? Without exaggeration, whichever of the 5 princes marries Qin Wushuang will be the next emperor. So does His Majesty intend to use this betrothal to appoint the crown prince among the 5 princes? That's a possibility. I think differently. His Majesty is in his prime. Even if he wanted to name a crown prince, it wouldn't be so sudden. Oh, so you suggest His Majesty's action has a deeper meaning. Deep meaning or not, I don't know, but it's certainly not as simple as it seems. You do have a point. The key is we simply cannot fathom what His Majesty truly intends. As time passed, the crowd not only failed to reach a conclusion, but became more perplexed. Countless speculations emerged. Yet regardless of what they conjectured, they seemed to deliberately exclude Gu Yun. In the eyes of the officials, Gu Yun had no backing whatsoever, and he had been away from the capital for a decade. Even if the emperor intended to betroth Qin Wushuang, her partner would surely be one of the other 5 princes. After all, throughout the capital, only a prince could match the daughter of Duke Xinghua. No one else, not even the sons of nobility, had the slightest chance. However, these people completely failed to notice that at this moment the faces of the 5 princes were extremely grim. Although the betrothal of Qin Wushuang was announced publicly by the emperor today, the forces behind the 5 princes were not simple. Long before today, their backers had already caught wind of something. For instance, the emperor's sudden recall of Gu Yun was in all likelihood related to the betrothal, though there was no solid proof that Qin Wushuang's betrothed was Gu Yun. He was recalled neither earlier nor later, but right before the betrothal announcement. Any sane person would suspect something fishy. Now the only thing the 5 princes could do was to silently pray. They no longer even hoped that Qin Wushuang would be betrothed to them. As long as it wasn't Gu Yun, they would feel much better. They could not bear to lose to a destitute prince born of a lowly maid. It seems none of you have anything to say. In that case, the betrothal is settled. Announce it. The moment the emperor's voice fell, Eunuch Wei stepped forward, holding the imperial decree prepared long ago. Below, the officials hastily knelt and prostrated. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees Qin Wushuang, daughter of Duke Xinghua, is naturally beautiful, gentle, and virtuous. Now 18, she has reached the age of marriage. Therefore, she is specially betrothed to Gu Yun, the 6th prince of the Dian dynasty, as his legitimate wife. The marriage shall be completed in 3 days. Respect this decree. Long live the emperor. Long live the emperor. As Eunuch Wei loudly proclaimed the decree, the officials chorused their homage. Yet their hearts were churning with shock and disbelief. They had speculated about the eldest prince, the 2nd prince, and even the 5th prince, who was the least likely. But they never expected that Qin Wushuang's betrothed would be the most improbable 6th prince, Gu Yun. It was impossible not to be astonished. Setting aside the fact that Gu Yun had killed so many people upon his return, just considering his status and lack of backing, he was no match for the other 5 princes. The officials could not understand why the emperor would betroth the daughter of Duke Xinghua to Gu Yun, who had no power or influence. Was it intentional or accidental? Or did the emperor have some deeper purpose? The officials could not guess the answer, nor did they dare to delve further. After all, the emperor's heart was unfathomable. The closer one guessed, the quicker one might die. Nearby, the 5 princes wore varied expressions, but all shared one thing: their mood was terrible. Their worst fear had come true. They could not understand why the emperor chose Gu Yun. Were they not better than a prince born of a lowly maid? Yet they dared not voice their doubts to the emperor. They knew their father's temper all too well. No one could change the emperor's mind, let alone reverse a decision already made. Stepping forward now would be the height of folly. Eunuch Wei approached Duke Xinghua with a sincere smile. I congratulate the Duke. Your daughter marrying the 6th prince is truly a match made in heaven. From now on your bond with His Majesty will be even closer. With that, eunuch Wei handed the imperial decree to Duke Xinghua. Duke Xinghua immediately extended both hands, bowed, and received the decree. I thank your Majesty for his grace. Then eunuch Wei came before Gu Yun and pulled out a second decree prepared earlier. The content was identical to the one Duke Xinghua held. Sixth Prince, why are you standing there? Take the decree. Eunuch Wei reminded as he saw Gu Yun standing frozen, head lowered. Gu Yun snapped back to reality, then raised his head to look at the decree before him. Without hesitation, he extended his hands. I thank my father for the betrothal. Though he had known about the betrothal since last night, there was still something he could not understand. It was not the fact that the emperor betrothed Qin Wushuang to him. What puzzled him was that the emperor had made Qin Wushuang his legitimate wife. Under normal circumstances, this would be unremarkable. Given her background, the daughter of Duke Xinghua marrying a prince would naturally be the legitimate wife. But here lay the problem. Qin Wushuang was destined to live no more than 20 years. She was already 18. She had at most 2 years left. After her death, the position of legitimate wife, once confirmed, could never be changed. Even if the emperor were willing to revise it, would Duke Xinghua agree? Clearly, the position of legitimate wife was almost impossible to alter. This meant one thing: Gu Yun would be completely disqualified from the Dian throne. After all, the Dian royal family could not have an emperor without a legitimate wife. The Dian empress could be a commoner, but she could never be a dead person. This concerned the dignity of the Dian dynasty. No flaw could be tolerated. It was these thoughts that left Gu Yun stunned for a moment. He had thought the betrothal was a good thing, but now he realized he had underestimated the situation. Only then did Gu Yun understand that his father was far more inscrutable than he had imagined. Regarding the matter of the bestowed marriage, once the morning court session concludes, I shall dispatch a proclamation to the realm. The wedding invitations I shall also pen, personally delivering them to the great families and sect powers. As for the wedding arrangements, full authority is vested in the Duke of Xinghua. In 3 days I shall appear in person to attend this nuptial ceremony. If there is no other business, the Duke of Xinghua shall remain, the rest of you may withdraw. With the emperor's voice fading, the courtiers once again knelt in gratitude. Then all began to file out of the grand hall in an orderly manner. Gu Yun did not linger either. Though many questions still churned in his mind, it was evident that even if he approached the emperor now, he would not obtain the answers he sought. Rather than waste time, it was better to contemplate the days ahead. After all, the marriage pact was sealed. Since it could not be altered, the only course was to let nature take its course. Outside the grand hall, standing on the steps, Gu Yun was about to depart when a thought suddenly struck him. He turned and gazed toward the entrance of the hall. As luck would have it, the 5 princes emerged one after another. Seeing this, a faint smile curled at the corners of Gu Yun's mouth as he walked toward them. When they saw Gu Yun approaching, the 5 princes halted in their tracks, a flicker of unease in their eyes. Sixth brother, congratulations on winning the fair maiden's hand. For the wedding in 3 days, your elder brother shall prepare a grand gift for you. The first prince spoke first, a smile on his face. The other princes chimed in one after another, forcing a few smiles. Many thanks for first brother's kindness. But have you forgotten something? Gu Yun's lips twitched upward, a look of amusement on his face. The first prince and the others frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure rising within them. They knew full well that Gu Yun was referring to the wager. Initially, Gu Yun had left in such haste that they thought he was wise enough not to dare demand the 10,000 gold coins from them. After all, in their eyes, did Gu Yun really have the audacity to offend all 5 of them at once? But now they realized they had been mistaken. Ahem. Sixth brother, we were just joking with you earlier. A mere wager, and you took it seriously. Is the bond of brotherhood between us worth less than a few tens of thousands of gold coins? In my opinion, let's just forget about this wager. After all, you're not short of gold coins. Don't you agree? The first prince stepped forward again, speaking with a persuasive smile. Gu Yun raised an eyebrow, looking at the first prince as if he were a fool, and let out a contemptuous laugh. Forget it. Ha, first brother, even brothers settle accounts clearly. Surely you understand this principle. Better hand over the 10,000 gold coins now. You wouldn't want me to bring this matter before the imperial father, would you? If he learns of your breach of contract, how do you think he would view you? Gu Yun said unhurriedly, as if he were the magnanimous type. Though he had little interest in money, this was 50,000 gold coins. With that, he could visit the Baiwa pavilion and choose a different courtesan every day for 10 years without repeating. The first prince's face turned ashen. He hadn't expected Gu Yun to defy his words, and even threaten them with the emperor. If not for the capital, he would have long since sent someone to eliminate Gu Yun. Huh. Sixth brother, after 10 years apart, you've grown some nerve. This time I admit defeat. 10,000 gold coins, I'll pay. Despite his reluctance, the first prince forced a magnanimous facade. Seeing this, the other 4 princes had no choice but to each produce 10,000 gold coins and hand them to Gu Yun. Since the first prince had capitulated, further resistance was futile. Soon Gu Yun held 5 storage pouches in his hands. Each pouch contained a full 10,000 gold coins. Within less than 2 days of returning to the capital, he had gained 50,000 gold coins. This was far more lucrative than doing business. Many thanks. In the future, first brother, if you have such good fortune again, do remember to seek me out. I am sorely in need of gold coins. Gu Yun chuckled as he stowed away the gold, not forgetting to taunt the first prince and the others. The 5 princes' gazes darkened, but they could not utter a word. This time they had lost, and lost thoroughly. But their conflict with Gu Yun was only just beginning. Not far away, a guard rushed toward the direction of the Golden Throne Hall with an anxious expression. He paid no heed to the sweat on his brow or the suffocating breathlessness. Soon more and more people noticed the approaching guard. The first prince and the others, including Gu Yun, were no exception. As the guard trotted up to the front of the hall, the first prince extended his hand, blocking the guard's path. This is the Golden Throne Hall. Rushing about in such a fluster, what a disgrace. Speak, what has happened? The first prince demanded sternly. The guard recognized the prince and quickly knelt. Your humble servant pays respects to the first prince. Enough, tell me quickly. What urgent matter has you in such a panic? Reporting to the first prince, a great incident has occurred. Oh, what incident? The Marquis of Huwei is fighting someone in the market. Many innocent passers-by have already been caught in the fray. If we do not send someone to stop it, the buildings near the market will be completely destroyed. What? The Marquis of Huwei is fighting someone? At the guard's report, not only the first prince, but also Gu Yun and the others were startled. It was well known that brawling was strictly prohibited in the capital. If discovered, the punishment ranged from a few days in the celestial prison to execution on the spot for the most severe cases. Therefore, unless under exceptional circumstances, no one would be reckless enough to engage in a fight in broad daylight within the capital. Suddenly, the second prince darted forward, grabbing the guard by the collar with a fierce expression. You say the Marquis of Huwei is fighting someone in the market? Do you know the consequences of lying? Startled by the second prince's menacing glare, the guard hastily defended himself. Second prince, even with 10 times the courage, I would never dare to lie. There are many witnesses at the scene. If you do not believe me, you may go to the market and see for yourself. Seeing that the guard did not appear to be lying, the second prince's body trembled slightly, his pupils contracting. The Marquis of Huwei was nominally his man. But in reality, the Marquis's identity was not simple. That was precisely why the second prince reacted so strongly upon hearing that the Marquis had fought someone in the market. Because of the affair with the Marquis of Huwei, he had already disappointed the emperor greatly today. If the Marquis of Huwei caused any more trouble, his future prospects would only grow worse. Quickly tell me, who is the Marquis of Huwei fighting? And why did they come to blows? The second prince lifted the guard by the collar, demanding harshly. In response to your highness, I do not know the identity of the person who fought with Marquis Huwei. All I know is that it was a woman clad in a red robe. Moreover, the weapon she wielded was a long whip. As for the reason for their conflict, it is said that the woman in red crippled Marquis Huwei's son. Upon hearing this news, Marquis Huwei rushed to the market at once and engaged the woman in battle. Though the guard was filled with fear, he still recounted everything. A woman in red. The second prince furrowed his brow, a flicker of surprise in his heart. He had not expected that the one fighting Marquis Huwei was a woman. After all, Marquis Huwei was a genuine powerhouse at the Daoxian realm early stage. To be able to fight him to a standstill, that woman's strength was certainly not weak. Just as the second prince was pondering his next move, Gu Yun had already dashed over 100 meters away. A woman in red wielding a long whip as her weapon. Was that not Xiao Zhao? At this moment, Gu Yun could not be bothered to care about the reason for Xiao Zhao's fight with Marquis Huwei. He only knew that anyone who dared to lay a hand on his people must pay a grievous price. What is the matter with him? Why did he suddenly run off? The first prince gazed at Gu Yun's retreating figure, a hint of confusion on his face. Nearby, the other princes shared similar thoughts. The third prince stroked his chin, a glint of insight suddenly flashing in his eyes, as if he had realized something. Then a subtle smile curled at the corners of his mouth, revealing a meaningful expression. Third brother, what are you smiling about? The first prince noticed the oddity on the third prince's face and could not help but ask. Hearing the first prince's voice, the second prince and the others turned to look at the third prince. The third prince raised his head, glanced at the first prince and the others, and then gave a mysterious smile. Elder brother, you probably do not know yet. But this time when Gu Yun returned to the capital, he had 2 women by his side. And one of those women was dressed in red. Upon hearing this, the first prince's brow slightly furrowed, a contemplative look on his face. You are not suggesting that the woman fighting Marquis Huwei is one of Gu Yun's people, are you? But in the capital there are thousands of women in red clothing. How can you be certain that she is Gu Yun's? The first prince voiced his doubts. Facing the skepticism, the third prince's smile grew even broader. Elder brother, if it were merely the same color of clothing, I would naturally not dare to confirm. But what a coincidence. The woman in red beside Gu Yun also happens to wield a long whip as her weapon. One coincidence might be mere chance. But 2 coincidences. That is too much of a coincidence, is it not? Moreover, Gu Yun left abruptly. Judging by his demeanor, he seemed quite anxious. If that woman were not his, would he be this anxious? The first prince paused. I see. Yet I have a question. Third brother, how did you know that the woman in red beside Gu Yun uses a long whip? Could it be that you divine the future? The first prince narrowed his eyes, staring at the third prince with a meaningful look. Realizing he had been too boastful, the third prince awkwardly lowered his gaze to the ground. Ahem, well, I guessed. How what I said just now I actually guessed it all. It is mainly because I saw Gu Yun leave so suddenly that I concluded the woman fighting Marquis Hui is his. Ha ha ha. The third prince's explanation was not believed by the first prince, nor by the second prince, and the others standing nearby. Nevertheless, they tacitly chose not to delve deeper. After all, in their view, the third prince's objective aligned with theirs. Though they had clashed covertly over the throne more than once, the situation had now changed. Gu Yun's sudden return to the capital, coupled with his connection to the Duke of Jinghua's daughter, meant that only by first eliminating this unexpected variable Gu Yun could they vie for the throne with greater peace of mind. You all still remember the contents of the imperial decree, do you not? His Majesty betrothed Qin Wushuang to Gu Yun, but she was not given to him as a concubine, she was to marry him as his lawful wife. What do you think is the deeper meaning behind His Majesty's move? Does His Majesty wish for Gu Yun to contend for the throne, or does he hope he does not? The first prince gazed into the distance, speaking with a grave tone. The other princes, upon hearing this, all fell into deep thought. They had actually noticed this issue before. It was just that the first prince had voiced it for them. However, whether it was the first prince, the second prince, or the remaining three princes, none of them could fathom the hidden meaning behind it. If the emperor did not wish Gu Yun to vie for the throne, he could have simply kept him stationed in the barbaric wastelands, forbidden from ever entering the capital. But if the emperor wanted Gu Yun to contend for the throne, he would not have made such a low-level mistake. Though Qin Wushuang's background was not simple, she would not live past the age of 20. Thus, even if Qin Wushuang had married Gu Yun as a concubine, the Duke of Jinghua, despite his displeasure, would not have said much. After all, the emperor had already bestowed a great favor by betrothing a princess to a prince. Even after Qin Wushuang's death, the Duke of Jinghua would still be the prince's father-in-law. The Duke of Jinghua and the emperor would always remain as one family. With this connection, no one and no force in the Dian dynasty could touch the Duke of Jinghua's mansion. But the problem was that the emperor adamantly refused to do so, insisting on granting Qin Wushuang the status of a lawful wife. This left even the five princes struggling to decipher the emperor's intention. If even they could not see through it, the other ministers were of course utterly bewildered. In fact, the emperor's move left these ministers unsure of which side to align with. If they did not support Gu Yun, he had the backing of the Duke of Jinghua's mansion. If they supported Gu Yun, the Duke of Jinghua had explicitly stated that he would not participate in the struggle for the throne. Even those ministers who had originally intended to support the five princes now had to continue waiting and watching. After all, not taking a side would at most result in being overlooked by the new emperor and not being given important positions. But backing the wrong side could very well cost one's head. In the northern part of the capital, the market was crowded. After leaving the Great Hall, Gu Yun rendezvoused with Su Ro and then rushed straight to the market. As soon as he reached the entrance of the market, he heard clamorous noises from within. Meanwhile, about 3 li away from the entrance, a man and a woman were continuously exchanging blows in the middle of the street. The aftershocks of the battle ruthlessly devastated everything around them. The houses on both sides of the street were almost all in ruins, with stone walls and rubble strewn about. As for the passers-by in the market, they had all retreated half a li away. No one wanted to be caught up in this battle. That woman is truly formidable. To be able to hold out this long against such a powerful expert as Tiger Might Marquis. Yet it's such a pity. After all, Tiger Might Marquis is a powerhouse at the Dao Profound realm. And that woman seems to be only at the peak of the Diamond realm. To have lasted this long, she must have reached her limit. At most half an incense stick's time, she will die at the hands of Tiger Might Marquis. Alas, it can only be said that she was unlucky. She happened to be encountered by the son of Tiger Might Marquis. Everyone around here knows that the son of Tiger Might Marquis often comes to the market to pick beautiful slave girls to toy with. He also frequently harasses innocent women passing by. But who would have thought that this time he would provoke such a formidable character? Isn't it because he has a father like Tiger Might Marquis? Otherwise would he dare to be so arrogant and domineering? It is said that Tiger Might Marquis is a member of the Shao family of the northern frontier, and even the Divine Strategy Army, which maintains order in the capital, turns a blind eye to his son's actions. The Shao family of the northern frontier. Is that the military behemoth known as the Overlord of the northern frontier, whom even the emperor must regard with 3 parts of awe? What do you think? If it weren't for the backing of the Shao family of the northern frontier, why would the Divine Strategy Army show such respect to a mere Tiger Might Marquis? So that's how it is. Tiger Might Marquis is actually a member of the Shao family of the northern frontier. That woman today is afraid she won't escape this calamity. Apart from the emperor and the Duke Jinghua, no one in the capital dares to offend the Shao family of the northern frontier. Among the crowd, someone muttered softly. The identity of Tiger Might Marquis was not a secret in the capital. However, few dared to discuss him openly. Even when the son of Tiger Might Marquis was arrogant and openly harassed innocent women, no one dared to say a word. After all, if even the Divine Strategy Army dared not provoke him, how could ordinary people like them? Almost everyone believed that the woman who had offended Tiger Might Marquis would die in the market today. Bang! Mid-air, after a fierce clash, a figure flew backward nearly 100 meters. That person was none other than Xiao Zhao. She had originally come to the market following Gu Yun's instructions to select a few maidservants to take back. However, shortly after arriving, she came face to face with Xiao Chong, the son of Tiger Might Marquis, who was also visiting the market. The moment he saw Xiao Zhao, lust overwhelmed him, and he was captivated by her beauty. Then, relying on his status, Xiao Chong ordered his men to surround Xiao Zhao, intending to forcibly take her away. The result was predictable. Would Xiao Zhao simply submit? In just a few breaths, Xiao Zhao had dispatched Xiao Chong's guards. Not only that, but because Xiao Chong attempted to assault her, Xiao Zhao, in a decisive move, crippled his lower body. Xiao Zhao initially thought the matter ended there, but she never expected that Xiao Chong's father was the esteemed Tiger Might Marquis. When Tiger Might Marquis Xiao Kuang learned that his son had been crippled, he rushed to the scene immediately. He first sent people to take Xiao Chong back for treatment, then interrogated passers-by to learn Xiao Zhao's appearance. After that, the fierce confrontation in the market unfolded. Returning to the present, Tiger Might Marquis stood in the air, his aura raging and soaring to the sky. His cold, merciless eyes fixed intently on Xiao Zhao as she flew backward. At this moment, shock filled his heart. He had thought he could subdue Xiao Zhao within half an incense stick's time, but he had never anticipated. Nearly 3 incense sticks had passed, and Xiao Zhao still hadn't lost her ability to resist. Tiger Might Marquis was baffled. How could Xiao Zhao, merely at the Diamond Realm, hold out so long against him, a Dao profound realm expert? In his century of life, he had never seen such a powerful Diamond Realm practitioner. Everything seemed somewhat abnormal. On the other hand, Xiao Zhao, after flying 100 meters, she landed steadily on the ground. Her face showed signs of weariness, and a trace of dried blood lingered at the corner of her mouth. However, a glint of intriguing sharpness flickered in the depths of her eyes. Xiao Zhao lifted her head and looked into the distance along the street. When she saw 2 familiar figures rapidly approaching, joy instantly surged in her eyes. Just then, a shadow suddenly appeared on the ground. Unbeknownst to her, Tiger Might Marquis had silently arrived above Xiao Zhao. Die! Without giving Xiao Zhao any chance to react, Tiger Might Marquis clenched his right fist, gathering all his strength. Just as his right fist was about to descend upon Xiao Zhao, Zheng, suddenly a sword's cry rang out from behind. Following it was a deathly sense of crisis that struck straight to the core. Tiger Might Marquis' pupils contracted sharply, and his heartbeat instantly accelerated. Driven by instinct, he decisively abandoned his attack on Xiao Zhao and swung his right fist backward. Bang! Fist and sword aura collided, erupting in a fierce shockwave. Tiger Might Marquis was sent flying backward. His feet scraped a trench dozens of meters long on the ground before he gradually steadied himself. When he raised his head, he found 2 more figures standing beside Xiao Zhao. His gaze instantly locked onto Su Ro. At the same time, his lowered right hand was dripping blood onto the ground. Although he had reacted in time to that sword strike, his right hand was still injured by the sword aura. Tiger Might Marquis' face darkened completely. He sensed that Su Ro's aura fluctuation was also merely at the Diamond Realm. A Diamond Realm cultivator had actually managed to injure him, something that had never happened before. First Xiao Zhao, now Su Ro. He found it hard to accept that he had been bested by 2 women in a single day. If word of this got out, where would he, Tiger Might Marquis, put his face? Meanwhile, Gu Yun looked at Xiao Zhao, who was in a disheveled state, with a peculiar expression. Sensing Gu Yun's expression, Xiao Zhao stuck out her tongue, playfully blinked at him, and revealed a mischievous look. It was then that Gu Yun understood everything. Withdrawing his gaze, Gu Yun turned around and stared coldly at Tiger Might Marquis across from him. Tiger Might Marquis clenched his right fist tightly, his bones creaking. More than the pain in his right hand, what filled his heart was rage. Who are you people? Do you know what happens to those who oppose me? Tiger Might Marquis stared coldly at the trio, barking harshly. Gu Yun stepped forward, his eyes filled with icy indifference. Do you know who I am? You dare to harm my people. Have you considered the consequences? Gu Yun's words made Tiger Might Marquis frown deeply, his face darkening. In all his time in the capital, this was the first time someone had dared to question him like this. Interesting. Then let me hear it. Who are you? You'd better be related to the Emperor or Duke Xinghua, or else I guarantee. Today the 3 of you will die a miserable death. Tiger Might Marquis sneered, his tone dripping with menace. In his eyes, aside from the Emperor and Duke Xinghua, there was no one in the capital he dared not provoke. After all, behind him stood the behemoth that was the Shao family of the northern frontier. Facing the threat of Marquis Hui, Gu Yun narrowed his eyes and let out a scoff. What a coincidence. As it happens, behind me are those you dare not provoke. Gu Yun had long understood Marquis Hui's background. He knew well that behind Marquis Hui stood the Shao family of the northern frontier. The Shao family ruled the northern frontier not only because they commanded 8 million elite soldiers. The family's ancestor was a supreme expert of the 15th level land immortal realm. What was terrifying was that the Shao family ancestor had already reached the land immortal realm 1,000 years ago. After a millennium, how far his power had progressed remained unknown to most. This was why even the emperor had to show the Shao family of the northern frontier some respect. First, the Shao family's strength was indeed formidable. Second, the northern frontier required the Shao family to guard it. And there was a crucial reason why Gu Yun paid such attention to them. The mother of the second prince, the imperial noble consort of the Dian imperial court, was the sister of the Shao family's current patriarch. To deal with the second prince, Gu Yun could not avoid the Shao family. Originally, Gu Yun had not planned to confront the Shao family now. He lacked a land immortal powerhouse by his side. But fate sometimes outruns human plans. Since matters had come to this, he could not waste this opportunity that had fallen into his lap. Marquis Hui's face darkened as he stared at Gu Yun, pondering the meaning behind his words. He is so confident. Could it be that his backer is really the emperor or Duke Xinghua? Marquis Hui was no fool. Relying on the Shao family behind him, he could commit acts in the capital that were ostensibly forbidden. Even if he killed someone on the street, he would at most receive minor punishments. Of course, all this was on the condition that he did not kill anyone from the royal family or Duke Xinghua's faction. After all, the Shao family, though powerful, had not yet reached the point where they could provoke the emperor and Duke Xinghua. The Shao family had a land immortal, and the Dian royal family had one as well. Who exactly are you? Calming down, Marquis Hui asked in a low voice. Gu Yun looked coldly at Marquis Hui and uttered softly, "Sixth prince of the Dian imperial court, Gu Yun." What a... Marquis Hui was stunned, surprise and shock flashing in his eyes. He had never expected that the young man before him was none other than the sixth prince Gu Yun, who had just been summoned back to the capital. Marquis Hui's astonishment was not because Gu Yun was a prince. It was because of yesterday's destruction of the Marquis Wui's mansion by Gu Yun. When he first heard the news, he thought it was someone spreading rumors deliberately. Only after he saw with his own eyes the Marquis Wui's mansion burned to the ground did he believe it. Even he would not dare commit such a heinous act within the capital. From this alone, Marquis Hui admired Gu Yun. So it is His Highness the sixth prince. I have already heard of your highness's great name yesterday. What a coincidence that we meet today. Marquis Hui suddenly broke into a smile, his arrogance and coldness completely vanished. As if nothing had happened. But, your highness, your man crippled my son. How should we settle this account? Suddenly Marquis Hui's tone turned icy again. Clearly, even though Gu Yun was the sixth prince, he did not intend to let Xiao Zhao off easily. Huh. Gu Yun laughed out loud. Marquis Hui, what audacity. I haven't even settled accounts with you yet, you dare question me. Now I'll give you a chance. Kneel and kowtow 10 times to Xiao Zhao, and for the sake of the Shao family of the northern frontier, I will spare your life. Upon hearing this, Marquis Hui's face darkened instantly. Forcing him to kneel and kowtow to the one who crippled his son, wasn't that a deliberate insult to his dignity? In an instant, blazing fury surged in Marquis Hui's heart. His clenched knuckles cracked, and he stared at Gu Yun with icy eyes. Ha! Your highness, it seems you have just returned and don't know who stands behind me. I kneel only to the emperor and the Shao family of the northern frontier. Who does that sheep wench think she is to deserve my kneeling? Today I will kill her to avenge my son. Your highness, if you don't want to get hurt, step aside. Otherwise, don't blame me for being reckless. As he spoke, Marquis Hui stepped forward, his aura surging. In an instant, the full force of the Dao Profound Realm was unleashed. The mere pressure of his aura left people a mile away gasping for breath. Gu Yun at the center of the pressure felt as if a mountain weighed on him. Yet his expression remained eerily calm, without even a trace of pain or struggle. Beside him, Su Rou and Xiao Zhao's expressions changed completely. Their eyes locked onto Marquis Hui, their faces impassive. Stop! Just then a sharp voice rang out from above. The next moment, Eunuch Wei descended from the sky, landing firmly between Gu Yun and Marquis Hui. Eunuch Wei's sudden appearance instantly drew everyone's attention. Marquis Hui frowned at him, a flicker of strangeness in his eyes. After a few breaths, he slowly withdrew his aura. Eunuch Wei was the emperor's confidant, and his strength was unfathomable. Marquis Hui knew he had lost his chance to act. It was better to back down than to offend the emperor. In the capital, if the emperor wanted him dead, even the Shao family could not protect him. Greetings, Eunuch Wei. Marquis Hui cupped his hands. Eunuch Wei nodded, relieved. Marquis Hui, His Majesty already knows the whole story. You are surely aware of what your son did. His Majesty has sent imperial physicians to your mansion to treat his injuries. The brawl in the marketplace today will not be pursued further. Let this matter end here. Marquis Hui, what do you think? Eunuch Wei spoke unhurriedly. Though inwardly displeased, Marquis Hui maintained a composed expression. He raised his hands. Since it is His Majesty's decree, I naturally obey. Eunuch Wei nodded slightly. His purpose in coming was to prevent a conflict between Marquis Hui and Gu Yun. With the wedding approaching, if anything happened to Gu Yun, it would not only make it difficult to explain to Duke Xinghua, but also damage the face of the Dian imperial court. However, Gu Yun had no intention of letting Marquis Hui off so easily. He stepped forward, walking toward Marquis Hui. His movement immediately caught Eunuch Wei's attention. Marquis Hui also noticed Gu Yun approaching, and his brow furrowed. Sixth Prince, what are you doing? Eunuch Wei stepped forward, intending to inquire further. But Gu Yun, as if he hadn't heard a word, walked straight past him, and came before the Tiger Might Marquis. The Tiger Might Marquis looked at Gu Yun before him with a perplexed expression. Eunuch Wei, standing by, also failed to comprehend what Gu Yun intended to do. A flicker of coldness gleamed in Gu Yun's eyes. Kneel. The voice was not loud, yet it carried an immense humiliation. The Tiger Might Marquis was stunned for a moment. Once he came to his senses, his face darkened completely. What did you say? The tiger might Marquis glared at him, gnashing his teeth. The fury that had just subsided in his heart ignited once more. Can't you understand human speech? I said, Neil. Gu Yun's expression remained unchanged, showing no concern for the rage burning in the tiger might Marquis' eyes. Eunuch Wei hurriedly stepped closer to Gu Yun. Sixth Prince, His Majesty said, this matter ends here. Eunuch Wei was inwardly exasperated. The affair was nearly concluded, yet Gu Yun had suddenly pulled this stunt. The tiger might Marquis might not be a significant threat, but the Shao clan of the northern frontier behind him was no easy adversary. Otherwise the emperor would not have dispatched him to the marketplace at the very first moment. If he kneels, then this matter will be settled here. Otherwise, at least in my book, it's far from over. Gu Yun said calmly, utterly disregarding Eunuch Wei's reminder. Eunuch Wei opened his mouth as if to speak, but hesitated at a loss for what to do. Ha ha ha. The tiger might Marquis suddenly burst into laughter, his eyes brimming with sarcasm. Sixth Prince, I have said it before. I kneel only to His Majesty and to the Shao clan of the northern frontier. Today, if not for the sake of His Majesty's face, that wretched woman would have died by my hand. She had better leave the capital from now on. Otherwise, every time I see her, I will kill her. Humph. With that, the tiger might Marquis gave a cold snort, brushed past Gu Yun, and walked toward the direction where the marketplace had been. As he passed by Xiao Zhao, he paused for a moment, casting a cold glare at her. Soon the tiger might Marquis' figure disappeared at the end of the street. Standing in place, Gu Yun suddenly narrowed his eyes, a fearsome smile spreading across his face. A few breaths later, his expression returned to normal. He walked back to Su Ro and the others, his face utterly calm. Let's head back. With those words, Gu Yun did not linger any longer and walked in the direction from which they had come. Su Ro and Xiao Zhao exchanged a glance. Both of their eyes revealed the same peculiar expression. Having been by Gu Yun's side for so long, they knew better than anyone how terrifying Gu Yun was at this moment. At the imperial study in the palace, Eunuch Wei stood beside the emperor, recounting in detail every event that had taken place in the marketplace, especially Gu Yun's final actions. After listening to the full account, the emperor frowned slightly. Doesn't he know that behind the tiger might Marquis is the Shao clan of the northern frontier? Eunuch Wei was silent for a moment. This old servant believes the sixth prince is aware. Aware. Knowing that the tiger might Marquis has the backing of the Shao clan of the northern frontier, he still dared to utter such words. Does he think that because he is a prince he has nothing to fear? A clear displeasure surfaced on the emperor's face. In his view, Gu Yun was simply too arrogant, utterly oblivious to the trouble his actions would bring upon the Dian dynasty. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. The sixth prince may not know much about the Shao clan of the northern frontier, and besides, his own people were injured by the tiger might Marquis. Thus, in a fit of rage, he might have spoken such words to the tiger might Marquis. Eunuch Wei hastily explained. Upon hearing this, the emperor's mood recovered somewhat. Enough. He has spent these years in the wilderness. It is only natural that he has developed such a temperament. As long as he behaves himself in the coming days and causes no more trouble, I will be satisfied. The emperor let out a deep sigh, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Your Majesty worries too much. In the next few days, the sixth prince will be occupied with the wedding preparations and will have no time to think of anything else. I hope so. The imperial study gradually fell into silence. Meanwhile, in front of Omping Palace, Gu Yun's figure suddenly appeared. At the entrance, two guards noticed Gu Yun and exchanged glances. Who are you? One of the guards stepped forward and asked. Gu Yun had only returned to the capital less than 2 days ago. As a result, many had heard of him but had never seen him. I am the sixth prince, Gu Yun. The sixth prince. The two guards were taken aback. Recovering quickly, they bowed hurriedly. We pay our respects to the sixth prince. Gu Yun waved his hand. Is the little princess inside? Is the sixth prince here to see the little princess? A guard asked. Gu Yun nodded slightly. Please wait a moment, Your Highness. I will go and announce your arrival. The guard did not dare to delay. After speaking, he immediately turned and left. Gu Yun stood there waiting quietly. Half a stick of incense later, the guard returned. Sixth prince, the little princess invites you in. Upon hearing this, Gu Yun said nothing more and stepped into Wamping Palace. The palace was exceedingly quiet. Along the way, not even a single maidservant could be seen. Before long, Gu Yun arrived at the main hall of Wamping Palace. The doors were wide open. At the entrance, he saw a familiar figure. It was none other than Leng Yu, the sword immortal. Upon seeing Gu Yun, Leng Yu merely cast a glance at him before withdrawing her gaze. Gu Yun paid no heed and walked straight into the main hall. Entering the hall, Gu Yun immediately spotted the little princess lying on the bed, fiddling with a pile of shimmering jade stones. Seeing Gu Yun enter, the little princess instantly dropped the jade stones, turned over, and jumped off the bed. Gu Yun, have you come to tell me about the wilderness? The little princess dashed over to Gu Yun, her face full of anticipation. Though Gu Yun found it a bit odd that the little princess addressed him by his given name, he did not dwell on it. Little princess, have you forgotten? Our wager was that you would tell me about the wilderness only if you won. But the result is clear. You lost. Gu Yun curled his lips into a smile and reminded her playfully. Hearing this, the little princess's face immediately drooped. Then why are you here? Are you here to make me fulfill the wager? Gu Yun nodded. The little princess is clever. The little princess sat back on the bed swinging her little feet as she looked at Gu Yun. What do you want me to do for you? Let me state clearly beforehand. It can only be something within my abilities. Gu Yun smiled noncommittally. He walked over to the bed and sat down beside the little princess, a serious expression appearing on his face. I want you to kill someone for me. What? Kill someone? The little princess exclaimed, her small face instantly registering extreme shock. No. I wouldn't even dare to kill a chicken, let alone a person. You'll have to think of another request. Before Gu Yun could continue, the little princess shook her head and waved her hands, refusing outright. She had imagined that Gu Yun might make some excessive demands, but she never expected him to ask her to kill someone. She was so adorable. Did she look like someone who could be a killer? The little princess was filled with confusion and even a hint of resentment. Faced with her refusal, Gu Yun remained remarkably calm and composed, as if he had anticipated it all along. Your Highness misunderstands. I am not asking you to kill someone. I am merely asking you to have someone killed. Oh, what's the difference? The difference is vast. You need only speak a single word without lifting a finger, and someone will do the deed for you. For instance, the one standing outside the door. Listening to Gu Yun's explanation, the little princess's eyes bore a look of partial understanding. After a few moments, she finally grasped his meaning. You want Lung Yu to kill someone for you? Gu Yun nodded noncommittally. Well, a trace of hesitation flickered across the little princess's face. Who do you want to kill? The tiger, Might Marquis Xiao Kuang. Gu Yun replied. Tiger Might Marquis. A marquis. He doesn't sound like a major figure. The little princess murmured softly. If I kill him, father might be angry with me. The little princess suddenly said. Hearing this, a peculiar expression crossed Gu Yun's face. Everyone in the capital knew the emperor doted on the little princess above all else. Scolding her was an impossibility. Yet the little princess herself remained unaware of her own lofty status in the capital. Thus she worried that this matter might incur the emperor's wrath. Gu Yun pondered for a moment, then spoke. That's simple. When the time comes, if father blames you, just say, I forced you to do it. That way father won't hold it against you. The little princess lowered her head deep in thought. Fine. I can have Lung Yu kill. Kill. The tiger, Might Marquis. Alright, kill the tiger, Might Marquis. If father blames us, you take the fall. No problem. You help me kill, and I'll take the blame. Deal. Seeing Gu Yun's straightforward and chivalrous manner, the little princess agreed, without hesitation. A hint of a smile curled at the corner of Gu Yun's mouth. Pleasure doing business. Outside the door, the little princess led the way, with Gu Yun following behind as they stepped out of the main hall. Lung Yu, I need you to kill someone for me. Can you do that? The little princess approached the sword immortal Lung Yu and asked. Lung Yu was taken aback. This was the first time the little princess had ever asked her to kill someone. Nevertheless, as the little princess's protector, she did not hesitate. Who does your highness wish to kill? The tiger, Might Marquis. Gu Yun answered on behalf of the little princess. The little princess nodded in confirmation. When asked Lung Yu. Now. Agreed. In that case, let us go. Seeing Lung Yu agree, the little princess eagerly headed toward the palace gates. Behind her, Lung Yu and Gu Yun followed in turn. Tiger, Might Marquis mansion. In a bedchamber. Father, you must avenge me. The imperial physician said I might never be able to do that kind of thing again. It's all that bitch's fault. If it weren't for her, how could I have ended up in such a miserable state? I will make her wish she were dead. I will make her suffer tenfold, 100-fold the pain I feel. On the bed, Xiao Chong gritted his teeth, enduring the throbbing pain in his groin, his face twisted with hatred and rage. Nearby, the tiger, Might Marquis, sat silently on a chair, his face dark and grim. Xiao Chong was his only son, and now he was utterly ruined. Although he was still young, and could perhaps start over, this affront was something he could not swallow. Rest assured, my son, I will avenge you. If it weren't for Eunuch Wei today, that wretch would be dead. She was lucky to escape this time. But it will only be once. I refuse to believe she can hide in the sixth prince's residence forever. The moment she shows her face, I will kill her and avenge you. Father, killing her is too easy. That would be letting her off too lightly. I want her alive. I want to torment her slowly. Very well, I promise you. I'll cripple her cultivation, break her limbs, and bring her back to you. The two harbored an irreconcilable hatred for Xiao Zhao. Especially Xiao Chong, whose life was ruined, naturally nursed an even deeper grudge against Xiao Zhao. He wished nothing more than to make her suffer a fate worse than death. Meanwhile, Gu Yun led the little princess to the gates of the tiger, Might Marquis mansion. The guards at the entrance stepped forward to block their way. Who are you? Don't you know this is the tiger, Might Marquis mansion? Bystanders, leave at once. The guards did not recognize the little princess or Gu Yun, taking them for mere young masters or misses. However, they would soon pay for their rudeness. Gu Yun stepped forward, staring at the guard with a cold expression, and said calmly, Go tell the tiger, Might Marquis, that I, Gu Yun, have come to take his life. Gu Yun. The guard frowned. Suddenly realization dawned, and his pupils contracted sharply. You are His Highness the Sixth Prince. Gu Yun did not answer, his gaze icy. The guard swallowed, nervously, a mix of shock and fear in his heart. Sixth Prince, please wait. I will inform the Marquis immediately. Not daring to offend Gu Yun, the guard hurried inside to notify the tiger, Might Marquis. After the guard entered, Gu Yun turned and looked at the little princess beside him. Little princess, the scenes ahead are not suitable for a child. You'd better wait for us at the gate. It will be over soon. Considering that the little princess was still a child and witnessing bloodshed might cause her psychological discomfort, Gu Yun asked her to wait outside. Though curious, the little princess knew that death would follow, so she chose to heed Gu Yun's advice and stay outside. All right, but be quick. I don't want to wait alone for too long. Gu Yun smiled. Don't worry. At most the time it takes to burn an incense stick. With that, Gu Yun entered the Tiger Might Marquee mansion. Lung Yu followed silently. Once she was inside, Gu Yun turned and closed the gate, bolting it shut. Having done that, he turned and walked deeper into the mansion. He had not gone even 100 meters when he stopped. Ahead, the Tiger Might Marquee was approaching from the opposite direction. When the Tiger Might Marquee saw Gu Yun barging in, he halted abruptly, a dark glint flashing in his eyes. But as his gaze shifted to the figure behind Gu Yun, he was so shocked that his entire body trembled. It's her. The Tiger Might Marquee stared fixedly at the sword immortal Lung Yu behind Gu Yun, his mind reeling. Though he did not know her true identity, he had seen her many times. He was well aware that the sword immortal Lung Yu before him was the one who always stayed by the little princess's side. How could she be with Gu Yun? Could they possibly know each other? Or was she sent by the little princess? Marquis Hui's expression grew grave. He was not afraid of Gu Yun because he knew Gu Yun had no faction backing him. Even the emperor did not particularly favor Gu Yun. But the little princess was different. Almost everyone in the capital knew that the little princess was deeply beloved by the emperor. Offending the little princess meant offending the emperor. Even with the backing of the Shao family of the northern frontier, Marquis Hui dared not gamble. After all, the emperor, wary of the Shao family, might forgive some minor transgressions. But offending the little princess was a grave offense. The emperor truly dared to kill him. May I ask how to address you? I remember you served the little princess. Why have you come to my Marquis Hui's residence? Could it be that the little princess has some command? Marquis Hui completely ignored Gu Yun and respectfully inquired of the Cold Moon Sword Immortal. However, the Cold Moon Sword Immortal, who would not even deign to reply to a prince, certainly would not answer a mere Marquis' query. A faint smirk curled at the corner of Gu Yun's mouth as he looked at Marquis Hui with amusement. I can answer your question. She is here to kill you. What did you say? Marquis Hui's brows lifted slightly, a flicker of displeasure in his eyes. Heh. Gu Yun let out a scornful laugh, then turned and walked aside. Cold Moon stepped forward, her icy gaze fixed on Marquis Hui across from her. Sensing a trace of killing intent, Marquis Hui's face darkened completely. Only now did he realize that Gu Yun was not joking. The Cold Moon Sword Immortal before him was indeed here to kill him. You actually managed to get the little princess to send someone to kill me. How did you manage that? Marquis Hui turned to stare at Gu Yun, both curious and solemn. Gu Yun chuckled derisively. Guess. Seeing that Gu Yun had no intention of revealing the answer, Marquis Hui had no choice but to shift his gaze back to the Cold Moon Sword Immortal. I know you are the little princess's person, but if you kill me, you must consider the consequences. I am a member of the Shao family of the northern frontier. If I die, the Shao family will not let this go. I do not know why the little princess is helping Gu Yun. But Gu Yun is merely a prince with no power. Associating with him is unwise. If you leave now, I will pretend this never happened. Marquis Hui was well aware that he was no match for the Cold Moon Sword Immortal. To survive, he had no choice but to invoke the Shao family of the northern frontier, hoping to intimidate the Cold Moon Sword Immortal into retreating. Yet the Cold Moon Sword Immortal remained expressionless, her gaze cold and heart utterly unruffled. She cared nothing for the Shao family of the northern frontier. She only knew that the little princess had ordered her to kill Marquis Hui. That was enough. You have one chance to strike. The Cold Moon Sword Immortal rested her left thumb on the sword hilt and spoke calmly. Marquis Hui's heart sank to rock bottom. He slowly clenched his fists, a wild gleam igniting in his eyes. In that case, let us die together. Marquis Hui roared abruptly, then channeled all his strength toward his dantian. Ha ha ha. The Shao family of the northern frontier will never forgive you. Marquis Hui was utterly unhinged, laughing wildly. Suddenly, he stomped his right foot with immense force, shattering a large patch of the bluestone floor beneath him. The next instant, his figure shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bowstring straight toward Gu Yun. In his heart, Marquis Hui knew that even with all his might, he could not rival the Cold Moon Sword Immortal. Therefore, he chose to take Gu Yun with him before he died. At least that way his death would not be entirely in vain. Gu Yun's gaze sharpened slightly. He had not anticipated this final move from Marquis Hui. Yet there was no trace of panic on his face. The title of Sword Immortal was not given in vain. The moment Marquis Hui charged toward Gu Yun, the Cold Moon Sword Immortal's left thumb pushed upward slightly. Zheng. In an instant, the sword barely revealed itself, and a chilling, astonishing sword chi shot forth. In the blink of an eye, the sword chi sliced through the air and struck Marquis Hui's neck. Marquis Hui's body came to an abrupt halt, his pupils contracting to pinpricks, his eyes filled with terror and shock. Frost began to form around the wound on his neck. Curiously, normally his head would have rolled to the ground. But the Cold Moon Sword Immortal's sword chi carried a natural chill, so the severed neck clung together due to the frozen blood. Not even a trace of blood marked the incision. Marquis Hue, a cultivator of the Daoxian realm, was slain with a single strike. From start to finish, the Cold Moon Sword Immortal's sword never fully left its sheath. Such was the terrifying might of a sword immortal. He is dead. The Cold Moon Sword Immortal looked at Gu Yun and spoke calmly. Gu Yun nodded. Thank you. The Cold Moon Sword Immortal said nothing more, turned and walked back the way she came. Her only task was to kill Marquis Hue. Now that Marquis Hue was dead, there was no reason for her to stay any longer. She cared not for the others in the residence. Watching the Cold Moon Sword Immortal's departing figure, Gu Yun said nothing more. With Marquis Hue dead, his goal was achieved. However, he did not leave. Instead, he took a signal flare from his storage pouch. As a burst of fireworks bloomed above the Marquis Hue residence, not far away, Su Ro and Xiao Zhao, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately rushed toward the residence. Half a stick of incense later, the two entered smoothly and rendezvoused with Gu Yun. The rest is up to you. Yes. Receiving the order, Su Ro and Xiao Zhao sprang into action. Gu Yun meanwhile turned and walked toward the main gate of the residence. When he emerged, he found the little princess had not yet left, so he walked over. Two people just went in, the little princess remarked. Gu Yun nodded. I know. I summoned them. Oh. The little princess did not press further. I have killed the man for you. We are even now. Then I shall return. The little princess turned to leave. Wait. Just then Gu Yun called out to her. The little princess stopped, turned back, and looked at Gu Yun with a puzzled expression. Gu Yun stepped forward, a smile on his face. Do you want to know about the man Huang? You are willing to tell me, the little princess exclaimed excitedly. Gu Yun shook his head, revealing a wry smile. I don't have time. However, my people have been with me in the man Huang and know everything about it. I can have them tell you. The little princess blinked her small eyes. Your people? You mean the two who just went in? Yes. Of course they cannot speak for free. For the next 3 days let them stay at your place. How about it? Confronted with Gu Yun's proposal, the little princess assumed a contemplative expression. After a moment, the little princess lifted her head and looked at Gu Yun. Fine, I agree to your request. And then let's wait a while. They'll be out soon. The reason Gu Yun wanted Su Ro and Xiao Zhao to live with the little princess was actually quite simple. It was to protect them. After all, Marquis Hue was not Marquis Wu, his backing was the Shao family of the northern frontier. Gu Yun had already sensed that he might not be able to return to his own residence for the next few days. The Shao family of the northern frontier would certainly retaliate for the death of Marquis Hue. Therefore, leaving Su Ro and Xiao Zhao in the residence might be dangerous. An instant stick later, thick smoke rose above the Marquis Hue estate. Su Ro and Xiao Zhao had also come out and joined Gu Yun. You two go back with the little princess. For the next 3 days you'll stay with her. Without my orders, do not leave Onping Palace. Gu Yun looked at Su Ro and Xiao Zhao and spoke. The two were filled with confusion. Master, what about you? Su Ro asked. Me. Gu Yun raised his head, gazing at the thick smoke filling the sky, a meaningful expression appearing on his face. Unless something unexpected happens, I probably won't be able to get out until the wedding. Xiao Zhao frowned slightly. Can't get out. What does that mean? I know this. The little princess suddenly interjected eagerly. When the imperial princes do something wrong, father usually locks them in the confinement room to make them reflect. And once locked in, unless father gives the order, they absolutely cannot come out. I heard the confinement room doesn't even have a bed, and it doesn't provide 3 meals a day. In fact, they don't even give water. The princes who made mistakes before went in fine, but when they came out they were completely debilitated. That state is more terrifying than death. What a... Xiao Zhao was shocked. His Majesty can be so ruthless to his own son. The little princess pouted. What's this? Confinement is already the lightest punishment. If it were flogging, I reckon he wouldn't be able to get out of bed for at least a month. Of course, unless it's a particularly grave offense. Otherwise, father usually doesn't resort to flogging the princes. After hearing the little princess's explanation, Su Ro's eyes showed worry. Master, you won't be flogged, will you? Gu Yun stroked his chin. Under normal circumstances, killing Marquis Hue would definitely warrant flogging. But now it's a special situation. In 3 days I have to attend the wedding. If I can't get out of bed, it would be the Dayan imperial family losing face. So don't worry too much. At worst, I'll be confined for a few days and released before the wedding. Hearing Gu Yun say this, Su Ro felt much more at ease. Alright, we should leave. The fire here must have already caught the attention of the Divine Strategy Army. Shortly after Gu Yun, the little princess and the others disappeared from in front of the Marquis Hue estate. Less than half an incense stick after they left, the squad of the Divine Strategy Army arrived at the gate of the Marquis Hue estate. But because the fire inside was too fierce, they could only stand outside and watch helplessly for the moment. Another big fire. Yesterday it was the Marquis Wu estate. Today it's the Marquis Hue estate. This is too much of a coincidence, isn't it? Could it be? Shu, watch your words. This is not something we can discuss. Someone will investigate, we'll know the truth about today's fire soon enough. But to be honest, I've long disliked Marquis Hue. Seeing this big fire, I actually feel a strange sense of satisfaction. What a coincidence, me too. Marquis Hue always looked down on us, the Divine Strategy Army. This fire is absolutely perfect. At the Imperial Palace, Gu Yun walked toward the Imperial Study. Su Rou and Xiao Zhao had already followed the little princess to Wamping Palace. The reason Gu Yun went to the Imperial Study was because he knew news of Marquis Hue would reach the Emperor's ears very soon. Rather than have the Emperor send someone to summon him, he might as well be direct and go to the Emperor himself. That way he could save the Emperor waiting time. In terms of filial piety, Gu Yun was beyond reproach. Before long, Gu Yun arrived at the Imperial Study. However, he did not enter directly. Instead, he turned around and gazed into the distance. In the midair, 100-jong pillar of black smoke was a shocking sight. Even in the Imperial Palace dozens of li away, it was still clearly visible. The corners of Gu Yun's mouth turned up slightly, a playful expression on his face. Xiao family of the Northern Frontier, what will you do next? I'm really looking forward to it. Meanwhile, the news that the Marquis Hue estate was engulfed in flames spread instantly. Many people's first thought was Gu Yun. For one, the previous Marquis Hue estate had been burned to ruins by Gu Yun in a single fire. The scene was utterly gruesome. Not even a complete bone could be found, let alone an intact corpse. Secondly, the conflict between Gu Yun and Marquis Hue at the market had occurred less than 2 hours earlier. If anyone was most likely to have struck at Marquis Hue, it was undoubtedly Gu Yun. The Divine Strategy Army's investigation gradually confirmed this. Someone had spotted Gu Yun near the Marquis Hue estate shortly before the fire broke out. Thus, the rumor that Gu Yun was the one who set fire to the Marquis Hue estate spread like wildfire. For a moment, the entire capital was shocked. In less than 2 days since his return, Gu Yun had burned down 2 Marquis estates. What's more, Marquis Hue was backed by the Xiao family of the Northern Frontier. Everyone wondered where Gu Yun found the audacity to lay a hand on Marquis Hue. After all, even the Emperor showed the Xiao family of the Northern Frontier some respect. Since when did a mere imperial prince become so arrogant and reckless as to disregard the Xiao family of the Northern Frontier? The most shocked were the 5 elder princes, especially the second prince. No one knew better than he how powerful and deeply rooted the Xiao family of the Northern Frontier was. At this moment, the 5 elder princes completely changed their view of Gu Yun. Before, they had looked down on him, thinking he was inherently lowly and unworthy to stand on equal footing with them. But now, in light of the burning of the Marquis Hue estate, not one of the 5 princes could help but admire him. At the very least, even if they had 10 times the courage, they would not dare to commit such a colossal transgression. At this moment, they regarded Gu Yun as an opponent, an incomparably insane one. What happened at the Marquis Hue estate was immediately reported to the Imperial Palace by the Divine Strategy Army. In the Imperial Study, Gu Tianqing listened to the report from the man below, a deep shock gradually emerging in his eyes. He slowly rose to his feet, his body trembling slightly from the sheer astonishment. The Marquis Hue's mansion is on fire. Are the people inside still alive? Gu Tianqing asked. Your Majesty, the fire is too fierce. We cannot confirm for the moment if anyone is still alive inside. Gu Tianqing sat back in his chair, his heart already understanding the situation. With such a raging inferno, even if there were survivors, they would likely have been burned to death. Have you found out who did this? Gu Tianqing asked in a low voice, calming his emotions. Your Majesty, it seems. Speak your mind. Yes. According to our investigation, before the fire broke out at the Marquis Hue's mansion, the 6th prince was seen in the vicinity. Him again. Having just calmed down, Gu Tianqing's emotions surged once more upon hearing Gu Yun's name. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Was he addicted to burning down mansions? Couldn't go a day without setting something ablaze. Gu Tianqing rubbed his forehead, momentarily at a loss for words. You may withdraw. Yes, your servant takes his leave. After the reporting Divine Strategy Army officer departed, the Imperial Study fell into a profound silence. At this moment, even Gu Tianqing could not fathom Gu Yun. He could not understand how, after only 10 years apart, Gu Yun had grown so bold as to not even fear the Xiao family of the northern border. Summon Gu Yun. Yes. Eunuch Wei did not dare to hesitate. The moment he stepped out of the Imperial Study, he froze in place. He stared straight at Gu Yun, who stood not far away, and could not help but rub his eyes. After a moment, he finally confirmed that his eyes were not deceiving him. For a moment, a profound strangeness flickered in Eunuch Wei's eyes. Composing himself, he walked toward Gu Yun. Sensing someone approaching from behind, Gu Yun withdrew his gaze and turned around. Your servant pays respects to the 6th prince. Eunuch Wei is father summoning me. Ah, yes indeed. Then let us go. Gu Yun walked calmly toward the Imperial Study. Behind him, Eunuch Wei stood stunned for a few breaths before quickly following. Inside the Imperial Study, Gu Tianqing had just picked up a memorial to review when he heard footsteps at the door. Puzzled, he looked up toward the entrance. Upon seeing Gu Yun, surprise and bewilderment flickered in his eyes. This speed was far too fast. Your son pays respects to father. Have you been waiting outside all along? Yes. Gu Tianqing fell into silence, feeling increasingly unable to understand the Gu Yun before him. After a long pause, Gu Tianqing spoke slowly. Have you nothing to explain? Gu Yun shook his head. Your son accepts punishment. Gu Yun's attitude rendered the speech Gu Tianqing had prepared completely useless. He had expected Gu Yun to find a reasonable excuse, just like last time. But Gu Yun had immediately accepted punishment, leaving Gu Tianqing at a loss for how to even scold him. Is the Marquis Hui dead? After a moment, Gu Tianqing suddenly asked. Gu Yun nodded. Yes. Did you do it? Yes. You lie. Do you take me for a fool? The Marquis Hui was at the Dao Profound Realm. How could you kill him? Gu Tianqing scolded sternly, anger rising on his face. Gu Yun remained expressionless, calmly raising his head to meet Gu Tianqing's gaze. Though the Marquis Hui was not killed by my hand, the one who killed him was brought by me. Hearing this, Gu Tianqing's brows slightly relaxed, and the anger on his face visibly subsided. You have such ability. In the capital, who would be willing to kill for you? And kill the Marquis Hui at that? Gu Tianqing continued, his tone now tinged with curiosity. Gu Yun paused, then spoke seriously. It is better that father does not know. Oh. Gu Tianqing raised an eyebrow, instantly glaring at Gu Yun. What if I insist on knowing? Gu Yun showed no fear, even a hint of helplessness on his face. It was the little princess. At these words, the imperial study fell into a deathly silence. On the dragon throne, Gu Tianqing's pupils contracted, his face filled with shock and disbelief. Even Eunuch Wei standing by was deeply shaken. None of them had expected that the matter of the Marquis Hui would involve the little princess. Was this a joke? In the entire capital, who didn't know that Gu Tianqing doted on the little princess the most? Now that the little princess was implicated, should she be punished? Or not? This question was undoubtedly fatal. After an unknown length of time, Gu Tianqing gradually calmed down and spoke slowly. What did you just say? Father, your son said nothing just now. Really? I thought I heard you say something. Your son indeed said nothing. Perhaps father has been working too long without rest and is having auditory hallucinations. So it was an auditory hallucination. It seems I truly need to rest. Once again, the imperial study fell into stillness. Beside them, Eunuch Wei kept his head low, not daring to make a sound. The eerie atmosphere made him tremble with fear and discomfort. One was the emperor, the other a prince. If they wanted to talk nonsense, why did they have to do it in front of him? Eunuch Wei was caught in a dilemma. Not listening was wrong. Listening was also wrong. You killed the Marquis Hui and have brought great trouble. From this moment on, go to the confinement room and reflect on your actions. You shall not leave the confinement room until your wedding with Qin Wushuang begins. Do you have any objection to this punishment? Father, your son has no objection to the punishment. Good. With that, Gu Tianqing cast a faint glance at Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei understood immediately and walked over to Gu Yun. Sixth Prince, please follow this old servant. Gu Yun did not hesitate, bowing slightly to Gu Tianqing. Your son takes his leave. Then he followed Eunuch Wei out of the imperial study. After Gu Yun left, Gu Tianqing rubbed his temples, a look of worry spreading across his face. With the death of the Marquis Hui, the Shao family of the northern border will likely seize the opportunity to make trouble again. Before the confinement room. Sixth Prince, this is the confinement room. Once inside, you cannot leave unless His Majesty permits it. If you have any needs, you may inform the guards outside. Eunuch Wei reminded him. Gu Yun nodded, his face showing no tension whatsoever, but rather an utter nonchalance. It seemed that being locked in the confinement room was no punishment at all to him. Inside the confinement room, all was dim. Against the corner lay a simple straw mat on the floor. Other than that, the vast space held nothing else. Not even a blanket to sleep with. After entering, Gu Yun first looked around. Finally, he walked to the straw mat and lay down casually. For Gu Yun, the Spartan conditions were not a problem at all. In the barbaric wilderness, he had endured places far worse than this confinement room. 3 days. What a long time. The thought of spending 3 whole days alone in the confinement room made Gu Yun feel as if the sky had fallen. At the Duke of Jinggua's mansion, in the rear courtyard, within a small pavilion, a woman in white sat on the bench in the center. Before her stood a youth of about 15 or 16. The youth was named Qin Feng, the son of the Duke of Jinggua. Sister, something huge has happened. The Marquis Hui's residence has caught fire. They say no one came out. It's possible. They might all have been burned to death. Qin Feng spoke with great excitement, a hint of astonishment mingling in his tone. Before him, the woman in white appeared remarkably composed, not a trace of emotion flickering across her face. She was none other than the daughter of the Duke of Jinggua, Qin Wushuang. Any other news? Qin Wushuang asked in a very calm voice. Qin Feng nodded. The Divine Strategy Army has uncovered a clue. They say it's related to the Sixth Prince. Qin Wushuang lifted her head, and for the first time a hint of emotion stirred in her eyes. The Sixth Prince. Just because of that incident in the market, the Sixth Prince killed the Marquis Hui and burned down his residence. Qin Wushuang murmured. Qin Feng shrugged helplessly. Sister, don't look at me. I'm not the Sixth Prince. How would I know why he would do such a thing? But still, wasn't the Sixth Prince too impulsive? I've heard that the Marquis Hui's backing is not simple. Qin Wushuang furrowed her brow slightly, a thoughtful expression appearing on her face. Just as Qin Feng had said, to annihilate the Marquis Hui's residence over a market dispute, such behavior in the eyes of ordinary people was nothing but impulsiveness. Yet within Qin Wushuang's heart a different thought stirred. She had never met Gu Yun, nor did she have any knowledge of his character. But she did not believe that a prince would act on a momentary impulse and lose his reason over a trivial matter. Given the sixth prince's demeanor at the morning court today, he is certainly not someone who acts without considering the consequences. His actions must have a reason. It's just that I can't yet fathom it. After deep deliberation, Qin Wushuang chose to trust her own judgment. Beside her, a flicker of surprise flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Sister, there's actually someone you can't see through. Could it be that the sixth prince is not as simple as he appears? As for Qin Wushuang's abilities, Qin Feng had known them since childhood. Although Qin Wushuang never left the house, she could base solely on the daily events in the capital. Accurately deduce the cause and effect of any matter, its entire context. She could even keenly perceive hidden details that others overlooked. Sometimes, even the Duke of Jinghua himself would come to consult his daughter. Thus in Qin Feng's eyes, his sister Qin Wushuang was an omnipotent being. There was nothing Qin Wushuang couldn't see through and no person she couldn't understand. But today that person had appeared. Qin Wushuang shook her head gently. I'm not sure yet. There are two possibilities. One, the sixth prince is hiding something or plotting something. The other, the sixth prince is indeed an impulsive man who acts without regard for consequences. If it were you, which possibility would you rather believe? That goes without saying, Qin Feng declared with certainty. Only a conceited person would choose the second. When facing anyone, we should always consider the most frightening side of them. Even if our guess turns out wrong, it doesn't matter. But if we underestimate someone from the start, the consequences can be fatal. These are the principles you taught me, sister. I will never forget them. Hearing Qin Feng's response, Qin Wushuang nodded with satisfaction. With such an understanding, I can rest assured. After all, the future of the Duke of Jinghua's mansion rests entirely on you. Qin Wushuang raised her head to gaze at the sky. Her tone carried profound meaning. Qin Feng's face instantly fell, a trace of sorrow flickering in his eyes. He had long known that Qin Wushuang would not live past the age of 20. At the time, he was still young, and 20 years seemed too long. So long that he thought his sister would always be by his side, playing and laughing with him. But in the blink of an eye, he had grown up. And Qin Wushuang's life had less than 2 years remaining. In that moment, Qin Feng suddenly realized. 20 years, it was far, far too short. So short that before he could even grasp it, the end was nearly upon them. Noticing the change in Qin Feng's expression, Qin Wushuang offered a gentle smile. Xiao Feng, there's no need to grieve for me. Everyone is born with their own destiny. Some are born as princes, exalted and enjoying the riches and honors of the world. Some are born as commoners, rising at dawn and resting at dusk, living a monotonous and tedious life day after day. And some are destined to die young, for whom even a single glimpse of this world is a luxury. As for me, I am not only the daughter of the Duke of Jinghua, but also have lived for 20 years. Compared to those ordinary people, I consider myself fortunate. Death is not necessarily a new beginning. What we can do is, under the arrangement of fate, try to do as many things as we wish. In that way, this life leaves no regrets. Qin Wushuang had a profound understanding of death and had long since accepted it. Her only lingering attachment was to her family. Qin Feng fell into a long, heavy silence. To him, at least for now, the parting of life and death was something he could not yet face with equanimity. Just as the atmosphere was growing somewhat somber, a figure approached the pavilion from not far away. Qin Wushuang noticed the newcomer first, followed by Qin Feng. The newcomer was none other than the Duke of Jinghua, Qin Shanhe. Father, have you come to see me about something? Qin Wushuang asked. The Duke nodded. The sixth prince has been confined to a closed room by His Majesty. Qin Wushuang frowned slightly. Is it because of the burning of the Marquis Hui's residence? Yes. How did it happen so quickly? It should have taken about an hour to reach a conclusion. Because the sixth prince went to see His Majesty himself. All this. Qin Wushuang was momentarily stunned, at a loss for words. Clearly she had not anticipated that Gu Yun would voluntarily confess. Suddenly a smile spread across Qin Wushuang's face. Now I can be certain. The sixth prince is by no means an impulsive man. Otherwise he would not have gone to His Majesty on his own. But his purpose in doing so, I still have no clue. The Duke nodded noncommittally. I share the same thought. The sixth prince could not possibly be unaware that behind the Marquis Hui stands the Shao clan of the northern border. Did he provoke the Shao clan of the northern border deliberately to cause trouble for His Majesty as a vent for his dissatisfaction at being sent to the wilderness? Or does he have a deeper purpose? Even the shrewd and experienced Duke of Jinghua found it difficult to see through Gu Yun's motives for killing the Marquis Hui. Qin Wushuang pondered, then suddenly spoke. Father, you have met the sixth prince. When he was before His Majesty, did he show any discontent or utter any resentful words? The Duke frowned slightly, recalling every move of Gu Yun during the morning court. After a moment, he slowly shook his head. No. A glint of light sparkled in Qin Wushuang's eyes. Perhaps the sixth prince's target is not just the Shao clan of the northern border. The Duke Xingguo was startled. What do you mean by that? I'm merely speculating, Father. You should know well, Father, which family is the closest to the northern border Shao clan. The Duke Xingguo's pupils constricted. You mean the second prince? Qin Wushuang nodded. Do you still remember that incident 10 years ago, Father? 10 years ago. The Duke Xinguo muttered to himself. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, a flicker of astonishment appeared in his eyes. Is it possible? Whether it's possible or not we'll know as we continue to watch. If the sixth prince truly harbors that intention, what he does next will only be more reckless. Qin Wushuang spoke with grave seriousness. For a moment, the Duke Xinguo fell into silence. His gaze was complex and turmoil churned within his heart. After a long while, the Duke Xinguo spoke heavily. If that's the case, this betrothal. Before he could finish, Qin Wushuang interrupted. Father, the betrothal cannot be altered. But then you. The Duke Xinguo's face showed hesitation. Qin Wushuang shook her head gently, a bitter smile forming on her lips. This is simply my fate. Besides, it's too late. His Majesty cannot and will not change this betrothal. As for the reason, Father, haven't you already known it long ago? Moreover, this matter was originally proposed by me to His Majesty. And you, Father, are His Majesty's most trusted confidant, the only one. If we break the engagement now, how would His Majesty perceive us? The Duke Xinguo opened his mouth, but in the end not a single word escaped his lips. Everything Qin Wushuang said was clear in his mind. Neither he nor the emperor could prevent this marriage, unless he could bear the consequences of annulling the betrothal. But the outcome was obvious. Even the emperor could not bear those consequences, so naturally he could not either. Alas! It's you who suffers. 1,000 words in his heart finally condensed into a helpless sigh. Qin Wushuang shook her head. This was my own choice, Father, it has nothing to do with you. Besides, my time is already short. This is the last thing I can do for the Duke Xinguo's mansion. Qin Wushuang did not blame anyone. She understood what she was doing and did so willingly. She never let her emotions or the impending approach of death cloud her reason. Father, I intend to go to the palace to see the sixth prince, Qin Wushuang said suddenly. The Duke Xinguo was slightly surprised, but asked no further questions. He took from his waist the token that symbolized the Duke Xinguo's authority. With this token, one could go anywhere in the palace. This was the privilege the emperor had granted the Duke Xinguo. The sixth prince is currently confined to the detention room. Take my token, and you will be able to see him without hindrance. Qin Wushuang did not refuse and reached out to take the token. I wouldn't feel at ease letting you go alone. Let Xiaofeng accompany you. The Duke Xinguo spoke. Beside him, Qin Feng immediately thumped his chest with a spirited air. Rest assured, Father. I swear. As long as I am here, no one can harm a single hair on my sister's head. The Duke Xinguo nodded with satisfaction. Go then. Take care along the way. Qin Wushuang responded. Then, under Qin Feng's protection, she left the rear courtyard. A short while later, a carriage departed from the gate of the Duke Xinguo's mansion. Its destination, the Imperial Palace. Perhaps because Qin Wushuang's body was too frail to withstand rough travel. Therefore, the carriage moved very slowly, only slightly faster than a normal walking pace. A distance of less than 10 li took a full half-hour to cover. Fortunately, the journey was smooth. When they arrived at the palace, aside from her pale complexion, Qin Wushuang showed no other signs of discomfort. This was in fact the first time Qin Wushuang had traveled far from home. So far, the only person who could make her disregard her health like this was Gu Yun. With the Duke Xinguo's token, Qin Wushuang passed through the palace without any obstruction. Eventually, she reached the location of the detention room. After a brief inquiry, she easily found the detention room, where Gu Yun was confined. The guards at the door, upon seeing the token in Qin Wushuang's hand, unlocked the door without any hesitation. Xiaofeng, wait for me outside. Qin Wushuang turned and instructed Qin Feng, who was beside her. Qin Feng hesitated, his face showing worry. Sister, the sixth prince even dared to kill the Marquis Hu Wei. If he means you harm. Qin Wushuang shook her head with a smile. Don't think so ill of the sixth prince. After all, he is a prince. I have no enmity with him, so why would he harm me? With that, Qin Wushuang stepped forward. The guard, seeing this, immediately opened the door to the detention room. Once Qin Wushuang entered, the guard closed the door again. Outside the door, although Qin Feng was deeply worried, he could only wait patiently. He pricked up his ears, listening intently. At the slightest sound from within the detention room, he would not hesitate to break down the door. Meanwhile, inside the detention room, hearing the noise from the door, Gu Yun, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened them and turned his head toward the entrance. Soon he discerned a figure approaching him steadily. However, due to the dim light, for a moment Gu Yun could not make out the person's face. He could only judge from the silhouette and the sound of footsteps that it was a woman. Moreover, a woman with a very weak aura. Gu Yun sat up. Curiosity and puzzlement filled his mind at this sudden visit from an unfamiliar woman. Ding. Detected a red destiny person. Strongly. Recommend the host to recruit for personal use. Special mission activated. Mission objective: Qin Wushuang's loyalty or affection toward the host reaches 90 or above. Mission completion obtains special reward. The shorter the mission completion time, and the higher Qin Wushuang's loyalty or affection, the richer the reward. Gu Yun's pupils dilated, and a storm raged within his heart. He had never expected the system to appear at this moment. After all, the last time it had proactively emerged was 3 years ago. At that time, Gu Yun had encountered an orange destiny person. But this time it was a red destiny person, a rank higher than orange. The system's appearance traced back to 10 years ago when Gu Yun had just transmigrated into this fantasy world. Back then, less than a month after his arrival, he was banished by the Emperor to the desolate frontier. The system had awakened unexpectedly during Gu Yun's journey to the Great Wall of the Wilderness, and his system was far from ordinary. With its help, Gu Yun could not only view anyone's fortune level, but also see each person's specific fortune traits. Fortune levels were divided into 7 tiers, from lowest to highest: white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, and gold. Ordinary people mostly possess white or green fortune. Blue fortune might appear once in 10,000 people. Purple fortune is exceedingly rare. One might encounter a person with purple fortune only once in 100,000 or even a million. Above purple, starting from orange fortune, it is even more exceptional. Such encounters are a matter of fate, impossible to quantify by probability. These individuals are also known as children of destiny. They are naturally endowed with immense fortune and extraordinary talent, far surpassing ordinary people. The orange child of destiny was also Gu Yun's primary target over the past decade. Even with the system's assistance, Gu Yun had only subdued a little over a dozen orange children of destiny. It must be noted that the Dian dynasty boasted a population of tens of billions. Although the barbaric lands had fewer people than other regions, they still numbered in the billions. Yet among so many, he had only found a little over a dozen. This clearly illustrates how rare the children of destiny truly are. As for the red child of destiny, Gu Yun had never encountered one in 10 years. In fact, Gu Yun had once doubted whether the Dian dynasty even possessed a red child of destiny. At least until Qin Wushuang appeared and the system suddenly emerged, he still held this belief. While Gu Yun was still in a state of extreme shock, Qin Wushuang had already come before him. It was the first time the two had faced each other at such close quarters. Qin Wushuang looked at Gu Yun, who stood frozen with a dazed expression, and a flicker of doubt arose in her heart. Gu Yun's reaction completely exceeded her expectations. Although this was their first meeting, she couldn't understand why Gu Yun would show such an exaggerated expression upon seeing her. It was as if he had beheld an incomparable treasure. "Sixth Prince, are you all right?" Qin Wushuang asked tentatively. Hearing her voice, Gu Yun finally snapped out of his shock. Only then did he fully see Qin Wushuang's face. It was a face beyond words. A celestial maiden descended to the mortal world, stunning the realm with her peerless beauty, especially the touch of pallor that elevated her allure to unprecedented heights. Anyone who saw her would be compelled to feel affection. Gu Yun stood up and carefully examined Qin Wushuang before him. "Are you Qin Wushuang?" Gu Yun spoke. Although the system mission had mentioned Qin Wushuang's name, he still wanted to confirm it personally. Qin Wushuang was somewhat surprised. "Have you seen me before, Sixth Prince?" Gu Yun shook his head. "Then how did you know I was Qin Wushuang?" Qin Wushuang asked curiously. Gu Yun replied calmly, "A guess." "A guess, eh?" Qin Wushuang's curiosity deepened. "May I hear your reasoning, Sixth Prince?" Gu Yun gave a mysterious smile. "Of course. First, the confinement room is not accessible to just anyone. Besides my father, there should be only 2 people in the capital who can do so. One is the Duke of Jinghua, and the other is the little princess. I have met the little princess, so you most likely come from the Duke of Jinghua's mansion. Of course, it's also possible that my father sent you to find me. Second, your face. In the capital, there are 2 renowned as the twin beauties with unparalleled grace. One of them is from the Duke of Jinghua's mansion. Third, I left the capital for 10 years. In the capital, no one should care about a 6th prince confined to a room. Except for the Duke of Jinghua's mansion. After all, I am betrothed to the Duke's daughter. Considering all these points, guessing your identity is not difficult." After hearing Gu Yun's explanation, Qin Wushuang nodded. At that moment, she was absolutely certain. Gu Yun was by no means an impulsive or reckless person. Such clear thinking and attention to detail could never belong to an impulsive person. "Your guess is correct, Sixth Prince. I am indeed Qin Wushuang. Since you can guess my identity, can you also guess the purpose of my visit?" Qin Wushuang asked, seemingly wanting to test him further. However, Gu Yun shook his head. Seeing this, Qin Wushuang's face showed a hint of confusion. Ignoring her confusion, Gu Yun turned around and lay back down on the straw mat. He placed his hands behind his head, gazing up at the pitch-black ceiling. Gu Yun's action left Qin Wushuang utterly bewildered. Without any reason, he suddenly lay down and ignored her. Had she said something wrong? Qin Wushuang carefully recalled every word she had just spoken. Yet in the end, she still didn't understand which sentence caused Gu Yun to suddenly stop talking to her. For a moment, Qin Wushuang stood there at a loss. She didn't know whether to stay or leave. After a long silence, Qin Wushuang finally couldn't help but ask again, "Sixth Prince, did I say something wrong?" Gu Yun turned to look at her. "Miss Qin, they say you are naturally intelligent. Haven't you figured it out yet?" Hearing this, Qin Wushuang's brow furrowed, and her confusion deepened. "I am dull-witted. I don't understand what you mean, Sixth Prince." "What should I understand?" Qin Wushuang asked, her heart filled with both confusion and intense curiosity. At the same time, Gu Yun's uniqueness intrigued her greatly. Gu Yun suddenly revealed a faint smile and spoke meaningfully. "You shouldn't have come here. Nor should you have tested me." Qin Wushuang was stunned, a storm of emotions surging within her. She had never expected Gu Yun to say such words. The key point was that she had indeed come with the intention of testing him. Yet from the moment she entered until now she had only spoken a few sentences, and Gu Yun had already discerned her purpose so quickly. At that moment Qin Wushuang felt an unprecedented pressure and challenge. Even when facing her own father or the emperor, she had never felt so discomfited. The feeling Gu Yun gave her was extraordinary. It was as if Gu Yun could see through all her thoughts. Sixth Prince, I admit that I came here to test you. But I see no problem with that. After all, the emperor has decreed our betrothal, and we will soon be married. It is only natural for me to want to know more about my future husband, isn't it? Qin Wushuang spoke calmly without denying it. On the contrary, her answer was almost flawless. Is it wrong for a woman to want to understand her future husband? Gu Yun took a deep look at Qin Wushuang. This woman before him was not easy to deal with. Gu Yun rose from the straw mat and walked slowly to Qin Wushuang, meeting her gaze. The distance between them was less than half a foot. They could even feel each other's heartbeat. Qin Wushuang slightly raised her head, experiencing her first close contact with a man. However, unlike a shy maiden, Qin Wushuang's face showed no trace of embarrassment or nervousness. She stared intently into Gu Yun's eyes, trying to see through the man before her. Suddenly Gu Yun leaned forward, his lips close to Qin Wushuang's ear. Do you think the emperor granted a marriage between me, who has no power or influence, and you, the daughter of the Duke of Jinghua, for no reason? Surely you don't believe the current emperor, my father, is a fool, or that he acts without thought. How is that possible? As his voice faded, Gu Yun straightened and stepped back 2 paces. Then he looked at Qin Wushuang with a faint, knowing smile. Qin Wushuang's pupils trembled slightly. Though her face remained composed, her mind was in turmoil. Gu Yun turned around, clasping his hands behind his back, facing away from Qin Wushuang, his tone profound. You and I are nothing more than 2 pawns pushed to the forefront. The difference is you are willing while I am forced. Qin Wushuang's pupils constricted. At that moment, she could no longer maintain her composure. The slight quiver of her cheeks was the best proof. Qin Wushuang was utterly bewildered. Was she here to test Gu Yun, or was he testing her? A pang of regret surfaced in her heart. She should not have come to see Gu Yun at this time. Qin Wushuang lowered her head, falling into silence. Now she did not know what to say. Deny. Admit. Either choice seemed disastrous. Gu Yun turned and looked at Qin Wushuang again. I do not care what your purpose is in coming here today. I do not care how much you know about the truth behind the marriage. Let me be clear, I do not care about this so-called betrothal. We can marry. You can be my lawful wife. Even after that you may do as you please, go wherever you wish, and I will not interfere. I have only one condition: after the wedding we live separate lives, each minding our own business. What do you think? Gu Yun's words left Qin Wushuang momentarily stunned. She sensed an unprecedented aura emanating from him. This aura was cold, ruthless, yet carried an indescribable gentleness. After a moment, Qin Wushuang bowed slightly to Gu Yun. Your Highness, I understand your meaning. I am glad you spoke so plainly. Then, as you said, after the ceremony, we shall not interfere with each other. I take my leave. With that, Qin Wushuang turned and walked toward the door. Since matters had reached this point, staying would yield nothing. Moreover, her body could not endure much longer. After standing for just a short while, her strength was already half depleted. If she continued, she might soon collapse from exhaustion within the confinement chamber. Yet Qin Wushuang had overestimated her own body. She had taken fewer than 10 steps when her body began to sway. Her vision blurred. She quickened her pace, desperate to leave the confinement chamber. But in the next second, her right foot twisted and her center of gravity wavered. Due to her frailty, she could not react in time, and her body toppled to the right. Panic surged in Qin Wushuang's heart. Her mind told her to steady herself, but her weak body could not comply. Just as she braced for the fall, she felt something grasp her waist, accompanied by a warmth. Before she could react, a force caught her body. After a few breaths, her consciousness gradually returned. She slowly turned her head and found herself leaning against Gu Yun's chest. His warm, strong hands were holding her slender waist. Are you all right? As Qin Wushuang was still immersed in the warmth behind her, a soft inquiry reached her ear. Only then did she fully snap back to reality. Qin Wushuang struggled to stand, but as soon as she straightened, she lost control and began to fall again. Seeing this, Gu Yun immediately reached out to steady her. Once again, they made intimate physical contact. Thank you. Qin Wushuang stammered, her heartbeat racing uncontrollably. Gu Yun shook his head, an expression of helplessness on his face. With such a frail body, you still dared to come see me. Weren't you afraid of something happening on the way? And if something happened to you here, I would never be able to clear my name. Qin Wushuang's physical condition was even worse than Gu Yun had anticipated. When he touched her earlier, he had taken the opportunity to make a preliminary examination. If he hadn't examined her, it would have been fine. But after checking, Gu Yun almost thought he was holding a corpse. Not only was her breath weaker than 1/10 of a normal person's. More alarmingly, the vitality within her body was almost negligible. Her body was ice-cold, devoid of any warmth. Even if Qin Wushuang stopped breathing in the next second, Gu Yun would not find it surprising. He could not understand how she managed to endure with such a dead-like body. Though her face remained calm, Gu Yun knew very well that such a ruined body must produce all kinds of unimaginable pain. An ordinary person would have long chosen to end their suffering. At this moment, Gu Yun felt a new respect for this woman. the bone-chilling cold within her body alone. He himself could only endure it for 3 days at most. Yet Qin Wushuang had endured it for over a decade without changing her expression. Such perseverance was rarer than 1 in 10 million. Forgive me, Your Highness, for causing you trouble. I will leave now. Qin Wushuang apologized. She fully understood what Gu Yun said. If she fell here, he would certainly be implicated. Therefore, to avoid involving Gu Yun, she planned to leave the confinement chamber while her mind was still clear. Even if she collapsed outside, it would have nothing to do with him. However, just as Qin Wushuang was about to drag her weak body toward the door, she found her right arm caught by Gu Yun. She looked up at him, confusion in her eyes. Gu Yun saw through her bewilderment and said calmly, "Stay here tonight." Qin Wushuang was stunned, thinking she had misheard. But seeing the serious look in Gu Yun's eyes, she became flustered. "Your Highness, this is inappropriate, and my body cannot handle that." For the first time, panic appeared on Qin Wushuang's face. Clearly, she had misunderstood Gu Yun's intention. Although they were betrothed, they were not yet married. Even if they were married, with Qin Wushuang's frail body, any strenuous activity would be impossible. A wrong move could cost her life. Gu Yun rolled his eyes at Qin Wushuang. "What are you daydreaming about? I just don't want you to kick the bucket before the wedding. Though I don't care about the ceremony, the title of the Duke of Jinggua's son-in-law still holds value for me." Hearing this, Qin Wushuang's emotions settled somewhat. Yet even so, she remained wary of Gu Yun in her heart. After all, she could not see through him at all. While Qin Wushuang was lost in thought, Gu Yun quickly removed his outer robe. Seeing this, Qin Wushuang's face turned pale. Was he actually starting to undress? Was this moral decay, or human nature twisted? Was she a fragile woman destined to be unable to escape this calamity? Gu Yun did not notice the change in her expression as he neatly spread the removed robe over the reed mat. After doing this, he rose and walked to Qin Wushuang. Without waiting for her to speak, he directly scooped her up in a bridal carry. By the time Qin Wushuang realized she was forcefully held, Gu Yun had already gently placed her on the robe spread over the mat. She trembled slightly, looking at Gu Yun with a hint of fear in her eyes. In her mind, she had already imagined the heinous things Gu Yun would do to her next. However, the scene she dreaded did not occur. After placing her on the robe, Gu Yun only rested his fingers on her wrist. Qin Wushuang glanced at her wrist, then at the earnest Gu Yun. At that moment, she realized she had misunderstood him. A slight relief welled up in her heart, and a trace of goodwill toward Gu Yun began to grow. At least Gu Yun seemed to be a righteous man. Meanwhile, Gu Yun's expression grew more solemn. Qin Wushuang's physical condition was utterly dire. Far worse than the worst-case scenario he had anticipated. Ordinary medical treatments would hardly have any effect on her. Gu Yun withdrew his right hand and sat heavily beside Qin Wushuang's legs. He lowered his head, stroked his chin, and sank into thought. Qin Wushuang lifted her head slightly, her gaze resting on the solemn Gu Yun. For some reason, a warmth suddenly blossomed in her heart. She had never seen such a concerned expression on anyone except her own family. Gu Yun was the first and the only one. "Sixth Prince, I know my own body," she said. "Many physicians have examined me, and none could do anything. So don't worry too much. Besides, I won't die easily before our wedding." Qin Wushuang suddenly spoke. She did not believe Gu Yun could solve or even alleviate her condition, and she was already fully aware of her own state. That Gu Yun cared about her was enough to satisfy her. Although she hadn't achieved her goal for coming here today, she had not gained nothing. At least she knew there was still someone in this world who cared about her, even if that person didn't truly care for her in his heart. Gu Yun ignored Qin Wushuang, still immersed in his own world. Before his eyes appeared Qin Wushuang's information panel. Qin Wushuang, age 18, identity daughter of the Duke of Zhenghua of the Dian Dynasty. Luck, level red, affection 60, luck traits 9, binding fate red, Linglong ice heart red, phoenix hidden in netherworld red, peerless beauty orange 9, binding fate innately carries a trace of primal 9, cold chi, which continuously devours the host's life force until death. Linglong ice heart, the power to see through the hearts of people in the world. Once fully awakened, it can read anyone's thoughts. Phoenix hidden in netherworld, not unlocked, currently unavailable. Peerless beauty, naturally endowed with unmatched looks. Current status, only 3 months of life remaining. Without external intervention, death is inevitable. 3 months. The problem must be the 9, binding fate. Primal 9, cold chi, devouring life force. No wonder she's already so weak even before 20. To save her, there's only one way. Replenish the life force she's lost. But that's only a temporary fix, not a cure. If the primal 9, cold chi isn't resolved, even if I pour in endless life force, it will eventually be consumed. After examining Qin Wushuang's panel, Gu Yun quickly found the root cause of her frailty. However, he had no idea how to eliminate the primal 9, cold chi in her body. After all, this was his first time hearing of such a thing. System, do you have any way to deal with the primal 9, cold chi in Qin Wushuang's body? In desperation, Gu Yun pinned all his hopes on the system. If even the system had no solution, he would have to abandon Qin Wushuang, this red luck bearer. The primal 9, cold chi has already merged completely into Qin Wushuang's body. To cure it, there is only one method. What method? Master the primal 9, cold chi and make it your own. Only then can this death tribulation be resolved. Master the primal 9 in cold chi. How? Is there a way? There are two ways. The first is active. Qin Wushuang relies on her own power to control the primal 9 in cold chi within her. Gu Yun turned to glance at Qin Wushuang beside him and sighed inwardly. Given her condition, it's already a miracle that she's conscious. She simply doesn't have the strength to control the primal 9 in cold chi. Then there's only the second way, passive. Use external help to let Qin Wushuang gradually master the primal 9 in cold chi in her body. This method is extremely time-consuming. It could take as little as 3 to 5 years, or as long as 100, or even 1,000 years. What? At least 3 years. Come on, she only has 3 months left. In 3 years she'd be nothing but bones. Gu Yun was speechless. If he had met Qin Wushuang 3 years earlier, maybe there would have been a chance. But now it was virtually impossible. Was this death tribulation her destined fate? Gu Yun felt a pang of regret. Not only because Qin Wushuang was so young, but also because she was the first red luck bearer he had encountered. Host, don't be too disheartened. Although Qin Wushuang only has 3 months to live, you can extend her lifespan, while helping her control the primal 9 in cold chi. Extend her lifespan. Tell me more. The reason her life is reduced to 3 months is mainly because her life force has been devoured by the primal 9 in cold chi. Therefore, by replenishing her life force, you can extend her lifespan. How can I do that? The system suggests using the resurrection pill. The resurrection pill can be purchased in the system shop. One pill costs 100 luck points and extends Qin Wushuang's life by 1 month. 1 month. Minus the 3 months, that means at least 33 pills. One pill costs 100 luck points. 33 pills would be 3,300 luck points. Gu Yun fell silent. Over 3,000 fortune points. This was truly draining Gu Yun dry. Currently, he had only 2 methods to acquire fortune. The first was to subdue individuals whose fortune level was no lower than blue. Moreover, these individuals must have a loyalty or favorability rating of no less than 90. Only after meeting the above conditions could he obtain the corresponding fortune reward. For a person with blue fortune, the reward was 10 fortune points. For a person with purple fortune, the reward was 100 fortune points. For a person with orange fortune, the reward was 1000 fortune points. The pattern continued in this manner. The second method to acquire fortune was to kill those with fortune no lower than blue. This approach was simple and brutal, with no prerequisite of loyalty. Moreover, it was not limited to Gu Yun himself. If any of those he had subdued killed someone with fortune no lower than blue, he would also receive the fortune reward. Therefore, the more people Gu Yun subdued, the higher the efficiency of acquiring fortune. Yet even so, over the span of 10 years, the fortune Gu Yun had accumulated was not substantial. Although the Dayan Empire had a population exceeding 10 billion, those with fortune no lower than blue were extremely scarce. Besides, Gu Yun could not possibly kill everyone whose fortune was no lower than blue. After all, he was not a practitioner of the demonic path. After 10 years excluding the fortune he had already spent, Gu Yun now had less than 5,000 fortune points. These 5,000 fortune points were deliberately reserved for emergencies. If he saved Qin Wushuang, he would be left with only a little over 1,000 fortune points. Thus, should a special situation arise, he would likely find himself in a predicament of insufficient fortune. To Gu Yun, this was clearly a dangerous choice. To save or not to save. After some deliberation, Gu Yun finally made a decision. Qin Wushuang must be saved. First, her identity was special. Alive, she could provide greater value to Gu Yun. She might even play a pivotal role in his subsequent plans. Secondly, Qin Wushuang was a person of red destiny. If he could subdue her, he would receive a reward of 10,000 fortune points. In that case, the over 3,000 fortune points spent would not only be recovered, but would yield a substantial profit. System: after extending Qin Wushuang's lifespan, how can I help her control the innate 9 in cold chi within her? That is very simple. All things in the world are mutually reinforcing and counteracting, complementing each other. The innate 9 in cold chi belongs to the ultimate yin chi. To balance yin and yang, one only needs to inject yang chi into Qin Wushuang's body, weakening and suppressing the innate 9 in cold chi. Then, with the Taoyin true scripture as a supplement, refine the innate 9 in cold chi little by little until it is completely mastered. Thus, destiny can be changed. Yang chi. That's easy to handle. But what is this Taoyin true scripture? Taoyin true scripture is an immortal grade technique available for purchase in the system store at a price of 100,000 fortune points. To master the innate 9 in cold chi, there is no need to purchase the full version, only the first volume of the Taoyin true scripture is required, priced at 5,000 fortune points. 5,000. Gu Yun fell into silence once again. He knew things wouldn't be so simple. This was a person of red destiny. How could it be possible to save her with just over 3,000 fortune points? Gu Yun felt a twinge of regret. 5,000 fortune points. Was this going to drain his last savings completely? He even suspected the system was deliberately trying to squeeze out every last fortune point he had painstakingly accumulated. Sigh. There are still 3 months, no need to rush. Gu Yun let out a helpless sigh. He had no intention of purchasing that so-called Tying True scripture just yet. After all, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't need fortune points for emergencies later. Fortunately, Qin Wushuang still had 3 months to live. That meant he had 3 months to acquire fortune. Relying on subduing individuals of fortune to acquire luck was clearly too slow. Killing was the fastest method. Coincidentally, the capital was never short of people of fortune. Even more coincidentally, these people were mostly within the targets of Gu Yun's plans. In the end, Gu Yun purchased a resurrection pill from the system store. Although Qin Wushuang still had 3 months of life left, her current physical condition was extremely poor. Therefore, Gu Yun planned to first regulate her body. This would also benefit Qin Wushuang's later cultivation of the Tying True scripture and her refinement of the innate 9 cold qi. Gu Yun took out the pill from the system space, stood up, and approached Qin Wushuang. Seeing Gu Yun so close and the pill in his hand that had appeared from nowhere, Qin Wushuang looked puzzled and curious. Before she could think further, Gu Yun brought the resurrection pill to her lips. "What is this?" Qin Wushuang couldn't help asking. "Something good for you," Gu Yun replied casually. As for the pill's origin and specific effects, he had no intention of telling Qin Wushuang. It involved the system, the greatest secret he possessed. He would not reveal even a hint of it, not to Qin Wushuang, nor to anyone he trusted most. After all, if it could be spoken aloud, could it still be called a secret? Qin Wushuang hesitated for a moment. Seeing the earnest expression on Gu Yun's face, she slowly opened her mouth. Gu Yun took the opportunity to place the resurrection pill into her mouth. The pill dissolved instantly upon contact. Before Qin Wushuang could react, a vast and gentle surge of life force emerged within her body. Qin Wushuang's pupils widened slightly, a flicker of surprise and disbelief in her eyes. She could clearly feel that her breathing was no longer as labored as before. Her breath was also much steadier than before. More importantly, the pain in her body had diminished by more than half in an instant. This was something Qin Wushuang had never anticipated. Previously, she had taken many pills to regulate her body. She had even consumed several extremely rare 1,000-year-old spirit herbs. Yet the effects of those things were essentially negligible. They could even be described as completely ineffective. But now a single pill from Gu Yun was 100 or even 1,000 times more effective than a 1,000-year-old spirit herb. For a moment, Qin Wushuang's curiosity toward Gu Yun reached a new height. "Thank you. That pill must be very precious, isn't it?" Qin Wushuang said with gratitude and curiosity. "What do you think?" Gu Yun replied. "You should know better than I do whether it's precious or not, right? Why are you so good to me? Is it because of the engagement? Or for some other reason?" Gu Yun paused, glanced at Qin Wushuang, then turned his gaze elsewhere. He wanted to tell the truth, but he couldn't. Gu Yun shook his head and said calmly, "Don't overthink it. I'm good to you only because you are the daughter of the Duke of Zhan. The longer you live, the more beneficial it is to me. That's all." Gu Yun's words echoed in Qin Wushuang's ears. Qin Wushuang was not particularly surprised by Gu Yun's answer. In fact, she had already guessed he would say that. Or rather, it was only reasonable that Gu Yun valued her worth. After all, before the imperial marriage decree, they had virtually no connection. They were complete strangers. How could a stranger be kind to you without reason? Qin Wushuang saw this very clearly. However, she didn't mind. She only knew that besides her family, Gu Yun was the only person who had been kind to her. After that, neither of them spoke again. The confinement room fell into a stretch of silence. Outside the confinement chamber, Qin Feng, who had initially been waiting patiently, was now pacing back and forth. A trace of anxiety and unease had clearly begun to appear on his face. Every half-instance time, he would press his ear against the iron door of the confinement chamber, trying to hear any sound from within. However, whether it was because the iron door was too thick or the soundproofing of the chamber was too effective, Qin Feng could hear nothing from inside. After waiting for over an hour, losing patience, Qin Feng immediately stepped forward to open the iron door. Yet the 2 guards beside him promptly reached out to stop him. Qin Feng frowned slightly. "I want to go in and have a look." The guard replied calmly, "Apologies, unless His Majesty arrives in person or delivers a verbal decree. No one else is permitted to enter the confinement chamber." Qin Feng's expression darkened, clearly displeased. "I am the son of the Duke of Jinghua. Surely an exception can be made for me." The guard remained unyielding. "No." Qin Feng grew angry. "Then how did you open the door earlier and let my sister in? With the identity token of the Duke of Jinghua, one may enter." "Then that's settled. Open up quickly or I must go in." "Apologies, no." Are you doing this on purpose? Didn't you say that with the Duke's identity token one could enter?" "Yes, but you do not have it." "What do you mean I don't? You've already seen the token earlier." "I know, but that was then. Now to enter the confinement chamber, you must present the identity token again." My sister has the token, how can I give it to you?" "Then you cannot enter." Qin Feng was utterly exasperated. He wanted to curse, but mindful of his status, forcibly suppressed the urge. He never imagined the guards at the confinement chamber could be so inflexible. The worst part was that he had no way to deal with it. After all, the guards were merely following the emperor's orders, they were not at fault. Seeing that the guard refused to open the iron door, Qin Feng could only continue leaning against it. But after a long while he still heard nothing. Thinking of how Gu Yun dared to kill even the Marquis of Huwei, Qin Feng's anxiety grew even more intense. He truly feared that Gu Yun might do something brutal to his sister. Unfortunately, the guards recognized only the token, not the person, so he could only wait in growing unease. Inside the confinement chamber, Gu Yun lay on the other side of the straw mat. His right hand firmly grasped Qin Wushuang's left hand. On Qin Wushuang's pale face, a rare hint of shyness appeared. Soft murmurs occasionally escaped her lips. Beside her, Gu Yun's face darkened. The sound Qin Wushuang made was truly too enchanting. So much so that he began to feel restless. He was only 18 with vigorous blood. How could he endure such a test? Only because he was a gentleman of integrity would the consequences be unimaginable otherwise. Of course, even with a dark face and discomfort, Gu Yun persisted in continuously infusing yang energy into Qin Wushuang's body. As the yang energy slowly traveled through every part of Qin Wushuang's body, the chill in her body finally began to ease slightly. Though her hand remained cold, it was much better than before. Initially, Qin Wushuang had refused this. After all, it would consume a great deal of yang energy from Gu Yun's body. Although it wouldn't endanger Gu Yun's life, losing too much yang energy at once could cause some weakness. Gu Yun had already been very kind to her. Qin Wushuang didn't want him to sacrifice too much for her. However, Gu Yun ignored her refusal. He didn't even bother to explain, simply lying down beside her and grabbing her left hand to infuse yang energy into her body. Gu Yun's hand was strong and warm. Qin Wushuang couldn't break free. In the end, she chose to compromise and stopped resisting. This was why the two lay quietly together. As for the consumption of yang energy, Gu Yun paid it no heed. The cultivation art he practiced was unique, allowing him to cultivate supreme yang true qi within his body. Moreover, as a prince of the Dian dynasty, he was born with a thread of Dian dragon qi. Dragon qi, simply put, was the fortune of the Dian dynasty. The stronger the Dian dynasty, the more powerful the Dian dragon qi became. Members of the imperial family were protected by the Dian dragon qi from birth. The emperor could control the entire dynasty's dragon qi. Among its many effects, one was to dispel cold and ward off evil. Therefore, even if Gu Yun expended a large amount of yang energy at once, he could recover it in a very short time. In fact, he could even consume and restore yang energy at the same rate. Overall, it was as if there was no consumption at all. A night passed quietly. The next morning, a figure appeared before the confinement chamber. It was the emperor's trusted eunuch Wei. When he saw Qin Feng in front of the confinement chamber, eunuch Wei approached with a puzzled expression. Qin Feng now had deep dark circles under his eyes and his eyelids were trembling constantly. He looked as if he might collapse at any moment. Having not slept all night, he was on the verge of falling asleep. Eunuch Wei came to his side and asked with confusion, "Isn't this the young Master Qin? Why are you here?" Hearing the voice, Qin Feng jolted, his drowsiness receding slightly. He turned and, seeing Eunuch Wei, immediately bowed with cupped hands. Qin Feng greets Eunuch Wei. "Young Master Qin, have you been here all night?" Eunuch Wei was startled by Qin Feng's conspicuously dark circles. Qin Feng nodded weakly. "Ahem, young Master Qin. Why are you guarding here? Did the Duke of Jinghua order you to do so? If you are worried about the sixth prince, there is no need. Although the sixth prince is confined, it is only for 3 days, nothing will happen to him." Eunuch Wei spoke, assuming that the Duke of Jinghua was concerned about Gu Yun and had sent Qin Feng to wait outside the confinement chamber. However, Qin Feng quickly shook his head. "Eunuch Wei, it's not that. It's not my father who ordered me to stay here." "Oh, then what is the matter, young Master Qin?" "I came with my sister. But after she entered the confinement chamber, she never came out. I was forced to stay here." Qin Feng's expression was extremely bitter. He almost couldn't hold back his tears. Beside him, after hearing Qin Feng's words, Eunuch Wei's eyes widened like brass bells. His face was filled with shock and astonishment. Who did you say entered the confinement chamber?" Eunuch Wei asked again in disbelief. "My sister," Qin Feng replied. This time Eunuch Wei stood frozen in place, unable to recover for a long time. Really, were the young people of today so impatient? This was the confinement chamber. Did they think it was their own home? Eunuch Wei was caught in a dilemma. The emperor had originally ordered him to check on Gu Yun's condition. But now, should he look or not? If he didn't look, he wouldn't be able to report back to the emperor. If he did look, inside the confinement room were the daughter of the Duke of the State and the sixth prince. What if he witnessed something inappropriate? Wouldn't the emperor and the Duke of the State have him executed? Wasn't this simply bullying an honest man like him? Just as Eunuch Wei was at a loss, 2 figures appeared in the distance. The newcomers were the little princess and the cold moon sword immortal. Sensing someone approaching, Eunuch Wei turned to look. Upon seeing the little princess, a gleam of joy emerged on his aged face. He dared not enter to check the situation, but the little princess could. Moreover, even if the little princess saw something she shouldn't, the emperor and the Duke of the State would certainly not blame her. When the little princess arrived before the confinement room, Eunuch Wei and Qin Feng hurried forward. "This old servant greets the little princess." Qin Feng greets the little princess. The guards nearby also bowed in reverence. The little princess nodded, her small eyes gleaming with curiosity. "What are you all doing here? Is Gu Yun locked in this confinement room?" Eunuch Wei dared not hesitate. Reporting to the little princess, the sixth prince is indeed in this confinement room. This old servant was sent by His Majesty to check on the sixth prince's condition. "Oh, The little princess's eyes rolled thoughtfully. Then why don't you go in? Well, this. Eunuch Wei hesitated, unsure how to explain to the little princess. There are certain circumstances inside that make this old servant truly afraid to enter. Oh, what circumstances? Ahem, the daughter of the Duke of the State Qin Wushuang is also inside the confinement room. Qin Wushuang. It's her. Why is she in the confinement room? Was she also punished by father? Well, Qin Wushuang wasn't punished by His Majesty. She likely entered on her own accord. Is that so? But what does that have to do with you not daring to go in? Are you afraid of Qin Wushuang? She shouldn't be stronger than you, right? Faced with the little princess's questions, Eunuch Wei was left speechless, completely unable to explain. After all, he couldn't tell the little princess that he feared witnessing matters of intimacy between man and woman. Even with 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare utter such words before the little princess. Seeing Eunuch Wei's silence, the little princess quickly lost interest. She turned and walked to the iron door of the confinement room, speaking to the guard beside it. Open the iron door. I want to go in. Yes. The guard didn't hesitate for a moment. In the capital, the little princess's command was equivalent to the emperor's own decree. No one dared to disobey. Soon the lock on the iron door was opened. The guard considerately pushed the door open just wide enough for entry. Seeing this, the little princess immediately stepped forward, slipped through the gap, and entered the confinement room. After the little princess entered, the guard promptly closed the iron door again. Don't ask why they didn't simply open the door fully. They were guards, not fools. What if there were scenes inside that shouldn't be seen? Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Inside the confinement room, the surroundings were dim. The little princess could barely make out a figure lying on a reed mat by the faint light. Without hesitation, she walked straight toward the reed mat. Soon she reached its edge. Gazing at the scene before her, the little princess's face was filled with curiosity. On the reed mat, Gu Yun and Qin Wushuang had not yet awakened. The two were pressed tightly together. Gu Yun's right arm encircled Qin Wushuang's slender waist, while his left hand rested gently on her back. Qin Wushuang leaned into Gu Yun's embrace, her head buried directly in his chest. Their breathing was calm, as if they had slept very soundly the night before. What's the big deal? It's just two people sleeping together. What's there to be afraid of coming in and seeing? I really don't understand. The little princess murmured softly. Watching Gu Yun and Qin Wushuang sleeping in each other's arms, she found nothing strange about it. She herself slept hugging the cold moon, sword immortal at night. What was so odd about that? Rather, Eunuch Wei's behavior baffled her. The little princess gently stepped around Qin Wushuang, who was on the outer side, and approached Gu Yun on the inner side. She bent down, bringing her small face close to Gu Yun's. As she extended her right hand and gently poked Gu Yun's cheek, Gu Yun, who was in deep sleep, suddenly opened his eyes. Immediately, he saw a familiar face hovering over his own. Their eyes met, staring at each other. You're awake. The little princess broke into a cheerful grin, looking delighted. Little princess, why are you here? Looking at the little princess before him, Gu Yun asked curiously. The little princess lifted her head and began to explain. It's Xiao Zhao and Su Ro. They were worried about you and wanted me to check on you. They told me a lot about the barren lands, so I agreed to help them. Gu Yun touched his forehead. Though his expression showed little reaction, warmth stirred in his heart. Being cared for truly felt wonderful. How are they? Gu Yun asked. They're doing well. Last night, they even slept in the same bed with me. They slept very soundly. It's just what? In the middle of the night, they kept calling your name, so I didn't sleep very well. Gu Yun gave a helpless wry smile. I apologize on their behalf. No need, I didn't blame them. Oh, these are for you. The little princess suddenly remembered something and took out a lunchbox from her storage pouch. When opened, it was filled with all kinds of pastries. What's this? Gu Yun looked at the pastries in the lunchbox, puzzled. They were afraid you'd go hungry, so they asked me to bring you some food. Huh, so you brought these pastries. Yes, these are my favorite things to eat. What's wrong? Don't you like them? It's not that I don't like them, but can these really be a meal? Really? But I usually eat these things. Alright, I suppose I can make do. Gu Yun didn't argue further. After all, it was the little princess's kind gesture. Besides, he hadn't eaten all day and was indeed somewhat hungry. Let me ask you something. Gu Yun sat on the reed mat, took a bite of the pastry in his hand, and suddenly spoke. Beside him, the little princess was also sitting cross-legged, holding a pastry that she had taken a bite from. What is it? You visit father every day. Do you know if the Shao family in the northern frontier has made any moves? The Shao family of the northern frontier. The little princess chewed on her pastry as she pondered. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she spoke. Just now when I went to see father, I heard someone delivering a report. It mentioned the Shao family of the northern frontier. Gu Yun's eyes lit up. What news? The little princess thought for a moment. It seems the Shao family of the northern frontier has already sent people to the capital. The third young master of the Shao family, Shao. I can't recall the name, but he's leading the group. Upon hearing this, Gu Yun furrowed his brow slightly and stroked his chin. The current patriarch of the Shao family of the northern border has 3 sons. The third, I believe, is called Shao Fenglu. I never expected it would be him. Gu Yun was somewhat informed about the Shao family of the northern border. The third son, Shao Fenglu, was barely over 20, yet had already reached the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm. Such talent, even across the entire Dian dynasty, could be counted on one hand. More importantly, as the youngest son Xiao Fenglu had always been deeply cherished by the Xiao family of the northern border. Thus Xiao Fenglu had been spoiled since childhood, his nature exceedingly proud. Initially Gu Yun assumed the Xiao family would dispatch a more prudent envoy to the capital. He never anticipated that they would ultimately send the arrogant and self-satisfied Xiao Fenglu. Yet to Gu Yun this was of no consequence. No matter who the Xiao family of the northern border sent, the outcome would remain unchanged. A faint peculiar smile curled at the corner of Gu Yun's mouth. After waiting so long, he could finally set his plan into motion. Moments later the little princess stepped out of the confinement room. Outside, upon seeing her emerge, Eunuch Wei and Qin Feng eagerly approached. They were both desperate to learn what had transpired within. "Little princess, how is the sixth prince?" Eunuch Wei asked first. "He's fine, sleeping soundly, looking quite spirited," the little princess replied truthfully. Beside her, Qin Feng could no longer contain himself. "Little princess, what about my sister? Is she alright?" The little princess's eyes darted. She's fine too." Hearing this, Qin Feng's anxious heart finally settled. "Little princess, did anything happen between them?" Eunuch Wei inquired cautiously. "Happen? No. They just slept together in an embrace. Oh, what could possibly happen?" The little princess replied with a puzzled expression. However, the speaker meant no harm, but the listeners took it to heart. Eunuch Wei and Qin Feng were utterly dumbfounded. Their eyes bulged, faces etched with shock and disbelief. "They slept together?" Eunuch Wei and Qin Feng exclaimed in unison. They slept. Is there a problem?" The little princess looked at the two who were making a fuss, feeling they must be suffering from some ailment. "Little princess, are you certain they slept together?" "Absolutely certain. I saw it with my own eyes. They were embracing, even their clothes were removed." At that moment Eunuch Wei and Qin Feng fell into complete silence. With clothes removed, what doubt remained? A man and a woman alone in a room. Could they possibly only undress and merely gaze without action? "What's wrong with you two? You look rather odd." "Never mind, I'm going to play with father." The strange expressions of Eunuch Wei and Qin Feng caused the little princess to lose interest. She departed with the cold moon sword immortal. Only after she left did Eunuch Wei and Qin Feng slowly come to their senses. Their expressions varied, but all bore astonishment and incredulity in their eyes. The very thing they had feared had finally come to pass. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, another person emerged from the confinement room. This time it was Qin Wushuang. Behind her followed Gu Yun, though he halted at the iron gate, not stepping out. Seeing Eunuch Wei outside, both Qin Wushuang and Gu Yun revealed a hint of surprise. Eunuch Wei smiled bitterly inside and stepped forward. "This old servant greets the sixth prince." "Greetings to Miss Qin." Gu Yun nodded and asked curiously, "Eunuch Wei, why are you here?" In reply to the sixth prince, His Majesty sent this old servant to check on you. "Check on me? What's there to see?" "Go back and tell father that I am in excellent health. 3 days are nothing I can endure." Yes, this old servant will surely relay your words to His Majesty." Gu Yun ignored Eunuch Wei and turned his gaze to Qin Feng beside him. Seeing Gu Yun look at him, Qin Feng could only step forward. "Qin Feng greets the sixth prince." Gu Yun smiled. "From now on we'll be family, no need for such formality. However young as you are, you should take better care of your health. The way you look now is rather alarming." Qin Feng stood frozen, speechless. He knew perfectly well that Gu Yun was referring to his dark circles. He wanted to retort that it was all Gu Yun's fault, but ultimately dared not speak. Setting aside Gu Yun's status, Qin Wushuang was right there. He dared not criticize his future brother-in-law in front of his own sister. "Alright, if there's nothing else, you should be going. You've been away for some time. A Duke Jun must be worried about you." Gu Yun looked at Qin Wushuang and spoke. Qin Wushuang nodded gently. "Then I'll take my leave." Her words fell, yet she remained rooted to the spot, unmoving. Gu Yun looked at her in confusion. "What's wrong? Is there something else you want to tell me?" Qin Wushuang lifted her head, her eyes brimming with tenderness as she gazed at Gu Yun. This was a stark contrast to her state upon arrival. Even Qin Feng noticed the change in his sister. About last night." "Thank you. It's nothing as long as you remember our agreement. Go on now." This time Qin Wushuang lingered no longer. She cast one last glance at Gu Yun, then turned and walked away. "Sixth prince, take care." Qin Feng bid farewell before chasing after Qin Wushuang. His heart churned like a tempest, utterly shaken. Watching the two recede into the distance, Gu Yun withdrew his gaze and returned to the confinement room. Meanwhile, Qin Wushuang and Qin Feng exited the confinement area, preparing to leave the palace. Beside her, Qin Feng could no longer suppress his curiosity and asked in astonishment, "Sis, your body has recovered?" Qin Wushuang halted, turning to him with a puzzled expression. "Why do you ask?" Qin Feng scratched his head. "Sis, don't you feel it? Your aura is much steadier than before. Earlier it was extremely weak, less than 1/10 of a normal person's. But now I can sense it's at least close to 1/5 of a normal person's." Excitement was barely concealed on Qin Feng's face. As her brother, he was naturally overjoyed at Qin Wushuang's recovery. Yet a shadow of gravity crossed Qin Wushuang's face. "Sis, what's wrong? Isn't recovering a good thing? Why do you seem unhappy?" Qin Feng was deeply perplexed by her reaction. Qin Wushuang sighed. Xiao Feng, my recovery is indeed a good thing for us, but for some it is far from good. It might even bring trouble to the Duke Xin's mansion. Qin Feng frowned, slightly bewildered. Sister, I don't quite understand what you mean. You won't understand now, but you will later. All you need to know is that if news of my recovery gets out, it will bring adverse consequences to the Duke of Xinggua's mansion. Even His Majesty will face unfavorable outcomes. His Highness the Sixth Prince might also encounter some trouble. This is a matter of great importance. Oh, we must return immediately. You can sense the recovery of my aura, and surely others can too. Before I find a way to conceal my aura, I cannot see anyone. Qin Wushuang did not hesitate, and quickened her pace. She wanted to leave the palace quickly while it was just dawn. If she delayed any longer, she would very likely encounter the officials coming for the morning court. By then the probability of her aura being exposed would increase greatly. Although Qin Feng was still somewhat perplexed, he could sense the gravity of the situation from Qin Wushuang's words. Without daring to hesitate, he immediately quickened his pace to catch up with the departing Qin Wushuang. In less than half a stick of incense's time, the two returned to the carriage and drove away from the palace at once. 1,000 miles away, a team of several hundred people departed from the northern border. Their destination for this journey was the Dian capital. In the carriage sat two figures, one old and one young. Their identities were extraordinary. One was the third young master of the Xiao family of the northern border, Xiao Fenglu. The other was one of the veteran powerhouses of the Xiao family of the northern border, Xiao Wuchang, known as the Ghost's Lament, with a cultivation of the 14th realm, the peak of the celestial phenomenon. On this trip to the capital, Xiao Wuchang's mission was to ensure Xiao Fengliu's personal safety. I've grown up, but this is my first time going to the capital. I've long heard that the capital is the most prosperous place in the Dian dynasty. It is said that the capital has the twin beauties, who are unrivaled as the most beautiful women in Dian. Who knows if I'll have the chance to witness them this time. Xiao Fenglu leaned by the window, turned his head to look outside, and murmured to himself. He was filled with anticipation for the unfamiliar capital. Of course, what most captured his attention were the two peerless beauties known as the twin beauties of the capital. Third young master, don't worry. On this trip to the capital, I can't guarantee the twin beauties, but you will certainly have the chance to see one of them. Beside him, Xiao Wuchang teased. Oh, why do you say that? Xiao Fenglu asked curiously. As for the capital, Xiao Fenglu actually knew very little, even nothing at all. Even his leading the team to the capital this time was a temporary assignment. Thus his knowledge of the capital was all gleaned from others half an hour ago. Xiao Wuchang smiled. Third young master Qin Wushuang, the daughter of the Duke of Xinghua, is one of the twin beauties of the capital. What? Xiao Fenglu was stunned, his eyes filled with surprise. Good heavens, why didn't anyone tell me about this? If I had known earlier that the daughter of the Duke of Xinghua was one of the twin beauties, how could that lowly sixth prince have gotten ahead of me? Xiao Fenglu had a hobby. Just like his name, he was a womanizer by nature. He had a fondness for women of exceptional beauty. Though only in his 20s, he already had a double-digit number of women by his side. It could be said that in the northern border, once a woman caught Xiao Fengliu's fancy, basically none of them could escape. If he had known that Qin Wushuang was one of the twin beauties, he would have long asked his father to go to the Duke of Xinggua's mansion to propose marriage on his behalf. That being the case, how could there have been any matter concerning Gu Yun? Xiao Wuchang shook his head profoundly. Third young master, it's not that the family head and others didn't want to tell you. On the contrary, the family head did this for your own good. For my own good, Xiao Fenglu looked puzzled. Indeed. Third young master Qin Wushuang, the daughter of the Duke of Xinghua, has a little-known secret. A secret? What secret? That is, Qin Wushuang is destined not to live past the age of 20. Xiao Wuchang's words instantly left Xiao Fenglu frozen in place. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. There is such a thing. That means Qin Wushuang is about to die. Xiao Fenglu indeed loved beautiful women, but a beauty who could only live to 20 was naturally unacceptable to him. Not to mention, it was very unlucky. Secondly, he didn't want to bear the title of a widower at such a young age. Xiao Wuchang nodded. According to the timeline, Qin Wushuang should have less than 2 years of life left. And the emperor's sudden bestowal of marriage to Qin Wushuang is very likely also because of this reason. After all, Qin Wushuang is the daughter of the Duke of Xinghua with a noble status. Bestowing her in marriage to the sixth prince Gu Yun and promising the position of primary wife. Anyone with clear eyes can see that the emperor is trying to win over the Duke of Xinghua. Xiao Fenglu nodded noncommittally. So this marriage contract is actually just a political alliance. Had the Duke of Xinggua's daughter, who won't live past 20. The lowly sixth prince with no power or influence behind him. The two of them. Somehow they seem quite matched. Xiao Fenglu let out a sneer, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. In his eyes, Gu Yun only had the status of a prince that was somewhat useful. Otherwise, Gu Yun was no better than a stray dog on the roadside. Third young master, although Gu Yun indeed has the lowest status among the 6 princes, you cannot underestimate him. Remember, at only 8 years old, he managed to survive in the desolate wilderness. That in itself is a miracle. Moreover, as soon as Gu Yun returned to the capital, he accomplished 2 major feats. Even the Marquis of Huwei died miserably at his hands. Even a madman is not as crazy as him. Xiao Wuchang, having lived longer, tended to think more deeply. Xiao Fenglu looked down on Gu Yun, but he believed that Gu Yun might not be as worthless as he appeared. However, Xiao Fenglu paid no heed to Xiao Wuchang's words. Just a Gu Yun. Even if he is mad, how formidable can he be? Before me he is nothing. Soon I will make Gu Yun understand how terrifying the consequences of offending the Xiao family of the northern border can be. Xiao Fenglio's eyes were sharp, a slight smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, his face full of arrogance and confidence. Beside him, Xiao Wuchang sighed helplessly in his heart and said no more. He knew Xiao Fenglio's temperament very well. He only hoped that this trip to the capital would go smoothly. At the very least, he could bring Xiao Fenglu back safely to the Xiao family of the northern border. Other matters were beyond his consideration. A day later, Xiao Fenglio's convoy finally arrived safely at the capital. After inspection at the city gate, Xiao Fenglu entered the capital. His first destination was not the palace to meet the emperor, but the second prince's residence. After all, the second prince was Xiao Fenglio's cousin. The second prince's mother was exactly the younger sister of the current head of the Xiao family of the northern border. That is Xiao Fenglio's aunt. The reason Xiao Fenglu went to see the second prince first was partly to meet this prince cousin. Secondly, his greater purpose was to learn more about the capital from the second prince, especially intelligence regarding Gu Yun. After all, he had led the team to the capital only to accomplish two things. The first was to represent the Xiao family of the northern border at the wedding of Qin Wushuang and Gu Yun. The other was the matter of Marquis Hui. After all, Marquis Hui was a member of the northern border Xiao family. Now he had died under unclear circumstances in the capital at the hands of Gu Yun. For this incident, the northern border Xiao family demanded a reasonable explanation, an appropriate compensation. After spending nearly an hour in the second prince's residence, Xiao Fenglu finally set out to visit the imperial palace for an audience with the emperor. Although he was backed by the northern border Xiao family and had no need to fear the Dayan imperial clan, this was after all the capital. As the saying goes, a mighty dragon cannot suppress a local serpent. Despite his arrogance, Xiao Fenglu was not foolish enough to ignore the emperor in the capital. Outside the imperial study, he announced in a resonant voice, "Xiao Fenglu of the northern border, Xiao family requests an audience with your majesty." Xiao Fenglu raised his hand and spoke loudly. Moments later, eunuch Wei emerged from the imperial study. "Are you the third young master of the Xiao family, Xiao Fenglu?" "Indeed. Third young master, Xiao, his majesty summons you. Please follow me." Led by eunuch Wei, Xiao Fenglu entered the imperial study and met the Dayan emperor Gu Tianqing. This was the first time in his life he had seen Gu Tianqing. Xiao Fenglu bowed, neither servile nor arrogant, and said, "Xiao Fenglu of the Xiao family pays homage to your majesty." Gu Tianqing, looking at the standing Xiao Fenglio, remained expressionless, revealing neither joy nor anger. "How is your father these days?" After a few moments, Gu Tianqing inquired. "Your majesty, my father is well." "Good, that is reassuring. Did your father have any words for me when you came to the capital?" "Your majesty, before departing, my father entrusted me with a letter. He instructed me to present it to you upon meeting your majesty." "Oh, where's the letter?" "The letter is here." Without hesitation, Xiao Fenglu drew from his bosom the letter his father had given him before departure. Seeing this, eunuch Wei immediately stepped forward and took the letter from Xiao Fenglio's hand. Then with utmost reverence he presented it to Gu Tianqing. Gu Tianqing took the letter, opened it without delay, and perused its contents. As time passed, the temperature in the room grew colder. Gu Tianqing's expression gradually darkened. Half an incense stick later, he set down the letter and raised his head to look at Xiao Fenglu. "Do you know what is written in this letter?" Xiao Fenglu paused, then immediately shook his head. "Your majesty, I do not. However, my father did caution me, if your majesty cannot agree to the demands in the letter, I am to return directly to the northern border." Xiao Fenglio's words instantly darkened Gu Tianqing's countenance. If it were Xiao Fenglio's father standing before him, Gu Tianqing would surely have roared in fury without hesitation. But with Xiao Fenglio, Gu Tianqing naturally could not behave so undignifiedly. "You may withdraw for now. I need to carefully consider the demands in this letter." Gu Tianqing spoke in a low voice. Hearing this, Xiao Fenglu bowed and said, "I await your majesty's reply before tonight. If your majesty has not reached a decision by tonight, I will have no choice but to leave the capital and return to the northern border in advance. I take my leave." With these words, Xiao Fenglu turned and departed. Watching his retreating figure, Gu Tianqing's face turned utterly cold. His right hand clenched the letter paper tightly. Bam! Outrageous. This is utterly outrageous. Does the northern border Xiao family still regard me as their emperor? Is the Dayan Empire my empire, or theirs? Are they planning to rebel? Gu Tianqing slammed the letter onto the table before him, erupting in fury. This time, he was truly enraged. Not only had the Xiao family had not come to the capital to see him in person, but even a mere third young master of the Xiao family dared to show such disrespect. From the moment he entered, Xiao Fenglu had not knelt, and his tone was filled with arrogance. Especially the words before his departure, they sounded like a threat. As the Dayan emperor, how could Gu Tianqing endure such humiliation? At that moment, he wished he could slap Xiao Fenglu to death. If not for the rational thought that now was not the time to turn the Shao family into enemies, Shao Fenglio's failure to kneel before the emperor alone would have been punishable by death. Calm yourself, your majesty. Your health is paramount. Eunuch Wei immediately stepped forward to console him. Calm myself. The Shao family is practically sitting on my head, and you asked me to calm down. Might as well hand over this throne to them directly. Gu Tianqing was furious beyond measure. He wished he could calm down, but did the Shao family give him that chance? This old servant deserves 10,000 deaths. Eunuch Wei knelt on the ground, his face full of terror. Having served Gu Tianqing for decades, this was the first time he had seen him so enraged. He keenly sensed that the emperor's anger likely stemmed not from Shao Fenglio, but from the letter's contents. What demands could have caused Gu Tianqing to lose his composure so completely? Gu Tianqing cast a cold glance at the kneeling Eunuch Wei, forcing his emotions to settle slightly. He slowly sat down, striving to suppress the fury within him. Go bring Gu Yun to me, he ordered coldly after a moment. This old servant obeys. Eunuch Wei dared not hesitate, scrambling to his feet and hurrying out of the imperial study. He did not pause for even a moment along the way. In the journey to the confinement room, which usually took an incense stick's time, he completed in less than a third of that. The door to the confinement room swung open and Eunuch Wei rushed in impatiently. Hearing the commotion, Gu Yun turned his head and looked at the anxious Eunuch Wei with confusion. Sixth Prince, His Majesty requests your presence, said Eunuch Wei, approaching Gu Yun. Gu Yun frowned slightly. Now? Yes, right now. Isn't the wedding tomorrow? Why summon me so suddenly? Gu Yun stared at Eunuch Wei full of doubt. Eunuch Wei's reaction was completely different from usual. This made Gu Yun realize that something must have happened. Otherwise the emperor would not have suddenly released him from confinement. Nor would Eunuch Wei have appeared so anxious. Eunuch Wei hesitated but ultimately decided to share a clue with Gu Yun. Sixth Prince, the third young master of the northern border, Shao family Shao Fenglio, just had an audience with His Majesty. The Shao family had sent a letter to His Majesty. After reading it, His Majesty flew into a rage. Your summons may be related to the letter's contents. Gu Yun's brow gradually relaxed, and a meaningful smile curled at the corners of his mouth. I see. The northern border Shao family moves quickly. Gu Yun rose from the reed mat, brushed the dust from his clothes, and said, let's go. Without further delay, he turned and walked toward the door of the confinement room. Eunuch Wei promptly turned and followed. Soon the two left the confinement room and walked along the path to the imperial study. The air outside is so fresh. Unlike Eunuch Wei, Gu Yun showed an incredibly relaxed and carefree expression upon stepping out. As for the emperor's sudden outburst of rage, he seemed to pay it no mind at all. Before long, Gu Yun arrived at the imperial study. Your son pays respects to imperial father. Gu Yun bowed with a faint smile on his face. The next moment, before he could even lift his head, a crumpled ball of paper flew onto his face. Look at the mess you've made. Gu Tianqing scolded coldly. Instead of getting angry, Gu Yun bent down to pick up the crumpled paper from the ground. Then he unfolded the ball of paper to examine its contents. At first, Gu Yun remained calm and composed. In fact, 80% of the content matched his expectations. However, when he reached the last page, he suddenly showed an expression of utter astonishment. He thought he had misread it and checked it several times. Yet the last page remained unchanged. At that moment, Gu Yun suddenly understood why Gu Tianqing was so furious. Are these all the demands from the Shao family? Gu Yun looked up and asked. Gu Tianqing stared coldly at Gu Yun without answering. Gu Yun gave a sheepish laugh. I thought the Shao family would have a big appetite, but I never expected them to be not only greedy but also audacious. Even Gu Yun found it somewhat unbelievable. He had long known that the Shao family of the northern border would exploit the death of Marquis Hui to make exorbitant demands. However, he still underestimated the ambition of the northern border Shao family. It was one thing to demand various resources, but they even wanted the little princess. Who in the entire capital city didn't know that the little princess was Gu Tianqing's most beloved? Would the northern border Shao family be unaware of this? Yet they still set their sights on the little princess. This was nothing short of a blatant slap in Gu Tianqing's face. No wonder Gu Tianqing was so enraged. You caused this mess. If you don't find a way to solve it, you don't need to attend tomorrow's wedding. Tonight you'll go to the northern border with Shao Fenglio. You killed Marquis Hui. If I hand over the culprit, the Shao family should have nothing to say. Gu Tianqing said indifferently. In his view, if Gu Yun hadn't killed Marquis Hui, the Shao family wouldn't have had this opportunity to make such demands. If it were just compensation and resources, he could protect Gu Yun. But the Shao family wanted him to betroth the little princess to them. That was something Gu Tianqing would never agree to. Even if it meant completely breaking ties with the Shao family, he would never agree. Gu Yun curled his lips slightly and said unhurriedly, Imperial Father, actually this matter is quite easy to handle. Doesn't the Shao family want you to agree to their series of demands? In that case, why don't we turn passivity into initiative? Gu Tianqing frowned slightly, his eyes fixed on Gu Yun. Go on. Gu Yun smiled and continued, except for the demand regarding the little princess, agree to all the others. As for the little princess, the Shao family wants you to betroth her to them. Then just give them a chance. That way the trouble is resolved. Gu Tianxing stroked his chin, a thoughtful expression appearing on his face. Clearly Gu Yun's words instantly enlightened him. As the emperor, if he directly refused the Shao family's demands, it would inevitably cause dissatisfaction and even resentment. But if he instead offered them an opportunity, in this way he neither refused nor agreed. Even if the Shao family had misgivings, they wouldn't voice them. After all, the emperor deigning to give them a chance to marry the little princess was already a great favor. If the Shao family refused, it would have nothing to do with the emperor. Tell me, how should this opportunity be given? Gu Tianxing asked. Very simple. Hasn't the third young master of the Shao family, Shao Fengliu, already arrived in the capital? Let him have an arena match with me. If he wins, then agree to betroth the little princess to the Shao family. On the contrary, if he loses, this demand is voided. Gu Yun said confidently. At these words, not only did Gu Tianxing look at Gu Yun in surprise, but even eunuch Wei beside him showed a hint of peculiar expression. You? Against Shao Fengliu? In an arena match? Do you know what level Shao Fengliu has reached now? Gu Tianxing asked coldly. Gu Yun curled his lips. Isn't he just a peak grandmaster? Just a peak grandmaster. Gu Tianxing's face darkened. From your tone, are you saying you're stronger than a peak grandmaster? I'm not sure if I can beat a peak grandmaster. But dealing with a Shao Fengliu is more than enough. Gu Yun smiled, looking confident. He didn't reveal his strength directly, but his attitude said it all. Gu Tianxing gave Gu Yun a deep look. He felt that the Gu Yun before him was no longer the Gu Yun he remembered. After a long contemplation, Gu Tianxing asked seriously, how sure are you of defeating Shao Fengliu? Gu Yun rolled his eyes, and then slowly said 99%. 99%. Gu Tianxing squinted. Why not say 100%? Because one should be humble and remain a little low-key. Gu Yun replied calmly. At that moment, Gu Tianxing completely failed to understand the Gu Yun before him. He even suspected that Gu Yun was not his biological son. Especially Gu Yun's composed demeanor, which seemed far beyond someone under 20. Fine, I'll trust you this once. If you lose, you'll go to the northern border yourself. In the end, Gu Tianxing chose to trust Gu Yun. Actually, even if he didn't, he had no other choice. So he might as well take a gamble. Imperial father, don't rush. If you want me to fight Shao Fengliu in an arena, that's fine. But I have a small condition. Gu Yun suddenly spoke. His words made Gu Tianxing frown. What condition? Gu Tianxing asked in a deep voice. If I win, you grant me one wish. As for the specific wish, I haven't thought of it yet. I'll tell you when I do. Gu Yun stated his condition without hesitation. Gu Tianxing's eyes narrowed as he stared at Gu Yun. He seemed not to have expected Gu Yun to propose such a condition. Fine. I agree to your condition. As long as you defeat Shao Fengliu in the arena match, I will grant you one wish. Good. Then it's settled. Seeing Gu Tianxing agree to his request, a joyful smile couldn't help but spread across Gu Yun's face. I will send someone to inform Shao Fengliu of the arena match. Which day do you plan to hold it? Gu Tianxing asked. Gu Yun stroked his chin thoughtfully. Why not make it tomorrow? Tomorrow? Gu Tianxing was taken aback, somewhat surprised. Are you sure you want to set the match for tomorrow? Don't you know that tomorrow is your wedding day with Qin Wushuang? Gu Yun curled his lips. Isn't that perfect? Many people will come to attend my wedding tomorrow. Let them be witnesses. Witness how I defeat Shao Fengliu. Gu Tianxing waved his hand. As you wish. Then it's settled for tomorrow. The arena match will begin after your wedding ceremony. You may go back now. Gu Yun bowed. To the confinement room. Gu Tianxing's face darkened. Do you like the confinement room? No, I don't. Then get out of my sight at once. Yes, your son takes his leave. Gu Yun turned and walked out of the imperial study. A triumphant smile spread across his face. He no longer had to stay in the dark confinement room. Go to Shao Fengliu's place. Tell him that I, the emperor, agree to all of the Shao family's other demands. But regarding the matter of the little princess, I can give him a chance. If he can defeat Gu Yun in tomorrow's arena match, I will agree to betroth the little princess to the Shao family. Otherwise, if he loses, the Shao family shall never again mention the marriage alliance. I have given him the opportunity. If he does not accept it, then send him out of the capital. Yes, this old servant obeys. Eunuch Wei left. In the imperial study, silence once again descended. Omping Palace. Gu Yun stepped onto this ground for the second time. The guards at the entrance immediately recognized him upon seeing him. Your subordinate pays respects to the sixth prince. Gu Yun nodded. I have come to see the little princess. Having said that, Gu Yun entered Omping Palace without waiting for permission. The two guards at the gate did not stop him. The last time they had personally witnessed Gu Yun leaving Omping Palace with the little princess. In their minds, Gu Yun and the little princess must have a close relationship. Therefore, they let Gu Yun enter Omping Palace. They did not want to offend Gu Yun, and even less did they want to incur the little princess's displeasure. Traveling unimpeded, Gu Yun soon arrived before the main hall. Lung Yu Sword Immortal stood guard at the entrance as always. Inside the hall, the little princess, Su Ro and Xiao Zhao were seated around a table. They were playing something deeply engrossed. So much so that even when Gu Yun walked behind them, they did not notice him at first. Gu Yun looked up. When he saw what they were playing, he shook his head helplessly. Is it that fun? Gu Yun asked with a slight curl of his lips, teasing them. Very fun, the little princess replied instinctively. She thought it was Su Rou or Xiao Zhao speaking, so she didn't realize at first. Su Rou and Xiao Zhao, however, instantly jumped up and turned to look behind them. Master! Xiao Zhao, upon seeing Gu Yun, immediately rushed into his arms, extremely emotional. Although Su Rou was not as bold as Xiao Zhao, she could not hide her joy. Alright, you're all grown up, still acting like a child. Learn from Su Rou. A girl should be more reserved. Besides, it's only been a few days since we last saw each other. Is it that exciting? Gu Yun looked helplessly at Xiao Zhao, who was still clinging to him. Xiao Zhao reluctantly let go and playfully stuck out her tongue at Gu Yun, full of charm. Only then did the little princess come to her senses. She turned to look at Gu Yun, a hint of confusion on her small face. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be locked up in confinement? Gu Yun spread his hands. I behaved well, so I was released early. The little princess tilted her head, her confusion deepening. Gu Yun paid no more attention to the little princess. He looked at Su Rou and Xiao Zhao. Let's go. Su Rou and Xiao Zhao did not hesitate. They nodded in turn. Off. The little princess immediately grew anxious. If they leave, who will play with me, eh? Gu Yun sighed helplessly. I have many things to do in the coming days. They won't have time to play with you anymore. When they have free time later, they'll come play with you again. How about that? Hearing this, the little princess, though reluctant, could only nod. Seeing this, Gu Yun did not linger any longer. He led Su Rou and the other girl out of the hall. Soon they left Omping Palace and prepared to return to the residence. On the way, Xiao Fenglu of the Xiao family from the northern border has already arrived in the capital. After we return, have someone investigate how many people accompanied Xiao Fenglu into the capital. Especially find out their strength. Also send people to monitor their every move in the capital. Report any unusual behavior immediately. Gu Yun walked at the front, giving low-voiced instructions as he walked. Beside him, Su Rou listened and nodded seriously. Yes. Master, do you plan to make a move against this Xiao Fenglu? Xiao Zhao asked curiously, a glint of interest in her eyes. Gu Yun shook his head and spoke meaningfully. Not for now. I am waiting. Waiting. Waiting for what? Waiting for an opportunity. 6th Prince's residence. When Gu Yun returned here, he was immediately astonished by the sight before him. If not for the plaque on the gate, he would have thought he had come to the wrong place. Su Rou beside him was also somewhat stunned. They had only been away for 2 days, yet the residence had been completely transformed. Wow. So beautiful. Red is great. I love red. Xiao Zhao couldn't help cheering. The residence was now fully renovated. On the doors, walls, pillars, wherever one could see, magnificent red ribbons were hung. Above the main gate hung 2 large bright red lanterns. Even the stone lions flanking the entrance were adorned in red. The atmosphere was filled with festive colors, making one feel joyful and excited. At the same time, there were many more people in the residence. They were busily attending to every detail of the mansion. As Gu Yun approached, the guards at the gate immediately came forward. Your subordinate pays respects to the 6th prince. Who are you? Gu Yun asked. Your Highness, we are all from the Duke of Jinghua's mansion. The Duke arranged for us to come and decorate the wedding venue for tomorrow. After learning the full story, Gu Yun nodded slowly. Thank you for your hard work. Su Rou, take 1,000 gold coins later and distribute them to everyone here today. Yes, master. Su Rou immediately replied. Beside them, the guard was instantly stunned, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. 1,000 gold coins at a casual mention. That was too extravagant. After all, his monthly salary was less than 300 silver coins. Thank you, your highness. The guard quickly thanked him excitedly. Gu Yun nodded slightly and then entered the residence. To him, 1,000 gold coins was merely his daily allowance. Nothing worth mentioning. Over these 10 years, he had not only gained in strength, he had also not neglected wealth. After all, as the old saying goes, money makes the world go round. In the Dayan Empire, to survive, strength was important, but money was equally indispensable. In the hall, Gu Yun sat quietly drinking tea, waiting. Before long, Su Rou entered. Gu Yun set down his teacup and looked up. How is it? Su Rou did not waste time and immediately spoke. According to intelligence, the Xiao family has sent a total of 800 guards accompanying Xiao Fenglu into the capital. Among these guards, there are 10 at the Dao Profound Realm, 25 at the Vajra Realm, and nearly 100 Grandmasters. The rest are all at least at the Innate Realm. There is also one person who is the strongest among those accompanying Xiao Fenglu into the capital. Oh who? Gu Yun showed a hint of curiosity. Xiao Wuchang of the Xiao family, known by the nickname Ghostly Sorrow. He is one of the top 10 powerhouses of the Xiao family, and his strength had already reached the celestial phenomenon realm hundreds of years ago. Now Xiao Wuchang's strength has reached the peak of the celestial phenomenon realm. It is said that unless an earthly immortal appears, no one can match him. Gu Yun stroked his chin, a hint of amusement curling at the corners of his mouth. Hey, interesting. The Xiao family really is afraid something might happen to Xiao Fenglu in the capital to actually send Xiao Wuchang. But they don't think relying on a Xiao Wuchang can protect Xiao Fenglu, do they? Gu Yun squinted his eyes, not paying too much attention to Xiao Wuchang. Although Xiao Wuchang's strength was formidable, after all, he was not a land immortal. Moreover, what he intended to do was not something that even a Xiao Wuchang could stop. Even if a land immortal personally descended, Gu Yun would not fear the slightest. Go make preparations. Soon the time will come. After a moment, Gu Yun spoke, slowly, his tone earnest. Yes. Su-ro said nothing more, turned and left. After Su-ro left, Gu-yun got up and walked to the door. He lifted his head, gazing at the boundless azure sky. Suddenly a dark cloud drifted over from afar, obscuring the dazzling sunlight. It seemed to be an omen. The second prince's mansion. At that moment the atmosphere in the hall was somewhat heavy. Cousin, what do you think? Should I agree to this arena match? Xiao Fenglu looked at the second prince and asked. Just now eunuch Wei had come and conveyed the emperor's decree to Xiao Fenglu. This sudden arena match left Xiao Fenglu momentarily confused. Before coming to the capital, his father had not told him what to do in such a situation. Moreover, he was in a dilemma. Neither could he leave nor stay. If he left, the emperor would have to reject the Xiao family's demands. But the emperor had clearly stated that if he won the arena match, he would grant all of the Xiao family's requests. These included the marriage alliance between the little princess and the Xiao family. If he stayed, the emperor had not directly agreed to all the Xiao family's demands. Instead, he had changed the method. That was the arena match. Xiao Fenglu was deeply conflicted. He did not want to return to the northern border so confusedly. The second prince lowered his head, frowning in thought. After a long while, he slowly raised his head and looked at Xiao Fenglu. Little cousin, in my opinion, you can accept this arena match. There are 3 reasons. First, as long as you win the arena match, even if father is unwilling in his heart, he will have no choice but to agree to all the Xiao family's demands. And once the Xiao family forms a marriage alliance with the little princess, it will bring only benefits, no harm to the Xiao family. After all, everyone in the capital knows that father dotes on the little princess the most. In this way, the Xiao family's status in the Dayan Empire will naturally be elevated. Perhaps in the future it can rival the Duke Xin's mansion, or even surpass the Duke Xin's mansion. Second, on the wedding day, defeat Gu Yun in front of everyone. That will be the greatest humiliation for Gu Yun. In this way, no matter how powerful he is, he will miss out on the throne. The last reason is that you can take advantage of the arena match to give Gu Yun a severe lesson. Better yet, take this opportunity to directly cripple him. As long as you don't kill him, father won't be able to say much. Ever since he personally killed Lu Qingxue at the previous morning court, the second prince hadn't rested well for the past few nights. Every time he closed his eyes, he would see Lu Qingxue's miserable face. Therefore, only by killing Gu Yun could he completely vent the resentment in his heart. However, in the capital, he had no chance to kill Gu Yun. So he wanted Xiao Fenglu to take the opportunity in the arena match to first cripple Gu Yun. Once Gu Yun became a useless cripple, then he would have plenty of ways to kill him. Xiao Fenglu's eyes flickered, a cold light flashing in their depths. Good. Since you, cousin, have said so, I will accept this arena match. I am also very curious to see what abilities Gu Yun, who has lived in the barbaric lands for 10 years, actually possesses. Xiao Fenglu sneered coldly. He had always looked down on Gu Yun. This time Gu Yun killed the Hui Marquis, which directly slapped the Xiao family's face. As the third young master of the Xiao family, Xiao Fenglu would naturally not let Gu Yun off easily. Beside him, the second prince revealed a trace of a smile. He had even begun to fantasize about the pitiful sight of Gu Yun being trampled under Xiao Fenglu's feet, tomorrow his cultivation crippled. Little cousin, I must remind you. Gu Yun's strength is not weak. It is said that this fellow is already at the master realm. Moreover, when facing a great master, he can hold his own for over a dozen moves without being defeated. Tomorrow on the arena match, you must not be careless. The second prince warned. It wasn't that he didn't trust Xiao Fenglu's strength, he was just worried that Gu Yun might play some tricks. Xiao Fenglu sneered disdainfully. Cousin, you think too highly of that Gu Yun. Even if he is a great master, so what? I am already at the peak of the great master realm and could step into the Vajra realm at any moment. That insignificant Gu Yun. I can beat him to his knees begging for mercy with just one hand. Xiao Fenglu was absolutely confident in his own strength. Among his peers, he even considered himself the strongest. As for Gu Yun, who was only at the master realm, he completely disregarded him. In that case, naturally perfect. Tomorrow in the arena match, little cousin, you must absolutely not give Gu Yun the chance to concede. You must cripple him for me. Cousin, rest assured. Even if you hadn't said it, I wouldn't let Gu Yun off easy. How dare he offend my Xiao family? Even if he is a prince, he must pay a painful price. Tomorrow I will not only cripple his cultivation, but also break his legs and arms. I will make him bedridden for life. Xiao Fenglu spoke viciously, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. The teacup in his hand had already been crushed to powder under his immense strength. He could hardly wait for the next day to arrive. A new day began. Today the entire capital became lively. The news of the wedding today between Qin Wushuang, daughter of Duke Zhen, and Gu Yun, the sixth prince of the Dayan Empire, had already spread throughout the entire capital. To celebrate this joyous day, the emperor decreed that anyone could drink for free at all the taverns in the capital today. The expenses would be borne by the Dayan imperial family. Duke Xin also arranged for people to distribute festive red envelopes outside the Duke Xin's mansion. There were a total of 100,000 red envelopes, each containing 100 silver coins. For ordinary people in the capital, this was undoubtedly a considerable sum. Many people even lined up in front of the Duke Xin's mansion before dawn just to receive a red envelope. It was no exaggeration to say that the capital today was even more lively than during festivals. The sixth prince's mansion. At the entrance, the wedding procession was ready. There were fully 30-some carriages all loaded with goods. At the very front of the procession was a luxurious wedding carriage pulled by 8 fine horses. In the room, Gu Yun had already changed into a brand-new wedding attire exuding an extraordinary aura. Beside him, Xiao Zhao stared at Gu Yun with a dazed expression, almost drooling. Master looks so handsome today. Indeed, red is the best color. Watching Xiao Zhao's lovesick expression, Su Ro helplessly rubbed her forehead. Gu Yun turned around, a hint of confidence on his face. Set off to the Duke Zhen's mansion. A moment later, the bridal procession began to make its way toward the Jinghua Duke's mansion. Gu Yun sat in the foremost wedding carriage while Su Ro and Xiao Zhao each rode a horse flanking the carriage on either side. Their sole task for the day was to ensure Gu Yun's safety. Meanwhile, at the Jinghua Duke's mansion, in her boudoir, Qin Wushuang had already changed into her splendid red wedding gown. A maidservant was arranging Qin Wushuang's hair in preparation for donning the phoenix crown. Yet oddly enough, on the bed nearby sat a woman also clad in a red wedding gown, her face already hidden beneath a red veil. She sat there in silence as if awaiting something. Before the Jinghua Duke's mansion, the bridal procession arrived punctually. The Duke of Jinghua and his son Qin Feng had been waiting at the entrance for some time. As the wedding carriage came to a halt, Gu Yun stepped out. "We pay our respects to His Highness the 6th Prince." All those present except the Duke of Jinghua shouted with utmost reverence. Gu Yun remained unperturbed. "Rise." Then descending from the carriage, he walked up to the Duke of Jinghua. "Gu Yun pays respects to the Duke of Jinghua. His Highness flatters me. From now on we are one family. There's no need for such formality between us." The Duke of Jinghua spoke. A faint smile curled on Gu Yun's lips. "Then I shall call you father-in-law from now on. You may address me by my name." Hearing this, the Duke of Jinghua nodded slightly. "The auspicious hour is near. Feng take your brother-in-law to fetch your sister." "Yes, father. Your Highness, please follow me." Qin Feng did not hesitate, and immediately stepped forward to lead the way. Gu Yun, after bowing to the Duke of Jinghua, promptly followed Qin Feng into the mansion. Outside, the bridal procession remained in place, quietly awaiting the bride's appearance. "How old are you?" On the way to Qin Wushuang's chamber, Gu Yun looked at the young man ahead, and asked out of curiosity. "Your Highness, I am 14 years old," Qin Feng replied promptly. At that moment his heart was filled with tension. "Don't be nervous. I was just asking casually. Besides, from now on we are family. When there are no outsiders, just call me brother-in-law. If you ever encounter any difficulties, you can always tell me," Gu Yun said with a smile. The reason he showed concern for Qin Feng was that Qin Feng was the future Duke of Jinghua. If he could build a good relationship with him, now it might prove immensely beneficial in the future. Of course, setting aside Qin Feng's identity. If he truly faced difficulties, Gu Yun would be willing to lend a hand if he could. Though this marriage was not his intention, water under the bridge. Qin Feng was after all his brother-in-law. In Gu Yun's eyes, this young brother-in-law was far better than his 5 brothers. At the very least, Qin Feng had always treated him with respect. For that alone, Gu Yun did not dislike him. "All right, your high brother-in-law." Qin Feng's tension immediately dissipated by more than half. He had thought Gu Yun would be difficult to get along with. After all, a man who had annihilated 2 marquisates would instill fear in anyone. Moreover, Qin Feng was only 14, his mind still immature. Yet, Gu Yun's personality turned out to be far beyond his expectations. There was no imagined brutality, nor the rumored bloodthirst. At that moment, Qin Feng began to understand why his sister had never been able to see through Gu Yun. If it were him, he would not only fail to see through him, but would be utterly baffled. Who would have thought that the gentle, amiable Gu Yun before him was the same ruthless man who dared to slay even the Marquis of Huwei? A moment later, Gu Yun arrived before Qin Wushuang's chamber. The maidservant at the door, upon seeing the arrivals, immediately bowed. "Your servant pays respects to His Highness the 6th Prince and the young master." Then she turned and opened the door. Inside the room, Qin Wushuang, supported by another maidservant, slowly walked to the doorway. Dressed in a splendid robe of phoenix crown atop, her head veiled in red. Even without seeing her face, her peerless grace was unmistakable. Gu Yun stepped forward and extended his right hand to Qin Wushuang. Through the gap beneath the veil, Qin Wushuang saw his outstretched hand and decisively placed her left hand lightly upon it. Without a word exchanged, they moved as if they were old friends, perfectly in sync. Half an incense stick later, Gu Yun led Qin Wushuang to the main gate of the Jinghua Duke's mansion. As Qin Wushuang appeared, joyous music began to play. Everyone present wore expressions of envy. After all, one was the daughter of the Duke of Jinghua, the other the 6th Prince. To ordinary folk, both were unattainable. Under the gaze of the crowd, Gu Yun helped Qin Wushuang into the wedding carriage. Then the bridal procession turned around and headed toward the 6th Prince's mansion. Behind them, the Duke of Jinghua immediately led his retinue to follow. As the procession returned, guests arriving for the wedding also reached the 6th Prince's mansion one after another. Civil and military officials, the 5 princes, as well as clans and sects. All who had received invitations came with their gifts one by one. At the imperial palace, Gu Tianxin had already boarded the imperial carriage heading to the 6th Prince's mansion. Inside the carriage, besides Gu Tianxin, there was also the little princess. This was the little princess's first time attending a prince's wedding. Perhaps due to her first close encounter with the wedding's festivity, she seemed more excited than usual today. Half an hour later, All the guests had arrived. Gu Tianqin and the Duke of Jinghua took their seats at the left and right main seats of the wedding hall. Ordinarily one was the exalted emperor, the other the renowned Duke of Jinghua. But today they were merely fathers witnessing the happiness of the newlyweds. The auspicious hour has arrived. With the ritual officials cry, the groom and bride made their entrance. First bow to heaven and earth. Second bow to the parents. Husband and wife bow to each other. The ceremony is complete. The entire process took about the time it takes to burn an incense stick. The atmosphere reached an unprecedented peak. Many began to offer their blessings, congratulating the couple on their marriage. Of course, Gu Yun knew well in his heart. After the blessings, the true theme of the day would begin. Sure enough, once all had finished offering their congratulations, Xiao Fengliu, who had been sitting silently on a chair, rose to his feet. He strode out to the center. Xiao Fengliu bowed to Gu Tianqin on the main seat, then spoke. Your Majesty, when will the duel between the sixth prince and me begin? At these words the entire hall fell silent. Isn't that the third young master of the northern border Xiao clan? What duel is he talking about? Today is the sixth prince's wedding day. What duel between him and the sixth prince? Do you know what's going on? I have no idea. I'm completely baffled. Could there be some hidden secret we don't know about? The officials on both sides began whispering among themselves. They had never heard of any duel between Xiao Fengliu and Gu Yun before. For a moment their hearts were filled with confusion and doubt. From the main seat, Gu Tianqin looked impassively at Xiao Fengliu in the center. If neither of you have any objections, you may begin whenever you're ready. Xiao Fengliu clasped his hands. I am ready to begin at any time. Hearing this, Gu Yun handed the red silk to a maid beside him. This space is too small for a sparring match. There is a large courtyard for cultivation at my residence, which is more spacious. Let us compete there. Gu Yun spoke. No problem. Xiao Fengliu chuckled lightly, not particularly concerned about such trivial matters. Then please lead the way. Gu Yun turned and walked toward the door. Xiao Fengliu did not hesitate and immediately followed. As soon as the two left, Gu Tianqin and the Duke Jinghua in the main hall also rose one after another. Move out. Without further explanation, Gu Tianqin quickly left the main hall. The other guests, though puzzled, still followed one by one. After all, who could resist attending a wedding while also catching some excitement? Before long, only the Duke Jinghua Qin Wushuang and a few maids remained in the main hall. Qin Wushuang pulled off her red veil, her eyes filled with a hint of anxiety. Father, what exactly is going on? Why wasn't I informed about the tournament? Qin Wushuang looked at the Duke Jinghua and asked. Facing his daughter's questioning, the Duke Jinghua sighed helplessly. Wushuang, it's not that I didn't tell you. It was the Emperor's command. Moreover, even if I had told you, what could you have done? Qin Wushuang clenched her hands tightly and bit her lip. Clearly, she felt a surge of anger at the Duke Jinghua's concealment. In the past, she would never have lost her composure over such a trivial matter. But now she had already married Gu Yun. Even though this was a marriage with a special purpose in Qin Wushuang's heart, a wife for a day is a wife for life. For this life, she would belong to Gu Yun. Was it proposed by the northern Xiao clan? Qin Wushuang's voice carried a hint of coldness. The Duke Jinghua's eyes flickered, his heart filled with astonishment. He never anticipated that barely a stick of incense after the wedding Qin Wushuang would already care so deeply about Gu Yun. For a moment, he seemed to see a familiar figure in Qin Wushuang. The Duke Jinghua shook his head. Actually, the tournament was proposed by Gu Yun himself to the emperor. What? Qin Wushuang was stunned, her thoughts momentarily unable to catch up. Then never mind. After a few breaths, she put the red veil back on. Take me to the room. Hearing this, the maid immediately stepped forward to support Qin Wushuang. Under the Duke Jinghua's gaze, Qin Wushuang left the main hall. Only after Qin Wushuang's figure had completely disappeared did the Duke Jinghua come to his senses. At that moment, he found himself increasingly unable to understand his own daughter. One moment she was worried about Gu Yun, and the next she suddenly seemed like a completely different person. He couldn't figure it out, nor did he bother to think further. After all, what concerned him most now was the tournament between Gu Yun and Xiao Fengliu. On the other side, Gu Yun and Xiao Fengliu stood on a circular blue stone platform 20 meters in diameter and 1 meter high. This was also the venue for their upcoming match. Surrounding them were guests who had come to watch the spectacle. Gu Tianqin was among them. The rules of the tournament are simple. As soon as one party voluntarily concedes or completely loses the ability to resist, the match is considered over. For safety reasons, neither of you may use any weapons. Moreover, during the match, you must not take each other's life. Gu Tianqin spoke calmly. I have no issues. Neither do I. Xiao Fengliu and Gu Yun declared in turn. In truth, both of them knew well. Even if Gu Tianqin hadn't mentioned it, they wouldn't have killed each other under the watch of so many people. Doing so would bring nothing but endless trouble with virtually no benefit. If neither of you has any other objections, the match can begin, Gu Tianqin announced. At this point, he could only choose to trust Gu Yun. Wait. Gu Yun suddenly raised his hand. This action immediately drew the attention of everyone present. Even Xiao Fengliu was somewhat bewildered. Could he be planning to concede right from the start? Xiao Fengliu frowned slightly, a trace of worry flickering in his eyes. If Gu Yun conceded immediately, his plan to cripple Gu Yun would be rendered meaningless. Among the surrounding guests, some also began to suspect that Gu Yun intended to throw in the towel directly. After all, they had all heard more or less of Xiao Fengliu's strength. In contrast, all they knew about Gu Yun was that he had spent these years living in the desolate wilderness. Other information about Gu Yun, including his strength, was virtually unknown to them. Therefore, even if Gu Yun conceded at the very start, they wouldn't have found it strange. However, Gu Yun's next words completely changed their minds. A mere sparring match is a bit dull. How about we add some stakes? A hint of a smile played on Gu Yun's lips as he spoke slowly. Hearing this, Xiao Fengliu was taken aback for a moment. Then he asked with a smile, "May I ask what stake His Highness the Sixth Prince intends to add?" "Simple. If I win, you give me 100,000 gold coins. If I lose, I give you 100,000 gold coins. What do you think?" Gu Yun squinted at Xiao Fengliu. The tournament had to be fought, but he wasn't about to do it for free. "Oh, 100,000 gold coins. I think not." Xiao Fengliu curled his lips, revealing a defiant smile. "If we're going to gamble, let's make it big. Let's wager 1 million gold coins outright. If you win, I'll give you 1 million. Likewise, if you lose, you give me 1 million. What do you think, Your Highness the Sixth Prince?" At these words, the crowd drew in a sharp breath. 1 million gold coins at the drop of a hat. Truly the Northern Xiao clan. To think that even the Duke Xinggua's annual salary was only about 100,000 gold coins. For ministers, it ranged from 30 to 50,000 per year. For ordinary officials, it was even less, some only a few hundred or thousand. Excluding other income, even the Duke Xinggua would need a decade to scrape together 1 million gold coins. Such a massive sum was already a considerable amount, even in the capital. Gu Yun's eyes narrowed, his face expressionless, but inwardly he was overjoyed. Originally, he had only intended to make a small profit, but Xiao Fengliu insisted on handing him 1 million gold coins. What could he say? "All right, 1 million gold coins it is then," Gu Yun said. "Huh." Xiao Fengliu looked surprised. He had never expected Gu Yun to actually agree to his terms. And to agree so quickly. For a moment, he felt that Gu Yun was a good person, simply handing him 1 million gold coins for free. Had it not been for his prior promise to the second prince, he might not even have wanted to cripple Gu Yun anymore. The two of them stared at each other, each thinking the other was a remarkably generous fellow. The duel may now begin. As Gu Tianxin's voice fell, the entire arena fell into dead silence. On the stone platform, Xiao Fengliu and Gu Yun both entered their combat stances. "Sixth Prince, you make the first move. I'll grant you 3 strikes. Lest you lose the chance to even strike at all." Xiao Fengliu's lips curled into a smirk, his tone brimming with arrogance. He did not even regard Gu Yun as a worthy opponent. He never believed Gu Yun could be his match. The reason he did not finish Gu Yun immediately was merely to humiliate him thoroughly. Facing Xiao Fengliu's provocation, Gu Yun narrowed his eyes, a glint of sharp light flashing within them. "Very well. Since you've said so, I won't refuse. Then take these 3 strikes well." As the words left his mouth, Gu Yun's right foot explosively propelled him forward. The next moment, his body shot toward Xiao Fengliu like an arrow from the string. His speed was so immense that it left an afterimage in its wake. This sight stunned everyone present. Xiao Fengliu was jolted, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. He stared incredulously at the charging Gu Yun, his heart seized with terror. Impossible. How can he possess such terrifying speed? At this speed, he really is only at the master realm. Xiao Fengliu's mind was in a daze. He could not fathom how a master could achieve a speed that even a grandmaster struggled to match. Yet he had no time to ponder further. He immediately exerted force in his legs and retreated backward. Facing an opponent of such astonishing speed, the first instinct was to maintain a safe distance. But his reaction was ultimately a step too slow. Gu Yun appeared before him, his right fist smashing toward Xiao Fengliu's cheek. Crack! Xiao Fengliu had no chance to dodge. His left face took the full brunt of Gu Yun's punch. In an instant, the muscles on his face twisted and contorted. Xiao Fengliu flew backward violently, blood and saliva spattering from his mouth across the ground. After rolling several times, he managed to steady himself. He covered his mouth with his right hand. The next second, a few broken teeth drenched in blood appeared in his palm. His left cheek had already swollen grotesquely, a comical sight. Xiao Fengliu trembled, all over his eyes bloodshot. Boundless fury surged into his heart. Never in his life had he been so brutally slapped in the face. And before such a crowd, no less. At that moment, Xiao Fengliu completely forgot the searing pain on his face. He rose to his feet, his eyes savage and murderous. "I'll kill you." Xiao Fengliu lost all reason and charged at Gu Yun. In an instant, the full aura of a peak grandmaster erupted without restraint from Xiao Fengliu's body. Every onlooker's face changed color. Xiao Fengliu's move was undeniably an attempt to kill Gu Yun. This clearly exceeded the rules of the arena. Gu Tianxin furrowed his brow, his right hand slowly clenching into a fist. He sensed a powerful murderous intent emanating from Xiao Fengliu. As the emperor, he would naturally not stand by and watch Xiao Fengliu kill Gu Yun. Yet before he could intervene, an utterly shocking scene unfolded. To everyone's astonishment, that murderous punch from Xiao Fengliu was blocked by Gu Yun with a single hand. This scene left everyone in the arena dumbfounded. Even Xiao Fengliu, in his rage, momentarily regained his composure. His eyes widened, staring at Gu Yun in disbelief. He could not accept that Gu Yun had actually blocked his full-strength blow. A smirk curled at the corner of Gu Yun's mouth. He spoke mockingly. Weren't you supposed to let me have 3 strikes? I've only thrown 1 punch, and you're already losing your temper. A man must keep his word. As he finished before Xiao Fenglu could react, Gu Yun raised his right hand and slammed a vicious punch into Xiao Fenglu's other cheek. Puffed. Xiao Fenglu flew once more. Blood gushed from the corner of his mouth again. Xiao Fenglu was completely stunned. He collapsed to the ground, the excruciating pain on his face overwhelming. On the ground before him lay 7 or 8 bloody broken teeth. His entire face was swollen, resembling a pig's head. Even his own mother would hesitate for 3 breaths before recognizing him. What is happening? The 6th prince is actually this powerful. Xiao Fenglu is a peak grandmaster with few rivals among the younger generation. But now he can't even withstand a single punch from the 6th prince. Is this normal? The surrounding crowd was in shock, terrified by Gu Yun's strength. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed such an absurd event. A master beating a peak grandmaster. Could it get any more outlandish? Gu Yun lifted his foot and walked toward the fallen Xiao Fenglu. A faint smile hung on his lips, making him appear harmless. Yet in Xiao Fenglu's eyes, Gu Yun was like a demon, filling him with terror. What do you want? Xiao Fenglu covered both cheeks with his hands, scooting backward on his bottom. After 2 punches, not only his murderous intent, but even the fury within him had completely dissipated. Now all he felt toward Gu Yun was fear. Gu Yun raised his right hand, waving his fist, and said with a grin, "We agreed on 3 strikes, and there's still 1 left. Pity your face seems unable to take a 3rd punch. Tell me, where should I land this last blow? On your chest or?" Gu Yun's gaze traveled downward until it stopped between Xiao Fenglu's legs. Xiao Fenglu felt a sudden chill in his crotch, and his nether region shivered. "No, I concede. I concede." When he saw the cold, mocking look in Gu Yun's eyes, Xiao Fenglu dared not hesitate. Ignoring the pain on his face, he quickly cried out in surrender. Instantly, the entire arena was stunned. They could hardly believe their ears. Xiao Fenglu, a peak grandmaster, and the 3rd young master of the northern Xiao clan, had been frightened into admitting defeat. Was this reasonable? Concede. Conceding requires a proper attitude. You're giving me a hard time. Gu Yun narrowed his eyes and spoke unhurriedly. A chill ran down Xiao Fenglu's spine, and he trembled. What do you want? Kneel and kowtow 3 times, and I'll allow your surrender. Gu Yun said flatly. Hearing this, Xiao Fenglu's eyes widened in shame and indignation. Don't go too far. I am, after all, the 3rd young master of the northern Xiao clan. You want me to kneel and kowtow? Impossible. Xiao Fenglu roared, angrily, fury burning within him. Making him kneel and kowtow was no different from making him drop his pants in public. If he did that from then on, he, Xiao Fenglu, would become the eternal disgrace of the Xiao clan. That was something Xiao Fenglu could never accept under any circumstances. 6th brother, one should show mercy when the matter is settled. Since Xiao Fenglu has conceded according to the rules, you should not continue to humiliate him. Moreover, he is the 3rd young master of the Xiao family. Are you trying to create enmity between the Dian imperial dynasty and the Xiao family of the northern border? At this moment, the 2nd prince, who had been silent, suddenly stepped forward. He had not expected that Gu Yun's strength had already reached such a level. Now the outcome of the arena match could no longer be changed. All he could do was prevent Gu Yun from continuing to torment Xiao Fenglu. After all, the Xiao family had a close relationship with him. If Xiao Fenglu suffered humiliation here today, it would also have a certain impact on himself. However, Gu Yun not only ignored the 2nd prince's words, but also sneered. 2nd brother, spare me those empty words. You want me to let him off? Fine. You take the last punch for him, and I'll spare him. Do you dare to accept? Gu Yun turned to look at the 2nd prince, and said calmly. The 2nd prince's gaze darkened, and his right hand clenched into a fist hidden in his sleeve. He had not expected Gu Yun to show him such disrespect. For a moment, the anger in his heart toward Gu Yun intensified. However, he was well aware that now was not the time to lose his temper. The 2nd prince turned to look at Gu Tianqing beside him, and cupped his hands. Father, I implore you to act. 6th brother's actions will only bring unnecessary trouble to the Dian imperial family. It is truly an unwise move. His words immediately sparked discussion among the surrounding crowd. Most people agreed with the 2nd prince. After all, rashly offending the Xiao family of the northern border was indeed not a wise move. Gu Tianqing remained expressionless, but inwardly, he sneered coldly. If not for his own status, he would have already slapped Xiao Fenglu to death. There would be no need for Gu Yun to humiliate him. According to the rules, Xiao Fenglu has conceded, so this arena match is over. But he himself said that he would yield 3 moves first. Therefore, even if he concedes, it must be after the 3 moves are completed. Of course, if both parties reach a consensus, they can also concede before the 3 moves are finished. However, it seems they have not reached a consensus. Gu Tianqing said slowly. His meaning was clear. Xiao Fenglu could avoid kneeling and kowtowing, but Gu Yun must complete the 3 moves. For a moment, everyone fell silent, as if struck dumb. Even the 2nd prince was speechless, not knowing what to say. On the stone platform, a slight smile curved at the corner of Gu Yun's mouth. 3rd young master Xiao, have you made up your mind? Will you choose to kneel and kowtow, or take another punch from me? Gu Yun shifted his gaze back to Xiao Fenglu and asked with a mocking tone. Xiao Fenglu gnashed his teeth filled with rage, but not daring to speak. He had already discerned that Gu Tianqing was on Gu Yun's side. On one side was his dignity and face, on the other his physical well-being. Although it was a difficult choice for Xiao Fenglu, losing his happy life was no different from death. Damn you, Gu Yun. The humiliation of today, once I return to the northern border, I will make you pay back tenfold, 100-fold. Xiao Fenglu cursed inwardly. He would never forget everything that happened today, especially Gu Yun. He swore that after returning, he would send someone to take Gu Yun's head and use it as a chamber pot. Thump thump thump. Enduring immense humiliation, Xiao Fenglu kowtowed 3 times before Gu Yun. My heavens. He actually kowtowed. Who would have thought that the esteemed third young master of the Xiao family of the northern border would actually kowtow to someone in public? If this gets out, not only will he lose face for the rest of his life, but the prestige of the Xiao family of the northern border will also be affected. This is too crazy. Is His Highness the Sixth Prince really not afraid of retaliation from the Xiao family? The crowd exchanged glances, stunned in their hearts. They never imagined that Xiao Fenglu would disregard his own dignity and kneel to kowtow to Gu Yun. Even more unexpectedly, Gu Tianqing had never once stopped Gu Yun's actions from beginning to end. What exactly did this mean? Everyone had their own thoughts. Boring. I thought you would have more backbone, preferring to be broken than to bend. It seems the third young master of the Xiao family is nothing special after all, Gu Yun said, not hiding the contempt and mockery in his tone. Xiao Fenglu knelt on the ground, his head bowed, his face full of gloom. His right hand's bones creaked, and his nails dug into his flesh, yet he felt no pain at all. Gu Yun gave a scornful laugh and turned to walk down the stone platform. He had thought that after such humiliation Xiao Fenglu would lose his reason and erupt in fury. In this way he could use the excuse of self-defense to cripple Xiao Fenglu. Unfortunately, Xiao Fenglu did not give him that opportunity. The match ended and the crowd began to disperse. Only Xiao Fenglu remained slumped on the stone platform, his eyes filled with gloom and murderous intent. He knew that today's events would inevitably spread throughout the entire Dian imperial dynasty in a short time. He had lost all face. He would never be able to hold his head up again and would even become a laughingstock throughout the entire Dian imperial dynasty. And all of this was because of Gu Yun. At this moment in Xiao Fenglu's heart, Gu Yun had been placed on his kill list. If Gu Yun did not die, he would never be able to let go in this lifetime. Even in death, he would die with his eyes open. In the front courtyard, the wedding banquet officially began. Everyone started eating and drinking heartily, completely forgetting about Xiao Fenglu. Only a few princes looked displeased and had no appetite. After drinking a few cups of wine, they all made excuses to leave. Gu Yun was completely indifferent to their departure. He was well aware that not a single one of the 5 princes had truly come to attend his wedding. An hour later, Gu Tianqing also left. After all, he was the emperor, and there were many matters in the Dian imperial dynasty that required his attention. The rest stayed until nightfall, and only after the wedding banquet ended did they leave one by one. In the hall, Gu Yun slumped in a chair, his whole body limp and weak. As the main character of the wedding, he was exhausted today. At this moment he felt as if his entire body had completely lost sensation. Before long the Duke of Jinghua came before Gu Yun. Gu Yun immediately rose from the chair and returned to his usual state. It's getting late, I should go back. You've been busy all day, get some rest early. And treat Wu Shuang well. Even if you have no feelings for her, I hope you can make her as happy as possible in her last 2 years. The Duke of Jinghua said earnestly. He never expected Gu Yun to love his daughter deeply, nor would he demand that Gu Yun treat her exceptionally well. He only wanted his daughter to live happily in her remaining time. Rest assured, father-in-law, since I have married Wu Shuang, I will naturally treat her well. This is my responsibility, nothing else. Gu Yun replied with a serious expression. The Duke of Jinghua gave Gu Yun a deep look, then slowly nodded. If you need anything, you can come to the Duke of Jinghua's mansion to find me. Of course, except for contending for the throne. The Duke of Jinghua's mansion will not participate in the struggle for the throne. This is a rule set by the old Duke. The entire Duke of Jinghua's mansion must abide by it. After saying this, the Duke turned and left the hall. Farewell, father-in-law. Watching the Duke's departing back, a meaningful smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Gu Yun's mouth. What he had been waiting for was exactly the Duke's words just now. Although the Duke of Jinghua's mansion would not participate in the struggle for the throne, this was no longer important. The Duke's attitude was the key to Gu Yun's next series of plans. A moment later, Su Rou entered the hall carrying a cup of sobering tea. Gu Yun took it and drank it all in a few gulps, his mind immediately clearing considerably. Then he set down the teacup and looked up at Su Rou. Notify Yu Linglong to bring her people and come find me in the capital. Yes. At the threshold of the bridal chamber, Gu Yun stood and placed his gaze calm. After a few breaths, he took a deep breath and pushed open the door. Creak. Gu Yun stepped into the room and casually closed the door behind him. But when he turned his gaze toward the bedside, he was instantly frozen in place. His eyes were flooded with deep confusion. In the bridal chamber, there were actually 2 people in wedding attire, their heads covered with red cloth, sitting by the bed. Gu Yun even thought he hadn't sobered up yet, and was seeing things. He rubbed his eyes and looked up at the bedside again. This time Gu Yun fully accepted reality. He wasn't hallucinating, there were truly two brides sitting on the bed. Gu Yun walked slowly to the bedside. Gazing at the two brides before him, he was momentarily at a loss. He had only heard of businesses offering a buy one get one free deal. He had never heard of a marriage where an extra bride was thrown in. With a puzzled mind, Gu Yun stepped forward and lifted the red cloth from their heads. One of them Gu Yun recognized at a glance as Qin Wushuang, the woman he was marrying today. But the other one he didn't know at all. Orange fortune. Gu Yun stared at the unfamiliar woman, greatly astonished. Above the stranger's head, an orange fortune level was displayed. Though not as dazzling as Qin Wushuang's red, it was still a 1 in a billion existence. Not only was he getting a free bride, but it was a bride with orange fortune. It was impossible for Gu Yun not to be surprised. Who is she? Gu Yun turned to Qin Wushuang and asked calmly. She is my younger sister. Younger sister? Gu Yun was dumbfounded, almost unable to react. Doesn't your father have only one son and one daughter? Could she be an illegitimate child? Gu Yun asked curiously. He had never encountered such a juicy piece of gossip before. No. She is my sworn sister, no blood relation. Hearing Qin Wushuang's explanation, Gu Yun was stunned for a few seconds, then slowly nodded. Then he turned around and sat down on a nearby chair. At this moment, Gu Yun needed some time to sort out his thoughts. For a moment, the room fell into silence. After a while, Gu Yun looked up at the two women sitting on the bed. So, I roughly understand the situation. So can you explain what this means? Gu Yun was still somewhat puzzled as to why Qin Wushuang's sister was also wearing a wedding dress and appeared in the bridal chamber. Sixth Prince, you are aware of my condition. I have less than 2 years left. That's why I had my sister marry me alongside you. This way, after I am gone, she can take my place and continue to stay by your side. Qin Wushuang explained. Upon hearing this, Gu Yun's expression shifted slightly, a feeling beyond words welling up in his heart. Gu Yun turned to look at the woman sitting beside Qin Wushuang. What is your name? The woman's eyes trembled slightly, and she replied softly, Feng Qingwu. Were you willing to do this today? Gu Yun continued to ask. Feng Qingwu hesitated for a moment, then nodded gently. Gu Yun's gaze sharpened momentarily, at a loss for words. Don't you regret it? This way you will only become a puppet, a substitute for your sister. Gu Yun said earnestly. However, Feng Qingwu suddenly shook her head with a smile. If it weren't for my sister back then, I would have died in that heavy winter snow long ago. I will never regret anything my sister asks me to do. Besides, being able to marry a prince is something others would envy. Why would I have any reason to regret? Hearing this, Gu Yun said no more. Everyone has their own thoughts and choices. In that case, you should know what to do and what not to do from now on, right? Rest assured, Sixth Prince, my sister has already instructed me. From now on, I will not pry into your affairs, nor will I do anything to wrong you. Gu Yun nodded, a satisfied expression on his face. Seeing that Gu Yun had accepted Feng Qingwu, Qin Wushuang also showed a relieved smile. Sixth Prince, it's getting late. Time to rest. My body isn't suitable for that kind of thing. So Qingwu will take my place tonight. Qin Wushuang didn't finish. Though they were married, she still felt embarrassed to speak directly about matters between men and women. Gu Yun understood and said nothing. And you, Gu Yun asked. What? Qin Wushuang asked, puzzled. I mean, where will you sleep tonight? Well, naturally I'll sleep with you all. What? Gu Yun looked shocked. Is that appropriate? Qin Wushuang remained calm. It's fine. I can wait until you two finish, then sleep with you. Gu Yun was speechless, not knowing what to say. Was it going to be that exciting right from the start? Doing that kind of thing with an audience? Thump, thump. Just as Gu Yun was at a loss, hurried knocking came from outside the door. The sudden noise broke the awkward atmosphere in the room. Ahem, who is it? Gu Yun called out. Master, it's me, Su Ro. Su Ro. Come in, the door is unlocked. Gu Yun frowned slightly, a bad feeling in his heart. He knew Su Ro's character well. Unless there was something extraordinary, Su Ro would never disturb him on his wedding night. Su Ro pushed open the door. No sooner had she taken a few steps inside than she froze in place. Like Gu Yun, she was utterly bewildered by the extra Feng Qingwu in the room. Su Ro, what happened? Just as Su Ro was stunned, Gu Yun's voice snapped her out of it. She stopped thinking and hurried to Gu Yun's side. Master, an urgent matter has arisen. Urgent? Gu Yun's gaze darkened, and he instantly sensed something. Without any hesitation, he immediately walked out of the room. Su Ro turned and followed. By the bed, Qin Wushuang and Feng Qingwu exchanged glances, both wearing puzzled expressions. Outside the door. Speak, what urgent matter? Gu Yun immediately asked. Su Ro did not dare hesitate, and quickly reported. Master, the people monitoring Xiao Fenglu have sent word. Xiao Fenglu has taken his men and left the capital under cover of night. Based on the direction they're heading, it seems they are returning to the northern frontier. What? Gu Yun was greatly shocked, his face full of disbelief. Why would Xiao Fenglu suddenly rush back to the northern frontier? Could he have sensed something? Gu Yun lowered his head, his expression grave. That Xiao Fenglu would leave so urgently was something Gu Yun had never anticipated. Originally, he had thought Xiao Fenglu would not leave the capital until at least the next day. But now Xiao Fenglu's departure under the cover of night had caught him off guard. My lord, what should we do? Are we just going to let him off? Su Ro asked from the side. Gu Yun frowned deeply, his mind racing. Suddenly he lifted his head, a vicious cold glint flashing in his eyes. We finally have an opportunity handed to us. We absolutely cannot give it up. Su-ro, prepare immediately. We leave the city in half an incense stick's time. Hearing this, Su-ro hesitated. My lord, what about the one in the room? Tonight is your wedding night. Gu Yun waved his hand. Nothing is more important than Xiao Fenglu. Go prepare. Yes. Su-ro did not hesitate any longer and turned to leave. After she left, Gu Yun immediately returned to the room. In front of Qin Wushuang and Feng Qingwu, he directly removed his outermost wedding robe. Then he quickly took out a black robe and put it on. The entire process was fluid and unhurried. Facing the puzzled gazes of the two women, Gu Yun did not utter a single word of explanation from start to finish. Of course, Qin Wushuang did not speak a word either. This was their prior agreement. After the wedding, neither would interfere with the other's affairs. After changing his clothes, Gu Yun turned to look at Qin Wushuang and Feng Qingwu. I have matters to attend to. If I haven't returned by midnight, don't wait for me. Get some rest early. Also, I hope you can keep my departure tonight a secret. With that, without waiting for the two women to respond, Gu Yun turned and left the room. Only when his figure had completely vanished into the night did Qin Wushuang and Feng Qingwu snap back to reality. They were somewhat puzzled by Gu Yun's sudden departure. After all, it was rare for a man to abandon his wedding night for something. Sister, what could be so urgent that the sixth prince had to leave so hastily? Feng Qingwu was both puzzled and curious. Qin Wushuang lowered her brows deep in thought. After a few breaths, she gently shook her head. I can't think of anything that would make the sixth prince leave so urgently. But this matter is definitely extraordinary. Qingwu, have someone investigate immediately. All right. Feng Qingwu nodded and walked to the door. She carefully examined the surroundings, and after confirming no one was nearby, she took out a slender bamboo tube about the size of a finger. When she opened the lid, a jet black butterfly crawled out. Moments later, the butterfly flew into the air, perfectly blending with the night. In an instant, it vanished completely. 5 li outside the capital, 3 figures streaked through the darkness, heading straight for the northern border. Leading them was none other than Gu Yun, who had abandoned his wedding night. Behind him followed Su-ro and Xiao Zhao. To catch up with Xiao Fenglu, the three maintained full speed. After about half an hour, 80 li away, Gu Yun successfully caught up with Xiao Fenglu, who had already departed. However, Gu Yun did not act hastily. Xiao Fenglu was not only guarded by 800 soldiers, but also had a peak celestial phenomenon realm expert known as the Ghost's Terror protecting him closely. Under these circumstances, capturing Xiao Fenglu was obviously difficult. Not to mention the peak celestial phenomenon realm Xiao Wuchang, even the 800 soldiers were not easy to deal with. My lord, should we attack now? Xiao Zhao asked in a low voice. Gu Yun looked at the formation not far away and shook his head gently. Besides a peak celestial phenomenon, Xiao Fenglu also has over a dozen Dao profound realm experts. If we fight to the death, we could indeed take them down, but we would definitely get hurt as well. Xiao Fenglu is not worth that risk. Xiao Zhao nodded with a hint of confusion. Then what do we do? No one expected Xiao Fenglu to leave so quickly. Our people won't be able to reach here anytime soon. Gu Yun stroked his chin thoughtfully. Xiao Fenglu must pass through the Tianling Valley 300 li from here to return to the northern border. Su-ro, immediately send word for our people to head straight to the Tianling Valley and hide there. We'll catch Xiao Fenglu in a pincer movement at the valley, like a turtle in a jar. Su-ro's eyes lit up. Yes, my lord. Moments later, a night raven soared into the sky and vanished into the night. Gu Yun, Su-ro, and Xiao Zhao continued to secretly follow behind Xiao Fenglu. To avoid alerting the enemy, Gu Yun deliberately slowed down, maintaining a distance of 5 li from Xiao Fenglu. And so they kept moving toward the Tianling Valley more than 300 li away. Xiao Fenglu's carriage was not particularly fast, so the 300 li journey took over 3 hours. When Xiao Fenglu's convoy entered the Tianling Valley, Gu Yun and his 2 companions following behind no longer concealed themselves. Finally, the Tianling Valley. A slight curve appeared at the corner of Gu Yun's mouth, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Let's begin. This is their end point. With that, Gu Yun took a step forward, his figure instantly appearing 100 meters away. Su-ro and Xiao Zhao also vanished from where they stood. Meanwhile, Xiao Fenglu sat in his carriage, still replaying the events on the arena earlier that day. As he thought, his expression grew more and more ferocious. Damned Gu Yun. Just you wait. When I return, I'll have father send the deadliest assassin to take your head. Xiao Fenglu clenched his fists, his eyes wide, with rage, bloodshot pupils filled with fury. Suddenly, the carriage came to an abrupt halt. Sensing the situation, Xiao Fenglu's face darkened. What's wrong? Why did we stop? A voice immediately came from outside the carriage. Third young master, the road ahead is blocked by a pile of boulders. Boulders? Xiao Fenglu frowned in confusion, then stepped forward to draw back the curtain. When he saw that the road was indeed blocked by a pile of boulders, a surge of anger rose within him. Xiao Fenglu jumped out of the carriage and stared coldly at the pile of boulders. What are you standing there for? Get someone to clear these boulders immediately. Yes. The guards did not dare hesitate and hurried forward to remove the stones. Just then Xiao Wuchang also left his carriage and came to Xiao Fenglu's side. He looked at the pile of boulders, his eyes darkening. Then he lifted his head and gazed at the cliffs on both sides. Something's wrong. Suddenly, as if realizing something, Xiao Wuchang gasped. Xiao Fenglu was about to speak, but Xiao Wuchang spoke first with a grave expression. Third young master, I'm afraid we've been surrounded. For your safety, please return to the carriage. Hearing this, Xiao Fengliu's pupils contracted sharply, and his face filled with shock. What did he mean by we've been surrounded? Are you certain? Xiao Fenglu asked in a low voice. Xiao Wuchang did not answer, merely nodding silently. No matter who it is, kill them all. After leaving those words, Xiao Fenglu turned and retreated into the carriage. Xiao Wuchang raised his hand and made a series of gestures. In an instant, everyone converged around the carriage where Xiao Fenglu sat. Since you're here, show yourself. Skulking in the shadows. Is that amusing? Xiao Wuchang's voice pierced the night, echoing endlessly through the silent Tianlang Valley. Atop the cliff, Gu Yun gazed down at the procession below, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Since we've been discovered, let's go down and meet them. Gu Yun raised his right hand and placed the mask over his face. Behind him, Su Ro and Xiao Zhao followed suit. The next moment, Gu Yun leaped down first. The members of Heibai Tower followed closely, each leaping down in succession. At the valley floor, Xiao Wuchang sensed something instantly and became fully alert. The guards protecting Xiao Fenglu also tensed up, assuming combat stances. Soon figure after figure descended from the sky, landing steadily on all sides. Xiao Fenglu and his men were now trapped like fish in a barrel, completely surrounded. On a pile of boulders, Gu Yun stood looking down upon the crowd below. Xiao Wuchang immediately locked his gaze onto Gu Yun. Black and white masks. Are you people from Heibai Tower? Xiao Wuchang demanded in a deep voice. Gu Yun's lips curled slightly. That's right. What do you intend to do? Xiao Wuchang pressed further. Gu Yun chuckled. Take a guess. Hearing this, Xiao Wuchang's expression turned icy cold. Are you here for us? Do you know who we are? The Xiao family of the northern border. You know? Since you know our identity, how dare you provoke us? Could it be that Heibai Tower intends to make an enemy of the Xiao family of the northern border? How what if it does? Others may fear the Xiao family of the northern border, but Heibai Tower does not. Xiao Wuchang's gaze darkened, his expression exceedingly grim. When had anyone ever dared to so blatantly disregard the Xiao family of the northern border? A mere Heibai Tower worthy of standing against the Xiao family of the northern border. How arrogant. Do not think that just because Heibai Tower has some strength it can be compared to the Xiao family of the northern border. Leave now, and this old man might spare your wretched lives. Xiao Wuchang bellowed, coldly, simultaneously releasing the oppressive aura of the Tianxiang realm toward Gu Yun. Although he held Heibai Tower in utter contempt, his primary objective at this moment was to protect Xiao Fenglu in the carriage. Before ascertaining Heibai Tower's intentions and whether other experts were hidden in the shadows, he dared not recklessly leave the vicinity of the carriage. Facing Xiao Wuchang's terrifying aura, Gu Yun remained utterly motionless, standing firm. Seeing this, Xiao Wuchang's expression grew increasingly somber. Are you certain you wish to oppose the Xiao family of the northern border? Xiao Wuchang demanded once more. However, this time, Gu Yun paid him no heed. Which of you two will take it? Gu Yun turned to look at Su Ro and Xiao Zhao behind him. Hearing this, Su Ro immediately stepped forward. I'll do it. Gu Yun said nothing, merely nodding lightly. The next moment, Su Ro leaped off the boulder and stood opposite Xiao Wuchang. Looking at Su Ro before him, Xiao Wuchang's eyes narrowed, a glint of cold light flashing in his gaze. Protect the third young master. With that, Xiao Wuchang's aura surged abruptly. In an instant, the peak Tianxiang realm aura enveloped the entire valley. Those of lesser strength directly collapsed to their knees, struggling even to breathe. Since you insist on seeking death, this old man shall grant your wish. Unless a land immortal appears, all of you here today will die. Xiao Wuchang roared, his long sword drawn from its sheath. The next moment, a ferocious, murderous aura surged skyward, shaking heaven and earth. Facing this overwhelming momentum, Su Ro remained unflappable, her right hand slowly resting on the hilt of her sword. Zheng. In an instant, a towering sword intent erupted, piercing the night sky like a dragon's roar and a tiger's howl. Xiao Wuchang's pupils trembled, his heart seized with terror. Impossible. You? How could you be a land immortal? Wong. A flash of sword light whistled past in a split second from top to bottom, slicing through Xiao Wuchang's body. In that moment, all sounds ceased, the world lost its color. Time and space seemed frozen in absolute stillness, even the cold wind in the valley abruptly halted. The long sword slowly slid back into its sheath. Su Ro gently released her right hand from the hilt, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her lips. Her aura withered to its nadir like a flickering candle in the wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment. Just as Su Ro was about to collapse, a large hand reached from behind, gently wrapping around her waist. You've worked hard. Leave the rest to us. Hearing Gu Yun's words, a faint smile appeared on Su Ro's lips, and then she lost consciousness, falling into Gu Yun's arms. SSSHH. Opposite, Xiao Wuchang's body split from the middle, cleaved in two. A torrent of blood and entrails gushed out, scattering across the ground. A peak Tianxiang realm expert had met his end. Until his death, Xiao Wuchang's eyes remained wide open, filled with boundless shock and horror. Beside the carriage, the guards stood frozen in place, their eyes filled with terror, bodies trembling. No, this can't be. One sword to slay at Tianxiang Peak. How could there be a land immortal here? I don't want to die. I still don't want to die. Having witnessed Su Ro kill Xiao Wuchang with a single strike, these guards were utterly terrified and had lost all will to resist. They stared in disbelief at the lifeless corpse of Xiao Wuchang on the ground, feeling as if it were all a dream. Yet what they did not know was that Su Ro was not actually a land immortal. The reason she could suddenly burst forth with power comparable to a land immortal was merely a mysterious technique. Gu Yun raised his head, staring coldly at the carriage. Leave no one alive. Shua. In an instant, the members of Heibai Tower charged toward the carriage. Their movements were eerily swift, like phantoms against the backdrop of the night. The guards did not even have time to react before their throats were slit. In less than 10 breaths, nearly 100 lay dead on the ground. Death is certain either way. Fight them with all we've got. In the end, the will to survive overcame fear. Led by several Daoxian realm experts, the remaining guards began to counterattack. Yet their struggle was ultimately futile. With a single whip, Xiao Zhao pierced through the head of a Daoxian realm expert. This terrifying display of power once again stunned the guards, who still harbored thoughts of resistance. In that moment, they truly understood what it meant to be plunged into utter despair. After an incense stick's time, all 800 guards lay on the ground, utterly lifeless. The air of the entire valley was saturated with a pungent, bloody stench. Gu Yun handed Su Ro in his arms to Xiao Zhao, then strode toward the carriage. With a mere wave of his hand, the upper half of the carriage exploded into fragments. Xiao Fenglu cowered in the corner of the carriage, his body curled up, his face a mask of panic and terror. At the sight of the carnage around him, he was so frightened that he lost control of his bladder and bowels, trembling incessantly. What do you want? He demanded. I warn you, my father is the patriarch of the Beijing Xiao family. If you dare lay a finger on me, he will never let you off. Xiao Fenglu shouted harshly, trying to mask his fear with his voice. At the same time, he pinned all his hopes on the Xiao family behind him. Faced with Xiao Fenglu's threats, a scornful smirk curled at the corner of Gu Yun's mouth. Are you done with your last words? Since you're finished, then it's time to depart. Hearing this, Xiao Fenglu's pupils constricted sharply, dread written all over his face. Why do you want to kill me? What do you want? Money, heavenly treasures, or cultivation resources? He begged. As long as you spare my life, I'll give you anything you desire. Xiao Fenglu spoke again. When threats failed, he tried to sway Gu Yun with bribes. Yet Gu Yun remained unmoved. Gu Yun stepped forward, raising his right hand slowly. In the next instant, the long sword stuck in the ground flew directly into his grasp. With a leap, Gu Yun mounted the carriage and stood before Xiao Fenglu. Facing Gu Yun, who held the sword and exuded a chilling aura, Xiao Fenglu instinctively recoiled in terror. No, you can't kill me, he stammered. My father will never forgive you. Spare me, and I'll do anything. Xiao Fenglu, utterly terrified, muttered to himself. Shine. The sword fell, and a streak of blood splattered into the air. Xiao Fenglu's eyes widened, filled with a mixture of reluctance and fear. Thud. At last, Xiao Fenglu collapsed onto the carriage, blood gushing from his neck. Soon the entire carriage was stained crimson. Gu Yun leaped down, casually tossing the sword aside, then turned to face the members of the black and white pavilion. Among you, who holds the highest rank? Gu Yun asked. A few breaths later, a figure appeared before him and knelt. Black and white guard, Heaven Tier No. 13, Mo Wuchen greets the pavilion master. Gu Yun looked at the kneeling Mo Wuchen and nodded with satisfaction. In the black and white pavilion, apart from the most powerful 10 shadows, the other black and white guards were divided into 4 tiers: yellow, profound, earth, and heaven, based on their strength. Heaven's tier represented the cultivation level of the 13th stage Daoxian. No, 13 signified that he ranked 13th in strength among all heaven tier black and white guards. The higher the rank and the more advanced the tier, the greater the status and benefits within the black and white pavilion. I have a task for you, Gu Yun said. Take Xiao Fenglu's head to the northern frontier, find the Blade Saint, and hand it over. Then tell the Blade Saint to make a trip to the Xiao family. Make sure to deliver Xiao Fenglu's head personally to the Xiao family, he continued. And while you're at it, stir up some commotion. The bigger the better. Gu Yun spoke slowly. Mo Wuchen, not daring to hesitate, replied. Yes, your subordinate obeys. Good. Leave the cleanup to you. I'll take my leave now. With that, Gu Yun turned and walked to Xiao Zhao. Let's go. Xiao Zhao nodded, then picked up the unconscious Su Ro, and in an instant both vanished from the spot. Farewell, pavilion master. 2 hours later, when Gu Yun returned from the Wolf Valley to the capital, the sky was gradually brightening. Fortunately, the guards at the city gate were already his men, so he entered the capital with ease. An incense stick's time later, Gu Yun was back in his mansion. He turned to Xiao Zhao behind him. Xiao Zhao, take Su Ro to rest. Stay by her side for the next 2 days until she fully recovers. Xiao Zhao nodded slightly. Yes, my lord. We'll go rest now. After Xiao Zhao left with Su Ro, Gu Yun headed toward the bridal chamber. Soon he arrived before the bridal chamber. He glanced at the edge of the sky where a wisp of rosy glow had quietly risen. He hadn't expected that chasing after Xiao Fenglu would cost him an entire night. Yet the knight's efforts were not in vain. He was already anticipating what sensational news would come from the northern frontier in a few days. Creak. Gu Yun gently pushed open the door. The room was dim for the sky was not yet fully bright. He closed the door and walked to the bedside. On the bed Qin Wushuang and Feng Qingwu were sleeping soundly embracing each other. They wore only thin nightgowns revealing their fair jade-like skin. The scene was too tender, inviting 1,000 fantasies. Gu Yun reached out to pull the blanket over them, then turned to sit on a chair nearby. He poured himself a cup of cold tea and drank it leisurely. The coolness cleared his mind considerably. His gaze was deep as if lost in thought. After a long while, when the entire pot of cold tea was finished, he slowly set down the cup. At this moment a peculiar gleam shone in his eyes, and a faint smile curved his lips. 10 years have passed. Are you ready? My dear brothers, he murmured. The first one. Let it begin with you, third prince. In the blink of an eye an hour went by. The sky was fully bright, and warm sunlight streamed through the gaps, casting golden light upon Gu Yun. A new day had begun. On the bed, Qin Wushuang's eyebrows twitched. Moments later she slowly opened her eyes. She glanced at Feng Qingwu, who was still asleep beside her, then gently withdrew her arm to avoid waking her. When she turned her head, she immediately spotted Gu Yun sitting on the chair nearby, his head resting on the table. She had no idea when he had returned. Without hesitation, Qin Wushuang got up and went to Gu Yun's side. Seeing him still asleep, she fetched an outer robe and gently draped it over his shoulders. At that moment Gu Yun suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp. He lifted his head instantly. When he saw Qin Wushuang standing beside him and the coat on his shoulders, his expression returned to normal. You're awake, he said. Go put on some clothes, or you'll catch a cold. He took off the coat while speaking to her. When did you come back last night, she asked. Why didn't you sleep on the bed? I came back just before dawn, Gu Yun replied. I saw you two sleeping soundly, so I didn't disturb you. Qin Wushuang was momentarily at a loss for words. Do you want to get some sleep now, as she asked? Gu Yun shook his head. No need. It's nothing serious, just one night without sleep. Besides, I have things to do today. Do you have time later? Qin Wushuang hesitated. Yes. Then come with me. Where to? Home. Home. Qin Wushuang looked puzzled, confusion in her eyes. Accompany me to the Duke of Zhen's mansion. Does that count as going home? Gu Yun teased. Qin Wushuang then suddenly realized. After all, it was her first marriage and she hadn't fully adapted yet. When shall we go? Qin Wushuang asked. I'm fine with any time. Then wait for me a moment, or I'll go change. Qin Wushuang turned and walked behind a folding screen to change her clothes. On the screen Qin Wushuang's silhouette was revealed without reservation. Elegant and graceful with a lithe and curvaceous figure. How could mere words describe her beauty? Even the faint shadow was enough to enchant one's soul. Half an incense stick later, Qin Wushuang had changed into a new plain dress, her hair coiled up with a gentle smile on her lips. Husband, I am ready. Gu Yun was startled, his mind seemingly not catching up. What did you call me? Husband, what's wrong? Don't you like this form of address? No, it's just that this is the first time someone has called me that, or it feels so strange. Strange. Qin Wushuang looked at Gu Yun with puzzled eyes, not quite understanding his meaning. Gu Yun rose and waved his hand. I was just saying, you don't need to take it to heart. Let's go. Qin Wushuang nodded gently. Though still a little confused, she didn't press further. A short while later, a carriage departed from the sixth prince's residence and slowly headed toward the Duke of Zhen's mansion. The Duke of Zhen's mansion. The carriage halted steadily before the main gate. Gu Yun took Qin Wushuang's hand and alighted from the carriage. Greetings, Your Highness the Sixth Prince. Greetings, Your Highness the Sixth Princess Consort. The guards at the entrance immediately came forward to pay their respects. Qin Wushuang nodded. Is my father at the mansion? Yes, Your Highness the Sixth Princess Consort, he is. Husband, let us go inside. Gu Yun said nothing, merely nodded slightly. Soon the two arrived at the rear hall of the Duke of Zhen's mansion. There they found the Duke of Zhen, already risen. Sit down. Coming here so early. I suppose it's not just to see me, is it? The Duke of Zhen spoke. Gu Yun stepped forward with a smile. My main purpose is to pay my respects to you, father-in-law. Secondly, I came to ask for a small favor. The Duke of Zhen narrowed his eyes. A small favor. Let's hear it first. The Duke of Zhen's mansion operates a tavern. I wonder if you, father-in-law, could entrust that tavern to me. A tavern? The Duke of Zhen frowned slightly, his expression contemplative. He had considered several possibilities, but never expected that Gu Yun would set his sights on a tavern. Since when did you take an interest in taverns? The Duke of Zhen asked curiously. Gu Yun smiled mysteriously without explaining. Seeing this, the Duke of Zhen's frown deepened. In the past, if Gu Yun had wanted a tavern, the Duke might not have cared much. But recently, Gu Yun's performance had far exceeded everyone's expectations. Thus, the Duke of Zhen instinctively felt that Gu Yun's request for a tavern was not merely about selling wine to make money. Yet no matter how he thought, he couldn't figure out what great deed Gu Yun could accomplish with a tavern. Could it be that selling wine could secure the inheritance of the throne? Beside him, seeing the Duke of Zhen remain silent for a long time, Gu Yun gently nudged Qin Wushuang beside him. Qin Wushuang's eyes flickered, then she walked to the Duke of Zhen's side. Father, since my husband wants the tavern, please give it to him. You wouldn't want your daughter to be unhappy, would you? The Duke of Zhun raised his head looking at his coquettish daughter with a strange expression. It was as if he were seeing Qin Wushuang for the first time, feeling utterly unfamiliar. Sigh. Very well, it's just a tavern. If you want it, I'll give it to you. However, I must remind you of a few things. If you think you can deal with them by relying on a single tavern, that's a pipe dream. Over 90% of the capital's interests are under their control. The Duke of Zhun spoke earnestly. Though he was unclear about Gu Yun's purpose in wanting a tavern, he was still the Duke of Zhun, possessing basic discernment. He knew that Gu Yun would not engage in meaningless endeavors. And in the capital, there were only a few people who could truly concern Gu Yun. He didn't say it explicitly, but he believed Gu Yun understood what he meant. Gu Yun was momentarily stunned, then the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Human effort can achieve anything. I don't think I will lose to them. The hall fell into silence. The Duke of Zhun gave Gu Yun a deep look and ultimately said no more. The northern frontier. The cold wind howled. A figure walked through the yellow sand. On his back, he carried a massive heavy blade about the height of a man. With each step, his footprints sank more than a dozen centimeters into the sand. In his right hand, he carried a wooden box tied with a rope. Upon closer inspection, one could see the outside of the box was stained with dried blood. This person was none other than one of the 10 shadows of the black and white pavilion, codenamed Blade Saint. Unlike other blade cultivators, his blade was both large and heavy. Moreover, its edge was not sharpened. Yet such a seemingly peculiar blade had slain countless powerful experts. Blade Saint's destination was Beiwang City, 30 miles away. Beiwang City was also the stronghold of the Shao clan of the northern frontier. In the northern frontier, no one dared to cause trouble in Beiwang City. Not even a terrestrial immortal dared. The reason was simple: the Shao clan's ancestor resided in Beiwang City, a peak powerhouse who had already stepped into the realm of terrestrial immortality 1,000 years ago. In the millennium that had passed, no one knew how far the Shao clan's ancestor had progressed. But beyond doubt, his strength now surpassed terrestrial immortality. Otherwise, how could the Dian imperial family have allowed the Shao clan to dominate the northern frontier unchecked? Apart from the Shao ancestor, the Shao clan also had several terrestrial immortals in residence. The current head of the Shao clan, Shao Ju, father of Shao Fenglu, was himself a terrestrial immortal. Even more terrifying, the Shao clan commanded an army of 8 million black armored soldiers. With such a foundation, the Shao clan was one of the top powers in the entire Dian dynasty. This was the source of their audacity to disregard the Dian imperial family. An hour later, 100 meters before Beiwang City, Blade Saint halted. On the city wall, the garrison commander quickly noticed Blade Saint standing below, and his brow furrowed. Who goes there? State your name. The commander shouted, his voice resounding like a bell. Blade Saint placed the blood-stained box on the ground, slowly raised his head, and fixed his gaze on the city wall. That's a black and white mask. It's the black and white pavilion. Upon seeing the conspicuous black and white mask on Blade Saint's face, the commander exclaimed in astonishment. In recent years, the black and white pavilion had quietly emerged throughout the Dian dynasty. The fame of the 10 shadows of the black and white pavilion had gradually spread far and wide. Naturally, various legends about the black and white pavilion also existed in the northern frontier. The only common impression people had of the black and white pavilion was mystery. Even the Shao clan had been unable to determine what kind of organization the black and white pavilion truly was. Nor did they know the specific identities of the 10 shadows and the never-seen elusive pavilion master of the black and white pavilion. They didn't even know whether the pavilion master was male or female, old or young. This was precisely why the commander was so astonished upon seeing the black and white mask. Quick, go summon the patriarch. Tell him someone from the black and white tower has appeared before the city gate. Facing the enigmatic black and white tower, the garrison commander dared not be careless and hastily ordered a subordinate to inform the Shao family patriarch. An instant's time later, a middle-aged man clad in a black gold robe with a stern expression and commanding eyes appeared atop the city wall. This man was Shao Ju, the patriarch of the northern border Shao clan. Greetings, patriarch. The crowd immediately bowed respectfully upon seeing Shao Ju. Where is the person from the black and white tower? Shao Ju asked indifferently, his voice flat. Reporting to the patriarch, that person is down below. He has not left nor made any move. The garrison commander replied hastily. Hearing this, Shao Ju turned and walked toward the edge of the city wall. Gazing down, he saw the Blade Saint standing motionless in the same spot. Shao Ju narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the Blade Saint from head to toe. Ultimately, his attention was drawn to the enormous blade slung across the Blade Saint's back. It is said that among the 10 shadows of the black and white tower, one is called the Blade Saint, whose saber arts are divine, and his weapon is a massive heavy blade. Could this be him? Shao Ju pondered, already deducing the Blade Saint's identity from that colossal blade alone. Yet he could not fathom why the Blade Saint of the black and white tower would suddenly appear before Beiwang City. Was it by chance, or did he come here with purpose? Shao Ju could not ascertain the truth for the moment. I will go down and see. You stay here and keep a close watch on the surroundings. Inform me immediately of any movement. After issuing a few brief instructions, Shao Ju leaped off the 100-zhang high city wall. A few breaths later he landed steadily facing the Blade Saint in a direct confrontation. Are you the Blade Saint, one of the 10 shadows of the Black and White Tower? Xiao Ju demanded first. The Blade Saint stared expressionlessly at Xiao Ju, then raised a wooden box in his right hand. Seeing the Blade Saint's action, Xiao Ju frowned, his eyes fixed on the blood-stained wooden box. Who are you in the Xiao clan? Just then the Blade Saint spoke, his tone cold and ruthless. Xiao Ju's gaze sharpened. Xiao Ju, patriarch of the Xiao clan. Good. You are the one I seek. Your package has arrived. Please sign for it. With that, the blood-stained wooden box sliced through the air, hurtling straight toward Xiao Ju. Startled, Xiao Ju instinctively raised his hand and channeled his power. Crack. As the box approached his face, Xiao Ju struck, decisively blocking it steadily. The immense force caused dense cracks to spread across the wooden box, threatening to shatter it. Xiao Ju glared coldly at the distant Blade Saint, his face icy. Had he not reacted swiftly, the box would have smashed into his face. Though they had not yet exchanged blows, Xiao Ju could already sense that the Blade Saint's strength was far from negligible. It had been a long time since he had encountered an opponent who exuded such a suffocating pressure. Then, driven by doubt and curiosity, Xiao Ju untied the coarse rope binding the wooden box. As the box slowly opened, a wave of bloody stench rushed straight to Xiao Ju's crown. Xiao Ju was about to hurl the box away, but when his eyes caught sight of its contents, he froze on the spot, his pupils contracting violently. Instantly, a towering blaze of fury erupted deep within his heart. My son Fenglu. Xiao Ju roared in anguish, his grief and rage overwhelming. His eyes instantly bloodshot, and a murderous aura surged around him. It was you. You killed my son. Xiao Ju raised his head, glaring at the Blade Saint with eyes wide open, his killing intent leaking uncontrollably. Faced with this, the Blade Saint remained expressionless, unmoved. Your son provoked someone he should not have. His death is no one's fault. However, I will give you a chance. A chance to avenge your son with your own hands. The Blade Saint spoke slowly, reaching his right hand back to grasp something. The next moment, the heavy blade, nearly as tall as a man, was lifted effortlessly in his hand. It seemed as light as a toy, subject to his every manipulation. You seek death. No matter who you are, since you killed my son, I will kill you today. Xiao Ju closed the wooden box and tossed it aside. Then an earth-shaking aura erupted from his body, enveloping dozens of miles around. Under this pressure, all those below the Grandmaster realm instantly fell unconscious. Even Heavenly Phenomenon realm experts were forced to their knees uncontrollably. The terror of an earthly immortal was now fully manifested. Even a Heavenly Phenomenon realm powerhouse capable of facing thousands of troops alone stood utterly helpless before an earthly immortal. Yet the Blade Saint seemed unaffected, standing motionless. Though locked firmly in Xiao Ju's aura, the Blade Saint remained completely undisturbed. This sight brought a sliver of rationality back to the enraged Xiao Ju. The Blade Saint's strength exceeded his expectations. But the thought of his brutally slain son Xiao Fengliu reignited the fire of fury in Xiao Ju's heart. Die! Like a cannonball, Xiao Ju shot toward the Blade Saint. In an instant, a fist brimming with killing intent hurtled straight for the Blade Saint's face. The Blade Saint's gaze hardened as he gripped his heavy blade. Bang! As Xiao Ju's fist reached his face, the Blade Saint swung his blade horizontally to block. The fist, imbued with destructive force, slammed heavily into the blade. The unleashed terrifying energy sent the Blade Saint flying backward. Xiao Ju stomped the ground and charged after the Blade Saint, determined to give him no chance to recover and to finish him off quickly. But the Blade Saint was not about to let Xiao Ju have his way. My turn. The Blade Saint raised his heavy blade, releasing his aura without reservation. In an instant, a terrifying peak Heavenly Phenomenon realm aura surged through the air. Following closely, a blade intent that could slay heaven itself tore through the clouds, piercing thousands of miles into the sky. This was the Blade Saint's first battle against an earthly immortal. Thus he went all out from the very start. In that moment, heaven and earth trembled. What? Xiao Ju halted abruptly, staring at the Blade Saint in shock. He had never felt such a fearsome and astonishing blade intent. As an earthly immortal, he could not help but feel a chill of dread rising in his heart. This was something Xiao Ju could never accept. The unity of man and blade. You have actually comprehended the unity of man and blade. How is this possible for a mere Heavenly Phenomenon realm cultivator? Xiao Ju's face was filled with disbelief. The unity of man and blade was the pinnacle realm of blade cultivation. Even among earthly immortal blade cultivators, few had attained this state. A Heavenly Phenomenon realm blade cultivator achieving this was unheard of. Thus, when he witnessed the Blade Saint manifesting the unity of man and blade, Xiao Ju was overwhelmed with shock and utter astonishment. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. Even if you have comprehended the unity of man and blade, so what? I am an earthly immortal. A mere Heavenly Phenomenon is no match for me. Dragon Elephant Raging Thunder Fist. Xiao Ju soared into the air, his aura surging. This time he held back nothing. Facing a blade cultivator who had attained the unity of man and blade, even an earthly immortal like Xiao Ju dared not be careless. Buzz! A blade cry suddenly resounded between heaven and earth like a dragon's roar. The next moment, 100-tall black light blade aura carrying a world-destroying might rose from the ground and slashed straight toward Xiao Ju in midair. Xiao Ju refused to be outdone. His fist wreathed in lightning blasted toward the incoming blade aura. Bang! The fist wind collided with the blade aura, instantly producing a deafening roar. The force was so immense that even space quivered. Sizzle! A streak of blood shot out. Up! Xiao Ju suddenly roared to the sky, letting out a piercing scream. Though he had blocked that strike, his right arm was mercilessly severed. From the wound, boiling blood gushed out continuously. Xiao Ju's face twisted with agony and resentment. On the ground, the Blade Saint suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he had chopped off one of Xiao Ju's arms, he too had suffered severe injuries in the collision. However, the corner of the Blade Saint's mouth curled into a sinister smile. He paid no heed to his own wounds, his gaze at Xiao Ju filled with cold disdain. An earthly immortal? Nothing more than this. When I become an earthly immortal in the future, I will cut you down with one slash. The Blade Saint's voice was calm, but to Xiao Ju it was unbearably harsh. Xiao Ju's eyes were wide with rage, one hand tightly clutching the severed wound as he glared at the Blade Saint. You deserve to die. You dare to sever my arm. I, Xiao Ju, swear. If I don't kill you in this life, I am not a man. And the Black and White Tower. Everyone in the Black and White Tower must die. They will all be buried with my son. The Blade Saint sneered, his face full of contempt. How terrifying the Black and White Tower was. Outsiders might not know, but didn't he? After all, among the 10 shadows, he was only ranked 4th. Let alone the one who founded the Black and White Tower. In the Blade Saint's heart, the northern border Shao clan taking on the Black and White Tower was nothing short of courting destruction. Of course, he actually didn't care about any of this. There was only one thing he was concerned about: how to make his blade intent even stronger. The Blade Saint sheathed his heavy blade and strapped it back on his back. Now that his mission was complete, there was no need to stay any longer. Though he very much wanted to finish off Xiao Ju before him, he also knew that in his current state, killing an earthly immortal was still extremely difficult. Just now he had managed to cut off Xiao Ju's arm solely because Xiao Ju was too careless. Of course, if he fought with all his might, he might have a 30% chance of killing Xiao Ju, but doing so would likely cost him his life. Therefore, he chose to leave for now. When he eventually broke through to the earthly immortal realm, he could return to settle the score for today's punch. It wouldn't be too late. Stop. You can't leave. Seeing the Blade Saint about to leave, the one-armed Xiao Ju naturally refused. If the Blade Saint didn't die, wouldn't his arm have been severed in vain? The Blade Saint stopped, turning to glance at Xiao Ju behind him. At this moment, due to losing an arm, Xiao Ju's aura was no longer as formidable as before. If you go treat your wound now, you might still be able to reattach your severed arm. Are you sure you want to waste time here with me? Of course, if you prefer being one-armed, feel free to attack. Although I'm no match for you now, if I want to leave, you can't stop me. Having said that, the Blade Saint ignored Xiao Ju, turned around, and continued walking into the distance. Watching the Blade Saint gradually recede, Xiao Ju burned with rage, his face twisted in fury. But he dared not pursue, because he knew well that the Blade Saint had spoken the truth. A peak celestial phenomenon realm blade cultivator who had comprehended the state of unity between man and blade. If such a person wanted to escape, even an earthly immortal might not be able to stop him. Moreover, having lost an arm due to carelessness, his strength had greatly diminished. At this point, Xiao Ju had even less confidence in stopping the Blade Saint. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as the Blade Saint left. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The clan head actually lost to someone from the Black and White Tower and had an arm cut off. The Black and White Tower is 100 or 1,000 times more terrifying than the rumors. This scene below was witnessed by the soldiers on the city wall. At this moment, every one of them was filled with shock and awe. After all, in the northern border, the Shao clan had always been synonymous with dominance. But now Xiao Ju, the clan head, and an earthly immortal powerhouse, had actually had his arm severed by a mere celestial phenomenon realm Blade Saint. Even more absurdly, the Blade Saint managed to escape unscathed. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would believe such a thing? At least in the northern border, no one would believe such an outrageous event. But precisely this seemingly impossible thing had indeed happened today. Without a doubt, the legend of the northern border's overlord, the Shao clan, would from today completely fall from grace. What awaited the Shao clan would be a storm of discussion sweeping across the entire Great Yin dynasty. And the reputation of the Black and White Tower would reach new heights, becoming a nightmare in some people's hearts. The capital city. 2 days had passed since Xiao Fenliu's death. News of what happened in the northern border had also reached the capital. All factions in the capital were shocked beyond measure when they learned that Xiao Ju had been deprived of an arm by the Black and White Tower's Blade Saint. After all, Xiao Ju, as the clan head of the northern border Shao clan, had stepped into the earthly immortal realm 100 years ago. Although among earthly immortals, Xiao Ju's strength was not supreme. But an earthly immortal was still an earthly immortal. Even the weakest earthly immortal should have strength above the celestial phenomenon realm. This had been the universal belief all along. But who could have imagined that Xiao Ju, an earthly immortal, would fall into the hands of a celestial phenomenon realm blade cultivator? This made people begin to wonder, was the northern border Shao clan really not as powerful as the rumors claimed? Imperial Palace. The Imperial Study. Gu Tianqing looked down at the intelligence in his hand, his expression shifting constantly. In his eyes shock and joy intertwined. He had never imagined that the northern border Shao clan, which had given him the biggest headache, would one day be so utterly humiliated. Ha ha ha. Gu Tianqing suddenly burst into laughter, his imperial countenance greatly pleased. It was the first time since he ascended the throne that he felt such unprecedented relief in his heart. Excellent. What a Blade Saint. With the celestial phenomenon realm, he severed an earthly immortal's arm. The name Blade Saint is truly well-deserved. Alas, it's a pity that such a hero is not my man. Gu Tianqing set his tone, carrying both praise for the Blade Saint and a hint of regret. If he had subordinates as strong as the Blade Saint, why would he have to tolerate so much until now? Of course, although the Blade Saint was not his man, the Blade Saint's actions were undoubtedly beneficial to Gu Tianqing. From this perspective, Gu Tianqing was quite happy to see the Black and White Tower and the Shao clan at odds. And he only needed to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, waiting for the right moment. At the 6th Prince's residence. In the rear hall, Gu Yun listened to Su Ro's report, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. He was quite satisfied with the commotion stirred up by the Blade Saint. This way the Shao family's attention would now be drawn entirely to the Black and White Tower. This was precisely what Gu Yun had intended. He knew full well that even if Shao Ju had lost an arm, that alone was not enough to prove that he now had the right to oppose the entire Shao family. After all, what truly made the Shao family formidable was never Shao Ju, a mere land immortal. Only the ancient ancestor of the Shao family, who had lived for thousands of years, was worthy of Gu Yun's concern. Master, according to intelligence from the northern border, the Shao family has begun to spend vast resources placing a comprehensive bounty on the members of the Black and White Tower throughout the Dine dynasty. A Grandmaster's head is worth 10,000 gold coins. A Daoxian cultivator is worth up to 1,000,000 gold coins. And whoever can kill 10 shadows can receive as much as 10,000,000 gold coins. Now many people have already joined this hunt for the Black and White Tower. For safety, Sake, should we reduce our people's activities for the time being? Su Ro spoke. To avenge the humiliation of his lost arm and the death of Shao Fengliu, Shao Ju was willing to pay such a heavy price. Only a prominent family like the Shao family could offer such a high bounty in the Dine dynasty. This also showed that the Shao family was truly enraged this time. However, Gu Yun was not particularly concerned about the Shao family's high bounty. Though a heavy reward would surely attract bold takers, Gu Yun had great confidence in his men in the Black and White Tower. After all, everyone who joined the Black and White Tower possessed at least blue fortune. Such people were rare, not even 1 in 1,000. As long as they did not expose themselves, Gu Yun believed no one could threaten their safety. As for 10 shadows, he simply could not be bothered to worry. In short, if you think you are more formidable than the land immortal Shao Ju, then go ahead. In the end, someone will die. As for who, that remains unknown. Where is Yu Linglong now? It's been 2 days. Has she run into trouble on the road? Gu Yun suddenly asked. The matter of the Shao family was set aside for now. What he cared about most at the moment was not the high bounty, but when Yu Linglong would arrive in the capital. According to the schedule, Yu Linglong should arrive in the capital by this evening at the latest, Su Ro replied. Gu Yun stroked his chin deep in thought. After a few moments, he said, Su Ro, go inform Zhao Lei later. After the city gates close at night, without a designated person to open them, Yu Linglong won't be able to enter. Since Zhao Lei had become his man, passing through the city gates had been essentially unimpeded. Understood. Su Ro nodded. Alright, that's all for now. If Yu Linglong arrives in the capital, remember to notify me immediately. Having said that, Gu Yun rose and left the hall. Everything was ready. All that was needed was the east wind. All Gu Yun had to do was wait patiently for Yu Linglong's arrival. Tianying Ridge. It was one of the fastest routes to the capital. Yet for many, Tianying Ridge was a nightmare. Especially for merchant caravans heading to the capital, it was a dark abyss fraught with danger. Not only was the road rugged and treacherous, but it could also cost one's life. This was because a band of outlaws who made a living by collecting tolls was entrenched in Tianying Ridge. These men were ruthless villains who killed without blinking. Their targets were mostly merchant caravans traveling to and from the capital. Only merchants would pay a large toll to protect their goods, hoping to pass through Tianying Ridge safely and reach the capital with their cargo. One might wonder, there were so many roads to the capital, why would merchants choose Tianying Ridge and pay such a hefty toll? The reason was simple. Taking Tianying Ridge, one could reach the capital in just a day or two. If they chose to detour, it would take at least 7 to 8 days, or even half a month. By comparison, taking Tianying Ridge greatly shortened travel time. For merchants, time was money and profit. Thus, even if they had to pay a toll, the merchants would readily agree. Clop, clop. With the sound of hooves, a merchant caravan slowly entered Tianying Ridge. To pass through Tianying Ridge, one had to traverse a perilous path built on cliffs. At the end of that path, several dozen men were resting in a thatched hut. Suddenly, a monkey-like figure ran in from the dangerous path, excitement on his face. Fourth Chief, a caravan is coming. The monkey-like man shouted, panting heavily. Hearing this, the men in the hut instantly stood up, energized. Among them a burly man with a black dragon tattooed on his neck stepped forward. This was the fourth chief of the Black Scale Gang, the bandit force that dominated Tunying Ridge. He was known as Mo Jiao. His cultivation was at the mid-stage of the Daoxian realm. Today was his shift responsible for collecting tolls from passing caravans. Mo Jiao curled his lips into a sinister smile. How many people? How many carts? Are the carts loaded with a lot of goods? The monkey-like man quickly replied, fourth chief, about 40 people in total. 16 carts. Except for the lead cart, all the others are loaded with goods. Based on my estimate, those goods are worth at least 100,000 gold coins. The others around revealed delighted expressions. Mo Jiao's eyes narrowed, his greed undisguised. 100,000 gold coins. A fat sheep indeed. Brothers, grab your weapons. Get ready to collect the toll. Mo Jiao ordered, his lips curling upward. Whoopee! The men behind him cheered impatiently. A caravan worth 100,000 gold coins was a rare find. They might only encounter such a prize once every 3 to 5 months. That was why Mo Jiao and his men were so excited upon learning of the fat sheep. In the Black Scale Gang, the more tolls one collected, the greater the reward. These men could hardly wait to fleece the approaching fat sheep. They all drew their weapons and blocked the exit from Tunying Ridge. Before long, the sound of approaching carts came from afar. The heavily laden carts came into Mo Jiao's view. Seeing that the situation matched the monkey-like man's report, Mo Jiao's face once again twisted into an expression of sheer greed. Sure enough, a fat sheep. Today this chief is truly in luck. Mo Jiao muttered to himself, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the approaching caravan. Moments later, the leading carriage halted 10 meters away from Mo Jiao. What's the matter? A melodious female voice suddenly emanated from within the carriage. Madam, someone is blocking the way, the coachman promptly replied. Blocking the way, eh? Go ask them what they want. The same feminine voice echoed from the carriage once more. Yes. The coachman dismounted and walked toward Mo Jiao, who stood in the middle of the road. Soon he arrived before Mo Jiao. After sizing up Mo Jiao and his men, the coachman asked cautiously, may I ask who you are? Mo Jiao curled his lips, revealing a hint of disdain. A mere coachman is not worthy of asking my name. I'll give you 10 breaths. Go back and have your master come to see me. Otherwise, don't blame my broadsword for being ruthless. Mo Jiao threatened while brandishing his broadsword, slapping the coachman's cheek with its flat side. Seeing Mo Jiao's blatant arrogance from the outset, the coachman had no choice but to turn around and return to the carriage. Madam, that man says you must go to see him. If you don't, they will resort to force. The coachman reported truthfully. A sigh came from within the carriage. Then the curtain was lifted from the inside. A woman with a graceful figure, a radiant face, and every movement exuding allure stepped out of the carriage. The moment she appeared, she instantly captivated everyone present. My heavens! A beauty. No, a celestial maiden. The members of the Black Scale Gang, upon glimpsing the woman's appearance and figure, lost their minds instantly. In all their years, they had never seen such an enchanting, peerless beauty. Mo Jiao's pupils dilated, and his eyes gleamed with lust. He couldn't help licking his lips, a fire of desire rising in his loins. What a beautiful woman! Today is truly a double blessing. It seems the heavens are on my side. Mo Jiao murmured, his heart already set on possessing the woman. Undoubtedly today he would not only collect the toll, but also rob and ravish. The woman cast a glance at the lecherous Mo Jiao, a hint of coldness flashing in her eyes. However, she quickly put on a smile and walked toward Mo Jiao. My heavens! The celestial maiden actually smiled. Did you see that? The celestial maiden just smiled at me. Do you think she's taken a fancy to me? What the hell are you babbling about? The celestial maiden was clearly smiling at me. Even if she's taken a fancy to someone, it should be me. You're the one babbling. The celestial maiden definitely has taken a liking to me. It's me. The Black Scale Gang members were completely lost in their own world, even forgetting entirely about collecting the toll. Only Mo Jiao was slightly better, not completely bewitched by the woman's beauty. Soon the woman arrived before Mo Jiao. A smile that could bewitch all beings still lingered on her lips. I heard the coachman said you wanted to see me. The woman spoke first. Mo Jiao's gaze roamed over the woman before him, his greed unconcealed. May I ask the lady's name? I am the fourth leader of the Black Scale Gang, Mo Jiao. Mo Jiao announced, a warm smile plastered on his face. Black Scale Gang. So you're the ones who collect tolls from passing caravans on Tunying Ridge. Tell me, how much do you want? The woman clearly knew something about Tunying Ridge. Thus, upon learning that Mo Jiao was the fourth leader of the Black Scale Gang, she showed no sign of tension or fear. On the contrary, she was almost unnaturally calm. A stunning woman facing a vicious gang leader showed not a trace of fear. This was clearly unusual. Mo Jiao also noticed this. However, he was so deeply captivated by the woman's beauty that he dismissed this anomaly. Mo Jiao curled his lips, then raised his right hand, spreading all 5 fingers. 5,000 gold coins. The woman said calmly. Mo Jiao shook his head with amusement. 50,000 gold coins. 50,000. The woman's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her gaze sharpening. Even she hadn't expected Mo Jiao to be so brazenly outrageous. 50,000 gold coins was no small sum. Even the wealthiest merchants wouldn't carry such an amount on their person. In an instant the woman realized that Mo Jiao was deliberately picking a fight. Is 50,000 gold coins too much for a toll? If you can't come up with it, I have another suggestion. Seeing the woman's expression harden with silence, Mo Jiao spoke with a meaningful tone. Oh, another suggestion. Let's hear it. The woman said, showing a flicker of interest. Mo Jiao flashed a lecherous grin. It's simple. Become my woman. From then on, forget about tolls. Whenever you wish to pass through Tunnying Ridge, I guarantee you unhindered passage with no one daring to stop you. What do you say? Mo Jiao looked at the woman with a mocking expression, already eager to savor her taste. The woman's expression cooled, her eyes radiating icy indifference. She hadn't wanted trouble. After all, a few gold coins meant nothing to her. But Mo Jiao, not only was he tactless and demanded an exorbitant sum, but he also grew bolder, even coveting her body. At that moment the woman's patience ran out completely. A person may be greedy for wealth and lustful, but only if they have the ability to back it up. As for you, you're nothing but a fool. The woman sneered, showing Mo Jiao no quarter. Hearing this, Mo Jiao was momentarily stunned. Then his eyes turned vicious, his face contorted with rage. Bitch, you dare insult me. Do you believe I'll have my way with you right here in front of my men? SSSHHH. Mo Jiao's voice was cut short. The anger on his face remained, but a look of extreme terror and shock gradually filled his eyes. The woman turned around, a silver thread so fine, it was nearly invisible coiled around her finger. As she took a step, the silver thread on her finger vanished in an instant. Mo Jiao stood frozen in place, his pupils dilating, silent. The underlings behind him, seeing this, were momentarily puzzled. They couldn't understand why Mo Jiao had suddenly become so still. When the woman had taken 10 steps away, Ryup. Suddenly Mo Jiao's body, which had been motionless, split into countless pieces. In an instant blood gushed out, broken bones mixed with flesh strewn all over the ground. A thick, pungent smell of blood spread through the air. The underlings nearby, seeing Mo Jiao shattered into pieces, were terrified out of their wits. Their faces contorted with horror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Some even wet themselves in fear. They had never imagined that in just a few breaths the fourth leader of the Black Scale Gang, Mo Jiao, would meet such a gruesome end. Until this moment no one dared to harbor any lustful thoughts toward the woman. In their eyes she was like a demon from hell, killing without blinking with methods cruel and vicious. The woman mounted the carriage, turned her head, and cast a glance at the Black Scale Gang members who were terrified into stupor. Kill them all, she said. As her words fell, she bent down and entered the carriage. Beside the carriage, upon hearing the woman's command, the men who had been guarding instantly turned cold. The next moment, they drew their weapons from under the carriage and charged toward the Black Scale Gang members. These men possessed formidable auras, none below the Xiantian realm. Before them, the Black Scale Gang members were virtually defenseless. Amidst a chorus of miserable and helpless cries, all the Black Scale Gang members met their end, including Mo Jiao. The Black Scale Gang members who had been collecting tolls today were completely annihilated. Report to the steward, it's all taken care of. Oh, then let's continue on our way. Try to reach Jingsheng before dawn. Yes. Without further delay, the convoy set off again. Before long, the carriage drove out of Tianying Ridge and headed toward Jingsheng in the distance. As for the spot, only a pile of corpses remained. In a certain cave on Tianying Ridge, this was the lair of the Black Scale Gang. At this moment, in the meeting hall, 4 figures were seated. The leader was a man wearing a mask and clad in a purple-black robe. Below, on either side, there were 4 chairs with 3 people seated, 2 men and 1 woman. These 3 were the remaining leaders of the Black Scale Gang. The great chief Ba Zheng, with one eye, fierce countenance, and burly build. The second chief Hu Xianxing, dressed as a scholar with a smile on his face and holding a bone fan. The third chief Han Xinyang, in her 30s, revealed a pair of long, fair legs, exuding an air of lingering charm. As for the empty chair, it was originally Mo Jiao's position. Just then, hurried footsteps were heard from outside the door. After a few breaths, a Black Scale Gang underling rushed into the hall, fell to his knees trembling, and said, "Leaders, something terrible has happened." Watching the underling burst in the 3 leaders and the mysterious masked man seated at the head, all showed a hint of displeasure. Great Chief Ba Zheng stood up, turned, and walked to the kneeling underling. He reached out with his right hand, grabbed the underling by the hair, and lifted him straight up. "You'd better give me a reason that satisfies me," Ba Zheng said, his eyes flashing with malice, threatening coldly. "Otherwise prepare to die." Hearing this, the underling, though terrified, had to steel himself and reply. In reply, Great Chief, the fourth chief, is dead. What? Ba Zheng's eyes bulged, his face filled with utmost shock. Even the second chief and the other 2 were astonished. They knew Mo Jiao's strength better than anyone. Moreover, the Black Scale Gang had always targeted small and medium-sized merchant caravans. Such caravans essentially had no experts beyond the Daoxian realm. Therefore, even if they were unlucky enough to encounter a Daoxian realm cultivator, as long as they didn't prolong the fight and retreated in time, the opponent couldn't do anything to them on their turf. This was why Ba Zheng and the others were so shocked upon learning of Mo Jiao's death. In their view, even a Daoxian realm peak expert, as long as Mo Jiao wanted to escape, he wouldn't have lost his life. That left only one possibility. A Tianxiang realm expert. Ba Zheng muttered, casually tossing the underling aside. Other than a Tianxiang realm expert, he couldn't think of how Mo Jiao had died. Against such a powerhouse, he was helpless. But now what concerned him was not the dead Mo Jiao, but the mysterious masked man seated in the main seat. Ba Zheng swallowed, then returned to his seat. The hall fell into silence. None of the three dared to speak. All of them were anxious, quietly awaiting the masked man's reaction. After an unknown period, the masked man slowly raised his head and looked coldly at Ba Zheng and the others. Mo Jiao's death is unexpected, he said. But what I want to say is a waste is dead, so be it. After all, this world is not short of wastes. You are the same. Since I can make you the leaders of the Black Scale Gang, I can naturally have others replace you. If you want to remain the leaders of the Black Scale Gang, then fulfill your tasks on time. Do you understand? The masked man spoke without emotion. Upon hearing this, Ba Zheng and the other two broke out in a cold sweat. Without any hesitation, they immediately knelt on the ground with reverence and said, "We understand." "Good, that's good. Mo Jiao is dead, but your monthly tasks remain unchanged. If you want to survive next month, you'd better perform well. I hope the next time we meet you can still kneel and speak to me." As his words fell, the masked man's figure vanished from the main seat like a ghost. A full 10 breaths passed. Only after they could no longer sense any trace of the masked man's aura did Ba Zheng and the others dare to lift their heads and rise from the ground. Though they felt a sense of surviving a disaster, their hearts were heavy. All of this was related to the task mentioned by the masked man. Ba Zheng returned to his seat, his eyes sharp. Mo Jiao is dead. The share of the task that belonged to him now falls on the three of us. That damned Mo Jiao has really ruined us. Ba Zheng slammed his palm on the table beside him, gnashing his teeth in fury. Hu Xianxing and Han Xingyang were also filled with resentment toward Mo Jiao. They cared nothing about Mo Jiao's life or death. They only complained that his death would only increase their burden. In the past, the four of them had to ensure they handed over 1 million gold coins each month. That worked out to only 250,000 gold coins per person. Any surplus gold coins they could freely spend. But now with Mo Jiao gone, the requirement to hand over 1 million gold coins remained unchanged. Not only did they have to work harder collecting tolls, but they couldn't even save any personal money. Naturally, they were extremely unwilling to do such a thing. Who would want to do hard work with no benefits? Yet no matter how unwilling they were, they had no choice. If they failed to hand over 1 million gold coins each month, only one outcome awaited them: death. As for why they didn't run, it wasn't that they didn't want to run, they simply couldn't escape. They had all been planted with a strange poison. If they didn't take the antidote on time, each month death would still await them. Hu Xianxing sighed and said, "Alas, it's meaningless to talk about this now. What we need to consider next is not Mo Jiao's death, but to find a way to gather 1 million gold coins before next month arrives. Otherwise, none of the three of us will survive." Hu Xianxing sighed helplessly. He knew very well that complaining now was utterly pointless. Han Xingyang nodded in agreement. Although they all resented Mo Jiao deeply, the urgent matter was to save their own lives. "Then we'll do it the old way. The 25,000 gold coins that were originally Mo Jiao's responsibility will be split equally among the three of us. Do you have any objections?" Ba Zheng spoke. "I have no objections." "I have no objections either." Hu Xianxing and Han Xingyang spoke in turn. "Good. Then it's settled. Next, I plan to go see how Mo Jiao died. What about you?" "I'll go take a look too." "I'm going as well." "Let's go together then." Soon Ba Zheng and the other two rose and left the hall. Though Mo Jiao was already dead, they still wanted to confirm with their own eyes. First, to see how he died. Second, to see if any clues about the killer might remain at the scene. Unsurprisingly, they would return empty-handed. Elsewhere, after leaving Tanying Ridge, the merchant caravan with the woman hurried toward the capital without stopping. Finally, after a long journey of more than 6 hours, the woman arrived at the capital city gate at midnight. But by then the gate was already closed. Seeing this, the woman planned to rest in the carriage for the night and enter the capital when the gate opened the next morning. But just then the tightly shut gate suddenly opened a crack. A figure emerged from the capital and headed straight for the woman's caravan. Sensing someone approaching, the woman, who had been about to rest, immediately sat up, her gaze sharp. In the dead of night, someone suddenly appearing made it hard not to be wary. Soon the figure reached the lead carriage. "Excuse me, are you Miss Yu Linglong?" The speaker was none other than Zhao Lei, who had already latched onto Gu Yun. After being informed by Su Ro that Gu Yun's people would arrive in the capital tonight, he had stayed awake all night personally, keeping watch on the city wall. That was why as soon as the woman arrived at the capital's gate, Zhao Lei appeared. Inside the carriage, the woman was startled, caught off guard. She had been ready to fight, but the newcomer had called out her name. It was impossible not to be surprised. A few moments later, the carriage curtain was lifted. Yu Linglong leaned out of the carriage, her charming eyes fixed on Zhao Lei in front of the carriage. Though he had called her name, she still did not let down her guard. "Who are you?" Yu Linglong asked tentatively. Zhao Lei replied without hesitation. "I am Zhao Lei, the gatekeeper of the city wall." "Zhao Lei?" Yu Linglong frowned. "How do you know my name?" "It was Miss Su Ro, who serves the 6th prince, who told me. Miss Su also said that once you enter the capital, you should go directly to the 6th prince's residence." Zhao Lei replied truthfully. Seeing that he seemed sincere, Yu Linglong nodded. In that case I'll trouble you, General Zhao. You must have been on duty all night, right? This is a small token of my gratitude. Yu Linglong took out a storage pouch and tossed it directly to Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei caught it instinctively and opened it to check. Inside there were a full 1,000 gold coins. Instantly Zhao Lei's eyes widened, and he felt overwhelmed. This was 1,000 gold coins. His monthly salary was less than 100 gold coins. Even so, among the gatekeepers he was already considered well paid. Ordinary guards only earned a few thousand silver coins per month. 1,000 gold coins was almost equivalent to his annual salary. No one could remain calm upon receiving such a sum. However, although Zhao Lei was tempted by the 1,000 gold coins, he was not the type to be blinded by money. If he were, how could he have spent decades only to land a miserable job as a gatekeeper? Zhao Lei held the storage pouch back to Yu Linglong with both hands, his expression respectful. Miss you, 1,000 gold coins is far too much. I am unworthy of such a gift. Please take it back. Yu Linglong was taken aback, then a playful look appeared on her face. No wonder General Zhao has earned the favor of our master. But there is no reason to take back a gift once given. Zhao Lei looked troubled. Miss you, please take it back? Otherwise I won't be able to sleep at night. Yu Linglong smiled meaningfully. General Zhao, since you are already one of the master's people, you should think more broadly. You may not want the gold, but what about the men under your command? If you wish to serve the master better, the first thing is to fully control everyone under you. Only then, when the master needs you, can you be of the greatest use. You must understand that one person's strength is ultimately limited. The help you alone can bring to the master is also limited. Zhao Lei was stunned. He had never considered what Yu Linglong had just said. He had always believed that as long as he did his best and satisfied Gu Yun, that would be enough. But now, under Yu Linglong's guidance, he suddenly felt enlightened. Thank you for your advice, Monsieur. I will dare to accept these gold coins. But rest assured, I will make sure they fulfill their proper value. Zhao Lei spoke earnestly. Seeing his newfound understanding, Yu Linglong nodded in satisfaction. As one of Gu Yun's people, her task was to expand Gu Yun's power as much as possible. Only then could she repay Gu Yun for his kindness. Shortly after, under Zhao Lei's orders, his men opened the gate that should have remained closed. Yu Linglong and her caravan entered the capital smoothly before dawn. Then the carriage carrying Yu Linglong headed straight for the 6th prince's residence. In the deep night the streets were almost empty. Thus, in less than the time it takes to burn 2 incense sticks, Yu Linglong arrived at her destination. She lifted the carriage curtain and stepped out. At that time the 6th prince's residence's main gate was tightly shut. Yu Linglong calmly walked up to the gate and knocked on the copper ring several times. Soon sounds came from inside. Creak. The heavy gate slowly opened from within, and the person who appeared was none other than Su Ro. When she saw Yu Linglong standing at the entrance, a rare smile appeared on Su Ro's lips. Sister Yu, you finally arrived. The next day, early in the morning, Gu Yun woke from his blissful slumber. On his left was Qin Wushuang, on his right was Feng Qingwu. He had woken so early because of Yu Linglong. Without disturbing the 2 women in bed, Gu Yun quietly got up. After quickly dressing, he left the room without hesitation. Meanwhile, Yu Linglong, who had spent the night with Su Ro, had also risen. She knew well that Gu Yun would come to find her soon. The 2 left their rooms one after another and headed toward the hall in the back courtyard. Half an incense stick later, Gu Yun and Yu Linglong met outside the hall. Yu Linglong stepped forward, a smile playing on her lips. Yu Linglong greets you, my lord. Gu Yun nodded lightly. Let's go inside first. With that, Gu Yun entered the hall first. Seeing this, Yu Linglong smiled faintly, turned and followed. Inside the hall, Gu Yun sat on a chair looking up at Yu Linglong before him. Months had passed since they last met, but Gu Yun had no time for reminiscing. Did you bring everything, he asked. Yu Linglong's lips curled slightly, her eyes enchanting as she gazed at Gu Yun. As per your orders, my lord, I have brought 5,000 jars of carefree immortal. What does my lord plan to do next? And what would you have me do? Gu Yun stroked his chin, lost in thought. After a moment, Gu Yun looked up at Yu Linglong again. I've already prepared the tavern for you. What you need to do is simple. Sell these 5,000 jars of carefree immortal. But not just as ordinary wine. Yu Linglong's eyes flickered. How does my lord intend to sell it? Gu Yun's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Limited quantity, and also limited purchase per person. Limited quantity. Limited purchase. Yu Linglong looked puzzled. Yes, only 1,000 jars per day. And each person can buy only 1 jar per day, Gu Yun stated. I understand the daily limit. But why limit per person? If we want to quickly dominate the capital's wine market, limiting purchases would be like cutting off our own arm. Yu Linglong was puzzled. Gu Yun's request went completely against the traditional merchant's pursuit of profit. Under normal circumstances, to earn more money, one would sell as much as possible. Gu Yun's gaze sharpened, a meaningful smile appearing. What I want is not money. I'm just setting a trap. A trap? Yu Linglong was stunned, completely unable to understand what Gu Yun was up to. However, she did not press further. In her heart, she only needed to follow Gu Yun's orders. That's enough for now. Let me take you to the tavern. I'll leave the selling of carefree immortal to you. I have only one request: within 3 days make the entire capital know of and become obsessed with carefree immortal. Then it will be time to execute the next step. Gu Yun stood up, speaking earnestly. Rest assured, my lord. I'll handle this. I promise I won't let you down. Yu Linglong replied with equal seriousness. Gu Yun nodded without further words. At the Changfeng Tavern, carts laden with jars of carefree immortal came to a halt before the door. This was the tavern Gu Yun had acquired from the Duke of Jinghua a few days ago. The tavern had been closed for the past 2 days. Today marked its reopening. An invisible net was being quietly cast. Half an hour later, outside the Changfeng Tavern, a signboard and a long table draped in red cloth appeared. On the red cloth sat jars of carefree immortal. The seller was none other than Yu Linglong herself. To fulfill Gu Yun's orders, she had decided to take charge personally. Look, there's a beauty standing in front of the Changfeng Tavern. Her looks rival the capital's 2 peerless beauties. When did the Changfeng Tavern hire such a stunning maid? And those jars, could they be filled with new wine? The crowd on the street stirred instantly. Most were drawn by Yu Linglong's beauty, while a few were curious about the row of wine jars on the long table. Soon more and more people gathered toward the Changfeng Tavern. Within half an incense stick's time, hundreds had surrounded Yu Linglong. They stared at her, intently, dumbfounded expressions on their faces. Seeing that the crowd was sizable enough, Yu Linglong smiled slightly and prepared to begin. Welcome everyone. Let me introduce myself first. I am Yu Linglong, and from now on I will be the manager of this tavern. Today we are launching a wine that has never appeared anywhere else. Its name is Carefree Immortal. As she spoke, Yu Linglong stepped forward to the long table, randomly picked a jar, and opened it. The moment the lid came off, a mesmerizing fragrance spread through the air. Upon smelling the aroma, everyone present showed expressions of sheer shock and intoxication. Even those previously captivated by Yu Linglong's beauty were now fully immersed in the unique scent. Good heavens, what kind of wine is this? It feels like celestial nectar. I've tasted hundreds of wines, but never have I encountered one with such an exquisite fragrance. Someone exclaimed in awe, even drooling. It seemed that compared to Yu Linglong, the wine held even greater allure. Seeing the crowd's intense reaction, joy flickered in Yu Linglong's eyes. She then produced some empty cups and placed them on the long table. Ladies and gentlemen, since this is the first time we're selling this wine, everyone here today can enjoy a free tasting first. If you're satisfied, you can buy later. Those who wish to taste can line up now, Yu Linglong announced loudly. The crowd erupted in excitement. Free tasting. Such a thing had never happened at other taverns in the capital. Not even a drop without paying first. Is this really happening? I'll go first. If the taste suits me, I'll buy 10 jars. Soon a burly man with a full beard stepped forward. He had been drinking since the age of 3 for over 40 years. He couldn't guarantee much, but he could tell the quality of wine with just a single drop. Please, Yu Linglong gestured for him to pour himself. The man didn't hesitate. He lifted the jar and filled a cup to the brim. Then eagerly he raised the cup to his lips. As the wine touched his tongue, his eyes widened in shock. Nearly doubting his taste buds, he took another small sip. This time he stood frozen, tears streaming from his eyes. Excellent. Truly the most delicious wine I've ever had. Ever since childhood, I've never tasted such fine wine. And strangely, I feel a surge of inexhaustible energy in my body. The burly man wept with joy, feeling that his life was now complete. Even if he died now, he would have no regrets. Really? Is this guy a plant? The wine does smell tempting, but crying over it is too much. Someone began to voice doubts. How could a single sip of wine, no matter how delicious, bring a man to tears? Gradually those who doubted stepped forward, filled cups of Carefree Immortal, and began to savor it carefully. Moments later, these individuals all lifted their heads, tears streaming from the corners of their eyes. Their expressions mirrored that of the burly man exactly. Immortal brew. This is undoubtedly an immortal brew meant only for the gods. How could such a delectable wine exist in this world? At that moment, they finally understood why someone would shed tears of joy over a single sip of wine. Nearby, those who had been observing hesitantly upon witnessing so many people weeping from drinking were instantly engulfed in profound shock. One person might be a shill, but a dozen with identical reactions. That was truly intriguing. Bang! Suddenly the first burly man to taste the Xiaoyao Immortal felt a surge of breakthrough in his aura. The burly man's eyes widened again, his heart trembling with astonishment. I actually broke through. Stuck in the Hotian realm for over a decade, I never expected to break into the Xiantian realm. The burly man was utterly astounded, unable to believe what was happening. Even though he could feel his power had increased tenfold, he still struggled to accept reality. He even suspected he was trapped in a dream. Both the tear-inducing wine and the breakthrough to the Xiantian realm felt like an illusion. Slap. Without hesitation, the burly man raised his right hand and struck his own cheek harshly. The force was so great that even 100 meters away the resounding slap could be heard. His cheek instantly reddened, and a thin trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Yet far from minding the searing pain, the burly man was ecstatic. It's real. Not a dream. It's real. I've truly broken through to the Xiantian realm. The burly man roared toward the heavens, unleashing his inner excitement and joy without restraint. Bang, bang, bang. Just then the sound of consecutive breakthroughs echoed nearby. I've broken through too. I've reached the Hotian realm. And me too. A fortune teller once said I'd be stuck at the first level of body refinement forever. But now I've actually broken through to the second level. This is simply incredible. If one person's breakthrough was coincidence, consecutive breakthroughs from many were truly uncanny. Everyone present remained frozen in shock. The wine. It must be the wine. They all broke through inexplicably after just one cup. Suddenly someone in the crowd shouted. In an instant, everyone snapped back to reality, their eyes fixed on the row of wine jars on the long table gleaming with golden light. For ordinary people, decades, or even a lifetime might pass without a single breakthrough. But now a single cup of wine could bring about an effortless breakthrough. It required decades of hard cultivation, yet brought no painful consequences. Such a boon. Even if it cost them their entire life savings, they would not hesitate. Money could be earned again. Missing this opportunity might mean losing everything for good. Watching the crowd's reaction, Yu Linglong couldn't help but curl her lips into a faint smile. She hadn't expected things to go even smoother than she had anticipated. She hadn't even said a word, yet they had already discovered the miraculous properties of Xiaoyaoxian. Seeing this, Yu Linglong decided not to waste any more time. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you've already guessed. That's right. Xiaoyaoxian not only tastes like celestial brew, but its greatest effect is aiding rapid breakthroughs. Especially for those at lower cultivation levels, the breakthrough effect is more pronounced. Moreover, this breakthrough leaves no side effects. This fact is well known to those who have already broken through. Now, without further ado, allow me to share the important details. First, a total of 1,000 jars of Xiaoyaoxian will be sold today. Second, each jar costs 1 gold coin. Last, and most importantly, each person is limited to 1 jar. The moment Yu Linglong's voice fell, the crowd erupted once more. How much? Only 1 gold coin per jar. Did I hear that right? This celestial brew that can help people break through. Only 1 gold coin. Is this charity? I think the price could be raised a bit. But the limit of 1 jar per person, can't that rule be changed? Exactly. How can 1 jar be enough? That's just 2 sips. I can down at least 10 jars a day. I can do 20. 100 jars for me. You're full of crap. The scene descended into utter chaos, a cacophony of voices. Some were shocked by the price of Xiaoyaoxian. Others were baffled by the purchase limit. Still others were already eager to buy a jar and test its effects. Even Yu Linglong felt a headache coming on at the sight of such a lively scene. Nevertheless, she quickly composed herself. Everyone. The price will not change. As for the limit, it also remains unchanged. Those who wish to purchase Xiaoyaoxian may begin lining up. Limited quantities, first come first served, Yu Linglong announced. At her words, the chaotic crowd instantly fell silent. They quickly formed a long line as if they had rehearsed it hundreds of times. Even Yu Linglong was slightly surprised. But this was exactly what she wanted. Soon the sale of Xiaoyaoxian officially began. Because each jar cost only 1 gold coin, the sales proceeded swiftly. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, over 200 jars had been sold. Those who had bought the wine hugged their jars and quickly departed, eager to return home and test the effects. In the end, within less than half an hour, all 1,000 jars of Xiaoyaoxian were sold out. Thank you all for your patronage. Today's session ends here. If anyone missed out on Xiaoyaoxian, remember to come earlier tomorrow. Same as today, another 1,000 jars will be sold. Price unchanged, still 1 jar per person. With those words, Yu Linglong turned and entered the tavern without looking back. Immediately, the tavern's doors were shut from the inside. Seeing this, those who had failed to buy the wine could only leave in disappointment. At the top floor of the tavern, Gu Yun sat in a chair by the window, looking down at the scene below. He had witnessed everything that had just transpired. He was quite satisfied with the reactions of the crowd. Now all he had to do was wait quietly for the big fish to take the bait. Before long, light footsteps echoed from the stairway. Gu Yun withdrew his gaze from the window and turned toward the staircase. The newcomer was none other than Yu Linglong. With a smile on her face, she walked gracefully toward Gu Yun, radiating charm and allure. Master, I've completed the task you assigned. I have some doubts, but I'm not sure if. Yu Linglong leaned in close to Gu Yun, who was seated in the chair, her tempting red lips nearly brushing against his. As a faint fragrance drifted into his nostrils, Gu Yun felt his blood surge throughout his body. Gu Yun rubbed his forehead, wearing a helpless expression. Back when he first discovered Yu Linglong, she was nothing but a little beggar in tattered clothes covered in dirt from head to toe. 10 years had passed, and Yu Linglong had undergone earth-shattering changes. Not only did she possess extraordinary talent in commerce, but her innate charm physique had also grown increasingly mature. Even Gu Yun, with his formidable mental fortitude, found it difficult to suppress his primal desires. Such was the terror of the charm physique. If Yu Linglong had not encountered Gu Yun back then, she would likely have been imprisoned by now, reduced to a cultivation cauldron, unable to live or die. You want to ask who I am setting a trap for? After calming down, Gu Yun then spoke. Yu Linglong neither confirmed nor denied, simply nodding. Gu Yun turned his head and looked out the window. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Each of the 5 princes has immense power backing them. The eldest prince is supported by the Dayan Empire's foremost family, the Jinhai Lin family. The Lin family has existed for over 5,000 years, even longer than the Dayan imperial dynasty itself. Moreover, rumors say they have connections with those overseas immortal islands. The second prince is backed by the northern overlord, the Shao family. Not only do they command 8 million Xuanjia soldiers, but the Xiao family's ancestor is an ancient monster who has lived for over 1,000 years. More importantly, the Xiao family has always maintained close contact with the northern neighboring kingdoms. Although there is no evidence they would defect to the neighboring countries, that is precisely what makes them most formidable. The third prince is backed by the Dayan Empire's premier merchant house, the Sihai Pavilion. Nearly 80% of all commercial transactions in the Dayan Imperial Dynasty are under the control of the Sihai Pavilion. In terms of financial power, no force in the Dayan Imperial Dynasty can match the Sihai Pavilion, not even the Dayan Imperial family. As for the fourth prince, it is said that when he was born, celestial anomalies descended. At the age of 3, he was noticed by the ancestor of the Supreme Tao sect, who made an exception to accept him as a personal disciple. Among the countless sects in the Dayan Imperial Dynasty, if one were to name the strongest and most profound, it would undoubtedly be the Supreme Tao sect. As for the fifth prince, the forces behind him are extremely mysterious, with power no less than that of the eldest prince. Tell me, if it were you, whom would you choose to strike first? Gu Yun's question left Yu Ling long in silence. From her perspective, all 5 princes were formidable figures not to be provoked. Thus she had no idea how to answer Gu Yun. It was only Gu Yun, anyone else, who would have the audacity to confront all 5 princes at once. Even the Dayan Emperor would not dare to offend the forces behind all 5 princes at once. The pavilion fell into a deathly silence. At the same time, news that the Xiaoyao immortal could help one break through quickly spread like wildfire. Within less than half an hour, this astonishing news had circulated throughout the entire capital, every street and alley. At first some scoffed at the news, completely disbelieving. However, as those who had purchased the Xiaoyao immortal came forward one by one to testify, those who had been full of doubts were completely struck dumb. This caused the fame of the Xiaoyao immortal to grow ever larger, to the point that the matter even reached the imperial palace. Nearly everyone, including Gu Tianqing, was filled with intense curiosity about the Xiaoyao immortal. They were eager to know whether this wine could truly help one break through quickly. Therefore, some people sought out those who had obtained the Xiaoyao immortal. They paid a great price just to taste a small sip of the Xiaoyao immortal. As a result, these people went completely wild. They could not believe that all of this was real. Gradually, no one questioned the miraculous effects of the Xiaoyao immortal anymore. Many people were already eagerly awaiting the arrival of the next day. At the third prince's residence, news of the Xiaoyao immortal reached the third prince's ears at the earliest opportunity. A wine capable of aiding rapid breakthroughs posed a significant threat to the Sihai Pavilion behind the third prince. After all, in the Dayan Imperial Dynasty, wine was a unique and highly beloved beverage. Everyday taverns across the Dayan Imperial Dynasty collectively sold wines worth over 100 million gold coins. The Sihai Pavilion accounted for more than 80% of this revenue. Thus, if anyone cared most about the Xiaoyao immortal, it was none other than the third prince. His backing was the Sihai Pavilion. If the Sihai Pavilion's interests were harmed, his power in the struggle for the Dayan throne would be diminished. This was clearly not something the third prince wished to see. In the main hall, the third prince sat in the seat of honor, his expression somewhat grim. If it were only because of the Xiaoyao immortal, he would not have been so downcast. But what he never expected was that the tavern selling the Xiaoyao immortal turned out to be the Chongfeng Tavern, which belonged to the Duke of Jinghua's estate. If the Xiaoyao immortal had been created by some small tavern, he could have obtained the recipe without any effort. But now he could not. He could hardly go and threaten the Duke of Jinghua, could he? Not to mention how foolish such an action would be. After all, the Duke of Jinghua would not fear a mere prince like him. Jia Tsungwang, what do you think we should do? A wine that can make people break through quickly cannot be allowed to continue selling. Otherwise, the Sihai Pavilion's taverns will face an unprecedented, devastating blow. The third prince lifted his head and looked at his trusted confidant. Usually when he encountered problems and could not think of a solution, he would turn to Jia Tsungwang. Jia Tsungwang wore a contemplative expression. After a moment, he slowly spoke. Your Highness, in my humble opinion, we should not rush this matter. After all, this involves the Duke of Jinghua. If mishandled, it could bring some unpleasant troubles. The third prince's face darkened, looking displeased. So you mean for me to just ignore this matter? No. Jia Tsungwang shook his head, pretending to be profound. Not ignore, but plan before acting. Oh, from what you say, you already have an idea. The third prince was delighted, a hint of anticipation showing on his face. Jia Tsungwang's lips curled slightly, revealing a cunning expression. He leaned close to the third prince's ear and whispered softly. Half an incense stick later. Ha. Excellent. As expected of you, Jia Tsungwang. Let's do it your way. The third prince could not help laughing, looking extremely satisfied with Jia Tsungwang's scheme. Thus a conspiracy against the Xiaoyao immortal was born. At the sixth prince's residence, inside the room, Qin Wushuang had also learned of Gu Yun selling the Xiaoyao immortal. Sister, it's all the rage outside. They say that as long as you drink enough Xiaoyao immortal, breaking through to the earthly immortal realm is just a matter of time. Does such an outrageously powerful wine really exist in this world? If it's true, who would still be willing to train diligently? And they say a jar of Xiaoyao immortal only costs 1 gold coin. Does that make sense? If you ask me, even at 1,000 gold coins per jar, countless people would line up to grab it. I really don't know what my husband is thinking. Beside her, Feng Qingwu was puzzled. Whether it was the miraculous ability of the Xiaoyao immortal or Gu Yun's peculiar moves, she found it all incomprehensible. If not for her promise to Gu Yun that she would not interfere in anything he did after marriage, she would have long been unable to resist going to find Gu Yun and asking him all the questions in her heart. Qin Wushuang's delicate brows furrowed slightly, a contemplative gleam in her eyes. She herself found it somewhat puzzling that Gu Yun was selling the carefree immortal. However, she did not question his actions, for she knew well that Gu Yun never acted without purpose. She simply had yet to discern the intent behind his move. I think my husband's doing this isn't for money, she mused. He must be doing it for someone. Or perhaps some faction. Suddenly Qin Wushuang froze as if struck by a revelation. Could it be? Qin Wushuang's pupils dilated, a mix of shock and disbelief flashing in her eyes. Clearly she had guessed something. Sister, what are you talking about? Feng Qingwu scratched her head, utterly bewildered by Qin Wushuang's sudden exclamation. Qin Wushuang shook her head. It's just a guess, I'm not certain yet. Let's set that aside for now. How far have you gotten with the investigation into Xiao Fenglu? She changed the subject, choosing not to share her suspicion with Feng Qingwu. First, she had no proof. Second, there were matters she preferred not to divulge. After all, sometimes knowing too much was not a good thing. According to the investigation, Xiao Fenglu left the capital with his entourage on the night of the wedding. Moreover, our people discovered traces of a skirmish at the Heavenly Wolf Valley hundreds of li away. On the ground there were remnants of long-dried blood. Beyond that, no other valuable clues were found. Preliminary speculation suggests that Xiao Fenglio's party was ambushed by the Black and White Tower in the Heavenly Wolf Valley. This would also explain why Xiao Fenglio's head ended up in the hands of the Blade Saint, one of the 10 shadows of the Black and White Tower. However, we uncovered no evidence of any feud between the Black and White Tower and the Xiao clan of the northern frontier. As for why the Black and White Tower killed Xiao Fenglio, only those within the tower can answer. Feng Qingwu reported. Qin Wushuang's expression turned contemplative once more. The death of Xiao Fenglio, she felt, concealed some unknown secret. The sudden intrusion of the Black and White Tower also troubled her deeply. Do you know the exact hour when Xiao Fenglu left the capital? Qin Wushuang asked. Feng Qingwu thought for a moment. It seems to be around the hour of Su. The hour of Su. Qin Wushuang frowned, a sudden thought striking her. Could it be such a coincidence? Or perhaps it's no coincidence at all. Qin Wushuang murmured to herself. She had stumbled upon a great secret. Even she found the secret almost unbelievable. After a long pause, Qin Wushuang sighed softly, choosing not to dwell on it further. She feared that if she continued to let her mind wander, she might not be able to sleep tonight. Time swiftly passed to the next day. Before the Changfeng Tavern had even opened, a sea of people had already gathered, queuing early. Without exception, they were all there for the carefree immortal. In this world there were but a few things irresistible. Breaking through one's cultivation realm was one of them. To purchase a jar of carefree immortal, they cared not even if they had to stay up all night. At the top floor of the tavern, Guyan stood by the window, gazing at the scene below. A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. You may go now. If I'm not mistaken, there should be some interesting events unfolding today. Gu Yun murmured, an air of mystery about him. Understood. Yu Linglong, though curious, refrained from asking further. Shortly after, the tavern doors swung open and the crowd erupted into a frenzy. The fierce and chaotic purchasing spree resumed once more. The pace today was even faster than the day before. In less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, over 300 jars of carefree immortal had been sold. Some couldn't resist drinking on the spot. Feeling the palpable surge of power within their bodies, they were utterly captivated. If not for the 1 jar per person limit, they would have bought every jar of carefree immortal on the spot. And just as the sale was reaching its peak, a troop of riders appeared not far away. They were clad in azure and white brocade robes with 3-foot-long blades hanging at their waists. The group numbered around 30. At the lead was a middle-aged man, his attire notably more refined than the others. Behind him followed a man with shifty eyes and a sly demeanor. This man was none other than Jia Xuanguang, the trusted confidant of the third prince. The sudden appearance of these riders drew the attention of everyone present. Those in line quickly stepped aside, clearing a path. Their faces bore expressions of confusion and fear. Aren't these the men of the Mirror of Justice? What are they doing here? Who knows? But whenever the Mirror of Justice shows up, someone is bound to be in trouble. Do you think they're here to cause trouble for the Changfeng Tavern? No way. Isn't the Changfeng Tavern under the Duke of Zhan's protection? Though the Mirror of Justice wields great power, they wouldn't dare offend the Duke of Zhan, would they? Hard to say. The director of the Mirror of Justice is the Emperor's own younger brother, known as the Iron-Faced Prince. Rumor has it he dares to defy even the Emperor. If the Changfeng Tavern is truly guilty, I doubt the Mirror of Justice would hesitate to act even against the Duke of Zhan. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. For those living in the capital, these newcomers were hardly unknown. The Mirror of Justice was a special agency tasked with handling all cases, disputes, and affairs within the capital. Like the Divine Strategy Army, they answered directly to the Dian Emperor and wielded considerable authority. Indeed, the peace and prosperity of the capital owed at least 40% of its credit to the Mirror of Justice. Their most notable trait was their fearlessness. Even a prince, if guilty, would be arrested without hesitation. This was precisely why the mere appearance of the Mirror of Justice struck fear into people's hearts. Before long, the Mirror of Justice arrived at the entrance of the Changfeng Tavern. The middle-aged leader stepped forward, his gaze cold as he looked up at Yu Linglong. Then, turning to the surrounding crowd, he declared in a frigid tone, "The Mirror of Justice is conducting official business. All unrelated personnel withdraw beyond 10 meters within 10 breaths." Instantly, the onlookers scattered without a moment's hesitation, retreating to a distance of 100 meters. They dared not defy the Mirror of Justice. The middle-aged man then raised his hand and gestured. His men promptly brought forward over a dozen stretchers, laying them on the ground before them. On each stretcher lay a person. Without exception, they were pale, their breaths weak, as if on the verge of death. "I am Li Zhengxuan, captain of the Mirror Suppression Division, ordered to investigate certain matters. Now, for every question I ask, I expect you to cooperate fully and answer honestly. If you conceal or lie, you will bear the consequences. Do you understand?" The middle-aged man fixed his gaze on Yu Linglong and spoke coldly. Yu Linglong frowned slightly, his attitude grating on her. Yet, given his considerable background, she suppressed her displeasure and remained silent. "Is this Xiaoyao Xian sold by your establishment?" Li Zhengxian began the interrogation. "Yes," Yu Linglong replied with a nod. "Very well. Then let me ask you, does your wine have any safety issues, eh?" Li Zhengxian pressed on. "Safety issues? Captain Li, I'm afraid I don't understand your meaning. Could you elaborate a little, eh?" Yu Linglong's eyes flickered, and she spoke calmly. Li Zhengxian paused, then raised his finger to point at the people lying on stretchers nearby. "These individuals all purchased Xiaoyao Xian from your establishment yesterday, and now they all show signs of poisoning. How do you explain this?" Upon hearing this, Yu Linglong felt a silent laugh rise within her. Now she finally understood what Gu Yun had meant earlier when he spoke of interesting affairs. "Captain Li, surely you don't mean to suggest that their poisoning was caused by the wine I sold? Isn't it so?" "Huh. By that logic, I sold 1,000 jars of Xiaoyao Xian yesterday. If poisoning were the case, 1,000 people should be affected. Yet here there are only a dozen or so. I ask you, why haven't the others who drank the wine been poisoned?" Yu Linglong spoke calmly, showing no fear of Li Zhengxuan's authority. Li Zhengxuan's face darkened, a flicker of displeasure in his eyes. In all these years, he had never encountered anyone bold enough to speak to him in such a tone. "I don't care about the others. As long as their poisoning is linked to you, that's enough." Li Zhengxian snorted coldly, then strode over to a stretcher. He stared expressionlessly at the man lying on it. "Tell me, when did the poisoning symptoms first appear?" Please, Your Honor." "It started after I drank this Xiaoyao Xian." At these words, Li Zhengxian cast a sidelong glance at Yu Linglong, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Then Li Zhengxian moved to another victim and asked the same question. The result was predictable. Every poisoned individual insisted that the symptoms emerged only after consuming the Xiaoyao Xian. These words were also overheard by the crowd gathered 10 meters away. "Is it true? This Xiaoyao Xian can actually poison people? If it's true, then the people at Changfeng Tavern are trying to harm us." "I'm not so sure. As that young lady said, if the wine were truly toxic, why haven't the others been poisoned?" "That may be, but would you be willing to gamble your life? What if you're unlucky and happen to be one of the poisoned ones?" "Personally, I don't have that kind of courage. In my opinion, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Think about it. This Xiaoyao Xian can help people break through cultivation barriers quickly. That alone is outrageous. Under normal circumstances, a jar of such wine would be worth at least several hundred gold coins, maybe even 1,000. Yet they sell it for just 1 gold coin per jar. If the Xiaoyao Xian were harmless, why would they price it so low?" You do have a point. So, does that mean the Xiaoyao Xian really is problematic?" "I'd say it's almost certainly true. It's just that not everyone falls victim to it. Most people are lucky. They drink it and suffer no ill effects. But a small minority develop poisoning symptoms, just like those lying on the stretchers." Amid the crowd, opinions flew. Gradually driven by a few voices, more and more people began to believe that the Xiaoyao Xian could indeed cause poisoning. Though the probability of poisoning was low, the matter concerned their own lives, so they could not simply ignore it. Yu Linglong's expression soured. Could she not know whether the Xiaoyao Xian was poisonous? If it were she, who had been the first to drink it, would have already died from poisoning. She was now certain that Li Zhengxian and his men were deliberately causing trouble for her. Her sharp mind quickly realized that someone had begun to move against Gu Yun. As for the identity of the mastermind, having arrived in the capital only 2 days ago, she could hardly guess. "You've heard the testimonies of these people. Now can you offer a reasonable explanation?" Li Zhengxian turned to Yu Linglong, once more his voice cold. Faced with the false accusation, Yu Linglong found herself momentarily at a loss for a defense. It was clear that the other side had come prepared. She knew that no matter how much she explained, it would be nothing but a waste of breath, utterly futile. "What does Captain Li intend to do about this matter?" Yu Linglong countered. Li Zhengxuan's eyes narrowed. "Since you can't provide a plausible explanation, you'll have to come with me." With that, he raised his hand and waved. His subordinates receiving the signal immediately drew their long blades and encircled Yu Linglong. In an instant the atmosphere grew tense. Yu Linglong's eyes gleamed with cold light. She had not expected them to resort to force so directly. After all, though she was no major figure in the capital, the Changfeng Tavern was backed by the Zhengwu Duke's mansion. She was puzzled. Why would Li Zhengxian risk offending the Duke's mansion to move against her? By the window, watching the scene unfolding below, Gu Yun's lips curled into a contemptuous smirk. It seemed he had anticipated this day's events. Still, the fact that the other party had acted so hastily caught him somewhat off guard. Yu Linglong was his ally, and he would not stand idly by. He had only set a trap. He had no intention of sacrificing his own people. Just as Gu Yun was about to descend the stairs, a carriage suddenly appeared on the street, heading toward the Changfeng Tavern. This unexpected carriage quickly caught Gu Yun's attention. He frowned slightly, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Isn't that my carriage? Who could be inside? Gu Yun muttered to himself. He recognized the carriage at once. Apart from himself, only Su Rou and Xiao Zhao dared to use it. However, Gu Yun quickly dismissed the possibility of Su Rou and Xiao Zhao. If they were coming to see him, they wouldn't need to go through such trouble. The only remaining possibility was the mistress of the 6th prince's mansion. Why is she here? Can't figure it out. Better wait and see. Gu Yun shook his head and chose to continue observing. After all, if the carriage truly held Qin Wushuang, perhaps he wouldn't need to step forward. The carriage's arrival also caught Li Zhengshuan's attention. When he saw the carriage heading straight for Changfeng Tavern, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. Stop! Li Zhengxian ordered, halting his subordinates. He had an inexplicable feeling that someone of extraordinary status sat within that carriage. Moments later, the carriage came to a steady halt before Changfeng Tavern. As the curtain was lifted, 2 figures emerged from the carriage. It was Qin Wushuang and Feng Qingwu. Feng Qingwu supported Qin Wushuang as they descended gracefully. The sudden appearance of the 2 stunning women drew gasps of admiration from everyone present. Even Li Zhengxian couldn't help but be momentarily dazed. Yet aside from Yu Linglong, no one present recognized Qin Wushuang. This was not surprising. After all, since her birth, Qin Wushuang had rarely left the Duke's mansion. Even when she did go out, she traveled by carriage, avoiding crowds. As a result, on her wedding day, apart from a few, no one knew what Qin Wushuang looked like. Everyone only knew one thing: Qin Wushuang was hailed as one of the 2 peerless beauties of the capital. This title was personally bestowed by the reigning emperor. It was, so to speak, an imperial decree, a royal endorsement. Today marked Qin Wushuang's first public appearance before the crowd. With a faint glance at Li Zhengshuan, she walked toward Yu Linglong. Seeing this, Li Zhengxian snapped back to reality. The next moment, he suddenly appeared before Qin Wushuang, blocking her path. Who are you? The Mirror Peace Bureau is conducting official business. Non-related personnel, step aside, Li Zhengxian declared. Though stunned by Qin Wushuang's beauty, he had not forgotten his purpose at Changfeng Tavern today. Faced with Li Zhengshuan's obstruction, Qin Wushuang remained expressionless, not even glancing at him. Clang. Beside her, Feng Qingwu suddenly drew the long sword at her waist, pressing it directly against Li Zhengshuan's throat. With a mere graze, a trickle of blood seeped from his neck. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone present. Even Li Zhengxian was incredulous, a flicker of shock in his eyes. How dare you, you insolent wretch! Put down your weapon at once. Otherwise the Mirror Peace Bureau will never let you off. One of the subordinates, seeing his captain taken hostage by Feng Qingwu, immediately barked out a reprimand. Yet the next second, a sharp sword light flashed before his eyes. SHHHHH. In an instant, a stream of blood spurted from the scolding subordinate's throat. Finally, he collapsed weakly to the ground, blood staining the area. Until his death, a lingering regret and remorse remained in his eyes. The entire scene was shocked into dead silence. Everyone's eyes were wide open, utterly incredulous. Even Li Zhengxian trembled in his heart, not daring to utter a single word. It was the first time he had seen someone daring to attack a member of the Mirror Peace Bureau in public. He had reason to believe that if he dared to resist, Feng Qingwu would kill him. Either get lost or die. Feng Qingwu pressed the sword against Li Zhengshuan's neck again, speaking coldly. Faced with this blatant threat, Li Zhengxian seethed with resentment, but his body obeyed. He knew well that Feng Qingwu's strength far surpassed his own. That strike just now, he hadn't even sensed it before it was over. If Feng Qingwu wanted to kill him, he would be utterly defenseless. Li Zhengxian swallowed hard, carefully evading the sword tip, and stepped aside. From start to finish, he didn't utter a single unnecessary word. He didn't even dare to glance at Feng Qingwu. Compared to his earlier arrogance, now only fear and cowardice remained. Seeing Li Zhengxian clear the way, Feng Qingwu sheathed her long sword and helped Qin Wushuang walk toward Yu Linglong. As for Yu Linglong, Qin Wushuang only knew she was Gu Yun's person, beyond that she knew nothing. What happened? Why are there people from the Mirror Peace Bureau here? Qin Wushuang looked at Yu Linglong and asked. Though she dismissed Li Zhengxian entirely, the Mirror Peace Bureau was backed by the Dian Emperor. She needed to understand the full story before deciding how to handle today's affairs. Yu Linglong bowed respectfully, then recounted the entire incident to Qin Wushuang in detail. After listening, Qin Wushuang nodded gently, as if grasping everything. Then Qin Wushuang turned and looked at Li Zhengxian. Who are you? She asked calmly. Li Zhengxian was taken aback. Since when was he the one being interrogated rather than doing the interrogating? After all, he was a captain of the Mirror Peace Bureau. Didn't he have any dignity? And who are you? Interfering in the Mirror Peace Bureau's affairs and killing my men in public. Do you not fear punishment from the Bureau? Li Zhengxian frowned and demanded gruffly. I am Qin Wushuang. Just those simple words. In an instant, everyone present froze, their eyes widening like brass bells. They had never seen Qin Wushuang. But the name Qin Wushuang, everyone in the capital knew it. You are the Duke's daughter, Qin Wushuang. Li Zhengxian stood stunned, his pupils contracting, disbelief filling his eyes. He never imagined that this stunning woman before him was the renowned daughter of the Duke of Zhan. In that moment he understood why she dared to kill his men. She even held no regard for him, a captain of the Mirror Peace Bureau. Not to mention a mere captain. Even if the director of the Bureau came, he wouldn't dare to do anything to Qin Wushuang. After all, she was backed by two colossal powers, the Duke of Zhan and the Dian Imperial family. I am Li Zhengxuan, a captain of the Mirror Peace Bureau. I was rude earlier. Please forgive me, Lady Qin. Li Zhengxian bowed deeply, his manner extremely humble, devoid of any arrogance. Qin Wushuang looked at him expressionlessly, her heart undisturbed. Let's get to the point. Why are you here? Don't you know that Changfeng Tavern is an establishment of the Duke's mansion? Qin Wushuang said coolly. Li Zhengxian looked up, not daring to delay. To answer, Lady Qin, I was merely following orders. Someone reported to the Mirror Peace Bureau claiming that the wine Carefree Immortal sold at Changfeng Tavern causes poisoning when drunk. For that reason, I came with my men to investigate. Qin Wushuang's eyes narrowed, a cold glint flashing. Investigate? Your men had already drawn their blades. And you call this an investigation? Li Zhengxian was taken aback, then turned to look at his subordinates behind him. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and put away your knives. Li Zhengxian barked in a low voice. He hadn't expected his men to be so unreliable. Now that Qin Wushuang had revealed her identity, they still hadn't sheathed their blades. Were they showing such disrespect to the Duke of Jinghua? This could very well cost them their lives. Soon all the officers of the Pengjing department put away their long knives. Only then did Li Zhengxian let out a faint sigh of relief, turning back to face Qin Wushuang. My men lack manners. I hope Miss Qin will not bother with such petty individuals. Qin Wushuang did not respond. Captain Li, is it? So how do you intend to proceed with the investigation? After a few moments, Qin Wushuang spoke. Li Zhengxian hesitated for a moment, his mind racing. Then he cupped his hands and said, now that we have a witness here, according to the regulations of the Pengjing department, I must take the person who sold Xiaoyao Xian back for questioning. Facing Qin Wushuang, Li Zhengxian could only invoke the authority of the Pengjing department. After all, the Pengjing department represented His Majesty the Emperor. Even if Qin Wushuang was the daughter of the Duke of Jinghua, she could not arbitrarily obstruct the department's duties without reason. Qin Wushuang remained expressionless and said calmly, what if I say you cannot take her away? Li Zhengxuan's brow furrowed slightly, his expression darkening. Only Qin Wushuang dared to speak to him like this. If it were an ordinary person daring to challenge the authority of the Pengjing department, he would have already ordered them to be seized. Li Zhengxian sighed helplessly. Miss Qin, are you certain you want to do this? If you don't let me take her, I have no choice but to comply. But I will report this matter in full detail to the director. When that happens, the director will come to see you personally. Li Zhengxian had no choice but to invoke the head of the Pengjing department. If Qin Wushuang still refused to yield, then he would have to leave. Though doing so would mean he could not complete today's task, he would actually be quite pleased to see the matter escalate. Qin Wushuang lowered her head slightly, a contemplative look in her eyes. She was well aware of the director of the Pengjing department. Not only was he the younger brother of His Majesty, but he was also a man of absolute impartiality. If the matter truly reached him, it would not be resolved with a few words. For now, the safest course was to let Li Zhengxian take Yu Linglong away. Then she could go to her father. Only if her father intervened would the Pengjing department release her. However, this would undoubtedly play into the hands of those who had sent him. Qin Wushuang could hardly fail to realize that Li Zhengxuan's appearance here today was surely orchestrated by some hidden hand. Their goal was to take Yu Linglong away. Once they succeeded, no one could guarantee what consequences would follow. Just as Qin Wushuang was lost in worry, unsure how to handle the situation. Gu Yun walked out of Changfeng restaurant and came directly to Qin Wushuang's side. Seeing Gu Yun suddenly appear, a flicker of tenderness and surprise lit up Qin Wushuang's eyes. For some reason, her intuition told her that as long as Gu Yun was here, the problem would be resolved. Husband, Qin Wushuang called softly. At this moment, everyone around them was fully convinced that this stunning woman was indeed Qin Wushuang, the daughter of the Duke of Jinghua. They might not have seen Qin Wushuang before, but many of them had witnessed Gu Yun with their own eyes. After all, Gu Yun had set fire to 2 marquee mansions as soon as he returned. Such audacious behavior made it impossible for others to ignore him even if they wanted to. I'll handle this. Gu Yun glanced at Li Zhengxian and said indifferently, Qin Wushuang nodded gently, then obediently stepped back behind Gu Yun. Looking at Gu Yun before him, Li Zhengxian dared not show the slightest neglect. Subordinate Li Zhengxian pays respects to the 6th prince. Gu Yun curled his lips into a gentle smile. Captain Li, no need for formalities. May I ask what brings Captain Li here? Li Zhengxian was stunned, clearly taken aback. He had never expected Gu Yun not to flare up immediately. Word of Gu Yun burning down the two marquee mansions had already spread throughout the capital. Logically, with him bringing men to cause trouble at Changfeng restaurant today, Gu Yun should have been furious. Yet now Gu Yun was not only unangered, but even appeared amiable. Was this reasonable? Li Zhengxian collected his thoughts and replied, I am here on orders to investigate the poisoning caused by Xiaoxian. I hope the sixth prince will not make things difficult for a petty official like me. Gu Yun nodded gently, a smile still on his lips. Captain Li, what are you saying? You are carrying out your orders, serving the nation and the people. Your efforts are commendable. How could I possibly make things difficult for you? However, the person you want to take away is one of my people. If I do nothing, wouldn't that make me a prince seem inferior to a mere captain of the Pengjing department? If word of this gets out, how would the people in the capital view me? Gu Yun's voice was calm, but to Li Zhengshuan's ears it carried immense pressure. Li Zhengshuan's expression darkened, his mind apparently racing to find a response to Gu Yun's interrogation. After a moment he raised his head to look at Gu Yun and slowly spoke. Then what does the sixth prince think should be done about this matter? Hearing this, Gu Yun's lips curled slightly, a peculiar gleam flashing in his eyes. Then he raised his right hand and reached into his bosom. After a few seconds a piece of white paper already prepared appeared in Gu Yun's hand. Li Zhengxian stared at the white paper Gu Yun had taken out, a hint of confusion rising in his eyes. Gu Yun smiled and said, Captain Li, as I see it, this matter is actually quite simple. You came here because you suspect that Xiaoxian can cause poisoning, right? Well, all I need to do is provide evidence that Xiaoxian does not cause poisoning, and that will be enough, won't it? Li Zhengxian was taken aback, clearly not expecting Gu Yun to say such a thing. A strange glint flickered in his eyes, and he fixed his gaze on the white paper in Gu Yun's hand, his mind heavy with thought. If Gu Yun could indeed produce proof that Xiaoxian was non-toxic, then he would have no choice but to obediently withdraw his men. Undoubtedly, Li Zhengxian did not wish for such an outcome. May I ask what evidence the sixth prince refers to specifically? Li Zhengxian inquired. Now his only hope was that the so-called evidence Gu Yun produced was flawed. Gu Yun gave a deep smile. The brewing method of Xiaoxian. What? Li Zhengxian was instantly frozen in place, his pupils slightly dilated. He could hardly believe his ears. He was already well aware of the effects of Xiaoxian. It could significantly boost one's cultivation in a short time with no side effects whatsoever. Such a thing had never appeared before in the entire Dine Empire. Therefore, it was no exaggeration to say that the brewing method of Xiaoxian was comparable to a national treasure, priceless. He had never imagined that Gu Yun would so easily produce something so precious. Li Zhengshuan's first thought was that Gu Yun had gone mad. His second thought was that the method for brewing carefree immortal elixir Gu Yun had produced was nothing but a forgery. Your Highness, are you certain this is not a jest? Recovering his composure, Li Zhengxian immediately pressed for an answer. Gu Yun smiled faintly. This document contains the complete method for brewing carefree immortal elixir. Whether it is genuine or false, Captain Li, once you return and have someone verify it, will it not become clear? With that, Gu Yun handed the folded white paper to Li Zhengxian. Li Zhengxian took the paper, opened it with a mixture of doubt and curiosity, and was utterly astonished by the contents recorded on it. Although he could not discern the authenticity of the brewing method, the process described was so profound that even a layman like him found it deeply incredible. For a moment, Li Zhengxian held the brewing method of carefree immortal elixir, unsure of what to say. This trip's harvest seemed far beyond his expectations. Since your Highness is willing to provide the brewing method of carefree immortal to prove your innocence, I shall report this immediately upon my return and arrange for professional brewers to verify whether carefree immortal is toxic. If it is proven non-toxic, I will personally give your Highness a satisfactory explanation for today's incident, Li Zhengxian declared solemnly. Upon hearing this, Gu Yun nodded, gently revealing a meaningful smile. So be it, very well. I take my leave. Putting away the brewing method, Li Zhengxian did not linger any longer. He turned and left with his men, merely ordering the removal of the corpse of the Pengjing department officer slain by Feng Qingwu. He said nothing more. Evidently, obtaining the brewing method of carefree immortal elixir had rendered Li Zhengxian indifferent to the death of his own man. After Li Zhengshuan's departure, the sale of carefree immortal resumed. Although the earlier incident had sown some caution in people's hearts, some feared while others remained fearless. After all, even if carefree immortal could cause poisoning, the probability was extremely low. Compared to its benefits, that slight flaw was almost negligible. Meanwhile, atop the Changfeng Tavern, Gu Yun gazed through the window at the fervent crowds below, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. A glint of sharp light flickered in his eyes. It seemed everything was unfolding according to his plan. Beside him, Qin Wushuang sat in a chair. She watched Gu Yun by the window, countless questions swirling in her mind. Yet bound by their agreement, she refrained from asking. The chamber fell into a brief silence. After an unknown length of time, Gu Yun withdrew his gaze and returned to his seat. Only then did he spare a moment to study Qin Wushuang. Gu Yun picked up the teacup on the table and drained it in one gulp. Why have you come here? Qin Wushuang turned her head to face him. I heard that Carefree Immortal is very popular, so I came to see. Gu Yun set down the cup, gave Qin Wushuang a long penetrating look, then suddenly shook his head. Observing this, Qin Wushuang furrowed her brows, slightly a trace of confusion appearing on her face. Gu Yun said earnestly, if anyone else had said that I would have believed it. But who are you? You are Qin Wushuang. Even the emperor himself praises you for your innate wisdom and your exquisite ability to see through hearts. Listening to Gu Yun's words, Qin Wushuang remained composed and silent. Though she said nothing, her silence confirmed that Gu Yun had spoken the truth. She offered no explanation only because of the pact between them. Gu Yun perceived this clearly. He stood up, turned to look out the window at the sky. The sky today is so clear, so white. At the third prince's mansion. In the reception hall, an unexpected, yet entirely logical figure had appeared, Li Zhengxian of the Pingjing department. At this moment, the third prince seated in the main seat was scrutinizing the contents written on the white paper. After a moment, he looked up, a radiant smile of elation spreading across his face. Unexpected, truly unexpected. I merely sent someone to test him. And as a result, Gu Yun has actually surrendered his own trump card. And he still thinks he can contend with me. The third prince had not anticipated that Gu Yun would so readily hand over the brewing method of Carefree Immortal Elixir. He even wondered if Gu Yun's mind was addled. Otherwise, who in their right mind would give away something so important? Jia Tsungguang suddenly interjected, Your Highness, this is no time for celebration. I sense that something is amiss. Logically, no matter how ignorant Gu Yun might be, he would not surrender such a precious item so willingly. Could it be that the brewing method he handed over is actually a forgery? Hearing this, the third prince's smile abruptly vanished. He frowned, a deep shadow settling in his eyes. You speak wisely. We cannot yet confirm whether the brewing method of Carefree Immortal is genuine or false. The best course is to have someone brew a batch according to the instructions. If the result matches the Carefree Immortal they sell, then the method is authentic. Otherwise, it is a fraud, the third prince declared gravely. Jia Tsungguang nodded slightly. Your Highness speaks with reason. I shall take my leave. Until I return, no one is to act without authorization. Having said this, the third prince departed with the white paper in hand, leaving the hall. The urgent priority was to verify the authenticity of the brewing method. Only then would he know how to proceed. Thus, in the following days, no one disturbed the sale of Carefree Immortal at the Changfeng Tavern. The 5,000 jars brought by Yu Linglong were all sold out. When it was announced that Carefree Immortal would not be sold for a while, many lamented the loss. Those who had not bought any were especially regretful. This caused the price of Carefree Immortal in the hands of street vendors to skyrocket. After all, every jar sold now meant one fewer jar in existence. Many people profited handsomely by reselling the Carefree Immortal they had purchased. The fame of this elixir spread throughout every alley and street of the capital. In every restaurant and tavern, wherever people gathered, 9 out of 10 conversations were about Carefree Immortal. Meanwhile, after the sales ended, Gu Yun spent his days lounging on a long chair in the courtyard, basking in the warm sun. He seemed utterly detached from the events unfolding outside. Before long, a figure approached from a distance. Su Ro came to Gu Yun's side and said earnestly, Master, there is someone at the gate requesting an audience. Gu Yun slowly opened his eyes. Who? He claims to be from the Pingjing Bureau, named Li Zhengxuan, Su Ro replied. Hearing this, Gu Yun instantly sat up from the couch, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He has finally come. If he hadn't come soon, I would have been tempted to go find him myself. Gu Yun rose to his feet, looking exceedingly pleased. Come accompany me to meet him. With these words, Gu Yun clasped his hands behind his back and strode lightly toward the main gate. Though Su Ro was somewhat puzzled by his keen interest in a man, she refrained from asking further. She turned and promptly followed Gu Yun. A moment later, Gu Yun appeared at the entrance. Before the gate, Li Zhengxian had been waiting for some time. Seeing Gu Yun emerge, Li Zhengxian immediately stepped forward, cupped his hands and bowed. Li Zhengxian of the Pingjing Bureau greets His Royal Highness the 6th Prince. Gu Yun reached out and lifted Li Zhengxuan, his face beaming. Captain Li, there is no need for such formalities. May I ask the results of the Pingjing Bureau's investigation? Is my Xiaoyao Immortal truly poisonous or not? Gu Yun asked eagerly, appearing deeply concerned about the matter. Li Zhengxian paused for a moment, then spoke. Your Highness, after verification by the Pingjing Bureau, Xiaoyao Immortal itself is completely non-toxic. This has been personally confirmed by many within the Bureau. Therefore, the claims that Xiaoyao Immortal causes poisoning are utterly groundless. As for those who slandered Xiaoyao Immortal, the Pingjing Bureau has already imposed severe penalties upon them in accordance with the Dian laws. Not only that, the Bureau has posted announcements throughout the capital certifying that Xiaoyao Immortal is completely harmless. And here, please keep this, Your Highness. As he spoke, Li Zhengxian produced the white paper Gu Yun had previously given him, which recorded the brewing method of Xiaoyao Immortal. Gu Yun cast a downward glance at the proffered paper, taking it without any change in expression. Then he suddenly revealed a meaningful smile. Captain Li, aside from the people of the Pingjing Bureau, no outsiders know the contents recorded on this paper, do they? A tremor ran through Li Jingxuan, and a flicker of tension flashed in his eyes. Your Highness, rest assured no one beyond the Bureau has any knowledge of what is written on this paper. Li Zhengxian spoke, striving to maintain his composure. He did not want Gu Yun to detect anything amiss. Excellent, excellent. In that case I am reassured. You have worked hard these past few days, Captain Li, Gu Yun suddenly said with a smile. Then he folded the white paper and asked no further questions. It was as if he trusted every word Li Zhengxian had uttered. Your Highness is too kind. These are merely my duties, there is no hardship to speak of. If your Highness has no other concerns, I shall take my leave, Li Zhengxian said. Seeing Gu Yun so easily appeased, he breathed a faint sigh of relief. To avoid revealing any cracks, he now only wished to depart quickly. Now I have no further questions. Take care, Captain Li. I shall not see you out. I dare not. I take my leave. Li Zhengxian turned and left swiftly. Watching his hurried retreat, Gu Yun's smile gradually faded, a profound depth glimmering in his eyes. Once Li Zhengxian had completely disappeared, Gu Yun withdrew his gaze and turned back into the mansion. In the rear courtyard hall, Gu Yun settled into a chair and casually tossed the white paper onto the nearby table. The fish has taken the bait. Time to proceed with the next step. Su Ro, go summon Yu Linglong. Yes. Su Ro turned and left. Half an incense stick later, Su Ro returned with Yu Linglong before Gu Yun. Greetings, master. Yu Linglong bent her knees slightly in salute. Gu Yun nodded, then asked, have you prepared all the shireen flowers I instructed you to acquire earlier? Hearing this, Yu Linglong gently inclined her head. As per your command, I have long since dispatched people to purchase all the shireen flowers in the barbarian wasteland. Now the next batch of shireen flowers in the barbarian wasteland will not mature for at least 3 more years. A faint smirk curved at the corner of Gu Yun's mouth. Excellent. Acquiring all those shireen flowers must have cost a considerable sum, didn't it? Indeed, it was quite costly. Especially the last few batches. Some merchants even demanded 10 gold coins per flower. At the time, if I hadn't feared jeopardizing your plan, master, I would have simply taken them by force. Yu Linglong did not hide the truth, and replied frankly. If it drove you to that point, the price must indeed have been exorbitant. In that case, this time, we shall also play the part of profiteers. Gu Yun could not help but burst into laughter. The mere thought of what was to come filled him with immense satisfaction. Play the part of profiteers. Yu Linglong furrowed her delicate brows. What does master mean by that? A sly smile crept onto Gu Yun's face. If I'm not mistaken, the third prince will soon send men to the barbarian wasteland to buy up shireen flowers in large quantities. But now all the shireen flowers are in our hands. So we get to set the price, don't we? Yu Linglong was momentarily stunned, unable to grasp the implication immediately. After a few breaths, Yu Linglong spoke with a knowing tone. Could it be that master had already planned all this from the very start 5 years ago when you began acquiring shireen flowers? Gu Yun did not confirm or deny, merely nodding impassively. Yu Linglong fell silent, struck speechless. Only then did she finally understand why Gu Yun had spared no expense to buy up every single shireen flower in the barbarian wasteland, agreeing to any price no matter how high. At the time, she had thought he intended to monopolize shireen flowers to brew Xiaoyao immortal and then recoup the losses by selling the wine at a premium. But now she realized she had underestimated Gu Yun. She had never imagined that what Gu Yun truly intended to sell was never Xiaoyao immortal at all, but rather one of the crucial raw materials for brewing Xiaoyao immortal, the special spiritual herb that only grows in the barbarian wasteland shireen flower. And more importantly, shireen flowers take at least 3 years to grow from sprout to maturity. That was precisely why Gu Yun had never abandoned this scheme, even though it required 5 years of planning. He had no powerful backing to rely on. To contend with the 5 princes, this was his only option, and the price he had to pay. I'll leave this matter to you. You're the expert when it comes to business. I have only one requirement. As long as you don't kill them, fleece them for all they're worth. I want to see just how deep the pockets of the Dayan Empire's premier merchant house, Sihai Pavilion, really are. Gu Yun's gaze was sharp. He could hardly wait to see how the third prince would react next. If the third prince could resist the temptation and voluntarily give up this golden opportunity, Gu Yun would be willing to regard him with higher esteem from then on. Yes, rest assured, master, I will not disappoint you. Yu Linglong replied earnestly, her tone sincere. When it came to schemes, she was out of her depth. But when it came to making money, she was far too skilled. Especially when it came to profiting by unscrupulous means. Gu Yun nodded, gently, feeling completely at ease with Yu Linglong. A moment later, he rose from the hall and made his way toward the backyard. Before long, he arrived before a bedchamber. Since their marriage, Qin Wushuang had spent most of her days in this room, partly because of her frail constitution requiring ample rest, and partly to avoid unnecessary awkwardness and complications. After all, she and Gu Yun had an agreement. Unless he summoned her, she would not seek him out on her own initiative. This was also Qin Wushuang's wisdom. Hearing footsteps at the door, she turned to look just as Gu Yun entered the room. Qin Wushuang was startled, then quickly rose and walked toward him. Husband, what brings you here? She asked softly, her steps a little unsteady. Gu Yun's expression was calm, but his mind churned with thoughts as he gazed at the woman before him. Even now, he could not tell whether this marriage was a blessing or a mistake for either of them. After a few breaths, he collected himself and stopped overthinking. Where is Qingwu? Why isn't she with you? He reached out to support Qin Wushuang as they walked toward the bed. Qin Wushuang offered no resistance, but trace of tenderness glimmered in her eyes. I sent Qingwu to handle some matters. She probably won't return until this afternoon. She answered honestly without concealment. Gu Yun nodded and asked no further. Just as Qin Wushuang did not interfere in his affairs, he would not meddle in hers. This was their way of mutual respect and harmonious coexistence. Once Qin Wushuang sat on the edge of the bed, Gu Yun's expression turned serious. He looked deeply into her eyes. Well, Wushuang, I have a favor to ask of you. Of course, this is only my personal request. You are free to refuse. Qin Wushuang was stunned, her gaze dazed. In all her days at the sixth prince's mansion, this was the first time she had heard Gu Yun speak to her in such a manner. A gentle smile spread across her face as she looked up at him. Husband, what are you saying? We are husband and wife. If I can be of help, how could I ever be unwilling? Gu Yun was taken aback, as if he had not expected such words from her. Husband and wife. From the very beginning, he had never taken this marriage seriously. He only needed the identity of the Duke of Zhan's son-in-law to carry out his plans more smoothly. Had he been wrong? Looking at the warm smile on Qin Wushuang's face, an expression so genuine it could not be feigned, Gu Yun suddenly realized the truth. Qin Wushuang was serious. In that instant, an indescribable feeling stirred within Gu Yun's heart. After a long moment, he finally collected himself and sat down beside her. Bowing his head slightly, a gleam appeared in his eyes, one that had never been there before. Suddenly the corners of his mouth lifted into a knowing smile. Beside him, Qin Wushuang turned to see him chuckling to himself. Puzzled, she asked softly, Husband, are you unwell? Have you been lacking rest lately? She had no idea what was going through his mind. A strange feeling crept over her. The Gu Yun before her now seemed different from the one she had known. Gu Yun turned to her, his eyes sparkling. Wushuang, I have seen the light. Huh? Qin Wushuang blinked, utterly confused, clearly not following. Gu Yun smiled without explanation, reaching out to take her hands, which were as cool as jade. In that moment, a tremor ran through Qin Wushuang's pupils. A faint blush crept across her pale cheeks. Husband, didn't you say you wanted my help? What is it? This was the first time Qin Wushuang had appeared so flustered and shy. Not knowing how to handle the situation, she seized the chance to change the subject. She feared that if things continued, something would inevitably happen between them. Although she had no objection to intimacy with Gu Yun, her current physical condition would not allow it. Oh, I want you to help light a fire. What? Light a fire? Which marquis's mansion is my husband planning to burn this time? Qin Wushuang's expression turned odd, her shyness completely gone. She knew Gu Yun enjoyed burning down marquis mansions, but why did he want her to join in? Was this normal? Gu Yun's mouth twitched slightly as he quickly explained, not that kind of fire. I mean light a fire under someone. Get them to act faster. Qin Wushuang paused, then understood. The third prince, she guessed. Gu Yun was surprised. I didn't expect you to figure it out already. Truly worthy of father's praise. A rare playful smile crossed Qin Wushuang's face. I'm really just a little smarter than others. Is that so? Then guess what favor I want to ask of you? Gu Yun asked with interest. Qin Wushuang lowered her head, furrowing her brows in thought. After a moment she looked up and said, based on your recent actions. First you sold the miraculous Xiaoyao Immortal at a low price. Then you handed over the precious brewing method to the people of the Pingjing department. Some might think you did this out of fear of the Pingjing department, but I believe you acted deliberately. I suspect you want someone, specifically the third prince, to obtain the brewing method of Xiaoyao Immortal. The third prince is backed by the Sihai Pavilion. The Sihai Pavilion would never give up on Xiaoyao Immortal, which can rapidly boost cultivation. They cannot allow something that threatens their existence to remain in another's hands indefinitely. Gu Yun nodded, admiration evident on his face. If Qin Wushuang were not a woman, he would have sworn brotherhood with her. The brewing method of Xiaoyao Immortal requires one crucial, irreplaceable ingredient. That is the shireen flower, a special herb that grows only in the barbarian wasteland. Given his capabilities, the third prince has surely investigated the matter of shireen flower. Now I need him to send people to the barbarian wasteland to purchase shireen flowers in large quantities as soon as possible. That is why I came to see you. I need you to arrange for a team from the Duke of Zhan's mansion to head to the barbarian wasteland without any attempt at concealment. And inadvertently let the news of this team's mission to procure shireen flowers reach the third prince's ears. That way he will take the bait more quickly. Gu Yun revealed his true purpose without holding back. Qin Wushuang listened, her expression shifting repeatedly. Gu Yun's explanation cleared all her doubts. At last she fully understood his real intention. Qin Wushuang suddenly spoke with a meaningful tone. The shireen flowers in the barbaric lands should all be in my husband's hands, right? Gu Yun smiled without a word. Seeing this, Qin Wushuang was profoundly shaken. Such a meticulously interlocking plan could never have been completed unless it had been set in motion years in advance. In other words, before Gu Yun even returned to the capital, he had already begun plotting today's events. At this realization, Qin Wushuang suddenly felt that Gu Yun was utterly terrifying. She even felt fortunate that she was not Gu Yun's enemy, but his wife. Rest assured, husband, leave this matter to me, she said. By tomorrow afternoon at the latest the third prince will be unable to resist making his move. Qin Wushuang spoke slowly, her gaze deep. Although the Zhengwood Duke's mansion had explicitly stated it would not involve itself in the struggle among the princes, what did the rules of the Duke's mansion have to do with her Qin Wushuang? She was no longer a member of the Zhengwood mansion, she was now the mistress of the sixth prince's residence. In short, she would do as she pleased. Gu Yun's lips curled slightly. Then I shall await your good news, my lady. They turned to look at each other. In the next moment, inexplicable smiles appeared on their faces. But when some smile, others weep. The next day, early in the morning, a procession of people dressed in the attire of the Zhengwood Duke's mansion left the capital through the city gates in grand style. Dozens of carriages were loaded with large chests. As for what was inside the chests, no one knew. Coincidentally, the direction the procession was heading was precisely the barbaric lands. Meanwhile, this news quickly reached the ears of the third prince. Whether by design or accident, the information that the chests were filled with gold coins somehow became known to the third prince. Upon learning this crucial intelligence, the third prince, without even taking time to think it over, immediately sought out the high-ranking members of the Sihai Pavilion. Though there was no evidence, the third prince instinctively attributed the purpose of this procession heading to the barbaric lands to Gu Yun. For he was well aware that Gu Yun's Xiaoyao Immortal had already ceased sales for several days. Yet precisely at this moment, a procession from the Zhengwood Duke's mansion carrying chests filled with gold coins was heading to the barbaric lands. If this did not involve Gu Yun's arrangement, he would never believe it. Especially since he had already learned that the most important ingredient for brewing Xiaoyao Immortal came from the barbaric lands. One coincidence might be mere coincidence. But with so many coincidences linked together, it was no surprise that the third prince believed more than anyone else that this procession heading to the barbaric lands had the sole purpose of going after the shireen flowers in the barbaric lands. How could the third prince stand idly by? In the end, the Sihai Pavilion unanimously made a decision. That was to deploy every resource at their disposal. Before Gu Yun could seize them, they would take all the shireen flowers in the barbaric lands into their own hands. In this way, throughout the entire Dian dynasty, only their Sihai Pavilion would be able to brew Xiaoyao Immortal. At that time, they would simply rename the Xiaoyao Immortal. They could then use the name of a new alcoholic beverage to start amassing wealth on a grand scale. If asked, they would claim it was inspired by others. Even if the Dian Emperor himself came, he would be powerless to stop them. After all, the Dian dynasty had no concept of patents. Whoever could brew it, it would be theirs. A battle without smoke, a struggle among the princes had officially begun. 3 days later, at the sixth prince's residence, Gu Yun was lounging on a bench in the courtyard, as usual, enjoying a rare sunbath. Just then Yu Linglong suddenly appeared. She walked eagerly toward Gu Yun, a joyful smile on her lips. Master, good news. We've made a fortune this time. Yu Linglong arrived at Gu Yun's side, her expression excited, unable to conceal her inner joy. Gu Yun opened his eyes, a slight curve appearing at the corner of his mouth and a glint of sharp light in his eyes. How much did we earn? Gu Yun asked curiously. Without hesitation, Yu Linglong opened the letter in her hand and said, according to the news from our people, every single shireen flower has been sold at the high price of 15 gold coins. As of now, a total of 58 million shireen flowers have been sold. Converted into gold coins, that's 53.7 million. Over the years, the capital we spent on acquiring shireen flowers only amounted to around 30 million gold coins. And now we have sold less than 1/5 of the shireen flowers. If we sold all of them at the price of 15 gold coins, in the end, after deducting the capital, we could earn nearly 300 million gold coins. Even the Sihai Pavilion, the premier merchant house of the Dian dynasty, would need at least 5 to 10 years to earn 300 million gold coins. Hearing Yu Linglong's words, Gu Yun immediately sat up, a look of disbelief appearing on his face. However, what surprised him was not that he could earn 300 million gold coins, but that the Sihai Pavilion could purchase over 3 million shireen flowers at the price of 15 gold coins each within just a few days. Understand, this was a cash-on-delivery transaction with no credit or collateral involved. The Sihai Pavilion could mobilize such a vast amount of gold coins in just a few days without affecting its normal operations. Such financial strength across the entire Dian dynasty, presumably only the Sihai Pavilion could achieve. Even the Dian imperial family could not accomplish this feat. Having money in the national treasury and being able to mobilize it at any time were two completely different concepts. This was enough to prove that the Sihai Pavilion's foundation was far beyond Gu Yun's expectations. Indeed, one must not underestimate any opponent. Gu Yun stood up and looked up at the sky. Suddenly, a slow smile spread across his lips, and his eyes blazed with radiance. Only such opponents are more interesting to crush. Sihai Pavilion third prince. I hope you can hold on a little longer. Don't disappoint me too much. Time passed, and half a month later, Fuchin Restaurant, a luxurious high-end restaurant operated by the Sihai Pavilion in the capital. Normally, it only entertained dignitaries and nobles. Every dish and drink here was beyond the means of ordinary people. But today, Fuchin Restaurant was unusually lively. Inside and out, it was festooned with lanterns and colorful decorations, quite festive. Passers-by in front of Fuchin Restaurant couldn't help but stop and watch curiosity written on their faces. What's going on? Why is Fuchin restaurant so decorated? Are they having some kind of event today? You don't know? I don't know either. I didn't go out all day yesterday. No wonder. Yesterday Fuchin restaurant posted a notice. A notice? What did it say? It said that today Fuchin restaurant will be selling a new type of liquor. It is said that this new liquor possesses miraculous powers. Miraculous powers? How miraculous? Could it be like Xiaoyao Immortal where a single sip can rapidly enhance one's cultivation? I'm not sure about that. But maybe it's possible. Speaking of Xiaoyao Immortal, after it was sold for a few days last time, more than half a month has passed till today, and we haven't seen Changfeng restaurant sell it again. Alas, if I had known, I would have called on all my relatives to each buy a jar back there. I heard that a jar of Xiaoyao Immortal has now been hyped up to hundreds of gold coins, even approaching 1,000 gold coins. Such a golden opportunity to get rich, and I missed it. The crowd buzzed with discussions. Many people still fondly recalled the Xiaoyao Xian that had been sold at Changfeng Tavern half a month ago. In their eyes now, Xiaoyao Xian could well be regarded as the finest wine in Dian. Even though Fuchin restaurant had announced that they would be selling a new type of wine, these people still held little expectation. Of course, because Xiaoyao Xian was now extremely hard to come by. As a result, there were still some who looked forward to the new wine that Fuchin restaurant was about to launch. In their view, even if this new wine was only 1/10 as good as Xiaoyao Xian, they would already be more than satisfied. Before long, a portly middle-aged man with a prosperous air stepped out of Fuchin restaurant. This man was the proprietor of Fuchin, Wan Tongkai. When the crowd saw Wan Tongcai, surprise flickered in their eyes. They had never expected that the elusive owner of Fuchin restaurant would personally appear today, a rare occurrence. This undoubtedly sent a signal. The new wine that Fuchin restaurant was about to launch today was absolutely extraordinary. After all, if it were just an ordinary new product, Wan Tongcai as the proprietor would never have shown himself. He surveyed the crowd, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Then he raised his hand and gestured to the servants behind him. Soon several wine jars covered with red cloth were placed on a table by the servants. Next, Wan Tongcai cleared his throat and announced in a loud voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am Wan Tongcai, the proprietor of Fuchin restaurant. I believe many of you have already seen the notice posted by Fuchin restaurant yesterday. I won't waste words here. Let us get straight to today's theme." With these words, Wan Tongcai walked over to the table. Before the crowd, Wan Tongcai lifted the red cloth from the wine jar and directly removed the lid. Instantly, a refreshing aroma of wine filled the air. The intoxicating, alluring scent immediately captivated everyone present, leaving them stunned and amazed. How is this possible? This wine. The fragrance of this wine. How is it so similar to Xiaoyao Xian? Suddenly, someone in the crowd couldn't help but exclaim. Hearing this, many began to realize, showing expressions of both curiosity and confusion. They all looked at Wan Tongcai, clearly waiting for an explanation. As for Wan Tongcai, he had also heard the exclamation from the crowd, but he showed neither guilt nor surprise. With a smile, Wan Tongcai slowly spoke. This wine is called Xinxian Zui. As for why some say its aroma is similar to Xiaoyao Xian, to that I can only say, in the art of wine, different paths lead to the same destination. Changfeng Tavern can brew Xiaoyao Xian, so Fuchin restaurant can brew a Xinxian Zui that rivals it. Isn't that perfectly normal? Behind Fuchin restaurant stands the Sihai Gu, the foremost merchant house in Dian. What Changfeng Tavern can accomplish, Fuchin restaurant can achieve as well. These words stunned the entire crowd. Though the explanation was far-fetched, upon reflection, it seemed plausible. After all, everyone present knew well the power of Sihai Gu. Therefore, it was not so strange that Sihai Gu could brew a wine as fine as Xiaoyao Xian. Manager 1, I heard that your wine has miraculous powers. Is it like Xiaoyao Xian, capable of rapidly enhancing one's cultivation, as someone shouted? This question was also what everyone else wanted to ask. After all, if Xinxian Zui only matched Xiaoyao Xian in flavor, it would clearly not be enough to dethrone Xiaoyao Xian in these people's hearts. Wan Tongcai smiled mysteriously. As for the specifics, you'll know once you try. These jars of Xinxian Zui on the table are here for you to taste for free. Hearing this, the crowd, already curious about Xinxian Zui, eagerly stepped forward. In no time, the several jars of Xinxian Zui on the table were emptied by over 100 people. Each person only took a small sip, but the result left them incredulous. Holy crap! It really does boost cultivation. Is this Xinxian Zui? Even if you told me it was Xiaoyao Xian, I wouldn't doubt it for a second. Someone couldn't help but remark. Among the crowd, many had tasted Xiaoyao Xian before and were well aware of its flavor and effects. They even suspected that this so-called Xinxian Zui was actually genuine Xiaoyao Xian. Only the name had been changed, of course. No one was foolish enough to confront Wan Tongcai directly. For one thing, it was uncertain whether Xinxian Zui was indeed Xiaoyao Xian. Even if it were, they dared not offend the Sihai Gu behind Fuchin restaurant. Moreover, they had been unable to buy Xiaoyao Xian for over half a month now. Their craving had long since become unbearable. The appearance of Xinxian Zui now was undoubtedly the best solace for them. For these people, what mattered most was never Xiaoyao Xian or Xinxian Zui. They only cared whether they could enjoy such fine wine every day. As for everything else, they neither cared nor had the ability to intervene. May I ask, Manager 1, how much does one jar of Xinxian Zui cost? Someone inquired. Hearing this, Wan Tonkai narrowed his eyes and slowly raised one finger. 1 gold coin. Then I'll take 10 jars, someone said impatiently. No, it's 100 gold coins per jar. Wan Tonkai replied calmly. In an instant the entire crowd fell silent. Some even rubbed their ears thinking they had misheard. How much? 100 gold coins per jar. Xiaoyaoxian costs only 1 gold coin per jar. This Shenxian Zue is way too expensive. The high price of 100 gold coins per jar instantly deterred most of those present. Some might have been able to afford 100 gold coins, but that was likely their entire savings. Using all their wealth for a single jar of wine. That was clearly hard to accept. However, Wan Tonkai paid no heed to these complaints. Xiaoyaoxian is Xiaoyaoxian, and Shenxian Zue is Shenxian Zue. What does Changfeng Tavern selling it for 1 gold coin have to do with Fuchin Restaurant? If you find the price too high, you don't have to buy it. I'm not forcing you to buy it. And I'll tell you frankly, because today is the first time Fuchin Restaurant is selling Shenxian Zue, the price is set at 100 gold coins per jar. After a while it might be 200, 300, or even higher. After all, good things are worth their price. Also, regarding the quantity of Shenxian Zue for sale, Fuchin Restaurant's rule is as long as you have enough gold coins. Even if you want to buy 100 jars at once, we can supply them. Wan Tonkai said unhurriedly. His words dealt the heaviest blow to ordinary people. They could hardly afford 100 gold coins, let alone a higher price. Gradually some began to shake their heads in disappointment and walked away dejectedly. They knew Fuchin Restaurant all too well. It always kept its word. Therefore, there was no possibility that the price of Shenxian Zue would ever drop to 1 gold coin per jar. If so, staying any longer would only be a waste of time. Of course, not everyone could afford 100 gold coins. In the capital there were ordinary people, but also plenty of wealthy individuals who never lacked money. From the very beginning, Fuchin Tower aimed to profit from these rich patrons. Only the wealthy would lavish thousands of gold coins on Immortal Drunk. After the commoners left, Fuchin Tower officially began the first day's sale of Immortal Drunk. Many customers immediately purchased 10 jars of Immortal Drunk at once. After all, they feared that Fuchin Tower might follow Changfeng Restaurant's example, selling for a few days and then stopping. As a result, within less than half an hour, over 1,000 jars of Immortal Drunk had been sold. The revenue easily surpassed 100,000 gold coins. Such efficiency was unimaginable in the past. Wan Tonkai silently observed the scene, unable to suppress the smile spreading across his face. He even began to fantasize about the grand feat of earning 10 million gold coins in a single day. After all, in the past, Fuchin Tower could not guarantee such revenue, even in a month. But now this goal had been reduced to a matter of days. The emergence of Immortal Drunk caused a considerable stir throughout the capital. From the street ruffians to the Dian Emperor himself, almost everyone had learned of Immortal Drunk, a beverage that, like the Xiaoyao Immortal, could rapidly enhance one's cultivation. Fuchin Tower's reputation instantly resounded throughout the entire capital. Unsurprisingly, this news also reached Gu Yun's ears. At the 6th Prince's mansion, in the main hall, Gu Yun sat in a chair sipping tea while listening to Su Ro's report. He seemed to have anticipated the sale of Immortal Drunk at Fuchin Tower. Thus his expression remained remarkably calm. Setting down his teacup, Gu Yun curled his lips slightly, a strange glint flickering in his eyes. After waiting for over half a month, they've finally begun their move. At 100 gold coins per jar, Fuchin Tower will undoubtedly rake in a fortune. But earning money is easy, whether it stays safely in their pockets remains uncertain. Heh. Su Ro, standing nearby, listened in bewilderment. When it came to killing, she never hesitated. But this kind of commercial warfare was completely beyond her understanding. Even now, she couldn't grasp why Gu Yun had willingly given up such a lucrative opportunity to Fuchin Tower. If it were her, she would never have been so generous. Of course, despite her confusion, Su Ro fully supported every decision Gu Yun made. She knew well that nothing he did was ever in jest. After all, she had been by Gu Yun's side for nearly 10 years. Gu Yun rose and walked to the door. He lifted his head, gazing at the clear, cloudless sky, murmuring, "The grand spectacle is about to unfold." A few breaths later, he withdrew his gaze and turned to Su Ro. "Su Ro, prepare the carriage. I'm going to the palace." Su Ro clasped her hands. "Yes." Half an incense stick later, the carriage stood ready at the mansion's entrance. Gu Yun stepped out and was about to board. Just then a figure approached from a distance. Gu Yun looked over, a hint of surprise in his eyes. The approaching figure was none other than Feng Qingwu, who had been frequently away from home lately. Seeing Gu Yun at the entrance, the returning Feng Qingwu was equally astonished. Soon she reached Gu Yun and bowed slightly. "Feng Wu greets my husband." Gu Yun nodded. "Have you been very busy lately?" Feng Qingwu was taken aback, a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. Gu Yun had never inquired about her affairs before, leaving her utterly unsure how to answer his question. She didn't know if she could share certain things with him, yet she didn't want to fabricate an excuse to deceive him. For a moment her heart tangled in indecision. Observing her silent hesitation, Gu Yun saw through her thoughts. "Do you have time now?" he suddenly asked. Feng Qingwu paused, then raised her head. "Yes." "Then accompany me," Gu Yun said, turning to board the carriage and disappearing into the cabin. Feng Qingwu stood rooted to the spot, her expression dazed. After several breaths, she gradually came to her senses. Realizing what was happening, she no longer hesitated and stepped into the carriage. The carriage soon set off toward the palace. Inside, Feng Qingwu sat cautiously beside Gu Yun, her fingers rubbing together nervously. Although she had already shared intimate moments with Gu Yun, this was the first time she had been alone with him like this. Without Qin Wushuang by her side, she dared not even lift her head to meet Gu Yun's eyes. Gu Yun glanced at her from the corner of his eye, a hint of surprise in his heart. The Feng Qingwu he remembered, though shy, was not so nervous as to be this tense. He even began to wonder if the woman beside him was an imposter. What have you been busy with lately? You didn't come back last night. Gu Yun spoke calmly. Feng Qingwu stiffened once again, wearing an expression of deep conflict. Did Wushuang tell you not to tell me? Gu Yun continued. No. I'm just afraid. Afraid? Afraid of what? Afraid I'll eat you. Gu Yun looked puzzled, genuinely perplexed. Feng Qingwu turned to him. No. I'm just afraid that if you knew those things you would blame me. Hearing this, Gu Yun's confusion deepened. Blame you? Gu Yun squinted. Have you been unfaithful? In the next instant, Feng Qingwu trembled, her pupils dilating. Husband, such jokes are not funny. I will belong to you alone for all my life, and you will be my only husband. I could never betray you. If I do, may the heavens strike me with lightning and grant me a miserable death. Feng Qingwu was terrified. Without thinking, she hastily explained. She never expected Gu Yun to say such a thing. In the face of her agitated reaction, Gu Yun remained remarkably calm. Then what are you afraid I'll blame you for? Besides infidelity, I would never blame you for anything you do, Gu Yun said. He had only been joking with Feng Qingwu. He hadn't expected her to become so agitated. Yet he was quite satisfied inside. Who wouldn't want their woman to be devoted only to them for life? Feng Qingwu breathed a sigh of relief. She had been genuinely frightened. She could accept any punishment from Gu Yun, but she could not bear having her virtue doubted. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm. Actually, I've been taking care of some children recently. Feng Qingwu finally chose to reveal everything once her emotions settled. Taking care of children. Whose? This time it was Gu Yun's turn to be startled. Not. Did I tell you not to be unfaithful, but you secretly had a child? Is that right? Is that proper? Well, husband, you don't think it's my child, do you? We've only been married for less than a month. Even at the fastest, it wouldn't be this soon. Seeing Gu Yun's stunned expression, Feng Qingwu couldn't help but purse her lips and chuckle. Seeing Gu Yun so concerned about her, Feng Qingwu felt a sweet warmth in her heart. Well, then what about the children you mentioned? Gu Yun's face regained its calm as he asked. They are orphans who have lost their parents. The oldest among them is only about 10 years old. The youngest is just 7 or 8. Feng Qingwu's expression turned somewhat somber, a hint of sympathy lacing her tone. Every time she saw these parentless orphans, she thought of her own experience. Back then, after losing her parents, she became a homeless orphan on the streets. If Qin Wushuang hadn't happened to find her, she might have already perished under the winter snow that year. That was why Feng Qingwu often went to care for these parentless orphans now. She had experienced that helpless and desperate feeling. Thus, she didn't want other orphans to suffer the same hardships as she did. Listening to Feng Qingwu's explanation, Gu Yun learned for the first time that she had such a hidden side. Because she herself was once an orphan, she wanted to bring a little warmth to other orphans. Before, Gu Yun might have doubted such a thing. But now he believed it. He believed that such true goodness and beauty truly existed in this world. Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? I may not be a saint, but you and I are husband and wife. Your matters are my matters. From now on, if you need anything, just ask. I can't guarantee much, but sending people to help you care for some orphans is still possible, Gu Yun said. Having grown up witnessing the cruelty of human nature and scheming, he rarely engaged in acts of overflowing compassion. But he always supported those close to him in doing such good deeds. Feng Qingwu's eyes glistened as she gazed at Gu Yun, captivated. She hadn't expected that Gu Yun would not only not blame her for caring for the orphans. On the contrary, he was even willing to offer her help. Previously, because of Gu Yun's burning of the Marquis's residence, she had worried that he was an irritable, cold-blooded man. But now she realized she was wrong, very wrong. Feng Qingwu's lips curled into a joyful smile. Thank you, husband. But there's no need to send people to care for those children. This is something I need to do myself. Actually, my care for these orphans isn't entirely without purpose. Gu Yun was taken aback, then asked, What do you mean? Feng Qingwu paused, organized her thoughts, and then said, To be honest, husband, I have a network under my command. Their task is to gather intelligence from the capital and the surrounding areas within 100 li. Then they sort the information by importance and relay it back to me. This way, even without leaving home, I can know the latest happenings in the capital at the earliest moment. Hearing this, Gu Yun's eyes widened slightly, a look of surprise crossing his face. If Feng Qingwu hadn't mentioned it, he would never have known she controlled such an intelligence network. Gu Yun stroked his chin, pondering. So the people in your network are all the orphans you've cared for? Feng Qingwu nodded, gently murmuring. These orphans are mostly children of commoners with simple backgrounds. More importantly, they are innocent and kind by nature. This way, there's no need to worry about betrayal. While caring for them, I personally teach them survival skills and the methods of gathering intelligence. Once they have fully mastered these skills, I arrange for them to join my network. Of course, all of this is entirely voluntary. After hearing Feng Qingwu's explanation, Gu Yun's doubts were resolved. This method of expanding power by cultivating orphans indeed had its advantages. But the drawbacks were also obvious. It required a great deal of time and effort. If it were just 30 or 50 people it might be manageable. But once the number exceeded 100, or even 1,000, relying on Feng Qingwu alone would be extremely difficult and unrealistic. How many people are in your network now? Gu Yun asked curiously. So far about 80 people, Feng Qingwu replied. Gu Yun nodded non-committally, as if he had expected this. 80 people, though not many, were basically sufficient for gathering intelligence in the capital. How far have your people infiltrated? Do you have eyes among the 5 princes? Gu Yun continued asking. Feng Qingwu thought for a moment, then said, planting informants among the 5 princes is extremely difficult. However, I have people inside each of their mansions. They may not be able to learn secret information, but they can report on who visits the prince's mansions and any major events. My people can still relay the intelligence to me in a timely manner. Hearing this, Gu Yun furrowed his brow slightly, his eyes deep in thought. Being able to plant people in the 5 princes' mansions was proof enough that Feng Qingwu's people were capable. That's not bad. I've only recently returned to the capital, and it's not easy for me to plant informants in the prince's mansions so quickly. Qingwu, you wouldn't mind if I borrowed your people, would you? Gu Yun said. Feng Qingwu shook her head with a smile. Husband, what are you saying? My people are yours. Just tell me what you want them to do. Gu Yun's lips curved slightly. It's nothing major. Just have your people keep a close watch on the movements in the 5 princes' mansions. For example, who visits the prince's residences. Or if there are any significant actions recently in their mansions, and so on. In short, anything or anyone related to the 5 princes should be reported back to me as soon as possible. Gu Yun's idea was simple. Keep constant tabs on the reactions and movements of the 5 princes. This would help him make more accurate and quicker decisions for his next steps. No problem. I'll pass this request to my people when I have time. I can't guarantee other situations, but this small task is a piece of cake for them. Feng Qingwu replied immediately. Gu Yun nodded with a satisfied smile. I'll add one more thing. Have your people pay extra attention to the 3rd prince's movements recently. As for the other princes, just keep a moderate watch. Yes, all right. Although Gu Yun's target was the 5 princes, he knew very well that taking on all 5 princes at once was nearly impossible. Even the current emperor wouldn't dare to do that. Therefore, he needed to proceed step by step. After all, the 5 princes were not united at heart. They even hoped Gu Yun would fight fiercely with one of them, leaving both sides battered. That way they could reap the benefits of the conflict. However, they would never expect that Gu Yun was exploiting their mentality. They wanted to fish in troubled waters, but Gu Yun also intended to defeat them one by one. Who would have the last laugh would depend on each side's abilities. At the palace gate. Wait for me in the carriage. I'll be back shortly. After giving these instructions, Gu Yun left the carriage and walked alone toward the nearby palace. Feng Qingwu gazed through the window, her eyes fixed longingly on Gu Yun's retreating figure. Today Gu Yun had seen a different side of her, but she too had witnessed a new facet of him. She had already sensed faintly that Gu Yun was about to set in motion something that would shake the entire capital and even the whole Dian dynasty. At this moment a trace of bewilderment arose in her heart. When she had followed Qin Wushuang's advice and married Gu Yun, she had never imagined that such a situation would arise. She seemed to have been set up. In the imperial study, after leaving the carriage, Gu Yun came directly here. His sole purpose in visiting the palace was to see Gu Tianqing. Your son pays respects to your majesty. Inside the imperial study, Gu Yun bowed in greeting. At the desk, Gu Tianqing put down the memorial he was reading. Then he slowly raised his head, looking at the unexpected visitor Gu Yun. Gu Tianqing's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Why have you come? Gu Yun lifted his head, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It has been half a month your son came to see you. Hearing this, Gu Tianqing's expression was nothing short of spectacular. He didn't believe a single word of Gu Yun's reply. Gu Yun suddenly showing concern for him was more absurd than the sun rising from the west. After all, he had exiled Gu Yun to the desolate wastelands when the boy was only 8 years old. Thus in Gu Tianqing's eyes, it was already a miracle upon miracles that Gu Yun did not resent him. If you have something to say it. After a moment of silence, Gu Tianqing said indifferently. It's like this. I wonder if your majesty still remembers the promise you once made to me. A promise I made to you. What promise did I make? Gu Tianqing looked utterly bewildered. He could not recall exactly which matter Gu Yun was referring to. This was only natural. After all, as emperor, the memorials he had to handle each day could pile up into a small mountain. Unless it was something of great importance, Gu Tianqing would not waste his time on it. Gu Yun, however, remained remarkably composed in the face of Gu Tianqing's forgetfulness. Does your majesty still remember the arena match between Xiao Fenglu and me? Gu Yun prompted. Hearing this, Gu Tianqing bowed his head slightly, stroking his chin as he sank into thought. As his memory traced back, soon Gu Tianqing recalled the general outline of the matter. You mean the matter of me promising to grant you a wish? Gu Tianqing raised his head and looked at Gu Yun. Gu Yun smiled and nodded. Speak, what wish do you want me to fulfill, But let me remind you first, don't make the wish too outrageous. Otherwise I reserve the right to revoke my promise. Gu Tianqing stated. As emperor, he would not deny the promises he had made. Of course, provided that Gu Yun's wish fell within the realm he could accept. It wasn't as if Gu Yun could ask to be emperor, and he would simply hand over the throne, was it? That was clearly unrealistic. Gu Tianqing would never agree to such a wish. Gu Yun's lips curled into a smile, his face beaming with satisfaction. Rest assured, Your Majesty, the wish I have is very simple for you. It's something that can be done with just a few words and a flick of the wrist. Gu Tianqing paused, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. Then I am curious to hear what this wish of yours actually is. Gu Yun did not hesitate and spoke. Your son desires the twin beauties of the capital. Gu Tianqing's pupils dilated slightly, a mixture of confusion and astonishment in his eyes. He didn't even have time to process it. Hasn't Qin Wushuang already married you? Gu Tianqing said, his tone full of perplexity. Gu Yun shook his head. Your son is not referring to Wushuang. What? Gu Tianqing shot to his feet, staring at Gu Yun in utter disbelief, a thousand thoughts racing through his mind. Isn't Qin Wushuang enough? You also want to marry Mu Xiener? Aren't you afraid Duke Jingguo will fly into a rage when he hears about this? Gu Tianqing spoke flatly, his tone revealing neither joy nor anger. Marry? Gu Yun frowned, looking confused. Your Majesty, are you hard of hearing? When did I ever say I wanted to marry Mu Xiener? Gu Tianqing's brow knitted tightly, his confusion deepening. If not marry, then do you intend to keep her as a hidden concubine? Gu Yun. Your Majesty, what kind of person do you take me for? I only want Mu Xiener to work for me. Please don't let your imagination run wild, alright? Gu Yun looked exasperated. Did he seem like some kind of lecherous fiend? While it was true that no man could resist the beauty of the capital's twin beauties, but this time he wasn't after her looks. Besides, if he were that kind of person, why would he go through all this trouble? He could simply tie her up. Hearing Gu Yun's explanation and seeing his reaction, Gu Tianqing gradually calmed down. He slowly sat down and said, You say you want Mu Xiener to work for you. What exactly do you want her to do? Gu Yun gave a mysterious smile. That's a secret for now. When the time comes, Your Majesty will know. Hearing this, Gu Tianqing narrowed his eyes and gave Gu Yun a long, hard look. Since Gu Yun's return, he had found it increasingly difficult to understand or fathom him. This was hardly the case with the other 5 princes. Gu Yun's excessive composure and his various mysterious actions all made Gu Tianqing deeply concerned. What do you want me to do? Should I send someone to summon Mu Xiener now? Gu Tianqing asked. Gu Yun's eyes shifted slightly. He pondered for a few seconds, then said, No need to summon her for now. I only need Your Majesty to draft an imperial edict. When the need arises, I will take the edict directly to Mu Xiener. Gu Tianqing stroked his chin and considered for a moment. Soon he made his decision. Draft the edict. Gu Tianqing's voice fell. Eunuch Wei, who had been standing silently by, immediately stepped forward. With practiced ease, Eunuch Wei quickly laid out the brush ink and a blank imperial edict on the desk. Seeing this, Gu Tianqing did not delay. He picked up the brush and swiftly wrote on the blank edict. In just a few moments, the contents of a complete imperial edict were written. Eunuch Wei promptly brought the imperial seal to Gu Tianqing's hand. With a crisp thud, a complete imperial edict was finished. Within the borders of the Dian dynasty, no one could violate the contents of the edict, unless they were tired of living. Eunuch Wei carried the sealed edict and came before Gu Yun. Gu Yun eagerly took it and examined it first. After confirming that the contents of the edict were correct, he rolled it up and bowed with clasped hands toward the throne. Thank you, Your Majesty. Gu Tianqing remained expressionless, offering no response. Looking at Gu Yun's beaming face, he suddenly had a feeling that someone was about to be in big trouble. After a few breaths, Gu Tianqing withdrew his thoughts and said in a deep voice, I heard that half a month ago you created a type of white liquor called Xiaoyao Immortal. Not only can it rapidly boost cultivation, but it is also cheap. I am curious why you only sold it for a few days and then stopped. Gu Yun was taken aback, clearly not expecting Gu Tianqing to suddenly ask about this. After a moment of thought, he replied, I too would like to continue selling Xiaoyao Immortal. But first I fear that someone might again suffer poisoning from it. Second, brewing Xiaoyao Immortal requires a special spiritual herb called shireen flower. Moreover, this herb only grows in the western wasteland. Unfortunately, when I sent people to the wasteland to purchase shireen flower, they found that all the shireen flowers had been bought up at high prices by others. In the end, after careful consideration, I had no choice but to abandon the Xiaoyao Immortal trade. Gu Yun's explanation was logical and coherent, showing no trace of flaw. After hearing it, even Gu Tianqing could find no fault. Yet Gu Tianqing was well aware that this matter could not be as simple as it appeared. Every action of Gu Yun had some hidden purpose. This was the only thing he could see clearly and was most certain of. What do you think of the immortal drunk sold at Fuchin Tower? Gu Tianqing asked. Very good. Very good. Yes, very good. Gu Tianqing fell silent. Anyone who had tasted both liquors could guess that the immortal drunk at Fuchin Tower was actually Xiaoyao Immortal. Under normal circumstances, as the first to sell Xiaoyao Immortal, Gu Yun should be furious at such a situation. But the reality was quite the opposite. Gu Yun was not angry, on the contrary, he seemed somewhat pleased. Not only Gu Tianqing, but even eunuch Wei beside him had keenly sensed that Gu Yun was definitely plotting something. Does your majesty have any other questions? If not, your son shall take his leave, Gu Yun said. Gu Tianqing raised his head, his eyes deep as he gazed at Gu Yun. In the end, he did not press further. Gu Tianqing waved his hand. You may withdraw. Your son bids farewell. With that, Gu Yun turned and left the imperial study without a moment's delay. Gu Tianqing, watching Gu Yun leave, felt his confusion deepen. Whether it was the Xiaoyao immortal half a month ago, or the matter of Mu Xian'er today, he could not fathom what Gu Yun was plotting. He grew increasingly eager to see what Gu Yun would do next, something that would shake the entire capital like the burning of the Marquis's mansion. On the carriage, Gu Yun returned holding the imperial decree he had obtained from Gu Tianqing. Feng Qingwu looked at the decree, curiosity stirring within her. But since Gu Yun did not volunteer to speak, she did not ask. Gu Yun noticed her gaze and handed the decree to her. Seeing the decree before her, Feng Qingwu's face showed a hint of surprise as if she had not expected this. Take it. Don't you want to see? Seeing Feng Qingwu frozen in place, Gu Yun spoke. Feng Qingwu looked up. May I see it? Of course. It's not a big secret. Just don't tell anyone outside, Gu Yun said casually, showing no intention of hiding the decree. Thank you, husband. With Gu Yun's permission, Feng Qingwu took the decree, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. She eagerly opened it to see what was written inside. As her gaze moved downward, surprise and puzzlement crept into her eyes. Only then did she understand why Gu Yun had suddenly entered the palace. So it was because of Mu Xian'er, one of the capital's twin beauties. Speaking of Mu Xian'er, her fame was hardly less than that of Qin Wushuang, the other twin beauty. In terms of background, Mu Xian'er was the personal disciple of the master of the Xinyi Pavilion in the Dine dynasty. The Xinyi Pavilion gathered over 80% of the medical geniuses in the dynasty. The master of the Xinyi Pavilion possessed unparalleled medical skills renowned across the ages. Gu Tianqing himself had conferred upon him the title of medical sage of the Dine dynasty. Mu Xian'er had displayed extraordinary medical talent since childhood. A medical canon over 1,000 pages thick, Mu Xian'er, at only 3 years old, had memorized it all in less than a day without missing a single word. At that time, even veteran physicians who had studied for decades could not achieve such a feat. Because of this, when she was 3, the master of the Xinyi Pavilion took her as his personal disciple. To this day, the medical sage has only this one disciple. It was not that the Dine dynasty lacked other medical geniuses, but that Mu Xian'er was so dazzling that those geniuses felt unworthy to be her junior fellow disciples. Although the Xinyi Pavilion only studied medicine and did not involve itself in politics, who could guarantee they would never fall ill in their lifetime? Particularly the high-ranking officials, the older they grew, the more they feared death. This led to the Xinyi Pavilion's network in the capital, spanning every level of society. Even Emperor Gu Tianqing would immediately seek the medical sage's treatment when his health faltered. Thus in the capital, there was an unspoken consensus. It was better to offend the emperor than to offend the medical sage. Offending the emperor might mean death, but provoking the medical sage would make even death a luxury. Although this statement was somewhat exaggerated, it proved the Xinyi Pavilion's pivotal position and influence in the capital. As the medical sage's only personal disciple, the future master of the Xinyi Pavilion, Mu Xian'er, was hailed as the future medical immortal. Her status and influence were formidable. In the capital, even the 5 princes dared not offend Mu Xian'er. Yet now Mu Xian'er was to become Gu Yun's ally. Not only Feng Qingwu, but even the Duke of Zhen would be stunned for 3 seconds. This was no less difficult than marrying Qin Wushuang or winning over the little princess. Yet Gu Yun had accomplished it, and he had done so with remarkable ease. Feng Qingwu slowly closed the decree, the astonishment in her eyes still lingering. She had thought Gu Yun was already formidable, but now she realized she had been too naive. Husband, how did you convince His Majesty? After a long pause, Feng Qingwu could not suppress her curiosity and asked. Gu Yun smiled mysteriously. I just mentioned it, and father agreed. That's simple. Feng Qingwu stared at him suspiciously, clearly unable to believe it. Gu Yun shrugged, showing a hint of helplessness. It was that simple. Perhaps because your husband is handsome, father agreed. Feng Qingwu was speechless. She wanted to say, husband, you are boasting. But the decree was in her hands, and she could find no argument to refute him. Seeing Feng Qingwu's frustrated expression, Gu Yun could not help but laugh. He found that occasionally joking with those close to him was quite amusing. As for Feng Qingwu, her face was flushed, and she remained speechless, whether from embarrassment or anger.